Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. They said, say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack or in my bag, yeah. They said, say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack or in my bag, yeah. Frozen, neck is frozen. Catch me rolling, I'm the chosen. Snow is falling, Elfie's calling. Check my list twice, most of y'all done. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. They say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack or in my bag, yeah. They say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack or in my bag, yeah. Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, and Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, and Blitzen. No, I can't forget about the one with the red nose. When I fly high, my sleigh still stay 10 toes. Bring the beat, bring the trees, bring the cheese. Put the lights up, 'tis the season. Need no Grinch types, no Ebenezer. Don't believe this, y'all need Jesus. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. They said, say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack or in my bag, yeah. They said, say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack or in my bag, yeah. They said, say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack or in my bag, yeah. They said, say Nick, what you got up in that bag. I got racks in my sack or in my bag. Merry Christmas, everybody. let's go outside. We can hang out on the beach without freezing. Yeah, isn't that amazing? In Christmas times, we'll be chilling and having a good time. Doesn't matter if the snow is falling or the wind blows and the rain is pouring. It will always be Christmas in my heart. But this year I wanna hang out with my friends and family, making angels in the sand. You ready? Doesn't matter, it is Christmas in my heart. And I can promise Santa's coming to visit. No, he wouldn't miss this in Christmas times. Oh, and the sunset, it is just getting better on a blanket with the skyline painted in blue. Ooh, yeah, that's what we do. We'll be chilling and having a good time. Doesn't matter if the snow is falling or the wind blows and the rain is pouring. It will always be Christmas in my heart. But this year I wanna hang out with my friends and family, making angels in the sand. You ready? Doesn't matter, it is Christmas in my heart. Here we go. All right. Dance, dance, now this Christmas, we're gonna dance. We're gonna dance, 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 come on. Dance. We're gonna dance, dance, have a good time. Dance, dance, all night long. We're gonna dance, dance, and have a good time. I think Santa's gonna come and join us in this song. Doesn't matter if the snow is falling or the wind blows and the rain is pouring. It will always be Christmas in my heart. But this year I wanna hang out with my friends and family, making angels in the sand. You ready? Doesn't matter, it is Christmas in my heart.
Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging.
Welcome into LSU and Ole Miss today at 2:30. Ole Miss at Tiger Stadium. We'll be with you here all day long. Big day for Ole Miss sports. As we mentioned, the Rebels and Tigers, Tiger Stadium, 2:30. You can watch it on the SEC Network. We'll watch it with you with the MPW Digital watch party. Pete DeWeese will join us in the second quarter, as always. Got a big morning plan for you. Also, by the way, Ole Miss basketball at 1:30 against Dayton. That game in Dayton, Ohio. You can see it on NBC Sports Channel, which I'm going to look for in here in just a little while. So we'll talk about that some as well. But obviously, football the focus today. Ole Miss got a commitment yesterday. I was ready for it. I actually thought it was coming at around 3 o'clock. Eric Cade, big offensive lineman from Denton, Texas, commits to Ole Miss. So that story, luckily, Zach Berry is a night owl. And when that popped at 11-something last night, he was able to punch the story up. So we'll talk about that some later in the day as well. So we'll be with you throughout the day. We'll have scoreboard business at 12:30. I've already taped couple of interviews for that. Ryan Brown, WJOX in Birmingham, and Matt Moscona, our friend from Baton Rouge, ESPN Louisiana, will join us in that 2-hour show as well. We'll have the watch party at 2:30, and then we will have Henry's Guys, brought to you by Rafters Music and Food. We'll do that right after the game. Stay with you for, 2.5, 3 hours, whatever the case may be. We'll take your calls. We'll talk about the game, talk about the season. I anticipate a bowl bid for Ole Miss tomorrow. I don't know where. I've talked to different people around the league who say the way this is going to work is the league's basically going to go down the pecking order by record and basically go to that team and say, where do you want to go? And pretty much try to make that work. So I don't know whether Ole Miss is going to end up in one of the Florida Bowls. I think that's a distinct possibility. Keep an eye on Missouri, Mississippi State today. Missouri could finish at 6-4, which would technically put them ahead of Ole Miss, which would give them a first choice. There's a lot of Citrus Bowl talk among Missouri people, which would push Ole Miss to the Outback or the Gator. A lot of Gator Bowl talk if Ole Miss wins today. A lot of Outback talk if Ole Miss wins today. If Ole Miss loses today, there's a lot of Music City Bowl talk because Ole Miss would be 4-5. They would pick behind Auburn and some others. So I think everybody's going bowling. I think Mississippi State, even with a loss today, goes bowling because their bowl slots to be filled. It looks like Georgia and possibly even Florida, with a loss today against Alabama, will get spots in the primary six bowls, whatever it is we call those today. By the way, today in college football, there's a full slate starting in about an hour and a half. Northwestern Northwestern and Ohio State meet in Indianapolis in the Big Ten championship game. Texas A&M is at Tennessee. Oklahoma and Iowa State meet at 11 as well. That game in Arlington in the Big 12 championship game. So we'll be keeping an eye on those games early. Ole Miss at 2:30. Clemson, Notre Dame's at 3. That's the ACC championship game. From Charlotte, Boise State and San Jose State in the Mountain West Championship game at 3:15. And then the night slate tonight when we're doing hand raise guys, we'll be keeping an eye on Alabama and Florida in the SEC Championship game. And Tulsa and Cincinnati, that game is also a 7 o'clock game. It's at Cincinnati, but it's the AAC Championship game. Missouri and Mississippi State also at 2:30 today on the SEC Network alternate channel as those two teams finish out their regular seasons as well. Some questions about Malik McClain. I'm sure we'll talk about that some in scoreboard business. He surprised everyone by signing with Florida State yesterday. No one in the Rivals Network saw it coming because we had some content already ready to go that was beyond just hours, beyond what Zach had written. We had graphics and the whole deal. I was under the understanding that he'd already signed his paperwork, but obviously I was wrong. So were a lot of people, so at least I had some company in my wrongness. I don't know what happened there. I mean, I've heard different things. We'll see. I don't know. We'll talk about it as the day goes along a little bit, perhaps. I haven't heard Chris ask about a shot at Keon Coleman. I haven't heard anything about Keon Coleman. Look, they'll hit the reset button. The signing period is over. They'll hit the reset button after today. They'll look into February. Obviously, Tywan Malone is priority number one. And then they'll look at Trevin Wallace. I don't feel great about Trevin Wallace, though a lot of it depends on what happens with Auburn, who Auburn hires. We talked with Ryan Brown a lot. You'll hear that in a little bit about Auburn, the kind of train wreck of a search that's turning into. So there's a lot of moving parts there. I know there's a lot of Lane Kiffin stuff with Auburn. I'm just going to tell you now that I've talked to people throughout the last 48 hours. I give absolutely no credence to that rumor. None, zero. I don't think Lane Kiffin is truly interested in Auburn, and I don't think Auburn's interested in Lane Kiffin. So that doesn't make a very good fit for a marriage there. So we'll talk about that throughout the day. Also, as you'll see, we'll have it scrolling throughout the day. We have a flash sale at rebelgrove.com. If you're not a subscriber, today would be a really good day for you to join and subscribe. $24 for your first year. It's an offer that lasts from now until 9 a.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow on Sunday. So go to rebelgrove.com, olemiss.rivals.com, enter promo code RebelGrove24. RebelGrove24 at checkout. You'll get your first year for just $24. That's plugging in my ULM math. That's 12 into 24. It's $2 a month for your first year. If you've been wanting to subscribe to Rebel Grove, but you're like, I don't know that I have it in my budget, you got $2 in your budget. You've got $2 in your budget. RebelGrove.com, promo code RebelGrove24. You get your first year of RebelGrove.com for just $24. Please hit the subscribe button on our YouTube. Hit the little bell so you get your notifications. If you already are a Rebel Grove subscriber, first of all, thank you. Thank you for being with us. We've had a great year. 2020, from a business standpoint, has ended up being awesome, and we are incredibly grateful. There were times in 2020 when I wasn't sure that would be the case, but it has been, and that is a credit to you guys, not a credit to us. It's a credit to you guys for the community that you've built at rebelgrove.com, for being with us, for supporting us. We can't thank you enough. There's just literally no way to do it, but know that we're extremely grateful. So what we'll do over the course of this morning is we'll hear from a lot of people. I did an interview with Jarrett Roser of the LSU rival site, so we'll play that. I'll replay the Butcher versus the Spin Instructor that we taped yesterday. It's a fun show, kind of just a little bit of a silly show, but it's getting good numbers and people like it, and we get a lot of good feedback on it, and so it's just kind of a fun thing. We'll replay some of our signing day coverage with Zach Berry and SEC football and beyond as well with Chris Landry. That show that we do, we'll bring you replay Lane Kiffin's press conference from Wednesday afternoon, let you hear that as well. And then I did an interview with Ben Mintz earlier in the week. You might have seen it, but Ben with Barstool Sports is in Baton Rouge today. Big Ole Miss guy, just taking off nationally, and we talked to him about this game, what it means to him, the rivalry, what it means to him, that kind of thing. Chris says Ole Miss is getting zero love on game day and SEC Nation. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. You have a program that's on the rise. No one knows what to expect today. Elijah Moore's not playing. Kenny Yeboah's not playing. A bunch of LSU guys aren't playing. I mean, this is an unpredictable game. I think the line is Ole Miss -2 right now. So we'll see. Brett says, can y'all do a live preview of the site? I'm not sure what you mean. You mean on the site? I don't know what that means. But we'll preview the game here throughout the day. So speaking of previews, we'll get you started with this. I talked to Jarrett Roser of TigerDetails.com. It's part of the Rivals Network earlier in the week, so he'll be the one sort of driving the ship on this interview. But get you started, get you primed up a little bit for Ole Miss at LSU 2:30 on the SEC Network.
All right. For TigerDetails.com, Jarrett Roser here with Neil McCready from Rebel Grove, the Ole Miss site on the Rivals Network, getting ready for this regular season finale between the Tigers at home in Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge on Saturday and the Rebels visiting in what is always an interesting matchup between these teams regardless of the way the rest of the year has gone. And this year's gone really interesting in its own right, so who knows what Saturday holds. But, Neil, as we gear up for it, appreciate you taking a few minutes to chat, man.
Yeah, Jared, I can tell you that anytime Lane Kiffin's involved in anything, it's pretty interesting. And so, this is game number 9 for the Rebels. They had one canceled because of the COVID stuff with A&M. A&M ducked the first time, and then fittingly, when the rematch was scheduled, or the makeup was scheduled, I should say, Ole Miss had a legitimate COVID breakout and couldn't go, and so A&M lost a game that lost the ability to play a game that they would have had weeks earlier. But it's with Lane Kiffin, man, every week without fail is interesting for sure. It's very entertaining. It's gone. Ole Miss has gone, Jarrett, from being the most boring program in the SEC for probably 3 years in a row to certainly one of the most intriguing. I'm not saying it's the best. I'm not saying it's whatever. From an intrigue standpoint, a soap opera scale standpoint, it's Ole Miss has turned into sort of must-watch TV, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, folks in Louisiana are certainly well aware of Lane Kiffin. He has obviously multiple past stops in the SEC, and he's just been such a big name in a lot of coaching conversations through the years. And there was a point when there was some talk of, would fans here want Lane Kiffin to potentially come be LSU's head coach when there was a coaching change a couple of years ago, and obviously didn't play out that way, but he was a name that got mentioned a lot. And I was interested to ask you kind of what the assessment of the first year has been, because there have been certainly some big successes and a lot of fun. And you mentioned nonstop intrigue at all turns, but football wise, how have you felt about the way these first 9 games have gone in the direction of the program right now?
Oh, I think you have to look at it if you're from an Ole Miss perspective, and this is success, right? It has to be, because number one, you walk in and your program is irrelevant. Well, he's made it relevant. That's step one. You know, you have to get the players, but to get the players, you have to become relevant. So we're taping this on a Thursday morning. Just yesterday, Ole Miss put together a class that I think Rivals has at 18 or 19. I think Ole Miss is going to sign another 4-star wide receiver tomorrow, Malik McLean. So by the time people see this on my show Saturday morning, that'll already be done or not done or whatnot. But the 17th, you call it 17/18s where they're going to finish. Now, is that enough to win the SEC? No, not in a division where Alabama's first, and I think LSU's what, fourth or third or fifth or somewhere.
Yeah, they're at third right now.
Okay, LSU's at number 3. Texas A&M, if they're not in the top 10, they're right there at the cusp of the top 10. Jimbo's building a strong program in College Station. He just is, and so is the number 17 class going to be enough to overcome all of that and become the perennial winner in the SEC West? No. Is it a huge step from where they were? You're damn right it is. It's a huge step. And anybody that's not paying attention to that and can't acknowledge that, you're just biased. I mean, it's a big step. On the field, you look at what he got out of Matt Corral so far this year. I mean, he's taken Matt Corral, who was going to leave, Jared. He was going to go to Oregon is what he's going to do. I know everybody says whatever. I'm just telling you he was going to leave. And he's taken him, and now he's made him a guy that will go into next season as an absolute first-round quarterback candidate, probably on the short list for names that you'll watch for the Heisman. I know that sounds crazy, but he will be. Think of all the guys that are leaving this year. He and JT Daniels will be the 2 quarterbacks going in the next season that everyone will be talking the most about at the beginning of the year. It might be different by the end of the year, but that's what it'll be at the beginning of the year. That's all Kiffin. His ability to take a quarterback, figure out what he does well, play those strengths up, figure out what he does poorly, and either work those into strengths or eliminate that from what he tries to do. Matt Corral had one awful game. He had a 6 interception game and a loss at Arkansas. I think that was like week 3 or 4 of the season. And since then, he's just played exceptional football. And a lot of that is credit to Matt, and a lot of that is credit to Lane Kiffin, to Jeff Lebby, who is a really undersung offensive coordinator at Ole Miss. Everybody always talks about, oh, this is Kiffin's offense. This is Kiffin's offense. Wow, look at Kiffin's offense. And there's a lot of truth to that. But it's Jeff Lebby's offense. It's his scheme. It's his game plan. He does a lot of the play calling as well. Kiffin is a guy that sees things in real time. It's the reason Ed Orgeron wanted to hire him years ago as LSU's offensive coordinator. Ed knew this. Ed knew that he could hand the offense to Lane Kiffin and go do what Ed's good at. And Lane's very good at it, but he's got a really good staff. So they've done really well. They're 4-4 going into this game. The losses they had, they lost to Florida in week 1, but it was a very respectable game. They lost to Alabama in a game where they were tied midway through the 4th quarter and had an offensive lineman had there not been a bad snap, they were going to be tied with about 4 minutes to go. Now, I think Alabama was still going to win the game because Ole Miss was never going to stop them. Alabama had 700, and if I remember the number right, 731 yards of offense or something insane like that. So it's difficult to look at that number and go, oh, your team should have won. No, that doesn't work like that. But they didn't get blown out by Alabama. They held their own against Alabama. They lost that game against Arkansas that I think they wish they had back. They probably would beat Arkansas today. They almost certainly would beat Arkansas today. And they lost to Auburn in a game that is the one that I think really bothers Lane Kiffin. They had some COVID issues that week, had some guys that were contact traced that couldn't play. And then they just kind of played a little sluggish at spots. They had a call go against them in the end zone that would have given them an 8-point lead with about 5 minutes to go, would have probably given them a much better chance of ultimately winning the game. They ended up losing it, on the final possession. So they look back at their season, and after years and years and years of being blown out all the time, the last few years, every time Ole Miss would play Alabama or Auburn or LSU or any program that was rolling, they'd get thumped. Well, this year they've played some programs that are rolling. I mean, Alabama's the best team in the country, and Ole Miss played with them. Florida's very good, and Ole Miss played with them. They've been solid and they've won some games. They've won a few in a row now for the first time. They've got their program has a little swag to it. They just, like I said, they just recruited well. He's kind of rebuilding the roster. You'd have to give him, given the whole set of circumstances, you'd have to give him an A for what he's done in year number one at Ole Miss. I don't know how you could give him another grade unless you're really being picky about the Arkansas game, the Auburn game, at which point you're at worst giving him a B+.
I think there's been so much excitement in Baton Rouge this week about getting the best of that Florida game this past week, and rightfully so. They needed something positive. But at the same time, they gave up on the score sheet 19 explosive plays still, which has been such an Achilles heel for LSU's defense all year. And that's a reason why I think this game for a long time for LSU fans has been circled as this could get challenging quickly from an offense on Ole Miss side versus LSU's defense standpoint. And I'm guessing as you gear up for this thing, you see some really big potential for Lane and Matt and everyone on that side of the ball.
I see another Ole Miss game this year, which is what they do. Jarrett, they score a lot of points. They give up a lot of points. They roll up a bunch of yards. They give up a bunch of yards. That's what they do. And so, I watched LSU Florida last week, and listen, I thought LSU was dead in the water. I thought they were toast. Alabama crushed them, and I thought they're done. They're done. They had a couple of opt-outs, and I thought their history. They're going to go down to Florida. They're going to get smoked. They're going to roll over and play dead. Ole Miss is going to beat them, and it's going to be a chaotic offseason in Baton Rouge. That's what I really thought. And to their credit, and I think they deserve a ton of credit, to their credit, they showed up, and they played. And they made it a game. They didn't roll over against Florida. Florida, for whatever reason, took that game somewhat lightly, I think. And by the time Florida went to answer the bell, it was too late. And they were in a dogfight. And the kid throws the shoe, and all the stuff happens. And LSU, to its credit, got the plays and made the plays and won the game. And it kind of changed the way I looked at this game. Now, what I expect is, I think LSU will show up. I know Ole Miss will show up because they've answered the bell every time this year. There's no reason to think that all of a sudden Ole Miss won't answer the bell. They've answered it every single game, and they'll answer it here. And, yeah, the LSU gives up big plays, and Ole Miss makes big plays. But now Ole Miss gives up big plays, and LSU can make big plays. I like Johnson. I think he's a good quarterback. He gives them a dynamic that I don't think Finley gives them. We didn't see enough of Brennan, and unfortunately for Miles, and I like Miles, and I remember him from the recruiting process. He just got hurt, and, we didn't get a chance to see what he could or couldn't do this year. Hopefully he gets that opportunity down the road. But I like Johnson. He can move around. He's got a lot of charisma. He's got a lot of stuff that you look for in a quarterback, and he'll have success against Ole Miss. And I think Matt Corral will have success against LSU. And that's why I asked you before we got started, I'm like, hey, what are you hearing about the weather? Because the weather's the one thing that could sort of derail a track meet. But I kind of expect the track meet, and that's what Ole Miss has played. They've played track meets against Florida, against Kentucky, against Alabama, Auburn to some degree. The South Carolina was a track meet. That's just Mississippi State to some degree was a track meet. That's what they do. They put on their track shoes and just take off, and we'll see how it goes. And I sort of expect something similar. I've zero doubt that Ole Miss will be laser focused for this. They'll be fresh, probably a little rusty in some spots because they hadn't played in 3 weeks, but they're excited about an opportunity to go play at Tiger Stadium. Lane Kiffin told the players early this week, years from now, no one will really remember that it was a COVID game or about opt-outs or all that stuff. It's an opportunity to go win at Tiger Stadium. And for Ole Miss, it's an opportunity to have a winning season. Probably go to one of the Florida bowl games where fans are allowed. And, the Florida bowl games are going to want to get a team that's going to put fans in the stands. And God knows, as bad as Ole Miss has been over the years, to go play in a New Year's Day or January 2nd bowl game in Florida, if 30,000 fans are allowed or whatever, they'll take that many. They'll go. So, there's an opportunity for them to really build some momentum moving forward. But to really truly have that momentum, they need to win in Tiger Stadium. And the line's like 1 point. I think that's about right. I think this is a coin toss, man. I really do. I think it's going to be an entertaining, fun game.
Yeah, I was talking to someone this morning and was asked my outlook and said, man, I have no idea at this point. This could go any number of ways. We just saw a shoe thrown 20 yards at Florida decide, like, not completely decide a game, but play a huge factor in deciding that game. And now you suddenly have Ole Miss and LSU closing out the regular season.
Isn't that
And
wild too? You know, you think about that, not to interrupt you, but the wildest part of that game is that I heard people talking about, oh, Ole Miss Ed has showed up in Baton Rouge. They don't have discipline. This isn't a disciplined program anymore, and the players don't whatever. And you have Dan Mullen over there, who I think most people think is one of the elite coaches in the league. And his team this season has not been particularly disciplined, and it bit him in that key moment. If I told you before the game one team's going to lose its cool tonight, most people would have said, oh, LSU's going to lose their cool. They're going to finally just melt down. You know, I mean, they go from the penultimate season to this roller coaster, you know, churning kind of a season, and they finally just said, F it. And someone threw a shoe. It was the opposite. It was Florida in a game that should have won and still could have won, and they lose their cool in a big moment where you got in the stop. LSU was going to have to either have a real risky go for it or more likely punt the football right there. And you kept their drive alive because you lost your composure. It's still 7 days later or whatever it is. It's still surprising to me.
Yeah, I tweeted something during the Florida Senior Day celebration that Florida had almost as many seniors as LSU had active scholarship players available for that game. So I was certainly – I think LSU still has plenty of talent. We saw a lot of it this past Saturday, and so I thought that they could make some plays and take advantage of some opportunities against Florida's defense in particular. But I just thought that much youth and that shorthanded that it was going to be a problem to try and keep up, and then everything played out the way you just mentioned. And I think the way you described that shoe throw moment too was almost similar to where I think we were in a bigger picture for the season for LSU, where everything seemed like it was starting to get to them, and it was about a breaking point, and then something went the right way and kind of gave them second life. And so now we're looking at this Ole Miss game much differently in Baton Rouge than we would have been had that gone another way.
You know, the one thing that I try to remind Ole Miss people of sometimes when they almost get kind of giddy about, oh, LSU's going to fall apart. It's this opportunity. And, yeah, I mean, look, LSU's nowhere close to what they were a year ago. I'm not telling you anything you don't know.
Yeah.
But I have to remind people, hey, they've recruited at a really high level for a long time. And so the kids on that roster that are getting an opportunity all of a sudden in a, quote, free season to play, these are really good players. They're inexperienced, and they're raw and all that stuff, but these are kids that everybody else recruited too. So, you know, it's not like they've had this talent fall off. Now, I think whether LSU wins on Saturday or loses on Saturday, I think Ed's got to go do some serious soul searching with his program. I mean, if I'm an LSU fan, the one thing that would concern me a little bit is that it might be easy in a season where there's not going to be a bowl game. It might be easy to go, oh, hey, we finished with wins over Florida and Ole Miss. It's all good. No, it's not all good. I mean, you're not all good. You've got to be honest about where you are program-wise and look at it and go, we got thumped by A&M, and we got thumped by Alabama, and we got thumped by Auburn, and we got issues, and we got to fix those issues. If I were an LSU fan, as much as LSU does not want to lose to Ole Miss, I get it. There's a part of me that's like, yeah, but I don't want this – if I were an LSU fan, the last thing I would want Saturday would be a pretty win over Ole Miss where there would be a tendency, and I think Ed's the type of coach that could fall for this, to think, oh, it's okay. See, it's working itself out. I'd be a little concerned about that. So, you know, that this is an interesting time in the division because you've got Alabama that's head and shoulders above everybody else, period. I mean, they're just superior. And then you've got A&M that's coming. You've got Auburn that's in this weird transition spot right now. LSU's kind of vulnerable. I think Arkansas is getting better, but there's so far to go. Ole Miss is getting better, but there's a long way to go. And then Mississippi State, I don't think Mike Leach fits there. I don't think that's going to work. But although history says that he does improve after slow starts, year 3 in a Mike Leach tenure, they start to take off. I don't think that's going to happen in Starkville, but we'll see. But so this is a key moment for LSU, and as they go into this offseason, they got a big recruiting class and all that, but I do think Ed's got to, when this game ends, whether they're walking off with that ugly trophy or watching it leave. And God, it's a hideously ugly trophy. I think he's got to take a few minutes. Then he's got to hit the reset button a little bit and figure it out.
Yeah, coming into this week, I was looking at everything else from a program standpoint, from the signing day and then how the offseason goes in a far more serious light. As much as the game is right in front of us and we're talking about who wins or loses on Saturday, I thought that the wins or losses on signing day and in the offseason were far more significant for where this LSU program is. And I was really interested to hear how the fan base reacted and how the coaches reacted to the win against Florida for that exact same reason. And I tweeted something Sunday morning about very exciting, very necessary win, still a lot of issues. Like, are we ready to talk about this? And most of the reaction was, no, this season sucks. Let's just enjoy this. And I don't know how far that leash becomes, I guess, from the fan base of being comfortable with a positive finish to the season, kind of covering up some of the issues that underlie there. And even after the Bama game, was still talking about building a championship contender, and it was the same sort of chorus. And so there certainly seems to be that potential that if things go too well Saturday, it covers up some of the issues that really probably need some addressing over the next few months.
Well, it's like when you're fat, right? And maybe you lose a couple of pounds and you wear something that for whatever reason is kind of flattering that day, and a few people go, "Oh, you look nice," and you think, "Oh, see, I don't need to go on this diet. That diet's going to suck. I don't want to do that." And so you kind of go back into your old habits and you put 12 pounds back on, and all of a sudden you have a bigger problem than you did, 2 months earlier. That's where they are, I think. I mean, so look, if you're an LSU fan, this is kind of a free day, because if you win, you get to go, "Oh, yeah, we beat Ole Miss, awesome." And if you lose, you get to go, "Oh, yeah, it sucks to lose to Ole Miss, but now he has no choice but to look in the mirror. He has no choice but to get on the scale." It's that deal. It's that deal where, and you can tell I'm a former fat guy who still battles it sometimes, because I always make this analogy. You go to you don't want to go to the doctor for the strep throat because you don't want to get on the scale. And so if you go to the doctor and they're like, don't worry about it, you're like, okay, no matter what they do the rest of the time, this visit didn't go as badly as I thought it would go, because you don't want to get on that scale and go, "Oh, I've gained 18 pounds. I kind of knew it." So that's where LSU is. I think LSU needs to, one way or the other, when LSU goes to the doctor on Sunday, they need to get on the scale. They need to get on the scale and look at the scale, not do that deal where, "Hey, don't tell me, just write it down. Don't tell me." They need to look at it, because I think they've got to evaluate where they are, because you don't fall like they fell in 1 year without there being some internal stuff, period.
I'm laughing so much. My weight's kind of gone up and down at different points through the years. And at some point when I had lost some weight a few years back and was getting a lot of those compliments, and I kind of looked at myself as objectively as I could, and I told my friends, "Look, y'all, pro tip, get really fat and then lose some weight, and people will compliment you left and right." And I'm still chubby. I don't know if y'all realize it or not, because by comparison, it looks a little bit better than it did a couple months ago. But, I still got some stuff to figure out, man. But everyone's gassing me up right now about how good I look.
Well, LSU's gotten chubby, and so they got to fix it, because a year ago they were a lean, mean fight machine, man. They looked like $1 gazillion. I mean, they looked fantastic, and they don't now. And so, but they have the potential to get back to that place quickly. And that's the thing. I think it's easy to look at what's happened there and go, "Oh, it's blowing up. It's a disaster." And you could end up being right. I mean, a year from now, it could be a disaster, because they've got stuff they've got to address, and this league's tough, and this league is unforgiving, and you can get whacked quickly. And look at LSU. I mean, they could have easily lost to Arkansas. I mean, that game could have gone the other way, and the Florida game could have gone the other way. This is not far from being catastrophic down there and that kind of thing from a perception standpoint. So that's the interesting part. And for Ole Miss, I think the key for them on Sunday morning when they get up is, no matter what happens, just keep moving forward. He's got that program moving forward. Even a win over LSU doesn't, you got to be careful to not go, "Hey, we've arrived." No, you haven't arrived. You still got a long way to go. But if you lose at Baton Rouge and you go fall to 4-5 and stuff, people go, it's what it does not make the season a failure. This season, really, no matter what happens in Baton Rouge, is, considering where Ole Miss was a year ago, is a success.
Anything else for the game that you're particularly watching going in that you just kind of have your eyes on, or just watch these teams let it fly and see what happens at the end of the day?
Well, with Ole Miss, it's always about their ability to get to the passer a little bit. It's about their ability to tackle in the open field. They've gotten better about that in the last few weeks, and it's one of the reasons that they've won some of these games that, maybe they lost to Arkansas and Auburn because they didn't make a play on defense. They beat South Carolina and Mississippi State, even though the numbers were not very good, because they at times made a couple of plays on defense. I think that's the key for them in Baton Rouge. They're going to give up yards. They're going to give up points. It's going to be, can you come up with a couple of big plays? It's not a defense that causes turnovers much. So it's, can you make a key third down stop? And then on offense, the one thing that gets overshadowed a little bit because of the success that Elijah Moore has had, that Kenny Yeboah has had, that Matt Corral has had, the one thing that's gotten away from them a little bit is guard, center, guard, being able to run the ball inside, keep defenses honest. They haven't been great in the red zone. They're great on these explosive 40, 50, 60-yard plays that are beautiful and are highlight reels, and Lane Kiffin's throwing his score sheet up, his play call sheet up in the air. But they haven't been particularly good first and goal at the 4. They haven't been real good at that. So I don't think they can leave a lot of those opportunities on the table on the road at Baton Rouge. And the other thing that I'm watching for is I do want to see what would happen if Ole Miss got off to a good start. If Ole Miss got up a couple of scores on LSU, does LSU go, well, you know what, last week was cool. Let's get out of here. We get to go home for Christmas tomorrow. Not going to a bowl game. Tired of all these damn tests. I'm tired of being swabbed. I'm ready to go home. There's a little part of me that is curious to see that. I think the longer that, as crazy as this sounds in this game, the longer that Ole Miss, quote, lets LSU hang in it, the more challenging it gets. If you told me that a team jumped out early and got rolling, I'd probably bet on Ole Miss, because I think they're probably going to be a little more locked in from the get-go than LSU is, because Ole Miss they got another game. They're going to play another game after this, and they're going to go to a bowl. And a lot of these kids haven't been to a bowl in ever. So there's a lot for them to be excited about. And LSU a year ago this time was getting ready for the national championship. So, there's the mental part of it. But for Ole Miss, it's red zone stuff. It's ability to make a stop. And I'm interested to see Johnson play again a week after. Now you've got an opportunity. He's on film. So you've got an opportunity for a defensive coordinator to sort of make an adjustment to some things that he does well. But he's such a smart kid. You can tell, you can watch him play and just tell he's a football player. I don't think there's any way to really just kind of like stifle him. I expect he'll have a really good game. I think both quarterbacks will play well. Again, I'm a Louisiana boy. I think this is a fun game. I've always thought this was a cool game. I think it's great for the league if Ole Miss gets good enough to make this a rivalry. When Ole Miss is not good, LSU doesn't take this game like a rivalry. It's a rollover game. It's kind of like Arkansas. Like last year when LSU beat Ole Miss, they didn't that trophy. I think someone forgot it on the field. Someone had to run back out and get it or something. And the league and it would be better served for this to get fun. And I think as long as Lane Kiffin's at Ole Miss and he and Ed like each other, I know they're going to want to beat each other, but they go way back. They've been together several times, and I think there's a lot of respect there. Lane talked about how much he learned about recruiting from working with Ed at USC. And, I think this has a chance to be a really fun game, because Lane, you can tell when Lane doesn't particularly care for another coach and when he does, because the jabs at Orgeron, at Saban, at guys like that are playful. It's funny jabs, like, almost inside joke jabs, like tweak them a little bit. That's kind of what he did this week a little bit with Ed in a way. He clearly respects Ed and likes him, and was, I think, genuinely really happy for Ed a year ago. But he wants to win this game. I mean, look, Lane's a super competitive guy, and he wants to put his stamp on the league, and he didn't come to Ole Miss to count money. He came to Ole Miss to go for championships. And I tell people this all the time. They're like, well, you think he can do it? I'm like, I don't know whether he can do it or not, but I know his goal. And there have been people at Ole Miss, Houston Nutt, comes to mind immediately, who think, hey, you know what, Ole Miss is a good job because I think I could win 7 games a year and go to the Music City Bowl and get paid. And it'll all be okay. And every once in a while, pull off an upset, maybe catch LSU or Alabama on a bad day and beat them and get some attention or whatnot. That's not Lane Kiffin. Whether he can do it or not, I don't know. But Lane Kiffin intends to win at a national level wherever he is. And to do that, he's got to win games like this one and catapult his team into next season.
No doubt. And we'll see. We don't have to wait that much longer to see how this first edition of Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss versus Edo at LSU will go Saturday afternoon in Tiger Stadium in Death Valley in Baton Rouge. LSU hosting Ole Miss to finish out the regular season. Neil, again, appreciate you so much chatting a little bit about it as we gear up for this one.
It was a lot of fun, Jarrett. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Again, he's Neil McCready.
That was Jarrett Roser of our LSU site, tigerdetails.com. It's about 9:58, so getting about 3.5 hours. Is that right? Yeah, 4.5 hours from game day. Chase Parham will be here around 12:30. We'll have Ryan Brown and Matt Moscona also during that show. Scoreboard Business presented by The Rogue. By the way, go to therogue.com. You can get gift cards and more there today. So if you're looking for a last-minute stocking stuffer, holler at The Rogue, therogue.com, get a gift card. Fantastic shop, great selection. You'll love everything that you'll see there at The Rogue. So we'll continue to get you ready for the big day in football, about an hour away from some of the championship games getting started in Indianapolis, in Dallas, and elsewhere. I do a show twice a week with Chris Landry of LandryFootball.com. It's a really good show. We talked about SEC stuff, pretty intense. Chris can get pretty intense. And on Thursday afternoon, he got animated during the show talking about the Auburn search and more. So here's Chris Landry, LandryFootball.com. Be back with you in about an hour with more programming. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday, last Saturday shopping day before Christmas. Thank you for those of you who are in the thread. Thank you for being with us here all day long. We'll be with you throughout the day, into the game, past the game today at MPW Digital. So here's Landry Football and beyond. Welcome into another edition of SEC Football and Beyond. I'm Neil McCready. Chris Landry with me here today as well. It's a Thursday afternoon as we record this, just after 2 o'clock Central Time. Hope you're doing well. It's December the 17th. If you're out and about this weekend doing your Christmas shopping or traveling to see family and friends, please be careful, be safe. Look forward to seeing you. We'll do one show next week. We were just talking about this. We'll do a show on Tuesday, then we'll chill for the holiday, and we'll come back after that and see where we are and go from there. But a lot to get to today. National Signing Day was yesterday, Chris. The SEC Championship game is on Saturday night, Alabama and Florida from the Mercedes-Benz Stadium there in Atlanta. That game, a 7 Central, 8 Eastern start on CBS. There are some other games on the slate this weekend. Texas A&M hoping for a win and some miracles for them to backdoor their way into the playoff there in Knoxville for a noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central kickoff on ESPN. Missouri wraps up their regular season looking for a 6-4 record against Mississippi State. That game at 2:30 on SEC Network alternate channel. Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin wrap up their first regular season together. The Rebels looking for a winning record. They need to win at LSU to do it. That game at Tiger Stadium at 2:30 on the SEC Network. And then, as we mentioned, Alabama and Florida. That game, again, 8 Eastern, 7 Central. You can see it on CBS. Georgia and Vanderbilt have been COVIDed. That game will go down in the record books as a no contest. Just didn't happen, which is bad news for Georgia. They didn't get to have their senior day. Twice Vanderbilt killed senior day festivities. Georgia, there is some talk, Chris, that if Georgia gets to play in the Peach Bowl, that they'll do their senior day festivities there instead of in Athens. And frankly, I think this year, given all that kids have been through, all that programs have been through, I don't think anybody on the other side or anywhere else would have a major problem with that.
No, not at all. It's just been a weird year. And I, for one, am kind of glad, not that it's over, but I'm glad that we're getting through it, and yet crossing my fingers that that with some of the ways that we do things in terms of college football, that we don't have an embarrassing and what I would consider a college football disaster moment with the playoffs and major bowl games, particularly what we call the playoff games of like any major COVID issues. And so I'm very curious to see how people are going to handle it individually. And again, with no real direction and, just kind of, well, this conference, we're going to do this and that. You hope that everybody can do all the right things. You'd think so. Everybody would say you'd think so, but you just don't know. Still a little bit perplexed that we haven't really looked at what are we doing. I know venue changes are tough, Neil, but in today's environment, when you don't really have a whole lot of fans, I'm wondering, are we really going to – is it the best interest of the Rose Bowl to have these semifinals this year, or would it be better for them to punt it, have it next year, and maybe do it somewhere like Miami where you can have a lot more people? Probably too late to do it, but they should have been discussed a few weeks ago.
Yeah, because what's weird about the Rose Bowl is that usually that game is when it is, and they're so insistent on it being when it is because of the parade. They're not having the parade this year.
Yeah, they always want to have that. They want to have that time slot and all that. But, for people that are wondering, they're not the college football playoff committee is trying to strong arm them into at least letting the kids' family show up. And in that stadium, you certainly could do that. I mean, friends and family there, you could do that. They're resisting on that even, which is, I think unfortunate, because I think that could be done. Anyway, be that as it may, we've got the games. I do want to start real quick and remind folks, I know Neil's got great coverage of it. We've got it at LandryFootball.com. Signing day, the breakdowns, a lot of news and notes. And I've got a lot more to be done, and not more next week, even though we may not be doing a podcast. I will be getting into more of the breakdowns of each recruiting class, but some thoughts inside the conference before we go to the games, just some things that jump out at me yesterday, or, the early signing day to this point, which is still got a few more days to it. And obviously the second wave of it, but really continue to not amazed, but just continue to be impressed with the Alabama machine and how they do it. They have not only had a great early signing, but they had a great day. I mean, they were able to flip a couple of key guys away from LSU, which absolutely hurts LSU, no question about it. They had a very good class. Georgia didn't have a great day, but a great early signing, and those are the two that kind of lead the way. Alabama looks like the best in the country. Ohio State, Clemson were outstanding. But inside the conference, really impressed, and you're very familiar with it. You're right there. You cover it on a daily basis. But Ole Miss, we've talked about it. The impact of Lane Kiffin as a recruiter. I thought he had maybe the best singular day in terms of being able to, certainly in terms of flipping, he did the most. And it was at the expense of who, Mississippi State, which, again, we've talked about the problems that Mike will have recruiting there. And Ole Miss certainly was really impressive. And we'll see how it goes. Auburn, trying to hold on. Tennessee said it all along. Everybody said, "Oh, great recruit." No, signing day not here yet. Well, it was here yet yesterday. Neil, they limped in. Good class. They limped in, and had it not been for Auburn, I know Auburn was close to flipping even yet two more of the Tennessee kids, but because of their circumstances, Tennessee was able to hold on there, or else it would have slipped even further. So those are some thoughts that, I'll go into each and every school's class and the players. I've got scouting reports, scouting notes on all the top 300 players, and, a little bit about what they're like, skill sets, who they remind me of, things like that. But those are some initial thoughts from signing it. We're going to get into more detail of it next week and the week after, where we have a little bit more time, and we don't have games to break down today. But those are some of my initial thoughts. Your thoughts.
Well, look, Alabama does what Alabama does. They just reload. Their program is the best in the country. Their recruiting machine is the best in the country. And I mean that in virtually every conceivable machination of what that word means. They do a great job of identifying who they want. They do a great job of when they know that a deal's messy or they're not sure on a kid, they're the best at knowing when to move on. They're the best at keeping things under control. They're just very, very good. And you can tell the people that learned a lot from their time there. One is Jimbo Fisher, who I think is building a recruiting machine at A&M. I know the rankings or whatever. I'm not obsessed with the rankings ever, really, but this year I'm less obsessed with the rankings than ever before because even the people who do them admit that it was so hard to do this year and that there's going to be mistakes made. I'm always interested in offers. Who else offered a kid? Who else was really offering a kid? Who else sent NLIs to a kid? A&M did really well. They continue to build their base there. They impressed me a lot.
Particularly on the defensive line again. And that's where you do it, my friend. Offense, defensive line. That's why they've shot up. Oh, shot up. That's I invented a word. Shot up.
You know,
last couple of years.
You said this early when we started the show. One of the first 2 or 3 shows that you did, you were talking about A&M, and you were talking about A&M having an identity, and they're recruiting to an identity, and that's one of the reasons that the people that are writing them off, like, oh, this is a 1-year deal. No, this is kind of the beginning of it. I think they're going to be a perennial contender for a little while. You mentioned Ole Miss. There's no question that you look at what Lane did in year 1 in a pandemic. They did really well, and they're going to add, I think, at least 2 more players to this class from the early period, and then I think you're going to see them get Tywan Malone in February. They're going to add 10 to 11 4-stars, including 6 to 7 on the defensive side of the football. That's significant. I mean, Ole Miss when you watch Ole Miss play, there's a talent deficiency on the defensive side of the ball. People talk about coaching and scheme and all that and whatever. I mean, we can talk about that till you're blue in the face, and you might have a point, you might not. I don't know. What I know watching them week in and week out is that they have a talent deficiency on that side of the ball, and they've gone a long way towards addressing the beginnings of addressing that. I tell you who doesn't get enough credit for what I think they did in recruiting, Chris, is Missouri.
Yeah, they did.
You know, year 1 for Elijah Drinkwitz there, and same thing that Kiffin ran into, that Sam Pittman ran into. Right about the time that you get rolling on this first full class, boom, here's a pandemic, and you can't bring anybody to campus, and you can't go see anybody. And like Kiffin, Drinkwitz was able to work through it. They brought in, I don't know how many exact, 7, 8, 9 4-star players, maybe 10. I can't remember exactly how many. They brought in a lot of good players, building a base there. He's proven to be a good coach. Kids like playing for him. He's gotten some criticism for trying to get attention with his T-shirt and stuff this week, but that's distracting kind of stuff. The guy's clearly running a really good program. So that impresses me. Arkansas had a good rating, but when I look at their class, it doesn't do a lot for me. But that's not a completely fair assessment because I don't know enough about it. I don't think Mississippi State had the class that Mississippi State needed to have, wanted to have. And, man, I look at Auburn and I look at what's going on with their coaching search, and I look at what's going on with their recruiting and what's happening inside their state with Alabama just continuing to build, and Georgia over there continuing to recruit at a remarkably high level, and LSU putting together another top 5 class. And if I'm an Auburn fan today, I'm perturbed. I'm a little worried. I don't understand what's going on and why it's happening this way. And I, by God, want it fixed and fixed pretty quick. I mean, if I'm an Auburn fan, I don't want this continuing on much longer, because here's the thing, Chris, if you look at it, like the program that I cover, for example, Ole Miss has 26 to 28 scholarships available, depending on semantics and how you look at it and when kids come in and blah, blah, blah. They signed 21. They're going to add 2. They're going to end up with 25-ish, 26. They're not going to – there's not going to be a whole lot for them to do in January working on February, the kids that are going to sign in February. They're going to be focused in on 4 or 5 kids looking to sign as few as one of those kids. So they're in other words, they're going to turn their attention to the next class. And if you at Auburn are having to finish up a class and bring in a new staff, and you've got kids that want to leave because they felt like they got lied to and all that stuff, you're going to get distracted. And before you know it, you're going to be behind on the 22 class. And that can become this perpetual thing where you can't ever completely catch up.
Yeah, a couple of things. And I went on the Scout's Eye podcast and today on the Landry Football, I talked about recruiting big picture. One thing that I don't like, and it is a problem, and it is going to happen every year to any number of programs. The college football calendar, and in particular the recruiting calendar, sucks. Okay, it sucks. Okay, if you're going to have early signing day, have early signing day. Early signing day should be in late July, early August. Okay, that's early signing, and then signing day. And I think, we probably have, instead of 80% now, I mean, well, of course you're going to have 80% because most of the people are, I mean, it's December, for goodness sakes. I mean, it's February. It's not a whole lot's going to change. So in some cases it will. Early signing day, late July, August, maybe get 30% of the players. It would be really exciting for the college calendar to see what 20% or what have you. For the kids that want to get it out of the way, get it out of the way early. The ones that don't then have the real signing day, get this, the first Wednesday in March. It gives maximum time to have your coaching changes, go through your bowls, whatever you have, get your staff together, and then redirect your class. And, I think there should be some stipulations of if there's a coaching change, a kid to be able to look at it from early signing day. But it's going to lead to a quote unquote, a first class for every coach is going to be, bad. Now, let me say this about Auburn. Their class, they kept pretty much everybody that they had. Who they had committed from 2 months ago, they got those guys. It wasn't like, they lost a whole. Who they had a small commit. They had 12 commitments and 8 of them signed. And I don't know what the other 4 are going to do. Maybe they're going to wait out. But I guess my point is they weren't recruiting well at any point. I mean, they haven't been recruiting well. So I don't know this is the signing would have been a whole lot different if they had kept Gus. I don't know. I mean, they're only 12 commitments. Maybe there are 3-4 more guys that sign other than what they had. The point is they've got to correct a major problem. I don't want to do Tuesday show over again. We went through it, but the reality is, I know you have some things that you maybe want to address about the Auburn situation. The reality is you've got to make sure that you get the hire right in any hire, okay? And you don't want, we need to do it quick because signing it. Then, okay, you may mess up one class. You get the wrong hire, and you're going to mess up 4 classes. You know what I mean? So I don't like the rules the way they are. They're bad for how we do it. That's typical college football, screwing up their own situation. But yes, Auburn is a mess, but it can be turned around.
And here's the Auburn problem right now. They're on the cusp of committing the big offense in a coaching search, which is you've made up your mind who you wanted to hire. So hire them.
Yeah. Yeah. Why worry about the PR? Because I mentioned it. That there's no secret. I've said that
you're in a scoreboard business, Chris. You're in a scoreboard business.
Yeah, you are, and I get it. It's like it's like having your cake and eating it too, which I'm not. I can't believe I said that. I hate that saying, because why would you have a cake if you don't eat it? I never quite get that. But I get the whole point of you want to hire, and by you, it's everyone. I heard somebody today, and you could tell, Neil. I don't know. Does it frustrate you as much as it does me? I heard somebody today. I was doing a little workout and listened to somebody on a national show say, they ought to fire Alan Green because I can't believe he's going to do – Alan Green, the athletic director, has nothing to do with this. And, how can you – and it's somebody that's doing like an SEC show. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Just shut up. I don't –
There's a lot of people out there in this stuff, Chris, that don't want to acknowledge how it works. They really don't.
Or they don't know. They don't know. Some of them don't know. I mean, the guy I heard today doesn't know. I mean, I can tell you because he just –
then he or she is really naive.
Yeah, well, I mean, they don't know Auburn. They don't know. Look, you got to know there's politics at every place. Again, this is not an administrative hire. It's a booster hire. The same people that are writing the checks, the main 2, are the ones that are making this hire. They understand they're going to get a lot of blowback. So they're trying to put they're trying to put the polish on
So
lipstick on a pig. So we're going to hire a search committee, and we're going to have Bo on it, Bo Jackson.
no. Let me tell you,
Bo's going to be announced as.
Hold on, stop with the search committee. That search committee is window dressing.
That's what I'm talking about, Neil. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's so that Bo can come out and say, yeah, and support what it is they wanted to do all along. That's the point. And I mean, it's like you may not like what they're doing, but my God, wake up and smell the coffee out there if you don't understand what they're doing. I mean, we've explained it. We explained it like 2 weeks ago. We had mostly a show Tuesday. This is what they're doing. This is how they're doing it. You don't have to like it, but don't deny that it's not happening. They're like, it's like a shock. All the things we've been talking about that's going to happen are happening. I mean, that's just what they're doing,
So what I'm hearing they have is you have two boosters, two powerful boosters, two of the most prominent business people in the state of Alabama. One in construction, one in timber, wood, and they're in total disagreement about what should happen. And they're the people that have the stroke to make stuff happen. And I don't think they're on the same page. I think there was a plan. The plan was, all right, we're going to raise the money. We're going to buy out Gus Malzahn. The contract is what the contract is. He's got to get $10.5 something million, I think, by January the 14th. And then he's got to get another 10.5 whatever distributed in equal payments over the next 4 years by the end of the year. So he'll get another payment in December of 2021, December of 2022, 23, 24, and then they'll be done with it, and he'll have 20 some odd $1 million in his pocket. He can go to work. There's no offset, whatever. So they raised the money. And they were going to hire Kevin Steele. They were going to hire Kevin Steele before signing day. The plan, I think, was to hire him on Monday night. And then it fell apart because boosters wouldn't get involved. One of the boosters got to the interim chancellor or president, whatever the title is, and got him to form the committee. The committee is stacked with the other boosters' friends. The committee is still rocking along, planning to hire Kevin Steele. But now what's happened is the fans have gotten involved with this Stop the Steal, a playoff of the Trump election thing. They just
or the other version of the Tennessee Twitter war against Schiano.
That's right. And so where we're headed is, in my opinion, potentially to that. And so now
maybe.
Now Auburn is fast putting itself in a position to become a pawn. Mario Cristobal was able to use Auburn as a little leverage to get what he wanted at Oregon.
Second lowest paid coach in the Pac-12. Now the third highest paid coach in the Pac-12.
So that's one. The other is there's talk about Tom Allen, who just got a Big Ten Coach of the Year. Tom Allen is a massive buyout at Indiana, but I'm sure Tom Allen would like to utilize a little leverage and get an even better deal at his alma mater, get maybe some concessions as it pertains to facilities and that kind of thing. Indiana's been very basketball-oriented forever, understandably so, and Tom Allen would like to make it a football school in the Big Ten, and to do that, he's got to have facility upgrades. He's got to capitalize on this momentum. It's not being a jerk to when you have leverage to use it. But I'll believe Tom Allen goes to Auburn when I see it. I think Tom Allen would probably rather stay at Indiana. That's home. He's got a chance to build his own legacy there. And, people are excited. They're winning. They are a one touchdown away from being in the national championship conversation right now. He's done a super job. The kids love him. They're recruiting at a nice level, et cetera, et cetera. So you've got that going on. And then you've got this fan campaign that they're listening to, and now they're getting scared and they're backing away and, hey, can we do this? And you can only delay for so long before the answer is no, we can't do it anymore, like Tennessee did with Greg Schiano. And the truth is, Chris, and you might disagree, I shouldn't say the truth, it's my opinion that the truth is Tennessee would have been better off with Greg Schiano.
Well, one of the things about Schiano that's ironic, it's the one candidate that all the camps at Tennessee was on board with, every one of them. The former was okay with it. And, of course, Jim Haslam relies on, he's got a close relation with Peyton Manning. He endorsed him. And so it's ironic. The one guy that everybody agreed upon is the one guy that the fans went ape, over. And, so, who knows? It's a fit. No, the fit. That's what fans worry about is the fit, and Jeremy with his I ain't gonna get no, and we're gonna, what they call them, skull can and all this stuff, and talk like one of us. They get until they lose, and then they love it until it's that. The reality is people focus a little bit too much on that. But Greg is a Jersey guy and talks different. Yeah, it's a better coach, no doubt. Would have done a better job, but they might not have liked him. But yeah, who you win, it changes it.
So yeah, so here they are, and someone in the thread. Let's see who is. It's William Taylor says Auburn needs to get Kiffin. Truth is, Kiffin doesn't want that job. Kiffin doesn't want to leave Ole Miss after 1 year, not to go to Auburn. Many of the things that I think ultimately will frustrate Lane Kiffin about Ole Miss and will lead Lane Kiffin to leaving Ole Miss eventually down the road, all of those same things exist at Auburn. I mean, in my opinion, if you told me that, hey, Neil, look into your crystal ball and the football gods come down and say, hey, Lane Kiffin's going to leave Ole Miss in 2 years. And you say, guess where he's going? Okay, my guess is going to be he's going out west, or he got the Texas job. It's going to be a big city out west with his family. He's not taking look, Auburn right now today, you go to Auburn, you got to compete with every single day with Nick Saban. You've got Kirby Smart as your permanent opponent. At Ole Miss, Vanderbilt's your permanent opponent. He just signed a top 20 class at Ole Miss in a pandemic. He's not in a hurry to leave Ole Miss. And then, frankly, and you and I talked about this the other day, Auburn's got this thing in its mind about what kind of coach it wants, and that's not Lane Kiffin.
I think the thing that people have a hard time understanding is that they're looking at it logically, and they don't understand and look at it through the prism of the people that's doing the hiring. Again, at Auburn, it is run by a couple of key boosters that are the ones that write the check. That means when you write the check, it speaks, it comes, or they demand with it a lot of say-so. And until they're in a position to say no to your money and, no to your involvement, and it may come to that one day, they're going to be involved to that point. And so who they get will be reflective of who they want. And therefore, it's going to limit you because other people that might seem to be like good fits, are not good fits because that's not who those people want. And it is not the fit that a certain coach might want to deal with, having to deal with a certain booster. So the fit has to go both ways. And the fit is just this. You got to glad hand the boosters. You got to be their buddy. You got to be their guy. And that has to go both ways. So if you're a coach that not comfortable with that, you're not going to be interested, even though you'd be interested in coaching Auburn. And if you're a guy that's not interested in doing that, then they're not interested in you. Okay. That may be convoluted. That's how it works there, which is why I said what I said on Tuesday. I'm aware that there's certain people feel certain way about it, but I also understand that there's a limited number of people that would be interested in dealing with the nonsense, and the ones that are, and the way it'll play out is the guy that is willing to deal with it that way. And you have to be willing to do that. There's a reason why Nick Saban had no interest in going to Texas. A, he didn't want to leave Alabama, but B, he didn't want to deal with the 19, millionaires that like to know what's going on at practice every day. There's a reason for that. And so you have to understand that.
So let me throw some names at you that are out there. Number one, Hugh Freeze would crawl, I think, out of the mountains to Auburn for that job. There appears to be absolutely no taste for Hugh Freeze whatsoever at Auburn.
Yeah, that's the point. So, I mean, it's like I said on Tuesday. So, they're not interested. So, that's fine. It just doesn't really matter. He's not going to turn down that job. No, he's not going to turn that job to wait and see if Tennessee comes open. No.
What about Billy Napier? What about Bill Clark at UAB? These are names that are starting to pop up a little bit.
Those names to me have been there all along because they're good. Billy Napier's name has been out there. Bill Clark has done a really good job. I think those are names that are being thrown out publicly to investigate and look at. And I think, and there are others we can go over. I love Bill Clark. I think Bill Clark would be a guy I would seriously consider. Billy's good, and Billy would take the job, Billy Napier. But they're going to look at it and say, those guys don't measure up to Wheatwood. There won't be any consensus on that. And at some point, and I know what you're saying, well, not everybody integrate. Yeah, but there's going to be one person that gets hired. And I think what is going to come down is they will, I hate to use the word, they will settle on, the best option for them. And I don't think there's a consent. All of these guys that are out there, and they're just a whole bunch of them, there's not even close to even consensus on any of them.
So on Tuesday when we talked, I think you were close to 100% certain that it was going to be Kevin Steele, and I was too. As of today, it's Thursday afternoon, about 2:30 in the afternoon Central Time. How confident are you that it will be Kevin Steele? Because my confidence has dropped some.
Mine has gone up some.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So you think?
I mean, I understand all the talk, but I understand all the reason why all the talk is. As I said before, this is what I think, and it's a reading the tea leaves of. They understand and they hear all that negative. What is it? Freeze out Steele or stop whatever that thing is. Stop Steele.
Yeah.
They get all that. That's why they're doing what they're doing. That's why they're putting the committee together, because it's, hey, they had a committee. And, the committee thought, so to cover the fact that the key guy or guys that gets their guy, no, it wasn't me. We went through a committee. No. It's a clown show stuff that it is cosmetic. And throwing all these names out, man, they looked at this guy, they looked at that guy, they looked at, man, it was thorough. And then the as I said on Tuesday, eventually it'll come out. We looked at all the guys, and we thought, they'll paraphrase in here, that there's nobody a better fit for the Auburn family than a guy that's already here. That's what I think is going to happen. I'm not telling you that, that somebody's told me this has happened, it's done. I'm telling you that's just experience with Auburn, knowing Auburn. That's what I think is going to happen. And to quite frankly, I'm not doing cartwheels on anybody that's on the list that is gettable for Auburn. There's 2 or 3 guys I put in my podcast. We actually, I don't mean to be coy about it, but one of them has been brought up that who I would go and get. And I believe they could get. But I don't think.
Well, you can't just tease it like that.
No, seriously. Well, look, I mean, you mentioned, okay, I'll go ahead.
Yeah.
You mentioned Tom Allen wouldn't leave Indiana. I can tell you for a fact he'd run to Auburn tomorrow.
Really?
Guaranteed.
Well, then why are they not just going and hiring?
Because that's not who they want to hire. He's not their Auburn guy. Tom knows, okay, and I don't. Tom knows you can't stay at Indiana. You can't build Indiana football. That you gotta get out. I mean, maybe you can't get out this year. Maybe you can't find the right. He knows he can't. He can't stay long there, or else he's going to be like those guys that remember he was hot, and then you get cold because you don't win at Indiana anymore. It's just one of those deals. But most of the guys that we're talking about, I've said it before. Mario doesn't want to coach in the SEC West against Saban, and but he's the guy, and on Alabama radio yesterday. Well, what about Urban Meyer? It's an SEC job. I mean, look, I don't have time for some of that stuff, but no, I mean, there's a lot of folks that I think would be interested if this was a sincere search, if this was not the environment that it is. The environment that it is going to lead to the ultimate decision. That's what I think. That's what I believe. And I haven't had anything since Tuesday that's come up and make me believe it, because the one thing that would make some football sense would be to go out and it would win the press conference, but hire Hugh Freeze. Oh man, that would send the light sparkling, and how good it would be, we'll see. But there's no appetite for it. I mean, I get it. Billy Napier's a good coach. I know Billy really well. Is he a slam dunk guy at an Auburn? I mean, there's a lot of, to me, there's not a lot of sure things there. There's not a lot of there's never a sure thing. I don't mean that. But the guys that I would go and get are guys that wouldn't deal with some of the nonsense that they have to deal with there. And therein lies the issue. And, you say, well, you get rid of those guys. They are the owners. They're providing the money. Kind of hard to walk away from money at any time, but particularly now. Therein lies the problem. So it's more about a coaching search issue, is more of an explanation to the fan that just doesn't get what Auburn is all about. There's a certain way they do it. And look, there's outside pressure, but I don't know if the outside pressure it's going to be don't hire Steele, and then it's going to be, well, who do you hire? And I don't know that there's going to settle in on the one guy. So we'll see, We'll see. I mean, I don't know. That's how I feel it's going to be, and I'm leaning on the background with that, and I haven't heard anything that would make me think that they're leaning in another direction. If I get word that, hey, yeah, look, you know what? They've thought it over and they really are now in on Hugh Freeze. Okay, well, that makes some sense. But I can't get that all of a sudden, yeah, boy, they are just, Billy Napier this or Scott Satterfield or whatever. I mean, it's just, I don't know that any of that stuff has any legs.
Hugh has hurt himself in this cycle. He's doing the one thing that he can't stop doing, and that's he gets on Twitter, he searches his name, and he responds to people. And he did it with a Tennessee fan the other day, and the rumor is it's a 14-year-old kid. He can't stop. He's got to get past it. He won't do that, and it comes across as not in control, undisciplined. And when you have an NCAA reputation and you have a personal reputation, whether it's fair or not, and some people say, hey, it's not fair. Okay, let's just say it's not fair. But if you continue to do things like that, at some point, it doesn't really matter whether it's fair or not. It looks like you are undisciplined. And can you be trusted to run a disciplined program at a place where you're going to be very much under the microscope? And so he's hurting himself at Auburn. He's hurting himself with the Tennessee job if and when it opens up in a year, because I don't think it opens up this weekend. I think Jeremy Pruitt's going to get another year. You might be ready to tell me differently, but I do think he's going to
I've been saying that Jeremy's going to get another year for weeks.
Yeah, you have. And he's going to get another year, and that job could open up in a year. There's, obviously every year jobs are going to open up because people win and people lose, but Hugh's not helping himself. If you're right, and I have absolutely no reason to doubt you, you're not.
Well, no. And it's a feeling of how that is unfolding as it always does. And all I've ever tried to do is explain the Auburn process and how it relates to this search. And
what I was talking about was Tom Allen. If you can get Tom Allen and you're not,
look, I mean,
that's on you.
Now, I think Tom will have other opportunities, but they're not going to be around 3 years from now, because you're not going to win 3 years from now, consistently at Indiana. So it'll cool a little bit, and there'll be another hotshot guy. I mean, and it is just a lot of things. And but again, that's not their guy, and it's not who. There's a lot of things that people would say, well, Hugh Freeze is a no-brainer, this or that. That's fine if that's the way you think, but the people doing the hiring don't think that. So, I mean, by saying this is what I think Auburn is going to do, I am not saying that's what I would do. In fact, I went into details, and I went into people that I think would be good fits and how I would do it and all of that. It's not so much about what I would do. It's not what I would do, actually. But this is typically what Auburn does. If you look at the track record, they've always done it. The only thing different is if Kevin had gone somewhere else and they were hiring him on the outside there. The only difference is they're hiring from the inside. And I've already heard the whole, Well, I mean, it's already the process, and I joked about it Tuesday, the process of how they've purposely leaked information out there and this and that. And I believe personally that a lot of this guy is not in favor of this guy. I think that's a lot of subterfuge to make sure that if it doesn't work, that they can say, I confessed he did it. And oh yeah, whether it's Alan Green or other people, everybody likes to have their hand clean. And what they say, victory has, many fathers, and a loser has the orphan. And so no one ever takes credit for what I always say in the draft world. You have a bad pick, nobody takes credit. Oh yeah, we had that guy high. Everybody had Patrick Mahomes really high. We just couldn't get up and get him. But that wasn't the case prior to the draft. And I think that is in coaching searches too. I think there's a lot of CYA going on, but I don't know where this is going other than Kevin Steele. I really don't know. I mean, somebody has to explain to me where it's going, because if you want to make the case for making a move, if it is Billy Napier, if it is Bill Clark, well, that to me would have been done. Now, maybe they're vetting it, and maybe the committee is doing something. Oh, right. But to me, the way they do it, because the initial why wouldn't they hire Kevin Steele then? Because they don't want to make it look like they made a snap decision, which they did. Because I think this has been in place for a while. They want to make it look like it's a thorough approach, and this is what we came out with. That's what I think is going to happen. I don't know. I'm not. That's my belief. It's kind of like predicting an outcome of a game based upon previous study. But no one's told me at Auburn that definitely that this is going to happen. But I haven't heard any other names. Who do you believe is the favorite? Who do you believe is
me?
Yeah. Who do you think is
Steele?
Huh?
Kevin Steele.
You think there's much to Napier or Bill Clark other than just names being thrown out?
I don't think there's much on Napier. I think if you told me there was a wild card, I might say they might panic, and not panic. That's not the right word. They might end up looking at a Steve Sarkisian. They might go to a Napier. They might do something like that. Look, if you get to about Sunday or Monday, and this thing's not done, then the PR is getting to. The PR is getting to them. And that was my point about Schiano, is that once you get to a place where you've made a decision and now you're backing off the decision because of the public reaction, once you start sliding down that path, it's really hard to get your traction again and go that route. You end up doing something that you didn't intend to do, and typically that doesn't work out.
Let me give you an example of a guy that's got some success that is in the right situation, if you made it right, would do a really good job, but would never work here either way. A guy like Bill O'Brien, a guy that fixed a mess at Penn State, a guy that would never deal with an Auburn situation with the influence of the key boosters. So therefore, he'd never want to deal with this, and they would never hire him because of that, right? That's got to be part of the deal, and he wouldn't do it. But if you gave him the control and do everything with the ability to do things the way he did, no, things didn't work out as a GM type. And but you talk about a guy that really got a lot out of his team, and a guy that's proven recruiter and certainly a much better job than James Franklin's done at Penn State. That would be a guy that if you told those guys, everybody get out of the way, we're going to give this program to him, you're talking about somebody that could do a lot of damage. But you can't tell those guys to go away because their money is what paid off the old guy, and their money is what paid everything. That's all I'm explaining to folks. So anyway, I'm curious to see where this goes. And I'd love to see Auburn do something different and creative. And I hate to say it, but I mean, I love Kevin. I don't think that's the answer for Auburn, but I have a feeling that that's what they feel is the answer. So I'm curious to see how this plays out.
So we're going to talk some games, including the SEC championship game. First, I want to tell you a little bit about Blue Sky. They believe in being fast, fresh, and friendly throughout the thoughtful layout and cleanliness of their stores. Blue Sky hopes to provide customers with a fast and easy buying experience. From services to product, Blue Sky plans to keep things fresh and always provide the freshest flavors of their brand name products and the best services available. A smile can say it all, and at Blue Sky, they want to show you they care about their customers and their shopping experience. They'll always strive to improve their efforts to accomplish exactly that. So check out Blue Sky today at any one of their 48 store locations across the Southeast. All right.
Hey, I know we go to the games. I gotta address this. My man Luke, I love you. Appreciate this. I hate the idea that you can't win at Indiana. Nobody thought Clemson could be what Clemson is now. Luke, I'm not quite sure how old you are. What Clemson was a national power for years under Frank Howard. It underachieved for years. Danny Ford won a national championship. Clemson is one of the real – Indiana has never won in football. Bill Mallory did a really good job. That is not a good comparison. That's I don't know. Maybe it's age. You don't realize how good historically Clemson was and what the potential is.
I think he's asking, and I do want to get to the games. I don't want to get too far down this tangent and lose track. I think what he's asking is, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't become a winner at Indiana, because you didn't win in the 70s or 80s or 90s doesn't necessarily mean that you can't win in the 20s.
Well, you got to define win. I mean, set 7 games and going to bowl games, you can do that at Indiana. You can't win 8 or 9 games consistently there. No one can. No. It's not. It's like saying, that you're going to do that. It is the equivalent of, it's not. Indiana would be the equivalent of a lesser version of Kentucky. The facilities are good, not as good as Kentucky's. Indiana's got an easier path. The Big Ten is not as tough as the SEC, but it's still pretty tough. No, Indiana's a place that you win at, and then you get the hell out because you're not going to win consistently. Because the only way you win at Indiana is if you have other people struggle. I mean, you got James Franklin in that coaching game against Penn State, and people are down. It's not sustainable at Indiana. So, yeah, winning 7, yeah, you can win 7 games at Indiana. You're not going to win 9 games out of 12 at Indiana unless it's maybe once in a blue moon. Now, if you want to do that and they'll keep you forever, you're fine. But if you want to compete for a title, you're not going to do that at Indiana. There's a reason why they haven't.
All right, let's talk about games. Texas A&M's at Tennessee. Is there Texas A&M needs to win this game big. They need style points. They have to have help later in the day, but they've got to do their part early in the day, and they've got to win this game big. Is that what you anticipate that they do?
I don't think they're a real explosive team. I think they can win it. I think they can win it big. I think it's going to take 4 quarters to do it. I don't think you explode. This type of team explodes on you. Look, I think A&M's in a unique spot in that they don't get in regardless. I think they're going to need Ohio State to lose, or Clemson to lose. But I'll throw out this scenario: what if A&M blows out Tennessee? Just 50-10 or something.
Okay, 50-10.
And what if Clemson blows out Notre Dame 50-10? I don't know why I'm on those numbers. Just know what I mean.
Sure.
There. Then
Houston.
I think the last quarter of that Clemson Notre Dame game will be about, wow, does Notre Dame hold on to the 4th spot? What's the case for A&M? They just beat Tennessee 50-10. Clemson just beat Notre Dame 50-10. That would get interesting then. That's a conversation that would get interesting. And I don't think Clemson's going to blow out Notre Dame 50-10. I think they're going to win decisively against Notre Dame. A&M winning decisively against Tennessee, I think helps. I think that's the only thing that's intriguing to me. I also think there's something to that. Wouldn't it be kind of difficult? There's no way if Alabama wins, you take them out of the number 1 spot. And so you're going to put A&M in. I guess you can go ahead and put A&M in at 3 and put Ohio State at 4. They're not going to want to put Alabama and A&M in the semifinal game in a rematch.
No, you have to.
I think it's very difficult. I think it's very so. Look, if that happens, if you get colossal blowouts, then I think what they would do is they decided to go at A&M. I think A&M would go in at 3, and I think that Ohio State would go in at 4. But that would be interesting because then you're putting in my mind the two best teams, Alabama, Clemson, and you're giving Alabama the tougher matchup against Ohio State than you would Clemson. So I think Notre Dame will likely be in, but if it's a blowout and A&M is a blowout, that could get interesting.
All right, yeah. Instead of 50-10, we need 49-10. That's kind of an inside Houston, not Ole Miss joke with me. So,
I'm sorry, I was not aware of that.
You're good. It's okay. So nobody, No, you're good. All right, what about
always the last to know?
Missouri, Mississippi State? Not a big game here, but an opportunity for Missouri to go 6-4 to really have something to kind of build on going in the next season. I think both of these teams are going bowling because I think the whole SEC outside of LSU and Vanderbilt is going to bowls in all likelihood. Tell me about it. Don't we don't want everybody.
No. Yeah. Look, I think that this is a game that kind of shows the status. First-year coaches, both places. I think for that and, with Mike and the tough year, I think people will throw, okay, Mike will get it going next year and all that. But I think it's tougher and tougher if you lose a game like this. And I do think Missouri's done a better job with their personnel than Mississippi State has. So I think this is an intriguing game for that reason. Other than that, there's not a whole lot there. You're right.
Ole Miss and LSU, certainly an interesting game for both teams. LSU, I think we all thought that they had flatlined going into the after the Alabama game. They sort of that meme where the wrestler pops up out of the casket, and it's kind of LSU this week. They showed a pulse, and Ole Miss has had 3 weeks. They beat Mississippi State, then they had their game moved because of the COVID stuff, not related to them. Ironically, they got their game moved because LSU was coming, and LSU and Alabama had to play, and then Ole Miss was supposed to play A&M. That game got COVIDed. So now Ole Miss, after a 3-week break, they're back full strength. No positives. They're going to play. They're going to play LSU in Baton Rouge. What do you think? 2:30. First of all, you're down there. What's the weather forecast? Because there's some talk about rain, and rain's a game.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I've been so busy. I hadn't watched the weather. I know it's turned kind of cool. It's pretty now, but yeah, I'm shame on me for not knowing the forecast here. So. Yeah, we'll watch it. Hey, check the Weather Channel, folks. I don't know. I have no clue. That's embarrassing. I do know as I'm looking over the camera, it's very pretty outside. It would be a great day for football today.
Yeah, 52 and sunny in Baton Rouge.
Well, then that's what it is right now. So, hey, we can have it in my front yard right now, and boom, it'd be perfect.
The forecast for Saturday is partly cloudy in the morning, then becoming cloudy with periods of rain later in the day. High of 66, chance of rain 80%.
Well, and, if there's a little bit of a front coming in, there usually is. It could be like a cold, like 25-degree colder feel to it. Look, here's my thoughts on it. I think it's an important game for this reason. I think Ole Miss is trying to build something, winning a game like this. LSU's more talented. LSU's not been real consistent, not good year. I think it's an opportunity to kind of build on something. Look where we are. We beat LSU. LSU, you'll win this game. You put a smiley face on. Look, last 2 games we won. We can figure this out. It's a lot of positives. It may because Ed Orgeron wants to keep him, likely keep Bo Pelini in his job. But a bad performance where they get eaten up by Ole Miss's offense, then it is looked at. Oh yeah, that Florida game is more about Florida and what they didn't do, and not about we're getting better. So I think the dynamics. Not about, who goes where, and you're right, may go to bowl games or anything like that. LSU's not going to one. It's important for some people in this game, and it's going to be a lot of fun because I think it's real intriguing to figure out how this defense is going to match up against this Ole Miss offense.
How do you think it shakes out? What kind of your
I think it is difficult because don't know quite where LSU is with a lot of young guys in play. I think this offense can move against Ole Miss. but I do think there'll be some plays to be made against this LSU defense. I kind of like Ole Miss in a close one, but I recognize that LSU still has more overall talent. But I'm still not – I don't want to buy completely into, boy, they did play well against Florida, but Florida really did a poor job.
Yeah, I expect a track meet in Baton Rouge. I've been saying this about Ole Miss for a while now. They score points and they give up points. They accumulate yards in bunches and they give up yards in bunches. There's nothing 8 games in. That's a fairly decent sample size in what was supposed to be a 10-game season, and I think that's who they are. I think Ole Miss is going to score into the 30s, and I think LSU is going to score into the 30s and maybe higher. And I think both teams are going to get up 500 yards of offense or more, and it's going to come down to who makes a mistake or whatnot. I do like the Johnson kid. I think he gives an angle and a dynamic to their offense that is better than what they had with Finley. And then, look, I think Matt Corral's a special player, and he's having a special season, and he's putting himself in position to make guys like you do a lot of study on him in the offseason as you start to look at him for the next level. So this is a big opportunity for him as well. So I actually think this is going to be a really entertaining game.
I do. And again, for the reasons I said, I think it's important.
It's the most entertaining game of the weekend. All right, let's talk about the championship game. Alabama, no shock. Florida coming off that devastating loss to LSU, one that it remains inexplicable in my mind how they could be as unmotivated and as unprepared as they were taking LSU lightly on last Saturday. It's a reflection on Dan Mullen that I think you have some strong feelings about Mullen these days based on that game and others. I do too. So Alabama and Florida, it's the SEC championship game in Atlanta. Weather won't be a factor, obviously. 7:00 CBS. I like Alabama to win huge here, Chris.
I do, and I'm going to answer this as to go. Blake asked, if Alabama loses to Florida, then the SEC gets 2 teams in the playoffs. No, Blake. Florida's out. Alabama would still make it, but it would be Clemson, Ohio State, and Notre Dame.
Yep.
The only chance, as we just talked about, is the possibility of A&M, and I don't want to get into it because it takes a long time, but we're not even talking about the possibility of a 2-loss team, and what if an Iowa State were to blow out Oklahoma and jump to A&M? I mean, there's all sorts of possibilities that I don't think we need to get into that are not going to happen. Look, I'll be quick in this regard, that for the people that will say things, hey, look, no one expected LSU to beat Florida, and it happened. Yeah, it happens all the time. I've seen a lot of football through my time. The difference is Florida is not Alabama. Florida is not as good as Alabama, and they're not as focused or as disciplined or as well coached overall as a team as Alabama. So what happened with Florida against LSU was LSU came in, played hard, but LSU was ripe to be punched in the mouth and taken down pretty easy.
Yeah.
Florida, as they have been all year long, I mean, almost every game, they come out slow. Okay, then they turn it on. But this past week, the offense wasn't sharp. They were ineffective in the red zone. They threw a pick 6. And the defense, which has not been good, consistently unproductive this year. You mentioned it. Mac Johnson gave LSU a little bit of a spark, a little bit of a hope. And all of a sudden, we got a game. And with that, Florida still is going to come back and win that game, if not for some weird, freaky, undisciplined stuff. The problem with using the just generic analogy, and look, it would not be the biggest upset in the history of the world. I've seen a lot of things in sports, a lot of things in football. But what makes this different, forget about Alabama being better as a team, more on that in a second. Alabama is just focused. Alabama plays to their standard. Florida doesn't. And what's going to have to happen for Florida going forward, Dan is going to have to get his team to play to a standard better. Dan has got to be more than just a really brilliant offensive mind that can adjust in game. He's got to become a more disciplined leader of the team and of the program. Some of his statements that he made post-game was like doubling down because I don't want to admit what I saw was really there. he actually said the show throw was a show throw, and I know it was like half kidding, but he said, "Oh, that was a football move." I mean, Dan, I understand the Darth Vader and the cuteness, but at some point it's cute when you win, but they're not going to like that when you start doing goofy stuff. And it's fine to be emotional and all that kind of stuff, but you got to be under control. Their defensive problems that they have, Spartan Martin, is a lot of personnel. They want to be hyper aggressive. They can't cover as well, and they bring pressure. They have good pressure packages, but they don't tackle very well. They're out of position a lot. They're hyper aggressive, and when you're hyper aggressive, if you don't match up in coverage, you're going to get beat. And they've been totally reliant upon their offense, and they couldn't get it done. So that's a concern. And I would say right now, I really believe this. You got issues that I just said with Dan. And then I think over at Georgia, you've got Kirby trying to figure out the offense. I am more confident that Kirby is going to figure out the offense more than I am about Dan figuring out how to have a better feel for his team and recruit at a level that Georgia and Alabama is recruiting, because Florida's recruiting good, but they're not quite as good as LSU, Georgia, or Alabama. And so I think that while everybody said, well, Florida's, pardon the pun, turned the tide and it's now Florida, I like Georgia's future because I think Georgia's future is more fixable and easily fixable. Now, there's a possibility neither one of them may get it to the level that they need to. But anyway, Alabama is just so much better in their preparation, in their discipline. They can run the football and play up-tempo and go point for point with Florida. That's not the formula that's best fit for them, because that does play in Florida's hand. If Florida plays great from the start, which they haven't done all year long offensively, they can score points in an up-and-down fashion with Alabama, but Alabama can turn around and run the football and shorten the game. Alabama's defense is really good, a lot better than people know. They're not going to shut out Florida if Florida's playing well, but Alabama is just complete, and Alabama plays with a focus that's different.
Who should win the Heisman?
I would vote with Devontae Smith. I think he's been the best player in college football. I got no problem. I think Mac, there's some years that they've got multiple guys that are deserving, and I think Mac is as well. Those two guys are more than anybody else. I don't think anybody else deserves it. I think those two deserve it. And you only got one. There's some years where I don't know that anybody's deserves it. But you got to give it to somebody. This year, I think both do. You can only go to one. To me, it's Devontae. I think he's the best player on their football team. I will say this. The offensive line is the real hero of this offense.
Mm-hmm. All right, when we reconvene on Tuesday, who are the four playoff teams going to be?
In this order: Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, Notre Dame.
Tell you what, from a TV standpoint, the TV people will be thrilled with that, because that is sexy.
And it does two things. It takes, in my opinion, the second and third team, Clemson and Ohio State, and put them in a rematch. And then it takes Alabama, Notre Dame. It's clearly 1-4. And it also, the committee kind of sums up for the people that are saying Ohio State doesn't belong in, which, you may agree or disagree with that. It's the committee saying, hey, we didn't even have a debate. Ohio State's all the way up to 3. I can see that happening. So that's how I see it happening, because that's based on how I think the results are going to be.
Great stuff, Chris, as always. Enjoy your weekend. We'll come back on Tuesday. We'll have one final podcast before the Christmas holiday. We'll join you on Tuesday morning for a little while, and then that'll be about the only thing I'm going to do work-wise, Chris. You should know that I'm planning to take the overwhelming majority of a week and disappear, and so I'll spend that hour with you.
Hey, we'll do it, and I know we'll be busy, obviously, with NFL and college stuff all week at LandryFootball.com. Check it out, recruiting stuff, breakdowns of the game. And, oh, by the way, when we convene on Tuesday, we'll have already had a bowl game under our belt. Yeah, the bowl games start Monday. It's a weird year. Why not we finish it out with a lot of weirdness?
No doubt. All right, we'll stop there. Thanks to everyone for being with us on the stream. Unrivaled, Spartan Barton.
Great job, guys.
Kenneth Morgan, bunch of you guys. Thank you for being with us. Really appreciate it. Have a great weekend. We'll be back on Tuesday with another edition of SEC Football and Beyond. For Chris Landry, I'm Neil McCready. Take care. So that was SEC football and beyond. During that hour, we put together a futon here at the house. Carson's getting a futon as part of his Christmas. There was no way for Santa to pull that off, so we took the load off Santa there and put that together. That's done. We've discovered that we might be needing a new washing machine, so might be getting a washing machine for Christmas. It's been a busy hour. Hope you enjoyed that hour with Chris Landry. Sometimes Chris can get a little intense. Sometimes after that intensity, I need a slight break. So with that in mind, we'll have a little fun here as the games get started all over the country. Do a show late every week that I like a lot. A lot of people like a lot. I get a ton of feedback on it. The Butcher versus the Spin Instructor, Greg Jones, Campbell McCready, their weekly picks as the games get going. Here is that show. Still about 3.5 hours from kickoff at Tiger Stadium. LSU and Ole Miss will be with you all day long. Here is the Butcher versus the Spin Instructor presented by LB's Meat Market. Welcome into another edition of the Butcher versus the Spin Instructor. I'm Neil McCready. Greg Jones from LB's Meat Market is here. LB's is who makes this podcast possible, the show possible. Campbell McCready back in Oxford after wrapping up her fall semester. I started to say spring semester. I'm completely out of it. Wrapped up the fall semester, home for the break. So we've got a lot of games to pick this week. It's championship week, SEC championship, ACC, Big 10, Big 12, Mountain West. The Sun Belt Championship got COVIDed out, so they're co-champions. Everybody gets a trophy. But we'll talk about Ole Miss, LSU. There's Mississippi State wrapping up its season against Missouri. So there's some games to talk about, Texas A&M and Tennessee. We'll get to all of those in a minute. But first, let's talk a little bit about LB's. Greg, what's going on at LB's as you guys get closer and closer to Christmas? I know that you're getting busy. I saw people coming in, placing orders and that kind of thing yesterday. So what's up?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got a lot of beef tenderloin orders, a lot of standing rib roast orders. Trim them out, and I can tie them however you want me to, but they average right around 3 to 4 pounds. We actually made another sausage with the jardiniere. We did the spicy Hawaiian with jardiniere, so it's got a pineapple and kick to it. Of course, plenty of Swayze sausage, ribeye sausage. Got some racks of lamb. I got have you ever cooked the picanha? Did you ever cook the picanha?
I have. I've cooked the picanha, and my neighbor, Johnny Goff, that's his specialty. He loves it.
Well, I just got some Australian Wagyu picanhas in just, for the holidays, and I'm getting 2 Wagyu ribeye loins on Monday. So if somebody wants to do, a standing Wagyu standing rib roast, we can do that also. Just everything stocked up, mushrooms. As far as fish, didn't get a lot of fish this weekend just because I, don't anticipate it being a really big fish weekend. But I got plenty of salmon. We got some swordfish. I got some crab claws also. So, just basic stuff. But we're going to be open probably Monday through Wednesday, regular hours, and then Thursday probably just going to be open from like 10 to 2, just to get some Christmas Eve orders, and we'll be off on Friday, and then I guess I'll probably be back up here, ready to start the day on Saturday morning, so after Christmas. So, but yeah, it's just, holiday season is here, and got plenty of orders for standing rib roast and beef tenderloins. That seems to be the popular thing right now.
So tell me about you were telling me about it yesterday, the standing rib roast, the Wagyu. Tell me a little bit more about that.
So basically it's prime rib. So whenever somebody orders prime rib from a restaurant, it's basically they smoke the whole loin and then slice it and put it on the plate. That's a typical restaurant prime rib. Us, prime rib is our ribeye being prime grade. It's basically the higher end of the USDA chain. So we also get a Wagyu, which is going to be from Mishima Reserve, which is a New Zealand Wagyu. So 2 different types of Wagyu. There's a New Zealand Wagyu and there's a Japanese Wagyu. Also have the Japanese A5 Wagyu sirloin steaks. But the standing rib roast is basically I'll cut the bones off and then tie the bones back onto the loin, and then you just set it on the bones, and then just probe it until it gets to 120, 125, or however you like your meat. But whenever it gets to your particular temperature, you just cut the strings off and set it on your cutting board, let it rest, and then just slice it. And that's prime rib.
So Campbell wasn't home yet, but on Saturday we did a bunch of sausage. I came in, remember that? I got a bunch of sausages. You gave me one of the lamb sausage with the jardiniere. Greg, I've always been really partial to the chicken, and the lamb was vying for my heart. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it's very lean too. That jardiniere, we've literally, switched it up, and we're going to start putting jardiniere in all our spicy sausages now. It just gives it such a good flavor, and it's not overbearing kick, but whenever it says spicy, you expect it to be a little spicy. So, but no, it's that jardiniere is unbelievable. That spicy Hawaiian with jardiniere is really good. Also, it's a pineapple and pork and bacon sausage with jardiniere in it, so it's pretty tasty.
So Campbell, you got home Tuesday. You had a snow day in Fayetteville. You still studied for your finals. I think you're pretty pleased with your grades. You did well, right?
Yes, I did do well. I was kind of being dramatic about how much I needed to study. I had to make a 40 on my first test to keep an A, a 50 on my last test to keep an A, and a 50 on my second test to keep a B. So I really was kind of just cruising through the week.
So what was it like?
I'm the other way around. I needed to make like 100 to make 60. So as you can tell, Campbell's a much better studier and scorer than me, for sure.
What was it like to go through a college semester completely online?
I'm not gonna lie, it was horrible. I hated it. I hope I never have to do a whole semester online ever again. And as of right now, I have 2 classes in person next semester, which is, I cannot wait to walk to class, actually. But, yeah, it was horrible. I hated it. My studying was I didn't study as much as I did my freshman year for my classes because I felt like it was easier. I don't know if that was the case. I was taking accounting too, and I kind of just, I don't know. That's a whole different scenario. But
Well, you're a routine person. You like patterns, and you like to kind of do the same thing each week. And the way the online thing worked, it didn't really set up that way. So you had to sort of find your own motivation to go study on your own. You were used to, hey, I have a class here and a class here and a class here, and then I go to Starbucks and I study from 1 until 4, and then
yeah, and that was what the hard part was. I live in my sorority house, and it was like, I have to be someone that has like a spot to go study, and that's like my studying area. So my freshman year, I'd always go to the Starbucks on campus in between classes and study there, and that was closed. And so I started going to the Starbucks on a street in Fayetteville, and all the Starbucks closed their indoor studying from the month of November to December. So I lost that. So it was just hard studying in my sorority house and being able to focus because all my friends are also there, like running around. So, but it's done and it's over with. So.
Well, we're glad to have you home. Glad you get a break, and you certainly earned it. Because I got to tell you, I don't think I could have taken finance and accounting too, and what else did you have? You had supply chain or something. You had a bunch of stuff, and I just thought I could never do that online. I don't know that I could do it in person, but I damn sure couldn't do it online where I just couldn't do it. And you hear the horror stories from kids at all colleges all over the place that weren't able to do it. So kudos to you for pulling it off. I told you I was proud of you, and
Thank you.
I really am. I admire the stick-to-itiveness that you showed to do it, because I'm not sure your dad could have done as well.
Thank you.
All right. Speaking of doing well, you both had an okay week. Greg, you went 4-4. Campbell, you went 5-3. So everybody's just kind of rocking along on picks. We're starting to get a little steady. Greg, you're 47-51 overall. Still got time to get back over 500. Campbell, you put another game over 500. You're now 65-33, which is just remarkable. Really is. It's professional handicappers would take that all day. It's stunning. But kudos.
I don't even think professional handicappers have that percentage.
No, I got nothing. All right, so we'll start we'll start with the Big Ten title game. This is at 11 a.m. tomorrow. It's a game that I think everyone in the country is cheering for Northwestern, because everyone is, especially people like us, the three of us. We don't like the Big Ten right now, and we don't want this to work out for the Big Ten. So we would love to see Northwestern beat Ohio State. This game's at 11 a.m. It's in Indianapolis, there at Lucas Oil Stadium. You can see it on Fox. Northwestern is getting 20.5 points. So Ohio State playing for a spot in the college football playoff, laying 20.5. Campbell, we'll let Greg decide whether he wants to chase this week or not. So I'll let you go first.
I like Northwestern here. I mean, I'm going to pull for them just like everybody else in the country, But Ohio State's going to have to pull something, 45-10, maybe 52-14, just something that, absolutely ridiculous, But if any team can do it, it's that Ohio State team. But we're going to hope for Northwestern to control the ball and run the ball and chew up some clock, and hopefully those 20-some-odd points hold up in the end.
All right, Campbell, Greg's taking he's taking the Wildcats and the 20.5. What do you say?
I'll just pick Ohio State because Greg didn't. I don't know anything about this game, but that seems like that's the trend we usually go with. So
that's a guaranteed win now. That is a guaranteed
Fair enough. All right, inside the SEC for a minute, Texas A&M. Texas A&M will have one eye on that game in Indianapolis. They would love to see Northwestern beat Ohio State. Texas A&M is a 14-point favorite at Tennessee. This game at 11 a.m. You can see it on ESPN. Campbell, what do you think? Aggies and Volunteers?
Well, I'm not sure if Tennessee's still a mess like we have talked about in the past. But if they are,
nobody's a mess when they play Vanderbilt. Everyone's a mess, and then you play Vanderbilt, and you're not a mess anymore. But then
once a mess, always a mess.
But when you get through playing Vanderbilt, you go back to kind of being a mess.
Well, I'm gonna go with Texas A&M. I don't really know why. I don't know, but we're just gonna go with that.
All right, she's gonna take the Aggies and lay the 14, Greg.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with her on this. I can't chase her on this one. Once a mess, once a hot mess, always a hot mess. So, like you were saying, whenever you play Vanderbilt, you lose your hot, and you're just a mess. So, they're back to the hot mess, and Texas A&M's got to have a good looking victory, regardless if Ohio State slips up or not. So, I don't see why it can't be 42-10 or 42-14 again. I see a big win for Texas A&M here.
I think I do too. And you're right. A&M needs it to be pretty. They need to look really pretty walking down the runway, and need to have their hair just right, and need to have the gown just perfect, and need to have a good day. And sometimes that's a lot of pressure, and teams don't do it. So we'll see. Florida says hello, by the way. Oklahoma -6 is against Iowa State. This game is at what do they call that? AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, there in Dallas. This is the Big 12 title game. I got to tell you guys, both of you, I can't wait to watch this game. I'm going to turn this game on. We're going to have the stream on for Ole Miss LSU, getting ready for that game. And this is going to be the game I'm going to turn on tomorrow. I'm actually legitimately looking forward to it. These are two good teams that stumbled early, that if the season were a normal year, they'd both be in the mix. So let's see, Greg, it's your turn. Sooners -6 versus the Cyclones.
Like you were saying, this is going to be a really good game. I know that both teams are playing really well. Oklahoma seems like they're hitting their stride, towards the right time of the year. Both teams are hitting their stride right at the good time. I think Iowa State just being kind of coming out of the woodworks and being an exclusive, legit program in the Big 12, and let's say they stamp their statement in this game and maybe win the game. But I think it's going to be a really good game. I know Spencer Rattler for Oklahoma's finally in tune with the offense, and Oklahoma one of the better teams in the country for sure. But I think this is almost kind of like a playoff game. You can do this as a scenario to get in the 4, but they both slipped up early in the year, and it just kind of cost them. But I like Iowa State here. I'll take the points.
All right, Campbell, he's got Iowa State getting the 6 points. What say you?
I'm gonna go with Oklahoma. For no reason other than the fact that I kind of toured it, and that's what I usually pick off of. So.
Well, you've been on the OU campus twice. You went. I don't know if you remember. You went when Uncle Ryan and them had just moved to Oklahoma City.
Oh, I do remember that. Actually, I have a picture. We have that picture of me and Caroline and Drew took. I remember that. Actually.
You've got your Rumble cap. We'd gone the night before, Greg. We'd gone to a Oklahoma City Thunder, Minnesota Timberwolves game, and Campbell saw Rumble the Bison. Campbell's probably 10 years old, maybe a little less than that, maybe 9, 10 years old. She saw Rumble the Bison down on the court, and she desperately wanted a stuffed Rumble. And so we walked all over Chesapeake Energy Arena looking for a stuffed Rumble. And finally we were told that they just didn't have them in yet. And so we found one little powder blue cap with Rumble's face on it. And Campbell got that cap, and she put that cap on, and her night went from really kind of depressed to very excited. And she watched Rumble the whole game, and she's been a Thunder fan ever since. And the next day we drove over to Norman, and because I'd never been to OU, I just wanted to see it. And we drove over to Norman. We actually got to go kind of almost into the football stadium. So it was back in a far more innocent time. But so she's going to roll with the Sooners. Greg's got the Cyclones. A game that I'm not looking forward to watching, and so I probably won't, is Missouri at Mississippi State. The Tigers a 1.5-point favorite. Missouri going for a 6-4 season. Mississippi State just playing out the string, although I think Mississippi State's going to be punished by being forced to go to a bowl game, maybe in Birmingham or something. So their season might not end on Saturday. No mercy for the Bulldogs. Missouri minus 1.5. Campbell, I think it's your turn.
I'm just going to go with Missouri because I know they're just better than Mississippi State. No reason other than that. So
that's actually one of your most scientific picks of the year. I can't disagree with that at all. Missouri is better than Mississippi State. Greg, what do you say?
She took the words right out of my mouth, She just beat me to it, just plain and simple. Missouri's going, in a better situation. The program's going a little bit more upward than downward, and Mississippi State's Mike Leach is going to do what he wants to do, I guess, and I guess State's going to let him do what he wants to do. So with that being said, I think Missouri's in a better situation, and they're definitely I actually think this is a really good bet. I think Missouri will run them out of their own, and it just adds more salt to the wound for Mississippi State fans.
I tend to agree with you. I think Missouri wins fairly big. If I just had money to burn, I might play with this game. After the Christmas shopping, I don't have money to burn. So Ole Miss is at LSU. This game, LSU season finale. LSU self-imposed a bowl ban. There will be no bowl for the Tigers a year after winning the national championship. Ole Miss will go bowling. I don't know where, but they will go bowling. Ole Miss, this line's jumped all over the place, but I sent it to you guys early in the week, so we'll stick with this. Ole Miss getting 1 point at LSU. This game is at 2:30 on the SEC network. By the way, if you just don't like yourself, Missouri and Mississippi State is on the SEC network alternate channel, also at 2:30. So Tigers and Rebels in Baton Rouge, big rivalry game, the Magnolia Bowl. They get to play for the Woodshop Trophy. Who do you like, Greg?
I know Elijah Moore and Yabo aren't playing, which is, that's a big loss, but I don't see the offense, not losing a step. They've got plenty of receivers, and yes, it's going to be, it's going to hurt the, the long ball and the possession, of the offense with losing Moore and Yeboah. But I still think Ole Miss's offense is just twice as, good, better. I like the over, honestly, so I think nobody's going to be able to stop each other. But, I think it's going to be a really good game. I have to go with the Rebs just, because I'm a Rebs fan. I guess betting with my heart here and not my mind. But I think it's a good play. I think it's a good play for Ole Miss here.
All right, Campbell, Greg's taking Ole Miss and his 1 point. What do you think?
Well, I know Ole Miss hasn't played in 3 weeks, which I guess could either be a good or bad thing. I'm not really sure.
Probably a little bit of both. You get a little rusty when you don't play for 3 weeks. On the flip side, you get healthy and you get your legs underneath you and you're fresh.
Yeah. I'll go with Ole Miss. They might be excited to play after 3 weeks. I know a bunch of Ole Miss students actually are back in town just for fun, I guess. So, maybe they'll all watch it. I don't know. I'll just go with Ole Miss.
Right.
They might be excited to play.
So you're both taking the Rebels and taking your point with you. It ought to be a fun game. I think it's another track meet. Ole Miss's offense scores points. Ole Miss's defense gives up points. LSU's offense scores points. LSU's defense gives up a lot of points. So this has all the makings of a track meet. All right, we'll go to the ACC now. Clemson and Notre Dame. This is let's see, what's the time on this one? This is a 3:00 game on ABC. This game being played at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte. Clemson, a 10.5-point favorite against the Fighting Irish. This is a huge playoff ramification game in Charlotte. Greg, what do you think?
That's a lot of points for a championship game with two really good teams. I know Trevor Lawrence didn't play in the first game, and that's not saying that's a big deal, but it is kind of a big deal. They're a different team whenever he's in the ball game. Again, 10.5 points is a lot. I'm not taking away any credit from Notre Dame. I can see this being a field goal game, a touchdown game. I don't see Clemson winning by 2 touchdowns. But again, I could totally be wrong and underjudge the Notre Dame team. But Notre Dame's done. I mean, I've bet against them I didn't have a friend that went to Notre Dame, so I didn't have that angle. So I've lost a lot against Notre Dame this year, and I hate to take them now, but I'm gonna have to take them just because I just don't think Clemson is a 2-touchdown team better than Notre Dame.
So it took Greg until December the 20th to get on the Fighting Irish bandwagon. Campbell, you were on it week 1. To your credit, you were all over Ian Book and the Irish. You said I knew this was going to be a great Notre Dame team, and sure enough, there they were. So here we are, ACC title game. You got your Fighting Irish getting 10.5 against Clemson. What do you think?
Of course, I'm gonna go with Notre Dame. Y'all consistently make fun of the way I pick, but for some reason it has worked out and not worked out in Greg's favor. So,
that's a valid point.
I'd maybe stop making fun of me. I'm going to Notre Dame. So.
It's more
I think it's a great pick.
Yeah.
It's a great pick.
All of the judges agree with her, by the way. They're all like, yeah, exactly. She's killing you. All right. Another interesting game. We're getting into the night. It's still 3:15 in the afternoon, actually. Boise State and San Jose State. This is the Mountain West Conference Championship game. It's in Las Vegas at the Raiders' new facility. Did you see John Gruden, by the way, the Raiders coach, on the Thursday night game? He accidentally had an Oakland Raiders hat on, and they caught it, and at halftime they switched him to a Las Vegas Raiders hat. So this game in Vegas, Boise giving 6.5 points to San Jose State, 3:15 on Fox. Campbell, what do you think?
I do not know anything about these two, so I'm just going to go with Boise State for no reason.
It's not a bad pick. Boise State might be the better team. San Jose State's a little bit of a Cinderella team this year. They're having one of their best seasons ever, so everybody there is super excited. Greg, what do you think?
I'll go with the scrappy San Jose State Spartans. I remember a year ago they went into Arkansas and beat Arkansas. Weren't you at that game?
We were in town. I had gone up that weekend because it was Kyo Dad's weekend. We didn't go to the game, but I remember I took Campbell back to her dorm, and as I was leaving, her dorm was right next to the football stadium, basically, and people were filing out of Reynolds Razorback Stadium, and they were pissed. And so I found the score on the radio, and they were losing to San Jose State, and I was like, uh-oh, he's not going to – he being Chad Morris, he's not going to survive this. And he didn't. He made it a few more weeks, but that was the night that –
I remember that because we were all making fun of Arkansas because we were like, I don't even know what San Jose State is, and we lost to them. So –
yeah.
They're the Spartans.
The Spartans. Turns out they were in the process of building a program. All right.
Yeah, I like San Jose State. I mean, I just remember 3 years ago they were they were 30, 40-point underdogs, and I don't know who they hired. I think they, hired a decent coach, whoever they hired. So turned the program around good. So 3 years later, they're in the championship game on a weird 2020. So let's go with them.
I'm cheering for them too. I'm cheering for the Spartans. So Campbell's got Boise State. She's laying the 6.5. Greg's getting the 6.5 and going with the Spartans. Back to the SEC. It's the SEC championship game at 7 o'clock on CBS. It's Alabama and Florida. This game in Atlanta at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Alabama is a 17-point favorite. Greg?
I think the Tide's just going to roll. I mean, I know that Florida lost last week, and to a kind of a put together LSU team. But with that being said, I just think Alabama's just too strong this year, and I'm not saying that Florida looked ahead to Alabama, but they might have looked ahead, but you can't look ahead in the SEC, they're regardless of how bad the teams played this year. So, kudos to LSU last week at Florida for kind of ruin their season. But I think Alabama's going to really ruin their season in Atlanta this weekend.
I think I agree with you. Campbell, what do you think?
I'm agreeing with him. I'm going with Alabama.
Yeah, they're I'm gonna tell you guys how good Alabama is right now. So I'm a Heisman voter, and if I had to do my vote today, and I've got to do my vote by Sunday, so I've got to hustle. I think all 3 spots on my Heisman ballot would go to an Alabama player. I think Devontae Smith, Mac Jones, Najee Harris in some order right now today. I mean, I guess Kyle Trask could change that with a huge game for the Gators. That's about it. There's nobody else in the whole country sticks out as like that's a Heisman candidate. That's how good Alabama's offense is. Historically phenomenal.
Yeah, I've had a friend that literally has bet Alabama first half and Alabama, the whole year. That's all he's bet, and I think he's like something like 17-2 or something like that. Just first half Alabama and team total over. That's just what he does. So there's ways to crack a bookie for sure, but that's an easy way to do it right there.
All right, last game on the slate. It is the what league is this? The American Athletic Conference championship game. It's Tulsa and Cincinnati. The game in Cincinnati. Tulsa is getting 14.5 points. This game begins at 7 p.m. also. It's on ABC. Campbell, Tulsa was really good to you at the beginning of the year. In fact, I have a little anecdote. We were just getting started, and we picked Tulsa SMU, I think. And SMU had like a 20-point third, fourth. 21-0. SMU was rolling, and I got a text going, Campbell missed Tulsa bad. And
that's all it took. That's all it took was one little text like that,
Tulsa came back and won like 24-21. I just sent a text back and I said, "Hey, she has science on her side." So you got the Golden Hurricane. That's what Tulsa is. Tulsa Golden Hurricane against the Cincinnati Bearcats. Your Hurricane's getting 14.5 points.
Well, I'm gonna stick with Tulsa. It seems to. I'm just saying, my picks always work for me for the most part. So I'm going to keep it going strong and go with Tulsa.
Your cousin Mike Neal would be pleased with that pick. Greg, what do you think?
Well, I'm not taking away anything from Tulsa. They're a good club. They've got a really good linebacker, I think. But Cincinnati is a sneaky good under the radar team. I know they don't play in a premier conference, but I think if they played in the ACC, they would probably give some of those teams a run in the ACC. Is it Finkel?
Luke Fickell.
Yeah, good coach. I think he's a former Ohio State guy. So I like Cincinnati here. I think that might be a little too many points, but Cincinnati's a good club and they've had a good year. And why not roll the championship game to top it off?
All right, so Campbell's got Tulsa, Greg's got Cincinnati. Ought to be a fun weekend. As always, I'm just thankful that we have a weekend of football. I kind of enjoy this December the 20th, a full slate of college football. It's kind of fun. Yeah, so we will take next week off because next week's Christmas, and we'll come back right around New Year's Eve ish, and we'll pick some bowl games and see if Greg can't close some ground as we get closer to the end of the college season. We'll keep going through the Super Bowl because we'll give Greg as many opportunities as possible to close the gap or to get embarrassed, whichever way it works out. That's how it works. What you won't be embarrassed of is if you go to LB's, you won't be embarrassed by the product. Everyone will praise it. It is absolutely fantastic. They've got the freshest cuts of everything, whether you're looking for beef, pork, homemade sausages, the house-made sausages, I should say, chicken, fish. It's all there at LB's. And don't forget, when you walk in on the left side, they've got all the frozen section. It's fresh. Just put it in there, frozen. You $2 off everything there. If you're looking to kind of stock your freezer a little bit, that's the way to go. And if you want something fresh to throw on the grill right then, it's all right. All the fresh stuff is right there on your right and in front of you. So it's all fantastic at LB's. And Greg, how do they get in touch with you this weekend?
Just always call the store, 662-259-2999. We're taking orders. I'll take orders all the way till probably Monday or Tuesday. Just don't want to, get overloaded up here. We are kind of short-staffed. I've got one of my college kids went back home for Christmas, so it's just me and Richard and Zach up here. So I was going to ask you, how was those? Have you cooked one of those strips yet? Those frozen strips?
Yes. So I did, and I got it. So Campbell's going to be really jealous here. So I took the strips, thawed them out, just in some cold water, and then I seasoned them. What I did was I seasoned them. I put a little pat of butter on each one, not a lot, just a little. And I put some garlic cloves and some fresh thyme, sealed it, put it in the sous vide at about 129.
Oh, wow.
129 for about 2 hours, took it out, let it rest a minute, and then I just got the grill real hot and seared them. I mean, they were probably on the grill 3 minutes.
Oh, wow.
And, wow, they were fantastic. I mean, they were absolutely fantastic. They were they were great. I mean, you could taste the garlic just a little bit. It was very subtle. You could taste the butter a little bit, but it wasn't like I was just slathering butter on it. And you really couldn't taste the thyme. Maybe just a little note of the thyme, gave it some seasoning, salt and pepper. It was fantastic. It was probably what I'll do again here soon. I think I may have figured something out. I might replace the thyme with some rosemary, or I might add a little rosemary to it. I might add a little more garlic in there, but it was great. Oh, and I drizzled a little olive oil on it before I put it in the sous vide. It was fantastic. It was moist and great. And everybody in my house likes their steaks medium rare, maybe just to the shade of rare on medium rare, but not except Laura. Laura likes for the cow to still be screaming for its life right there on the driveway. But everybody else, yeah, she likes hers cooked about, 72 degrees. Everybody else likes theirs at about 131, 132, somewhere in there. So it was perfect. It was great, and it made for a fun night. Everybody else went back inside. I had an outdoor fire built, and I stood there and watched Florida choke LSU, and I couldn't decide who was more intoxicated, me or that football game. I mean, it was a weird football game, but it was a fun night, and we did the sausages from LB's, and I think the lamb was everybody's favorite, believe it or not. Yeah. We did some of the ribeye sausage, which is always Laura's favorite, and we did the chicken jalapeno with the jardiniere, which I think is still my favorite, but the lamb's really challenging it, and we did the lamb with the jardiniere, and it was a lot of fun. So we'll do it again here soon now that Campbell's back, because I think that's one of her favorite meals as well. So, hey, thanks to all of you guys. Merry Christmas to you, Greg. I know I'll see you before then, but Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to everybody who's listening. We love the feedback that we get on this podcast. I get several people every week that are like, hey, I love this podcast. It's so much fun. It's kind of laid back and different, and that was the plan. That was the thought. And to all of you who have seen the podcast and said, yeah, I'm going to go to LB's, that's also the point too. And appreciate you doing that. I know Greg does as well. And his store, LB's, is just super. It's right there across from Kroger. It's my favorite place in Oxford. Give it a shot. It'll become your favorite place in Oxford as well. So until probably around New Year's Eve, we'll stop till then. Enjoy the games, enjoy the holidays, stay safe, and we will talk to you again on the next episode of The Butcher versus the Spin Instructor, presented by LB's Meat Market. Take care. So that was Greg Jones, Campbell McCready, their weekly segment. I've had a lot of fun with that. I kind of thought it might be a fun sort of change of pace, late in a football week, especially in a weird year, and I think it's one that I kind of got right. We get a lot of really good feedback for that podcast. So thanks to them. So some scores around the country right now. The Big Ten championship game, it's 3-0. Ohio State leads Northwestern. That game's 6:34 to go in the first quarter. Texas A&M and Tennessee tied at 7. Midway through the first, a big game for both of those teams in different ways. Texas A&M trying to stay alive in the college football playoff picture. Tennessee may be playing for Jeremy Pruitt's job. Different people think different things. I personally think Jeremy Pruitt's going to get another year. There's some people that tell me I'm wrong. There was a lot of Hugh Freeze to Tennessee buzz last night in different places, but that's existed before, and then it doesn't really come to pass. Oklahoma leads Iowa State 7-0, 1:32 to go in the first quarter. I can't watch that game in here. I'm kind of frustrated about it. We apparently ABC, the local ABC affiliate, and DirecTV are at odds about rates or whatnot, so that game's not available. Ole Miss basketball gets started in a couple hours. They're at Dayton. Ole Miss 4-0, looking to go 5-0 before they come home. One more game against, I think it's UT Martin on Tuesday, and then they take a break for the holiday. So the Rebels' first big road test. They won at Middle Tennessee the other night, but this will be a much different test for Ole Miss. We'll keep up with that game as the day goes along as well. That's on NBC Sports Network. I'll look for that in a little bit in here. I don't even know where that is. Clemson and Notre Dame this afternoon at 3. That game's on ABC. Won't be able to watch that. That sort of sucks. I guess I'll be able to pull it down on my computer on the ESPN app. See, you guys just kind of being here with me, you sort of let me talk through it. Let's see who else. Mississippi State and Missouri tonight in Starkville. Today in Starkville, that game at 2:30. Missouri looking to get to 6-4, really position themselves a little bit for the bowl games. Boise State, San Jose State in the Mountain West Championship game. That game at 3:15. Then Alabama and Florida tonight on CBS. That game's at 7, the SEC Championship game. Also tonight on ABC, Tulsa is at Cincinnati in the American Conference Championship game. That game begins at 7. So got a little bit of time. Chase will be here in about 50 minutes. We'll start scoreboard business at that time. So I guess I didn't do my math properly. We're not going to replay a lot of the recruiting stuff. It's there at rebelgrove.com if you want to see it. By the way, I've got it on all the streams. A lot of you have already taken advantage of it. We're getting a great response already to our flash sale. It began at 9 o'clock this morning. It goes until 9 o'clock tomorrow. You get your first year of rebelgrove.com for just $24. Get a lot of people that are like, hey, my budget got hit a little bit, and I get that. It's been a crazy year. But you can get your first year for just $2 a month. Hard to beat that. $24 would make a great gift. I've had some people ask me about gifts. So you'd have to get their email. You'd have to sign up for it through their email and use your card to give them the gift. Mark Angelou in the thread says the Knoxville radio guys reporting the Vols are under NCAA investigation. I've not heard that. Let me I can play along in the network a little bit and see what the deal is. See if our Tennessee site has anything on it. VolQuest.com, they do a good job, Brent Hubbs and all those guys. There's certainly some rumblings about it. That would not be a good thing for Tennessee. That would change the attractiveness of that job. That is certain. I'm looking at it. There is some talk about NCAA threads, Tennessee under investigation. One says, yeah, here's a report by Trey Wallace. I know Trey well. He's very connected at UT, whether he's going to get the national traction on this right away? I don't know, but this is his report. This is Trey Wallace at he's in radio 105.7 there, FM 1340 AM in Knoxville. Trey works really hard. I worked with Trey in Mobile a little bit. He says the University of Tennessee football program currently being investigated by its own compliance department and the NCAA into alleged recruiting violations and alleged impermissible benefits to current student athletes, according to sources. Again, this is Trey Wallace reporting. The university's general counsel has been interviewing subjects that are the focus of the investigation over the past several weeks. Multiple sources suggest the investigation dates back to at least early December. The alleged violations are said to involve players recruited by Tennessee and players currently on the roster. Inside linebackers coach Brian Niedermeyer, multiple Tennessee assistant coaches, support staffers, and players have been questioned by the university's compliance department. Also, members of Tennessee's recruiting department have been questioned as well. According to sources, again, this is Trey Wallace reporting in Knoxville. According to sources, Tennessee's compliance department, including Adam Tate, was made aware of potential violations and began an investigation immediately. Before the game, it was announced that Brian Maurer and Eric Gray would not be available, though no reason was given. The university will continue the investigation. The Tennessee football program has fully cooperated with the investigation. We, being Trey Wallace and Fan Run Radio there in Knoxville, he says, we have reached out to the university for comment multiple times. As early as Friday evening, the university provided a comment for the story. Quote, in keeping with our institutional commitment to compliance, we often look closely at regulatory issues that are brought to our attention via internal or external channels. Maintaining compliance is a shared responsibility, and active monitoring is part of that process. Isn't that good? So I can tell you how that works. When you reach out, if you're wrong, they'll let you know you're wrong. If you ask about an NCAA thing and there is no NCAA thing, they'll shoot that down. When they don't shoot it down and they give you that mealy-mouthed, bureaucratic answer that I just read to you, they're scared. And Trey's good. Trey really works hard. Last year, I'll tell you how hard Trey works. Last year, when Lane Kiffin was trying to get T. Martin to join the Ole Miss staff, when he'd just taken over at Ole Miss, Trey about drove me damn crazy on that T. Martin story. He drove me nuts. And at one point, I was like, Trey, it's a wide receivers coach, man. Relax. He was working hard on that story. Young guy. Got a ton of hustle. He worked with us in Mobile when I was at WNSP, and he's been in Knoxville for a while. And he's not a homer. He works it hard. So if he's reporting it, there's something to it, and that's way too much detail in that story to be wrong. When a story has names like that, I'd bet you money Niedermeyer, the assistant, is one of his sources on that story. I'd bet real money. I don't know what happens at Tennessee. So if you're looking at that job's hard enough, right? Georgia's in your division. Georgia's a monster right now. Florida's in that division. Florida's very good right now. I don't know that I'd say it's a monster, but it's very good. You play Alabama every year as your primary opponent. Alabama's the preeminent program in the country today. You have South Carolina just made a hire. I don't know what they're going to be. They're nothing right now. Kentucky is solid. They're a threat. Kentucky kicked Tennessee's ass this year. Vanderbilt's awful. And Missouri is, I think, a program that's at least on the rise to some degree. Your hands are full in the SEC East at Tennessee, and if you can't promise a prospective coach that, hey, you're not going to inherit NCAA stuff, you're not going to be under the watchful eye of the NCAA, to me, if I'm Tennessee, that eliminates Hugh Freeze, because I've already got – if I'm bringing in Hugh Freeze, I've got to know that my environment is such that the NCAA is not locked in on it. Luke Fickell's not taking the Tennessee job in that environment. Now, the one thing this would do, potentially for Tennessee, I'm just thinking out loud as we talk through this. We'll get to Ben Mintz in just a minute. I'll replay that interview. The one thing that if I'm Tennessee, and I know that I've lost the kind of money that they and everyone else has lost in this particular environment, The one thing I might look at is, hey, can I fire Jeremy Pruitt for cause? Can I negotiate a much lower buyout and save some money moving forward? I don't know. It's a hell of a question. By the way, Northwestern has taken a 7-3 lead over Ohio State. 4:02 to go in the first. They just kicked off after the touchdown. Texas A&M now up 14-7 in Knoxville. Oklahoma still leads Iowa State 7-0 that game, 1 quarter in the books. So it's got a chance to be an eventful college football weekend here on December the 19th, which feels weird because usually by now everything's done. This is usually a dead weekend. The signing period's over. A dead period begins. Everybody takes a break before they get ready for bowl games in your typical year. This, as you well know, is not a typical year. So a lot to watch for. There's a lot of talk about what's going to happen at Tennessee, a lot of talk about what's going to happen at Auburn over the course of the weekend. It's conceivable that coaches that are coaching today will be taking new jobs tomorrow. So anyway, Ole Miss and LSU, 2:30 in Baton Rouge. So about a little over 2.5 hours away. Chase will be in a little bit for scoreboard business. We'll talk to Matt Moscona from ESPN Louisiana. We'll also talk to Ryan Brown, WJOX in Birmingham. And so we'll get to all of that a little bit later in the day. But for right now, talk to Ben Mintz, Barstool Sports. Gotten to know Ben a little bit here in the last month or so. It's been a lot of fun. Good guys back in LSU, back in Baton Rouge for the weekend at the Ole Miss game today. Oklahoma now up 13-0, about to make it 14-0 as they start to pull away a little bit, at least for right now, against Iowa State. So here's Ben Mintz of Barstool Sports. We'll come back. We'll get you closer and closer to Ole Miss at LSU. Enjoy. Ben Mintz, kind enough to rejoin us here on another edition of the Oxford Exxon podcast. We'll replay this also on Saturday before Ole Miss and LSU, Tiger Stadium at 2:30. So you'll get to see this a couple of times. First of all, Ben, thanks for being with us. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I got to say, this is one of my favorite weeks of the year always with my Louisiana ties. In the last 20 Ole Miss LSU games, this is going to be the 17th out of 20 that I've made. This is my favorite weekend of the year, and man, I just really can't believe how well it worked out with it moving back to the 5th to 19th because I'm going to come back south early from New York, and so I can make the game on Saturday. And also, I'm going to be on ESPN Baton Rouge a lot for Rebels down there doing some coverage.
Tell you what, it looks like you're beating up one of the big nor'easter that's headed that way. They got some nasty weather heading up to that area, everything I've seen.
Yeah, I hope I beat it. My flight's Thursday morning, so I'm a little concerned right now. But I really hope I make it down there because I don't want to miss this game. It's going to be, what a wild football game we got. LSU opened as a 1.5-point favorite. I think the over-under's in the mid-70s. After what happened in Florida last week, setting the stage for it, it's like an old-school rivalry game where I feel like it could be wild and anything could happen.
Let's talk about the game some because I'm like you. I thought LSU would go to Gainesville and just kind of get steamrolled, and it didn't happen. Instead, LSU showed up. Florida kind of didn't. It was a crazy game, and then the fog rolled in, and it got goofy, and we were kind of due a goofy game because 2 or 3, I tell you, you'll laugh because I don't pay a lot of attention to some of the national writers, especially the ones who hate their jobs and hate football, and they're like, oh, it's going to be a terrible day. We just need to get to the end. And all of that, I'm like, okay, something goofy's happening today because they've almost tempted the football gods, and then there it happened, and I was like, well, here we go. We were kind of due something nutty, and there it is.
Yeah, and Joey Galloway, a lot of the LSU fans that I'm friends with were going really hard. Joey Galloway, before the game, was on with Jesse Palmer on ESPN, and Joey Galloway just started openly laughing and mocking LSU when they talked about picking the game. And man, that's why they play the games, and it's crazy what happens in rivalry games in sports. You see this every year. Florida's a 23.5-point favorite, but I want to kind of harp on what you said. Dan Mullen was really weird about the whole thing. Held Kyle Pitts out when he was healthy. The announcers on ESPN referred to the broadcast. They talked to Mullen during the week, and Mullen was saying, oh, we could lose this and beat Bama and be the SEC champion and make the playoffs, and they were like, no, you can't. No. They're like, what are you thinking? And it's just so weird that he went in with that approach. And, I know LSU's down, but, man, that's a heated rivalry game every year. I was surprised.
Yeah, you're right. It's one of those that people don't think about a lot because, Florida's in the East and LSU's in the West and blah, blah, blah. But those two teams don't like each other at all. And they kind of have they've had this weird thing that goes back to the hurricane and people accusing people of ducking and all that stuff. And it just kind of goes on. And I didn't know. Like I said, I thought LSU was toast because
I did too. I had Florida. I mean, I was way wrong about that game. I'm not going to even act like I saw that coming.
But man, oh man, that was a big loss for Florida. I just don't think some people even fully grasp how big it was because listen, the assumption is that Alabama is going to steamroll Florida, and I think they will. I'll ask you about that in a minute, but I think they will. But all you had to do was beat LSU. You beat them by 1 point, whatever it was. And you were going to get that national quarterfinal game, which is what it would have been, against Alabama, where you just got to beat Alabama one time on one day. You don't have to surpass them as a program or any of that stuff. You eliminate that chance by losing to LSU. It's beyond me that they were as dialed out as they were. And you compare them to like what Alabama looked like against Arkansas, where Alabama was completely dialed in, took care of business, knocked that out, moved on. It just shows you the gap between Alabama and frankly, everyone else right now.
Yeah, and then even inside the Florida LSU game, the thing that blew my mind was Micah Baskerville, LSU's best linebacker, didn't travel to Gainesville. Derek Stingley, All-American corner, gets considered out before the game. Then Cordell Faulk, their number 2 corner, got ejected for targeting in the middle of the first quarter. Who the heck are out there at DB other than Elias Ricks, the 5-star? And they stop Kyle Trask for the most part, and he throws multiple picks and ruins the Heisman against all their backup DBs. I mean, to me, it was shocking.
So let's talk about Ole Miss and LSU from a betting standpoint. The line is it's basically a pick. It's Ole Miss +1 as we record this. It's been as high as 2, but it's in that range. It appears to have solidified around 1.5 points. I like Ole Miss in this game, and I don't know whether that's just the bias of seeing them every week and seeing this offense, but I think Ole Miss is going to score a lot of points against LSU, and a part of me thinks that LSU just went ahead and forgive me here, kind of shot their wad and got it out of the way. And there's not, I don't know, maybe this is the week that LSU's not dialed in. I don't know.
Well, there are a lot of different dynamics in this game to break down. First of all, I like that Ole Miss is an underdog. I know it technically shouldn't matter, but historically, Ole Miss doesn't do well when their expectations and a favorite on the road in spots like this. That's just not – Ole Miss to me is a great, wild, fun underdog, so I'm glad we're an underdog in this game. Hoping the weather doesn't become a factor. I've been hearing there could be bad weather on Saturday. I don't think that benefits Ole Miss at all with their spread offense if it's muddy in Tiger Stadium. It slows it down a little bit. But look at it. Also, an Ole Miss factor is the COVID thing. I mean, we just hadn't played in 21 days. Had a lot of guys out with COVID dealing with it. Will the offense come out in a rhythm, or is that going to take some time to find themselves in the game? I thought Max Johnson for LSU was just night and day better than TJ Finley, to the point where I don't understand how he wasn't out there 5 weeks ago. I mean, he's a coach's son. I know he's young as a freshman, but he's a guy that's not going to kill you throwing interceptions and making tons of mistakes. I think it could be a wild, fun rivalry game. I feel good about Ole Miss as well. But, man, to me, it's a 4-4 team in Ole Miss against a 4-5 team in LSU where you would say nothing's on the line, but everything's on the line. This is so important for Ole Miss. If Ole Miss can beat State and beat LSU in their 2 rivalry games to keep momentum going into the offseason, I couldn't be more excited for it.
From a betting standpoint, you like Ole Miss here?
I lean Ole Miss slightly, but I mean, I'm going to make sure the weather report's not bad. I really, if it's muddy and becomes a thunderstorm game, I think that drastically affects how Ole Miss likes to play. It becomes more of a game in the trenches and a little bit of a sloppier game, and I just don't think that benefits Ole Miss. So if for a slight underdog on Saturday and the weather's good, I'm going to probably end up taking us.
Yeah, he's not he doesn't have the program to that spot yet. He's trying to get it there, but they're not there yet. Curious to get your thoughts on what's happened at Auburn. By the time people hear this, they might have made a decision. I wasn't surprised about Gus Malzahn getting let go, but what are you hearing from some of your national circles about what direction the Tigers are going?
I mean, I wasn't surprised that Malzahn got let go either, but I will be surprised if they really promote Kevin Steele, which I know that's a little bit of a rumor right now. I just can't see it. You yank Mullen out of Malzahn out of a $21 million buyout to promote your defensive coordinator? I don't see that. The name I keep hearing from my sources is Mario Cristobal, which I mean, he worked at Bama under Saban. He's a heck of a recruiter and program builder. I think he's doing good at Oregon, but still surprising, to be honest. And I feel like Hugh Freeze is holding out for the Tennessee job. I really do. He always wanted the Tennessee job. He talked about that the early part of his career, that was kind of his dream job.
But Ben, there's no way Hugh Freeze would not
take Auburn.
No chance. 0% chance.
Yeah, well, I think that's probably – well, actually, that's 100% true as well, especially coming back from how hard he fell and working up through Liberty. But I don't think Auburn's going with Freeze. I'm also curious about Billy Napier and this whole thing because, we're talking about a guy that turned down Mississippi State last year and said no to South Carolina already. And so to make those big of moves, being at UL Lafayette, and ULL's had a great year but also a very senior-laden team, this is the exit point for him. And so I look for his name as well.
What do you think's happening with him? Because, see, I heard with South Carolina that he was in that he wanted that job, that he took his name out. He took his name out when he found out he wasn't getting it. I mean, he did what I'm going to do when I find out that I'm not getting the ULM job. I'm going to take my action. I mean, by the way, Ben, I got to tell you, I got a bone to pick with you a little bit. I mean, you've got all these North Louisiana ties.
Okay.
And, you're from Monroe. And you've made it big on the big national stage, and now you know everybody, and you've got your after dinner mints, and you've got your walk to work every morning, your wake up call. At no point have you even just come out and publicly supported my candidacy to be the next head coach at ULM.
You know what? But I'll rectify that because I do like to support ULM. I grew up going to games there. I'm good friends with Nick White, who's the voice of ULM. We'll make that right. I think we can handle that.
This candidacy deserves traction. That's what it deserves. It deserves traction.
I'm all for it. Look, anything to bring some change to Monroe and help that program, I'm all for. I love the passion.
I'm undefeated as a college football coach. Never lost a game.
There you go.
I think I deserve the gig. So what's this been like for you in New York? You've been about a month. You're kind of starting to. It looks like you're kind of finding your rhythm. You're sort of finding your identity. When we last talked, you were just kind of still probably in the seat on fire stage of the job. You just gotten it. You were just kind of, woo, here we go, and you've had a little chance to catch your breath. It looks like you've started to kind of find your niche and your role a little bit.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I can't say enough. It's just such a fascinating company to work for, Barstool Sports. The way, I've worked in some other media companies and stuff, and just the way they promote creativity here. They literally put no hamstrings on. They're just like, whatever content you want to create, go for it, do it. And I feel like a lot of other jobs I've had, and I'm not going to, name any names or anything, but, it's like the opposite of that, where the management is like, well, this is what you can do. We're constantly worried about image or whatever, and they try to hamstring their talent. And here they're just like, here's our platform, go do it. And I try to, I'm trying to take advantage of that every day. And I'm part of Pick Central, which is 11 to noon on Sirius Channel 85 every day. And then I've been going on podcasts and doing trivia and doing videos. And you never know what you're going to get into daily here. But it's been the right decision to come up here and be a part of this office because it's just really all about building relationships here. And it's just such a unique situation. New York right now is different during COVID. A lot's been made of indoor dining getting shut down a couple of days ago, which I think is obviously very, very sad for all these small businesses.
Oh,
it's terrible. No, it's terrible. And Dave Portnoy, I don't know if you saw Dave Portnoy went in with Marcus Simonis, the CEO, both doing $500,000 for New York City restaurant relief. They're trying to promote that. But it's kind of weird being in New York. The weather's cold. I just come to work every day and go home. And I'm trying to exercise every day to not blow up and gain any of this weight back from this year. But I kind of have a simple life here in a way because it's just going to be shut down here until March or April. And then it's going to be a long, slow build back. But I think, once the weather gets a little better in springtime and the vaccine gets out some, I think we'll slowly start to see people doing stuff. What I'm excited about now, though, I can't wait to come back south. I'm flying back south on Thursday the 17th. I'll be in the South till January 3rd or 4th, and I'm going to be all over Louisiana and Mississippi. I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff for ESPN Baton Rouge on Friday and Saturday and Thursday because I used to work there this year. And going to the Ole Miss LSU game. I'm going to the Saints-Chiefs game in New Orleans on Sunday. The fine people of Burge really came through big for me. And then I'm actually doing a show at Ameristar Vicksburg, Mississippi at the Sportsbook on Monday with Sean Fox, our old North Louisiana friend. And then I'll be in Oxford for a couple of days. I'm going to go see Ole Miss UT Martin. And I think I'm going to go to the Independence. I got a huge trip, basically. There's a lot to it. I'm going to go to the Independence Bowl and go see Army play. And I'm just excited. It's going to be my first time coming back to the Deep South since all this. And it's going to be great to see a lot of family and friends.
For you personally, this Ole Miss LSU thing is got to be cool on every single level, right? Because, I mean, you've got all the Ole Miss ties, and then you spent really your developmental years, what gave you the break that you have now, happened in Louisiana. And so you've got all the ties that you've got there. You talked about this game being a lot of fun. Beyond the football game, just the you have so many friends in both fan bases with both schools. How cool is that part?
It's so I really it's so special to me. I mean, it's one of my most my favorite weekends of the year. And then I look back at the journey that I've been on. Obviously, there's a lot of animosity between the Ole Miss and LSU fan bases, it being an Old South rivalry. But man, I was treated so well in Baton Rouge by the LSU fans. And for 4 years, I did radio in Shreveport and Baton Rouge. Man, I'm by no means, I'm an Ole Miss fan first, and I always will be, but I've been treated incredibly well by the people at ESPN 104.5 Baton Rouge, and getting to go back there and do radio. And I want to mention T-Bob Hebert's name because he's been so important in my career. We're doing a little Christmas deal Thursday night, and it's just full circle, Neil, because you look at the year I've had. I did Shreveport for 3 months, Oxford 3 months, Baton Rouge 3 months, New York 3 months. Oxford and Baton Rouge have been such a part of it, and to get to end it with Ole Miss LSU, it's like full circle. It's crazy how full circle the whole journey's been. And, I mean, I'm almost like emotional a little bit talking about it. It's been so special.
It is a cool game. I've always this is my 13th year on the Ole Miss beat. A lot of this is, I have Louisiana roots too. I grew up there in Ruston and stuff. And so this game's always – I didn't grow up an LSU fan, but I grew up – LSU has always had a mystique to me. It's because growing up in the state the way it is. And I grew up an Alabama fan, actually, because both of my parents have degrees from Alabama. So I would watch LSU and Alabama and all those games and all that stuff. Anyway, I love Tiger Stadium. I love everything about it. It's cool. And it's a fun rivalry. The two uniforms look so good next to each other and all the different things. What is it about the rivalry that you've always liked?
It's got so much history to it, but the thing about a rivalry is both teams have to win. And right now, the last time Ole Miss beat LSU was 2015 in Oxford when Ole Miss won 38-17. I had just graduated and hadn't even started doing radio in Shreveport the last time Ole Miss won this game. And I think Ole Miss LSU can be great again. Kiffin and Orgeron have tons of ties go back. I think that could be a lot of fun. Obviously, not working out at Ole Miss. Telling Kiffin not to take the Ole Miss job, which a lot's been made of in the media. But if Ole Miss LSU is going to be really fun again, Ole Miss has to win this one. Has to. First time it's about a pick-em game in a long, long time, and you can't let LSU off the hook right now when you got a standing 8 count on them. If this is going to become a real rivalry again, Ole Miss has got to win on Saturday. And, I'm not saying they have to win 50% of the games, but they need to start winning 2 out of 5 for it to be fun again.
Is there an Ole Miss LSU game that sticks out in your mind?
Oh, man, I got so many of them. The first one, so it started in 2000. That was my senior year of high school. I remember that was the end of the Deuce era when LSU. I'm good friends with Josh Booty. He started for LSU, and they won 20-10. 01, I've got a funny story I want to share here about a wild night in Death Valley. So this is my freshman year of college. It was Ole Miss 1. It was Eli's sophomore year. Right before the half, Ole Miss blocked a punt and ran it back for a touchdown. And I had a drink in my hand, like a big stadium cup. And I was like almost at the top of Death Valley, and I hold it up like cheering, and my buddy on my right smokes my right elbow, and this drink, it's like a 32-ouncer, just goes all over like 3 rows of LSU fans in front of me. And I didn't think I was going to get out of there alive. I mean, it was not pleasant. That was really rough. Obviously, 03, the famous game where Doug Buckles stepped on Eli's foot at the end. But the real shame of that was Jonathan Nichols won the Lou Groza Award that year, and he missed 3 field goals in that game. I remember I didn't leave the ATO house till Wednesday. I was so upset after that game, wanting to see Ole Miss win an SEC championship. Some other ones that really I remember there was a run of games where Ole Miss would be like a 28-point underdog and almost win. We lost multiple ones in OT down in Baton Rouge. Those kind of all run together a little bit. I remember Odell Beckham in 12 when he reversed fields on the punt return. I remember that one really well. And I guess the Les Miles clock management one in 09 when Ole Miss won. There's so many that have been so great. And I love the 2015 one when Ole Miss blew them out. Jevin Sneed in 08. I mean, obviously I'm going. There's been so many of them. But I've been to 17 out of 20. The only ones I missed, I knew not to go in 2011 when LSU kneeled on our 5-yard line with 4 minutes left. I knew there was no hope. And then I didn't go last year because I went to my buddy's cancer fundraiser, and I missed 2016. That's it.
Yeah, it's a cool rivalry. I remember I was in Mobile. It was my first year covering the SEC as a whole. I'd gotten promoted off the Auburn beat. And so that Saturday, it was Iron Bowl Saturday. And here I am, an Alabama columnist covering Ole Miss LSU. And I had a radio show in Mobile, and my radio show boss, who was not my primary boss, was pissed off that I had to be in Oxford. I mean, he was pissed, just throwing a fit about, you're not at Alabama, you're not at because I think the game was in Tuscaloosa, and your ass needs to be in Tuscaloosa and all that stuff. And I'm like, well, the people that are paying for my ass to be someplace want it in Oxford because they want me to write this huge Eli Manning story, this huge David Cutcliffe thing. LSU, we covered LSU a lot that year. They ended up winning the national title. So there was a lot of stuff. But I remember that game. Isn't it funny? I can't remember the kid's name, the defensive back for Ole Miss that had the pick six early.
Travis Johnson at the beginning of it. Yeah, I remember it. I was in the student section, and that was the wildest I've ever seen in Ole Miss Stadium when he got the pick six early. I thought I was in Death Valley on a crazy Saturday night. I've never seen anything like it in Oxford.
The only time that I can ever remember the Vaught Hemingway press box feeling like it shook.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy. I was like, whoa, this place is different. It's up for grabs. And I can remember being down on the field at the end of that game, the 4th and 10. So much is made of Eli stepping on Doug Buckle's foot, but it was 4th and 10.
And also it shouldn't have gone under center on 4th and 10 either. I thought that was never really mentioned. Why aren't you in shotgun in that spot? But I think the Nichols missed field goals were honestly more the real issue looking back.
I do remember thinking at that moment, boy, they might not ever get this close again. And to this point, that's as close as they've ever been, where the game was right. A spot in Atlanta was right there in your hands. And it's funny. It's the first time in a while that with Lane Kiffin there, look, Ole Miss is a long way from that right now, but it feels like they're on that path for the first time in a while, back to a spot where you'll be playing for those kinds of things. It feels like Kiffin's getting them there fairly quickly.
And just also, I know y'all are covering the recruiting like crazy, and y'all do such a good job of it. With National Signing Day, the early one being tomorrow, Ole Miss starting winning a lot of these recruiting battles in living rooms at the end. You start, Ole Miss is going to end up in the top 20 class after, people were making fun of it, saying they're in the 50s and 60s all year. That's when you're building something, when you start getting all that kind of talent.
Right.
And all of a sudden the brand's on fire. I mean, who don't want to come play for this Kiffin exciting offense? Oxford has a ton of stuff to offer. And then on the defensive side, I mean, look, if I was a 3 or 4-star high school senior, Ole Miss is fun. You play in the SEC, you got a chance to come in and play immediately. I think we got a lot to sell right now.
So you got Chiefs and Saints on Sunday, which some people think it's a preview of a Super Bowl. I'll ask it there. Do you think you're watching the advance to the Super Bowl, or do you think New Orleans is going to have a hard time getting there?
Well, look, I'm curious still about the Drew Brees or Taysom Hill thing this week, because I thought Brees was going to come back this week, but right now, as of Tuesday, we don't know yet. But I still look, I know the Saints lost in Philly last week, but you're still talking about a team that won 9 games in a row and went 3-1 without Drew Brees. This is pro football. People lose games.
Right.
You can't. And Jalen Hurts came in. He provided a spark to Philly with his mobility and just a new energy that I hadn't seen out of them. But the Saints just dug too big a hole in the first half, period, in pro football. I still think the Saints have a good chance, but they're not – it's going to be – I don't see them catching Green Bay for the 1 seed because Green Bay having that tiebreaker. But it feels like anything can happen in the NFC playoffs. You look at Green Bay, the Saints, the way the Rams are playing, I still wouldn't count out even Brady and the Bucs or the Seahawks. I think it's pretty wide open. But the defensive line against KC is going to have to win the battle at the line of scrimmage, which is something the Saints have done all year. Because if Mahomes has a lot of time, I can guarantee you Tyreek Hill will not be running slow on that Superdome turf. And so it's going to be all about getting as much heat on Mahomes as quickly as possible. But I think the Saints have a lot better chance on Sunday than people are giving them credit for. People are overreacting to this Philly loss. Especially when you look at how dominant the Saints defensive front's been. And I think they've got a good shot to make it back. If Breeze doesn't come back this week, I think he'll come back maybe Christmas against the Vikings. But, I mean, it's kind of storybook, Can Breeze make that one last glory run on the way out like Peyton Manning got lucky and did? And I really want to see it. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the great people of Penn Gaming and LeBurge on here. I didn't think I was going to go to Saints Chiefs with LaToya, who another person that doesn't like small businesses, the Nola Mayer. She yanked it to 3,000 fans on Sunday, and so I was like, well, I'm probably not going to make the Saints game. And then LeBurge calls me, and I'm getting to sit in the suite on Saturday in Death Valley and Sunday in the Superdome. And I just kind of realized when they gave me that call, I was like, man, this Barstool thing's a whole different deal than anything I've ever been a part of before.
Oh, no doubt. You guys are just tearing it up. It's amazing. It's amazing to watch the way that brand gets built. And it's funny, people jump me sometimes over my willingness to express a political view that does not jive with my fields as a whole,
Mm-hmm.
I'm always like, look, the one thing you have to be in this is be genuine, be who you are. And that's what Barstool does. And I give them a ton of credit. I'll say this here. I know that it's a competitor and it's a rival, but it's the credit I give Clay Travis day in and day out. He's who he is, and that's his brand and that's his product. And you can like it and consume it, or you can dislike it and not consume it. It's up to you, and that's what I like about what Barstool does.
I like what you're saying there too, because I think you see this in media. People that have these like personas and stuff that aren't real, it might work for 2 or 3 or 5 years even, but it never sustains long term. I mean, I think the people that make it long term are the people that are real and genuine. And I have the utmost respect for anybody that owns it too, because I notoriously stay away from a lot of the political stuff just to not even get involved. But I respect anybody that's willing to stand their ground, especially in this cancel culture we're living in right now.
Yeah, it's nuts. I don't like it. I just beat. It's all good. That's what I always tell people is when they get antsy about something like on Twitter or whatever. I'm like, look, just don't. You can unfollow me and. It's all good. It doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm not going to know. I mean, I'm not that guy that checks my followers and stuff each day. And I know there are people that do that, but I'm not one of them. I was going to ask you, Chase wanted me to talk to you about the World Series of Poker.
Come on with it.
Which is going on right now. And I was like, well, really, what do you want me to ask? And he had a great question. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, that's a great question. So you participated in the World Series of Poker. You're a vet. When you sit at that table for 18 hours in a day, and only about 7% of the time you're actually engaged in a hand, how do you stay focused? How do you stay locked in? What do you do to pass the time? What do you do about not cramping, just sitting there all day? How do you, decide what you eat, what you drink, when you go to the bathroom, all of those types of things? How do you do that?
Well, okay, first of all, it's not as bad as it seems because the way tournament poker works, you get a break every 2 or 3 levels, a 15-minute break. And so you're usually sitting at the table for an hour and a half to 2 hours at a time, and then you get a 15-minute break. So that kind of knocks out the bathroom problem. And it's when you get restless, you can go walk around outside or stretch or whatever. Some of the stuff I found that I kind of discussed on the last time I came on here was just the thing about maturing and learning from mistakes. Now when I approach poker, I'm just so much more professional, just like not the no alcohol thing keeps my mind clear. Try to exercise. Like if I have a poker tournament, I'm trying to do 30 minutes or 45 minutes on the treadmill that morning, because I feel like that, I know you exercise a lot. That helps your mindset so much to think clearly. And then also if I'm playing a live poker tournament, I try to eat healthy. If you eat a po' boy and you got to go sit and play poker for 9 or 10 hours, you're not going to have energy and you're going to feel sluggish and lethargic. So, I think as I get older, those little things about just doing stuff right, I know it's all cliche, but it all matters. Everything matters. And as I'm getting older in my late 30s, I think I still have got a lot left in my poker career just because I'm living a lot better. And I think that's going to be reflected at the table. And I think live poker is going to come back pretty strong. We'll see if it's how soon in 2021. But I'm going to be traveling and doing a lot of that because I think that's one of the things that I bring to Barstool with unique content. I'm going to do videos from the poker road, travel around. I mean, it'll be so fun. I mean, all the Ole Miss fans support me in the World Series of Poker. How can I ask for anything more?
Yeah, even me, as someone who doesn't play poker and doesn't really watch much of it, I am fascinated by some of the backstory behind it. Here's one of the things I've always wondered. You obviously, a big part of poker is reading tells on people, reading people. Does that help you in everyday life? Looking at a normal person in a conversation as to whether they're buying what you're saying, whether they are a little awkward, whether they're engaged, all of those kind of things. Does your poker background help you get a feel for people?
Yeah, honestly, I haven't been asked that in a while, but I would say it definitely does. I think one direct example of the poker background helping me has been with Barstool, where people have asked me, like, how nervous are you dealing with this? Because it's a national thing. And I promise, this is crazy to say, I hadn't been nervous once. And that comes from the 2011 World Series main event. When I ran that bluff I told y'all about against Patrick Antonio, it's like, when you get to that point on the highest level and you're not afraid and there's no fear, that factors in everyday life, and I think that actually has influenced my media presence a lot, is because the lack of fear. But I know what you mean, in the fact that one thing in poker, I'll say, people are bluffing when they act real quick. Like, a lot of times if they bet super quick and they don't think it out, then that to me is kind of something that I look for a lot. I think people act quick when they're uncomfortable. And then you can kind of tell one other thing in life: when people are afraid to look you in the eye, they might not be telling you the truth, and people give you the kind of look down as they say something that they're not comfortable with. And I think that's kind of a poker carryover too.
Yeah, man, you have clearly no fear. I mean, I can see that. You have no fear of this stage at all. It's a cool thing. And the truth is, whether you're in New York or Shreveport, on camera is on camera, radio is radio. At the end of the day, you're producing content, and that content, it's either good or it's not good.
I'll say this, and I'll share this with Ole Miss fans. I have a lot more confidence in myself since I lost 30, 40 pounds this year. Because when you look in the mirror and you don't like what you see, that affects you. And you can sugarcoat it however you want. You can block it out. I mean, I used to be, big overweight guy. Yeah, I had a lot of poker money, but I would pretend these problems didn't exist, kind of. And now, since I've gotten healthier, and, I still need to lose 40 pounds. I'm not going to sit here and say it's a finished product, but just being in decent shape, and, I think that radiates out of me on camera. And I think that's the biggest game changer this year, is that, I used to do radio, but I wasn't on the videos and stuff. But now, I'm more confident in my appearance. And I really think that it's a really important thing.
Yeah, you're right. Because I sit here all day long and talk to people and do things, and we stream everything, and I'm always looking at myself all the time, and every once in a while I do this. I'm looking at the. Oh
yeah, no, mine's is a little. I still got this New York food up here. Working for a Barstool. Dave Portnoy's whole brand is pizza. It's never-ending world-class pizza in this office. It never stops, and it's tough. It just never stops.
In all seriousness, how do you avoid hey, I'll just have a piece here, I'll have a piece there, and before you know it, you've had 6 meals in a day. I mean, how do you avoid doing that?
Well, I'm not the best at it. What I'm trying to do right now is, with the holidays, I'm just trying to make sure I exercise 6 days a week, whether I lift weights or jog. And, I can't say that I was eating so healthy for 5 or 6 months this year, and it's kind of been on and off since I've been here the last month and a half. But, the combo of the exercise and the no alcohol, as long as I'm moderated, I don't think I'll blow up too much. But but it's tough. The New York bagels too, man. The lock smoked salmon bagel is a big New York thing, and we constantly have those around. Definitely need to probably not eat those carbs. But I think as long as I make the exercise a big priority, I'll be all right.
Well, hey, I hope you really enjoy your trip to Louisiana, your holidays. God knows you have a lot to be excited about and celebrate this year. And I've watched from afar. I've enjoyed getting to know you and communicating with you, and couldn't be happier for your success. And it's awesome. I hope you have a great trip to Baton Rouge and New Orleans. And when you're in Oxford, hopefully we can say hello.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be in Oxford December 22nd, 23rd when it's low key, but I'm going to the Ole Miss UT Martin Tuesday, 4:00 matinee. I've been holding out on getting a haircut with my old friend Jennifer Lasky in Oxford. I've been going to her for 20 years, so I'm waiting. Kind of been holding out on that. One thing I do want to mention, if you get a chance, check out the After Dinner Mint shirts that have come out. It's pinned on my Twitter at Barstool Mincy. I made them red with a little powder blue for Ole Miss colors. I tried to get it in powder blue, and it wasn't available in the store. And also, I know a ton of people won't be making the Baton Rouge trip this week because of COVID. But if you do, I'm going to be all over 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge, giving kind of an Ole Miss perspective on the LSU game coverage. And, yeah, Neil, thank you so much for having me on. I want to wish Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all the Ole Miss fans. And also just can't reiterate enough, the support I'm getting from Oxford and Ole Miss is mind-blowing. I mean, I haven't heard one negative thing on feedback from anybody, and I can't say enough how much I appreciate that.
Well, that's awesome. You deserve it. Really appreciate the time. And, again, safe travels. Hope you get out of there in time, and hope you enjoy your weekend, and look forward to seeing you next week in Oxford.
Absolutely. Keep up the good content. Y'all are doing a great job.
Thank you, Ben. That was Ben Mintz, Barstool Sports. It's 12:22, a little over 2.5. No, it's not. A little over 2 hours. My ULM math. I'm trying to get the job over there, and they won't even talk to me. And on a daily basis, I reveal just what a ULM grad I am. I can't do basic math. 2 hours and 8 minutes or so from Ole Miss at LSU. Some scores around the country right now. Northwestern giving Ohio State a scare. 10-3 Wildcats. 5:33 to go. Second quarter. Ohio State is driving. The Buckeyes trying to get into the college football playoff. Big news in Knoxville today with the NCAA digging into the Vols football program, which tells the more I think about it, the more I think they're setting up Jeremy Pruitt. 17-13, A&M leads Tennessee. That game 1:11 to go in the half. Oklahoma rolling Iowa State right now, just punishing them. It was a bad pick on my part. I should have listened to some other people. Oklahoma up 17-0 that game. 5:21 to go in the second quarter. So pretty convincing effort by the Sooners, who I think are going to look back at the beginning of the season and think, what did we do? How did this happen? Because I think they're one of the 4 or 5 best teams in the country, but they screwed it up early, and you pay for that. So Northwestern right now, the team that everyone is cheering for at this moment, Northwestern and I guess Tennessee to some degree, but no one's really worried about A&M. Everyone's looking at Northwestern with a real chance to upset the apple cart. I do think it's interesting if A&M were to lose to Tennessee and if Northwestern beats Ohio State, this thing gets kind of squirrely. I think I heard Chase just come in a minute ago, so we'll have Chase Parham in just a minute. Scoreboard Business brought to you by The Rogue. Don't forget to go to therogue.com. They've got gift cards and that kind of thing going today. You can still drop in at The Rogue. I was in there, I guess, a couple weeks ago when Carolina and the Chargerettes were competing for the state title, and we did a little bit of our Christmas shopping there. Great store, great selection, great quality. You'll love everything that you'll see there at The Rogue. Chase just got in. You'll need to turn your light on in a minute. It's not on because I was trying to keep the room as cool as possible. So we'll talk to Ryan Brown. I taped with Ryan earlier today. I also taped earlier in the week with Matt Moscona. I guess I taped on Thursday night right before Hand Raise Guys. So we'll have those 2 interviews for you here in the next couple hours. Chase and I will talk. We might even open up the phone lines a little bit. Ole Miss and Dayton basketball, a little over an hour away, that game in Dayton. So we'll try to sort of bring you some coverage of both games over the course of the day. A busy day, and don't forget, if you're just signing on, it's Sammy told me to tell you happy birthday, so happy birthday, Chase. If you're just signing on, go subscribe. If you're not a subscriber at rebelgrove.com, our little Christmas present to you. You get your first year of rebelgrove.com for $24. That's $2 a month at rebelgrove.com. It hasn't been that price since the Adams administration. $2 a month at rivals.com. You can sign up and get your first year for $24. A lot of people have said, hey, it's been a tough year. I get it.
I feel like we're worth $24 though, right?
I think we are. So I failed to do something, and I'm going to check it now because I'm a little concerned about it. Nope, it worked. How about that? I was concerned. Sometimes I'll plug in that camera for the first time and it won't work the first time, and I never even checked it because I had stuff happening at the house. And he dropped it.
Oh, 10-3, huh?
Yeah,
Oh.
10-3. That's what we were just talking about.
We're not watching Charlie Woods? Or not yet. 1:30, sorry, is when that comes on.
Who's Charlie Woods?
Tigers kid. They're playing their father-son thing today.
Oh, I did not know that.
Made an eagle on his own ball on number 3. Two-man scramble. They use all 3 of Charlie's shots.
Wow.
Yeah.
Texas A&M now up 24-13, 1:11 to go in the second there in Knoxville. What could turn out to be a really bad day for the Vols.
I think I'm going to be right
What?
the other day on the Pruitt thing.
You think they're going to fire him?
I think they're going to fire him, yeah.
This NCAA thing makes that job a little squirrely for the next guy.
It does. But it also makes it a little easier to cut bait with the cat you currently have.
Well, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I think they're firing him.
All right, you could be right.
Was there any traction of what I told you about Auburn last night?
A little
Heard
bit.
anywhere?
A little bit, yeah. Chase was hearing, as I've been telling you a little bit, Chase was hearing some Neil Brown scuttle.
Yeah, pretty hard Neil Brown scuttle last night. Between at least, basically that was an olive branch possibility between 2 of the boosters of the 3 that are involved in this situation at Auburn. As we know, one of the boosters very, very, very against Kevin Steele at this point. So,
Yeah, I'm not sure what I think.
Neil Brown fits their profile, boy.
He does.
I mean, just really, really does.
It solves a lot of their problems. He solves a lot of their problems right now. I'm going back to this for 1 second, just basically so I can copy and paste something. Just everybody hang tight as
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm putting the ticker.
I don't know how we're programming this out, but 125 is my other thing for like 15 minutes.
okay.
So as long as we
we'll be
that
good.
out or whatever.
We'll be good. Chase is leaving you guys for a few minutes because he wants to be a Baton Rouge radio star. And
I know you guys intimately follow the LSU pregame show as well, but if you do that, I'm doing a segment with them at 125, so we'll try to fill in one of these other interviews during that time slot. I don't know if it works at Auburn or not. I just think Neil Brown is the kind of guy they end up hiring. They talk about a lot of other people, but look what they've done. Chiswick, Malzahn, that's a Neil Brown kind of dude. That makes sense for them.
well, he's a good coach.
Oh, he's a damn good
He's
coach.
a good coach.
He's been at Troy. I mean, it fits.
A lot of hell to pay right now.
And he runs a lot of the same stuff as guy.
A lot of hell to pay right now. This has been a coup that the fans have overturned or are on the cusp of overturning. Jimmy Rain is not one to not get his way.
Well, but none of the 3 are. Harper usually gets his way. Louder usually gets his way. You know what I mean? I mean, so at some point, somebody can't get their way of this bunch.
And listen, I know that Bruce Feldman is good at what he does.
What'd Bruce say?
But Bruce continues to say Lane Kiffin may be in play. I'm going to say this because people pay us to be honest.
Sure.
If that name's floating around, that's because somebody around Lane wants it to float around for the fun of it floating around. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if I'm wrong as opposed to, as of 10 o'clock last night, I was not wrong.
No.
I don't think Auburn has any taste for Lane Kiffin, if you will. And I think the people that know Lane Kiffin tell him that would be a really bad fit for you. Among the worst fits.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to think of an SEC power that's a worse fit for Lane Kiffin than Auburn.
I was told last night that in the same conversation that led to hearing some stuff about Neil Brown, essentially that Lane's name had come up with a couple of the power brokers that we were discussing, and they went, yeah, it doesn't fit. And they moved on, and that was it.
The boosters at Auburn aren't going to give him the freedom to do what he wants to do the way that the Ole Miss boosters have, because the Ole Miss boosters don't have, well, frankly, there's nobody as rich and powerful that's that involved as a Jimmy Rain.
I mean, Jimmy Rain's is the richest man in Alabama.
And Harbert from Harbert Construction is
Right
incredibly
there at
wealthy.
it, yeah.
And both of those guys are fighting, and they're heavily involved, and being involved with the football program means something to them.
At what point did Louder kind of get pushed aside where he no longer became the big dog?
He might be too old.
Is that part of what it is?
Could be. And I don't think Colonial Bank is quite the thing that it was
Okay.
back in the day, 20 years ago.
Okay. So he's more of an emeritus at these meetings at this point.
I would
Hey,
think
you've been with us for a while,
I mean-
so you still are.
He's got to be into his early 80s.
Is he? I have no idea.
Sammy says, is Auburn waiting for someone to come free tonight? Perhaps. I guess.
Who?
Sarkisian? I just don't think. I think this is a leverage play by Sarkisian. We'll talk about all this with Ryan Brown in a minute. We talked this morning. Look at my Wildcats. Look at my Wildcats. Hey, don't.
They're awful.
We are the little engine that could.
You don't get to claim all the inferior Big Ten teams.
No, I get to claim two, though.
Northwestern and Iowa.
Northwestern and Iowa have consistently been my clubs.
So when you come in next year, you're like Illinois, and I'm like, no. Sorry.
They hired Brett Bielema today.
I saw that. It's not going to work.
No.
It's not going to work.
Spoiler.
I mean, it's cute, but no, it's not going to work.
I mean, I admire the effort.
And good on Bert. A lot of money.
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
Look, hey. They're going to pay me, 4.2 or whatever it is for how many years?
Halftime in Knoxville, 24-13, Texas A&M. It's almost at the half in Arlington, 17-0 Sooners over the Cyclones. Yeah, Jace Simpson says Colonial Bank was closed by the FDIC and sold to BB&T. So you were asking how he lost his power. There you go.
There's the answer, huh? Okay.
There you have it.
All right.
Cole's like, Colonial was bought out years ago. How the hell was I supposed to know that, Cole?
Cole's in the banking business.
I mean.
Bobby Louder was born in 1944.
Okay, so he's 76.
Yeah. That is correct. Yeah. His head Wikipedia line is a former American banking executive and founder and former longtime CEO of failed Colonial Bank and Colonial Bank Group.
Oh.
Yeah.
Blake says Kiffin will be named head coach at Auburn tonight after the LSU game.
If so, that's one hell of a.
I'll just tell you, if that's the case, they have.
That's a smoke and mirror son of a gun that I am impressed by.
I would be. I would tip my cap.
We have not discussed hot board candidates. Let's put it that way.
No, I mean I know what I would do if I were Ole Miss. My hot board would consist of two names.
Jeff Lebby and Tom Allen.
No, Jeff Lebby and Steve Sarkisian.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, Sarkisian makes a lot of sense.
I mean, I'd call Steve Sarkisian and just say,
"You want it?
Here's $5 million. Do you want it?"
Yeah. Yeah.
And if he said no, I think I'd
hire Lebby.
I think I'd look real hard at hiring Lebby. I don't think you can afford Tom Allen. There's another story out yesterday about the $27 million buyout, and if that's the case, that's a non-starter.
Yeah.
They want an update on the weather for the game. Let's see.
Looked like it was coming in around halftime, 4 o'clock, something like that. Did I see that correct?
I don't know. I'm pulling it up now.
Yeah, I think that's what it says.
The Weather Channel app here on my trusty phone. It's raining in Oxford. It's 43 here and raining right now.
Obviously, this is. I don't know why I'm still reading this, but Louder lost his Board of Trustees seat at Auburn in 2012. The Alabama State Senate replaced 5 of the 14 members.
It is sunny and 67 in Baton Rouge right now. They ought to kick it off.
Go ahead and get that thing
At 4 o'clock, the chance of rain goes up to 59%. By 5 o'clock, it's 95%. And at 6 o'clock, it is 100%. So, according to my ULM math, it's going to be raining at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's going to rain.
So, there you go. And rains pretty much all night in Baton Rouge. Thank God I'm not there having to cover that, having to walk that 1,000,000-mile walk back to the media parking lot.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, it took forever. The last time I was at LSU, I usually like LSU.
I forgot about that.
The last game I covered at LSU was depressing, and I couldn't wait to get the hell out of there. And the game didn't end until midnight, and I didn't get out of there until late. And I was still sitting in traffic at 2:15 in the morning. And it was just miserable.
What year?
18.
Oh. What happened in that game?
Hell, if I remember.
I don't remember that game.
I mean, it was a Matt Luke, Rich Rodriguez, Ole Miss game. They slogged around with them.
I don't remember. Do you remember?
No, I can't remember much of anything.
Okay. I mean, I'm usually pretty good at this. For whatever reason, that game is completely slipping my mind. Rich Rod was only at Ole Miss 1 year. It wasn't a Rich Rod game.
Oh, so it wasn't so that was a Longo
It was a
game.
Longo game.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
My apologies, Rich. 19 was bad enough. I shouldn't put 18 on you. Forgive me.
That one's not your fault, too.
Yeah. I can't blame you for that. 17-7 Oklahoma State over Iowa State. Iowa State with the pulse.
45-16 LSU. And 18.
Oh, well, at least my writing was done early. But I got back to the hotel, and I was so hungry, and I stopped at a convenience store and just got like a beer and some sort of snack and was afraid I was going to get murdered. And then I got back to the hotel room, and I took a shower, and I just wanted to sleep. But I wanted to get up because I think the Cubs were playing somebody for trying to get into the playoffs. So I wanted to get back, and
Sounds good.
I don't know. It's exactly what it was because that was the year the Cubs lost the one-game playoff to the Brewers for the division and then got beat in the wild card. Now, how can that be on Northwestern? The Ohio State's guy, the Ohio State guy basically tackled him. If that's pass interference, then every play should just throw the ball down the field. Wow.
You think it's possible that there could be some?
Oh, do I think it's possible? All right, I stand corrected.
Yeah, that's interference.
Never mind. Interference. I apologize.
It's definitely a penalty on Northwestern.
It's 2 apologies in 1 minute.
He's grabbing him. He's throwing him out of bounds.
And then at the end there, he makes sure that they get collided.
Yeah, that's pretty textbook, honestly.
Yeah.
Through mid-October in 18, Ole Miss had only lost to Alabama and LSU. They were 5-2.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Then they lost 5 in a row to end the year.
Seems like I do remember that. Those 5 games are probably 5 that.
And the only close one was the A.J. Brown Vanderbilt catch thing there at the end.
Oh,
the
yeah.
overtime thing.
Yeah.
So who knew?
Not me. So what time did you say? 1:25? You've got something?
Yeah, I got something at 1:25.
Okay. So we'll time it. You'll be on for what? Well, the good news is I've got 2 interviews. I can just.
That's
go.
what I mean. Yeah, we're good.
So yeah, we're good. So who y'all want to hear from first? Y'all want to hear from Ryan Brown or Matt Moscona? It's up to you. We're going to let you and the stream pick.
Oh. I mean, you're going to get them both. So
Yeah. I'll let you pick who you want first. Talked to Ryan this morning. Talked to Matt Thursday afternoon, both after the news about the Ole Miss opt-outs. So neither is out of date, thank goodness.
that would have sucked.
A lot of players at LSU out of this game.
Yeah, neither roster is just hanging in real well right now.
Yeah. And I know people said, there's another site that reported about Ole Miss being a little checked out. Everybody's a little checked out right now. That's what makes these games interesting. I mean, Ole Miss hasn't played in 21 days. LSU is a depleted roster. Yeah, this is not you're coming here for the crazy today. If you're dialing into Ole Miss LSU, you're dialing into the crazy. It's what you're hoping for. And I think you've got a chance to get it. So it's 1, 2. So much Jason. Yeah, so Brown won. All right, so we'll do that. We'll go. Ryan Brown, WJOX, joined me earlier this morning to tape a segment for today's show. Big thanks to Ryan for all that he's done throughout the football season for us. So that's a pick. What a play.
Oh.
What a play. Watch this replay. Here's Ryan Brown, WJOX, on Scoreboard Business, presented by The Rogue. Ryan Brown, WJOX in Birmingham. He's also the Grilling King. First of all, Ryan, Merry Christmas to you, to your family. Thank you so much for doing this throughout the football season, this really weird, wacky football season that's going to make it at least to the regular season finish line today. Thanks. Really appreciate it.
Well, no, I've enjoyed it. And Merry Christmas to all you guys as well and everyone watching. And listen, I hope without getting too sappy, I hope this Christmas can redeem a little bit of the crap that we've had the rest of this year. So maybe this season will change a lot of things for a lot of people. But yeah, I mean, it's been a fun season. I mean, I don't know that we've had the craziness week in, week out that we normally have, but the fact that we'll have Championship Saturday defies the odds that most people put on this thing.
Yeah, I agree completely. It's we got there. That's the one thing that sticks out to me today is as we get started is that we got there, and there were a lot of people out there that didn't want us to get there, that said we couldn't get there, that have fought it every single step of the way, and then they still have to write stories about getting there, and watching them sort of twist themselves into a human literary pretzel is kind of entertaining and sad at the same time, when it would be so much easier to just go, I was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, like to the point last week, and I'm not trying to pick on Dan Wolken. Plenty of people pick on Dan Wolken, but tweets last week, the schedule looks bleak. Let's just get to the end already. I'm like, I just don't understand that attitude. Okay, you don't have. Well, actually, Dan gets paid to watch it, which is even more amazing. But I mean, bleak. I just don't understand. Why did that schedule look bleak to you? That was week, whatever it was. I've lost the weeks, but. That was game 10 for a lot of people, and a season that wasn't supposed to happen. That was anything but bleak to me. And the last thing I'm going to do is hope we're at the end of college football season. Good grief.
Well, you watch Army and Navy in the fog, and they finish the game and they go sing each other's songs, and then you watch Florida LSU, and I've said this a few times. So the people who've listened to my show all week are going to be like, "You've already said that joke," but I stood outside and we'd grilled all night, and I stood outside. I was by myself and had I think by that point it was a glass of wine, and I had the outdoor fireplace lit, and I've got my outdoor TV going, and I'm watching Florida LSU, and I couldn't decide who was drunker, me or that game. and it was great. I mean, you're watching Brad Johnson's kid, and Ed Orgeron supposedly left for dead, and his team's the one that's playing, and Dan Mullen's team is the one that has something to play for, and they're melting down, and it was like, hey. We always say what we love about college football is the craziness.
That was it.
Here's the crazy, and this isn't bleak. It's bleak for the Gators, but it wasn't bleak for anybody else. It was fun to watch.
It was. I mean, that summarizes, like, only in college football. College football is the craziest sport to me. Like, there may be people that love college basketball more or the NFL more, and that's fine. I love the NFL. Sure. I like college basketball.
Sure.
But to me, college football, you can't deny it's the craziest one. It is the only place where you would see a guy rip a guy's shoe off, throw it 20 yards downfield, and that one moment right there lead to the game-winning play. I mean, that's the only sport that's going to happen.
And the official points out the distance of the throw.
I know, I love it. Like we've got an official stat. Well, he threw it 20 yards downfield. Had it been 10, it's only a 5-yard penalty. But it exceeded 10, so we're going to make it an automatic first down.
Yeah, my text chain that night was all about how far could you throw one of Carson's cleats, and I was like, I don't know. Now I'm kind of curious. I wanted to get out there at 11:30 and go throw his cleat down the street, but I was afraid if I did, I wouldn't be able to find it.
But if you watch it, he didn't really even step into the throw. He just kind of tosses it. I think he had a lot more behind him there. I think he could have gotten it 30 or 40 yards easy. But I mean,
Go ahead.
What a crazy ending. I mean, just all of that. And I'm sure the Ole Miss fans watching this loved Dan Mullen completely outsmarting himself in that game and resting Kyle Pitts in a game where you're saying to the rest of your team, hey, we think this game is so secure, we're not going to play our best offensive player or our second best if you want to argue that Kyle Trask is the best. And, I mean, that's just that's Dan Mullen. I mean, he just does – I think Dan Mullen's an excellent football coach, but he just does goofy stuff like that out of the blue. And then just the overall nil. Like, I mean, the running joke in this state was, had an Alabama player pulled a shoe off, thrown it downfield, costing Nick Saban's team a game, what time would the funeral have started for the player? that was the running joke, right? So, I mean, Dan Mullen's teams, they're undisciplined teams, and it bites him all the time.
By the way, that would be the most disgraced funeral in American history since Lee Harvey Oswald. So, all right, I'm going to get to some other stuff. I only have you for about 20 minutes from right now. So I want to make sure I get this in. Okay. This is the final regular season game for Ole Miss. They're at LSU today. Elijah Moore opted out. Kenny Yeboah's opted out. LSU's got a bunch of guys not playing. I mean, it's going to be a weird game. But it's still Ole Miss LSU in Tiger Stadium, which still kind of is cool for those of us who cover this thing, or in my case, grew up in Louisiana and remember this game being meaningful and all that stuff. What do you expect from this? I mean, this has the chance to be what's the word? We're looking crazy, wacky. I mean,
Well,
I have zero idea what to expect today.
Yeah, and we were talking about that on our show yesterday, that this might be the most unpredictable game we've seen all season. I mean, with all the guys that are out on both sides, and I mean, there's the NFL talent that has opted out of this game is incredible. I mean, just not even just this week, but I'm just talking about the year as a whole. When you look at Jamar Chase and Terrace Marshall on the LSU side, and then the two guys you just mentioned on the Ole Miss side, I mean, those are tremendous players. So it's unfortunate we don't get to see that, but it does create this air of unpredictability where, you know, you've got this LSU team that in a lot of ways I thought had packed it in. And, you know, last week they showed they had it. And that's a credit to Orgeron and that LSU team to get up for that game where they had nothing on the line but pride. And that shows you they've at least got some pride left, which you know, says something about them. You know, John, look, Florida's defense is not good. Johnson looked terrific. Ole Miss's defense, you know this, is not great. So he's going to have some
more than fair.
Yeah, he's going to have some opportunities again. And it wasn't just wide open guys. Now, he had wide open guys to throw to. But he made some beautiful throws. I mean, you could tell the DNA is there with him. And, you know, I think he's got to be your guy moving forward if you're LSU. And on the Ole Miss side, there again, Lane Kiffin, what does he have to lose here? You know, if you want to look at it from the rumor mill standpoint, he might be doing this as a job interview, right, if he really is in the mix at Auburn. So does he go just throw everything and try to look like the biggest offensive genius in the world? He might do that anyway, you know, with nothing to lose. So I think with all that set on the table there, this is a wholly unpredictable game. But I think it will lead to an entertaining, high-scoring game. I think it's going to be fun to watch.
So I spent more time last night than I wanted to because I was at my parents' house. My brothers were there, but my phone kind of kept ringing, and I answered it a few times. I don't think Lane Kiffin is a candidate at Auburn. I'm not convinced Lane Kiffin wants to be a candidate at Auburn, and I'm pretty convinced that Auburn doesn't want Lane Kiffin to be a candidate. What do you anticipate happening at Auburn? And I know you guys have covered the hell out of it all week because it's Alabama and it's college football, and it got weird at Auburn, which it can do at Auburn. This was supposed to be my sources, and yours are probably better than mine. My sources, this was supposed to be Kevin Steele's job 4 or 5 days ago, and it's still not. What's happening?
So the way it all started was there was a power booster that Jimmy Rain that wanted Hugh Freeze, and he was kind of on an island without, you know, we've done this on this before and on your podcast, and I know you know it. But for the Ole Miss fans that might be a little disconnected, the Auburn situation, the way they viewed their school, their job, their athletics program can be a little different than the way some others do. And when you start talking about a coach that not just the NCAA issues that Hugh Freeze had, but the proven and alleged off-the-field issues that he had, that doesn't mesh with a lot of people at Auburn. There are a lot of people at Auburn that say, I may forgive him for that if I have to, but I don't want him representing my school. Auburn operates that way, and I'm not being critical of that. It's their school, their fan base, they can do whatever they want, you know. Whereas some other schools would say, oh, he's a mercenary? Okay, I'll take him, you know, if he's going to win games, right? So that's the deal with Hugh Freeze. So he didn't have a whole lot of support. The rest of the power boosters scanned the landscape and said, we think the best elite coach, what appears to be elite level coach we can go after is Mario Cristobal. He's badly underpaid at Oregon. Up until this week, he was making $2.5 million. He was like, I think, 11th in the league, right?
That's right.
He apparently doesn't get along great with Phil Knight, the power booster there. There was thought, because he's a Miami guy and he's coaching in the Pacific Northwest, that he wants to get back closer, get back in the SEC. He had, you know, some time on the Alabama staff. So there was a lot of things that said he'd like to get back south. What remains unclear right now is if Auburn made a legitimate run at him, if Auburn ever even offered him, or if he just played Auburn to get his contract extension pushed through. Either way, the contract extension got pushed through. So Cristobal's off the table. So a large portion of your power boosters lost their guy there. So now they got to double back and find who they want. The one guy they can all coalesce around is Kevin Steele. He was nobody's first choice, but he's the choice that when you get down the list and say, all right, where does everybody agree? It's Kevin Steele. And then to make matters worse, Auburn forms this selection committee, this search committee. And I've jokingly called it the Pat Dye Memorial Search Committee because it looks like something Pat Dye would have created himself, except he would have also had himself on it. but he's passed away, unfortunately. So Coach Dye can't do that anymore. But it is a Coach Dye search committee. I mean, there is zero doubt. And Kevin Still, Neil, you know this. He appeals to that crowd. He's old. He's old school. He talks like a Pat Dyer or Bear Bryant, who he sounds like. You know, he's been in football forever. He's the guy that appeals to them. He's not some newfangled high school coach that comes in and runs this crazy offense. He's going to run the football and play us some defense, man. So, yeah, he's the guy. So it's
not the fans guy. The fans don't want him.
No. So they start this Stop Still hashtag on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, and it's trending nationally. At one point, Thursday, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, it's trending nationally. They've started this email campaign. So it's a total mess. I mean, they felt they were just going to push Kevin Still through. The fans have fought back. But what remains unclear right now is if they're even going to listen to the fans, Neil, because a lot of this with Kevin Still is not just they like his style of football. It's that he gives them access. And in the world of college football, for the power booster, access is currency. And they get access with Kevin Still because Kevin Still, if he gets this job, he's beholden to them. He never should have had that job. So I get to keep my access. I get to take my clients to practice. I get to fly on the team plane. I get to call the coach anytime I want to. All those things, you know how it works. And that's why Kevin Still would be your lead candidate right now.
It's why Lane Kiffin would be the worst candidate.
Oh, yeah.
He makes no sense.
Yeah, and to further, and I don't want to connect, Lane and Hugh Freeze. I'm not talking about like off the field discussions or anything, but just the way Lane operates is so countercultural to the Auburn program. The tweeting, Gus Malzahn, about all he would tweet is a boom when he got a recruit, all that stuff. The tweeting, the taking shots, the ribbing that he doesn't Mike Leach or he doesn't Nick Saban. Auburn fans, I don't think would embrace that. Now, if he comes out, let me just say, Neil, if he came in and if he beats Alabama a lot and wins 12 games a year, you'll overlook a lot of things, right?
But it takes a year to get there. And that to get to that place where, I mean, even let's say hypothetically, and this, again, before anybody's having a coronary, this is not happening based on 1,000 sources at this point. Let's say Lane Kiffin's the Auburn coach and he goes 11-1, but to get to that place, it takes a year, and he's going to do all of these other things. And at Auburn, and I'm not making fun, it just is what it is. At Auburn, they want the football to be very serious.
Yeah, absolutely.
With Lane Kiffin, the brand is not super serious.
Yeah.
Like, he gets off the plane in Baton Rouge yesterday, and the brand is Lane Kiffin and this custom-made suit that has a collar pop that says, "Go to hell, LSU." That's Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
That's who he is. So when you sign him up, that's what you're getting. And at Auburn, that would not go over well. All the Nick Saban stuff that he does, and Saban, look, Kiffin refers to Saban as his mentor. He talks about him when he gets serious. He talks about him almost as a deity, but he also has some fun with Nick Saban, the quote old man. And I don't know that would go over well with Auburn. And the other thing, as I want to get into this. The other thing that's at play here, I think, is some of these people that are being listed for this job, Mario Cristobal, you mentioned, Lane Kiffin to some degree, I think to a far lesser degree, but Lane Kiffin, Steve Sarkisian, who has been, quote, invited to interview. All of those people have their eyes on another job that at some point, I guess, will open. I mean, maybe Nick Saban's the one person that will defeat Father Time. I don't know. He's defeated everyone else, but at the end of the day, I think I'm betting on Father Time and taking the points, but I don't know. At some point, that job has to open, and those are people who would be listed for it if Nick Saban walked away in the next 1 to 5 years, I suppose. I don't know. The way the world turns, who knows what 5 years from now looks like, but I don't know what happens with Saban. If you're Steve Sarkisian, are you waiting for Nick Saban? If you're Mario Cristobal, is Oregon – is it good enough while you wait for Nick Saban? I don't know. Those are all things that I think are part of this search, and it's why last night, and please tell me if I'm wrong because I want to be accurate, last night I started hearing a lot of like Neil Brown to Auburn as this, hey, everyone can sort of compromise here. We can all agree to this, and maybe the fans would buy into Neil Brown and blah, blah, blah. Just there's a lot going on inside the, hey, you're invited to come interview for this job.
Yeah. By the way, the underrated portion of what you just said there is that Father Time was giving points to Saban. I thought that was very. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there, but the biggest unknown in all of this is it would pertain to a Lane Kiffin, a Steve Sarkisian, a Mario Cristobal, any guys that have the ties to Saban, maybe even a Billy Napier, who's been on Saban's staff, who's been mentioned for this. It's funny that those are a lot of the guys that are mentioned, and they all have connections to Saban. And if you look at Saban assistants versus Saban, the record ain't good. I mean, he's undefeated. So it's funny that you would want to go that route. It's almost like all these people hiring Belichick assistants thinking we're going to be the next Belichick, and Belichick's defeated them all basically, except for the great Brian Flores of the Miami Dolphins. He's not going to defeat him. That'll be the one that bucks the trend. So yeah, I mean, but that's the great unknown here, right? Is how long Saban goes. How long does he go? Neil, he's not showing signs of slowing down. I don't know if you've looked at the recruiting rankings after the signing day the other day. Alabama's number one, I think, across the board.
Yep.
I know Rivals, I know 24/7, all the ESPN, they all had him number one. Those are your major ones, obviously. His team is playing today as the undefeated number one team in the nation for an SEC championship, and they're a 17-point favorite over the best team the East can offer. 17-point favorite. They're the odds-on favorite to win the national championship. If they win today, they'll be the number one seed, and they would be at least a touchdown favorite over everybody in the playoffs.
At least.
Yeah, I mean, he's not slowing down. He's showing zero signs of slowing down. And, I mean, this is not Bear Bryant at the end. I mean, they're the same age as when Bear Bryant retired and passed away. They're the same age. If you go look at a Bryant photo from his last year as coach and Saban today, they look 30 years apart. Saban, this is not the end of Joe Paterno and Bobby Bowden and Bear Bryant. We're far from that right now. And if you're Sarkisian and Kiffin, you know that. All you got to do is flip on the film. Sarkisian sees it every day. So, I mean, Sarkisian's probably working for a guy that beats him to the office and stays longer than he does. So he knows it. And, I mean, that would be the thing with Sarkisian. Do I say, is it going to take me 5 years? And 5 years from now, am I going to still have an elite enough offense that they want to give me this job? And if you go to Auburn, if you're Kiffin or Sark and you go to Auburn, it's over. I mean, I don't.
You're never getting the Alabama job at that point. Right.
And if that's what you want, going to Auburn is not the path to get it. But it's going to require some patience. I think if you told Sarkisian, you're the Alabama coach in 2 years or 3 years, there's not a job in the world he would take. I don't think he would replace Belichick at the Patriots or Andy Reid at the Chiefs. I think he'd stay for that. I mean, it's that good of a job.
And he has a loyalty to Alabama that was well earned. I mean, Alabama gave him a chance when really no one else did. In much the same way that I think there's a Kiffin loyalty to Saban. It's funny, going into the season, I heard all this stuff about, Nick Saban hates Lane Kiffin and Lane Kiffin hates Nick Saban. Whoa. As this season's played out, I don't think that's true at all. I think Lane Kiffin thinks Nick Saban basically saved his career, salvaged it, gave him a new life, and he learned a lot. He paid a lot of attention to your access point. There's no access at Ole Miss. It's incredibly limited unless you as a booster can really do something for him. And I mean, do something for him. You're not part of it. And even then you're at an arm's length. There's everything about the way Auburn wants to run is antithetical to Lane Kiffin, to Steve Sarkisian. Because I think Sarkisian's going to run a Nick Saban program, whether it's at Alabama or wherever he might go. It's kind of an interesting storyline as this thing goes, because this week when people at around Ole Miss would say, hey, let's just say he left, what would happen? I'm like, I don't know. The first call you make is, listen, I think Ole Miss has a superstar head coach in waiting on their staff. I think Jeff Lebby is a superstar. He's 36 years old. Look at what he did at Central Florida. Look at what he's doing at Ole Miss. I think Lebby's a star. And is he ready to be an SEC star? I don't know. First, if Lane Kiffin picks up tomorrow and leaves, the first call I make if I'm Ole Miss is Sarkisian. Here's $5 million. Tell me no. And he might tell you no, but I'd ask him.
Yeah, and again, to your point, and it was mutually beneficial for Saban and Kiffin, because Saban has given a lot of guys chances, but Kiffin, I think, is the one guy he gave a chance and said, I want you to come change what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Which for Nick Saban, man, that took a lot. I mean, Saban had this style of, we're going to run it, we're going to grind it, we're going to own time of possession. And to his credit, he scanned the landscape and said, that's not what's winning right now. I want to do what's winning. And Lane Kiffin got him to that point. It's why Steve Sarkisian's able to do what he's able to do today. And to your point about Sark, Saban basically bailed him out twice. I mean, Sark was fired at USC with a cloud of a lot of off-the-field stuff around him. And Saban went to him and said, look, come here, be behind the scenes. Take your time, learn from us, help us. And Sark did that. And then he got the Falcons job, and then he's fired there. And Saban's like, well, just come on back. And now, let me go ahead and tell you, man, this is a funny turnaround. When Saban hired him back from the Falcons, that wasn't a very popular hire. Alabama fans were very critical of Saban for that because Sark had gotten heavily criticized at the Falcons. And that was not, I won't want to say a puzzling hire, but it was a highly criticized hire by Alabama fans, and now they love Sark.
It's funny how far Alabama's come in a short period of time. I'm a Heisman voter, and I've got to do my vote tomorrow or tonight or whenever. And as of right now, the number 3, you're not supposed to say who you're voting for, which is good because I don't really know. But all 3 names on my 3-person ballot play offense at Alabama. If I'd told you in 2008
I know
that my Heisman vote would have 3 Alabama offensive players on it in some order, you would have said, wow, Neil, what happened? Did they buy you off? I mean, what in the hell? You would have said, you have lost your mind.
Yeah. Well, this is a school that had not had a Heisman Trophy winner ever. And Ingram wins it in 10. Richardson was a finalist. Amari Cooper was a finalist. Tua Tagovailoa was a finalist. A.J. McCarron was a finalist. You'll have at least 2 finalists this year. I don't know that Najee Harris will get enough steam. He's deserving. I think he's the best running back in America. I think Devontae Smith deserves it. I used to vote for the Heisman. If I did, he'd have my vote. He's the best player in America. But you're going to have 2 Heisman finalists. And to your point, if you go back to even 08, 09 Saban, those were really good teams. You would look at that and say, no chance you would ever have 2 Heisman finalists on offense for Alabama. And you're going to have that this year. I mean, it's incredible the way it has turned. And he really hasn't done it. He's sacrificed a little bit on defense, but not massive sacrifices. He hasn't done it to the detriment of his defense wholly. I just think you're in a world of college football where you're not going to give up 11 points per game anymore. They're giving up like 18 per game. That's spectacular, I think, right now in college football.
Last thing, tomorrow when the playoffs come out, who's in it?
Well, that is so fascinating. I think Alabama is locked in. I don't care what happens tonight against Florida. I think Alabama's locked in. And in fact, even if Florida wins with the 2 losses, I think they still need help. I don't know that they're automatic yet because I don't think they're going to drop Alabama out. Yeah. I think if Notre Dame beats Clemson, Clemson's out. I think if Clemson beats Notre Dame, I still think Notre Dame's probably in. I think Notre Dame and Alabama can both still get in this thing with a loss. It's hard to see Ohio State losing to Northwestern, so I think Ohio State would be in. The fascinating one to me is if Clemson gets booted out, Alabama beats Florida, so you got Alabama, Notre Dame, Ohio State. That 4th spot with A&M, with Cincinnati if they beat Tulsa, with Iowa State if they beat Oklahoma, with Oklahoma if they beat Iowa State. That's kind of the scenario I want to see what the committee would do with this because they have a really tough choice at that point. I can't get behind A&M. It's hard to get behind Iowa State with 2 losses. It's hard to get behind Oklahoma with 2 losses. It's hard to get behind Cincinnati. Normally, I wouldn't have a problem with the American, but this is probably the worst the American Conference has been in quite a while. And they just don't have a whole lot to hang their hat on. I mean, that went over BYU or, that what they would have had over BYU. You look at what they've done, they don't have a whole lot to hang their hat on. So I think you're going to have Alabama, Clemson, Notre Dame, and Ohio State. That's the way I think you're going to have it because I think Clemson will beat Notre Dame.
Yeah, I agree. I do think we are all today, for whatever reason, we're all Northwestern fans. I think if you love chaos, you're a Notre Dame fan today. If I would love to see the committee forced to have a conversation about whichever Big 12 team wins today.
Right.
The losses happened really early, and on the eye test here lately, Oklahoma looks like a top team. Iowa State looks like a top team, but they have the 2 losses. It's the whole wherever this goes with the playoff down the road and expanding to 8 teams. And the more I'm an 8-team advocate, so the more chaos, the better. Other people are not 8-team advocates, so they don't want the chaos. So we'll see. It doesn't. At the end of the day, I'm just happy we're having the conversation. I'm happy it's football, and that's the good part.
Yeah, I think the one thing they've got to address, though, is this Rose Bowl situation. I think not allowing players' families there, that should be, to me, a non-negotiable for the college football playoff.
I agreed with Brian Kelly yesterday. I thought he was exactly right.
Yep. And I don't think he's being honest that Notre Dame would opt out of this, but I think maybe he said that so the committee would look at it and say, hey, don't send them to the Rose. Let's stack them so they're in the sugar, however we have to do it. But then that gets you Alabama, so good luck with that. But I don't think there's any way you should have a college football playoff without allowing the players' families in.
Absolutely.
That should be an absolute non-negotiable. And I said quite a while ago, Neil, they should move this away from the Rose just because you can't predict what the California governments are going to do. They could tell you 2 days before this game, you're not playing the game. Just for political showmanship, they can do that.
Yes.
And I mean, if you don't believe me, ask the 49ers and ask Stanford. They live it. So I don't think the Rose Bowl should be any part of this. I think you should move that game to Dallas. If you want to pause the rotation, pick up with Rose and Sugar next year, that's fine. Move that game to Dallas. Don't risk that game.
That's where the game belongs. Just put it in Dallas. That's safe. Texas, is going to be open. Just put it in Texas, and you can restrict attendance or whatnot. But listen, he's right. And I know you got to go. But at the end of the day, Brian Kelly, and people said it's political grandstanding and it's whatever. Okay, maybe it is to some degree. But at the end of the day, he is responsible for the 85 young men that are in his program who have done everything that he's asked them to do, who have gone through a season of being swabbed and swabbed and swabbed and swabbed. And they've played games, and they've played games in empty stadiums, and they've played games in wild deals, and they've been criticized when they beat Clemson and their student body celebrated on the field, and they've been vilified and all of those things. To get to this place where you're going to play in a national semifinal game, whether it's against Alabama or Clemson or Ohio State or whoever, to get to that place and be able to look those young men in the eye and say, hell, and your families can't come.
No, non-negotiable. The college football playoffs should not stand for that.
Yeah, the penultimate moment of your athletic careers, potentially, for many of you, it's going to be the last football game that you ever play. We're not going to allow your fans, your family and closest friends to be there to celebrate it with you. No, we're not going to allow that. That's bullshit. And Brian Kelly's exactly right when he says, no, that is not acceptable. That is not satisfactory. I will not stand for that. And yes, I will potentially say, no, we just won't go. Now, I'm with you. I think they ultimately would go, but I think that's him saying, this is wrong. And for him to be criticized for saying something's wrong when it is very clearly wrong is the worst part of what we've gone through in 2020, where no one is any longer allowed an opinion, even when the opinion is absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost I know I was about to say I don't know who would be against Brian Kelly on this, but unfortunately I know exactly who would be against Brian Kelly on this because they've shown their colors all year long and stuff like this.
That takes the conversation full circle. I know you have things to do. Enjoy the Christmas parade today. Enjoy the football. Thank you so much for all that you've done with us over the course of this wild and wacky football season, and we look forward to catching up with you soon. Merry Christmas to you, to your wife, to your family. Hope you have a great one.
Yeah, everybody watching, Merry Christmas to all you guys. Take care of yourself, and let's have some fun football today, Neil. Thank you.
See you, buddy.
All right, man. Thanks.
Bye. That was Ryan Brown, WJOX in Birmingham. We're looking at Northwestern possibly turning the college football world on its ear a little bit and looking back on their loss at Michigan State earlier and saying what could have been.
I mean, seriously,
although for them, I mean, the winning the Big Ten
it's
just, I mean, they're not going to ask too many questions.
You don't think they're going to put an asterisk next to it?
Nor should they.
No.
They'd be 7-1. 7-1 would be
you beat who was in front of you.
You would have played an 8-game Big Ten season and won 7-1 and won 7 and won the championship game. I wouldn't put an asterisk by that. No.
Ooh. Ugh. Feels like a big one right here. Third down. They really need the end zone. The field goal feels. I know Ohio State hasn't moved the ball much today, but
that Northwestern defense can be good. You give them a 2-score lead, it's a little weird. So during that broadcast, while we were taping Ryan, while we were playing the tape of Ryan, we went digging.
Still nothing.
And there's just nothing. I know. Oh, that's not what they wanted.
Pick.
Not what they wanted.
It's a really bad throw.
Yeah, back shoulder throw that didn't ever get close to the back shoulder. Interception for Ohio State. 11-14 to go. Turnover for Northwestern.
In the end zone.
Yeah, in the end zone. So 10-6 Wildcats. supposedly Keith talking about upgrades. Look, here's the part, Chase, that we haven't talked about because you and I haven't done a show since I think we both sort of heard it. I anticipate the announcement that I anticipate fairly soon is a new contract, if you will, for Lane Kiffin.
Sure.
I think some assistant coaches are getting raises.
Sure.
And I think there are some things that are coming from the perspective of facilities, commitment, et cetera, that is going to show that Ole Miss has a real commitment to Lane Kiffin, to this coaching staff, to the program.
A plan in place to move up, to do better, to improve. Yeah, look, it wouldn't shock me if we have to deal with some coach stuff over the course of the next few weeks, but I don't think it's going to be a head coach thing. I think Kiffin is here.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
I do not anticipate the entire staff being here next season.
No, I don't either. I think there will be changes.
Yeah, but as far as head coach, I think you're all right, guys.
And you have a couple people that are in demand. I mean, let's be real here. I mean, Jeff Lebby is in demand. That is. I know they want to keep him. They're going to try to keep him.
Broyles Award semifinalist or finalist or whatever it was.
But Jeff Lebby's going to have opportunities. Whether he wants them, I don't know. I know that Jeff Lebby was interested in the Arkansas State job. I know that he was interested in the South Alabama job, which is a damn good job. By the way, congratulations to our friend Kane Womack for landing that job. Couldn't be happier for Kane. But, Jeff wants to be a coach. He's 36 years old. So he's got plenty of time. He's got tons of connections. Keeping him long term is going to be a real challenge.
But everybody knows that.
And everybody knows that. Right. So, and then there are a couple other spots that
something could happen.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's put it that way.
I wouldn't either.
So that runs the gamut on
today's college football. That's what it is. Hardly ever are you going to keep a staff intact from one season to the next all the way through. Non-assistant coaches.
Right.
It just isn't feasible.
I'm just letting you be the one that's saying all these things so that I can say, I didn't say jack.
Okay. I sat there.
When the call gets made, what did you say? I didn't say anything. Chase did. Call him. Well, they'll be like, well, we heard you said it. Well, I didn't say it. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, Daryl, 1910's awesome. Old Forester 1910. I think between Cole and I, we've pushed a lot of that this season of hand-raised guys and scoreboard business. It's by far the best Old Forester there is out there. By
the way, our friend Neil Forbes has been our bourbon guy all year. We're going to try this time. Jefferson's Ocean, which this is voyage number 19.
Is it a store pick or is it just?
It's a store pick.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's a 90 proof. I'll tell you, I've had Jefferson's Ocean on 3 different occasions, and twice it was awesome. Loved it. And once I did the mistake. I don't think my glass was completely clean.
Oh.
I think it had a little soap residue in it.
Okay.
And I couldn't, and it got in my head the rest of that bottle.
It's perfectly fine. The marketing gimmick drives me insane with them a little bit, to the point that I don't buy it for that reason. And I can find other stuff in that price range I like better. Curious about a store pick for them.
Yeah.
It will always be in my heart because it's what I had the morning the NCAA sanctions came down.
Yeah.
So that's that might be the only time that I've had it since then. But,
yeah, you kept running back there. I was like, hey, man.
Yeah. We do have a press conference.
Can you switch to some of the cheaper stuff too? There's some Four Roses sitting there. I mean,
at this point, you can't taste it anyway.
You're not even tasting right now, man. I was like, hey, I spent $85 on that. Oh, is that a pick by Northwestern?
How did they get it?
Oh, son of a gun.
I didn't know they called it.
How about that? I'll tell you real quick.
Yeah, we got a few minutes.
We're brought to you by The Rogue. This show is, and Luke Abney and the people at The Rogue have been great to us throughout this football season. Do us a favor. Check them out. Go to therogue.com. You're getting a gift card for a friend. That'd be a great place to go. Therogue.com. It's your destination for fine men's clothing. Their stylist hand-select pieces from top designers, from work to lifestyle to nightlife. There's the perfect something for everyone at The Rogue. All the best items from Peter Millar, Martin Dingman, Jack Victor, Halsey, True Grit, and more. They've got their college collection, a lot of Ole Miss stuff, some Mississippi State stuff, really good-looking stuff there at The Rogue. Duckhead's there as well. The return of this icon brand remains true to its roots by producing garments of enduring quality and timeless style. So come by the Rogue, welcome back this American icon, and join the revival, known for their gold school chino for years. The 1865 5-pocket and gingham sports shirts are great for game day, work from home, and are a great value. Again, therogue.com or 4450 I-55 North in Jackson. We're also brought to you by Scoreboard. Scoreboard Business is brought to you by Heritage Properties. Heritage Properties, home to 3 communities in Oxford, Faulkner Flats, Cambridge Station, Lexington Point. They're all 3 multifamily housing. They all offer on-site management and maintenance, pet-friendly, and offer short-term leases. Faulkner Flats, located on Old Taylor Road, offers 1-, 2-, and 3-bedroom apartment homes, private patios or balconies, a premier 24/7 gym and tanning facility, a resort-style pool, a car wash station, and much more. You don't want to miss out on their special rates. 3 bedrooms now leasing for the price of a 2-bedroom. Live at faulknerflats.com or 662-234-4558. Cambridge Station has renovated 2-bed, 2-bath apartment homes 5 minutes from campus with multiple amenities, including free cable and internet. They're offering a single occupancy special, so get in touch with them at live@cambridgestationapts.com. And then there's Lexington Point, located less than a mile from campus. It has spacious 1-, 2-, and 3-bedroom apartment homes, free cable and internet, covered parking, and much more. Get in touch with them at 662-234-4558. And Scoreboard Business is brought to you by Meadowbrook Wealth Advisors of Raymond James. It's a team in Jackson providing planning and investment guidance to clients across the state and surrounding areas. Financial advisors Bill Geary, Logan Phillips, Chris Carrero, and Ryan Geary are partners with a commitment to personalized service. Call them at 601-368-2215. See if they might be a good fit for your financial goals. Raymond James and Associates Incorporated, member New York Stock Exchange, SIPC.
Northwestern having to punt. Didn't do anything at all offensively. Good punt.
Got a good roll. Put them at about the 6-7 yard line.
Yep.
9:03 to go in the third quarter of that one, the Big Ten.
Still an eternity, but
championship game. I'm going to refresh and make sure these are current scores. Yep. Texas A&M late in the third leads Tennessee 24-13, and fairly early in the third, Oklahoma leads Iowa State 24-7. That's in the Big 12 title game. Ole Miss basketball gets started in about 12 minutes at Dayton. We'll keep you up to date on that as well throughout the day. I don't really know exactly how we're going to pull all of that off, but we're going to do the best we can to bring you some basketball coverage as well. But the focus today obviously will be on football, the regular season finale, Ole Miss at LSU. We've had some people ask about bowl games. What I'm told, and I think Chase has heard the same thing, is tomorrow obviously Alabama's going to be in the championship final thing one way or the other. I think Florida, even with a loss, has a chance to get one of the New Year's Six games.
Even with a third loss?
Yeah, that's what I'm told.
A&M will be in something.
A&M's going to be in something, and Georgia's going to get a New Year's Six game. Yeah. Then after that, what they're going to do, I'm told, because they say it's just the easiest way, is they're going to go down the pecking order by record.
Oh, I hadn't heard this.
By winning. Okay. They're going to go by record, by winning percentage, and basically say, where do you want to go?
To the teams, not the bowls.
To the teams. What do you want to do? And then slot into those bowls unless the bowl monumentally objects, and I don't know that anybody's going to object. Missouri believes that if they win today, they're likely headed to either Orlando or Tampa. Missouri believes if it loses today, it could end up.
Because they would be 6-4.
Yeah, if they lose, they'll be 5-5. They think that would probably send them to the Gator. What I hear about Ole Miss is a win today basically wraps up a Florida Bowl.
Gator or Outback.
Likely, yes. And a loss today puts them in that Music City realm.
Yeah. If you told me to guess, I would go Gator or Music City based off today's results.
Yeah. And I'd have to look at the rest of it and see. I mean, if Florida fell out, Florida would go Citrus.
Yeah.
Missouri with the win would go Outback. Ole Miss with the win. And I know people go, well, that's not fair. And this is the year that the league goes, look, what do you want us to do? They would go Gator, and then from there, whatever.
Sounds good. The Florida Bowls are significant because they actually can have more attendance.
Yeah.
Forget even just the prestige, if you will, of a Florida Bowl, but you get more people in.
I don't know what the Music City is going to be because Nashville's so weird. Like sometimes they allow fans and sometimes they don't. But Florida's pretty open. Ron DeSantis has said Hey.
Yeah.
Anyway, that game, a little over an hour and 10 minutes from now, we talked to Chase, about to do some radio here in a minute. So we talked to Matt Moscona, who covers LSU and other things for ESPN Louisiana. He's also part of Cox Sports TV in Baton Rouge. Matt's been a great friend of ours for a long time, does a great job, and talked to him about LSU as we get ready for Ole Miss at LSU a little over an hour from now. Here's Matt Moscona. Matt Moscona, kind enough to join us, ESPN in Louisiana. He's also with Cox Sports TV. He's just a multi-talented, multifaceted media star. He's got his own bourbon show. No one knows bourbon in the South better than my friend Matt Moscona, and the two of us were just talking about a story that I can't really repeat here, but I was wishing for hair at one point earlier today, Matt, and so it's good to see you there. Neither one of us have any, and we've somehow made it this far. So it must speak to our considerable talent.
Maybe, or the fact that the look used to matter and does not anymore. So, but I don't know, man. I get a lot of compliments on the shaved head and the beard look, as opposed to just going with the toilet. I had the toilet seat for a while, and I was like, I hate this thing. And so, you know what I did, Neil? I intentionally lost a bet to Ryan Terrio, who I'm sure you remember from his days with the Cubs, former LSU baseball player, who comes on my show every week. I intentionally lost a bet to him where the terms were that when I lost, he could shave my head because my wife never wanted me to do it. Well, I lost it. I was, babe, I lost a bet. Had to do it. So shaved the head on air, and I've kept the look since. I like it.
So I like the look too. You've got the beard in a way that I can't get mine to do. Now, so, I mean, I can grow a beard. Now, mine's got too much gray in it these days because I think I'm a little older than you, and the gray kind of freaks me out a little bit when I look at it. But when I go to shave my head, I can't figure out how to get the lines right here. So I end up on shaving day, I just shave everything.
See, and by the way, this is a fresh trim on the beard too. Like normally it's thicker and darker. I don't want like the big bushy beard, right? Like I don't want a beard like old presidents used to wear. I just want a little, some. It's just the contrast, right? You just want the contrast.
You don't want to be Lincoln or Grant or someone like that.
Good.
All right, so LSU and Ole Miss, and I'll get to the game in a minute, but I've been really curious about something with you because you're one of these guys that you're not afraid to express an opinion, and you had a very unpopular opinion a couple of years ago. I don't think you were all aboard the Ed Orgeron hire. and then last year, of course, LSU wins everything that could possibly be won. And I'm sure you took some heat. And now this year, LSU looks kind of like I thought they would look consistently through the Orgeron thing. And I know that you have to be careful about, hey, told you so, because I don't even know that you feel that way, but it's like they've done this deal where at the top of the mountain, and now they're all over the place, and they're nowhere close to where Alabama is as a program today. You saw that on the field the other day. What's that been like for you there in Baton Rouge, where 99% of the people who live there are pretty big LSU fans, and they like anybody else, they want to hear that their team is great and everything is awesome, and you don't give them that. And then coming off of last year where everything was great and awesome in the fantasy, and this year it's back to kind of reality.
Well, first of all, I think while most sports fans, I would say this might even be true in news or whatever, people oftentimes seek affirmation, not information, but they also respect people that they know is never going to lie to them. Like, you never tune into my show wondering how I feel, and you never wonder, is he being honest? Because that's just, it's just what it is. I mean, Neil, if people listen, great, and thankfully they have, and if it becomes that unpopular, and I'm not a contrarian, I'm just honest. I mean, I went to LSU. I love LSU. I want them to win everything, but I didn't like the hire. But you know what, Neil? I was in the overwhelming majority of people that didn't like the hire. I just had a microphone and had the balls to say it on air.
Yeah.
And so I did. Ed Orgeron is still not a big fan of me. Okay, I'm good. I don't need him to be. But I was pumped for him last year, man. I like, the thing is Neil, like, it was never a personal thing. I mean, I don't even know Ed. I mean, I know him professionally. I don't know him personally. We've never sat down and had dinner together or anything. Honestly, if you go back and listen to my comments when he was hired, I was for the man, like I was really excited for him. I just, as a human, I like to see people succeed. I like to see people that achieve their goals. And he was talking about his dad, and he started breaking down, crying, in his intro press conference. Like, how could you not cheer for this guy, right? You want him to succeed. But I had to be honest. I thought LSU was a program far beyond a hire like that, which I still believe is the case. And Ed has a lot of proving to do. But look, man, guy won the national championship, the greatest season ever. You could argue that it was more Joe Burrow than anything, which is kind of looking like that might be the case. But I also think if you win a championship and you've reached the mountaintop, yeah, there's a chance you could be Larry Coker or Gene Chizik. But you've also been there, and you know what it takes to get there. And so I believe you at least have the roadmap to get back. Now, can you execute that plan? We'll see. But the one thing that I consistently tell people, Neil, is the differentiator with Ed now and, say, Gene Chizik at Auburn or Coker in those Miami days, Ed's still recruiting his ass off, man.
Yeah,
that's the big difference. The thing that people forget about that Auburn team, Auburn won a national championship with a human cheat code at quarterback. And he left. In the next 2 drafts combined, Auburn had 2 guys picked, a 4th rounder and a 3rd rounder. That was it. One of them was, remember Corey Lemonier, the edge rusher? That was it. In 2 drafts, they had 2 total guys picked. Chizik didn't recruit. He didn't have talent. He had Cam Newton. Ed has talent. He's got to get them playing together, but, he's got talent.
Yeah, he had Cam Newton and Nick Fairley, and then a bunch of dudes. Yeah, and Cam was just special. And, you're right, because I watched LSU last weekend, and obviously they've had injuries and they've had opt-outs and stuff, and you see them all over the field, guys still making plays in Florida, in Gainesville, I should say, against Florida. And I thought that's what people forget, is that this guy's got a loaded roster. Now, he's got some issues inside of his program, clearly, and he'd had the meltdown with Pelini, and I don't know that hire was the right hire for him because it might be too much like him. And obviously he misses Joe Brady and he misses Joe Burrow. And, I mean, they lost a lot of talent, but there's still a lot of talent on that roster. And he just, I don't know, the number 3, number 4 recruiting class in the country. He just brought into Baton Rouge. He's doing it again and again and again. So you're right. He's the comparison between him and Chizik is flawed.
They miss Joe Burrow way more than they miss Joe Brady. That's one of the biggest misconceptions. And every time I bring this up, Neil, this catches people off guard because Brady won the Broyles, and he's largely credited as the guy who, brought the offense to life. But really, Joe, and I don't want to discredit Joe Brady, but Joe Brady was a piece of the puzzle. He wasn't the puzzle. He wasn't the magic unlock. Joe Burrow had the greatest season for a quarterback in the history of college football. Got through for 60 touchdowns. And we were seeing it translate to the NFL in his rookie year before he got hurt. And this team, with 2 freshmen starting at quarterback, is averaging over 400 yards of offense and 30 points. It's not like they stink. They just can't stop anybody. The issue this year isn't offensive, it's defensive. So, for Ed, you got to get one of these quarterback. You got to hit on the quarterback position again, but I love what they're doing there. It's very consistent what they're doing. They're recruiting quarterbacks who are sons of quarterbacks. They've got Max Johnson. They just signed Garrett Nussmeier, son of Doug Nussmeier, NFL quarterback coach. Walker Howard, who is a special young player. His dad, Jamie Howard, played at LSU.
Old man.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Look, Arch Manning is in the pipeline. I don't think many people realistically believe he's going to pick LSU. You got a shot, and he's right down the road in New Orleans. Very clear with them at that position. They want guys that are tough gamers, that know the game, that are cerebral, that can execute, and I get what they're doing, and I think it might just work. I don't know if they're gonna have another Joe Burrow walk through the door, but do you have another guy that has enough moxie to win a championship with the talent you have around it? I wouldn't be surprised if they do, Neil.
I wasn't going to ask you about Arch Manning, but I'd get killed by my audience right now if I didn't. Obviously, Ole Miss people have that targeted. Lane just signed Luke Altmaier, the four-star quarterback out of Starkville, who's very, very good. I think he's an underrated player. I've seen him play in person a little bit, and he's terrific. But everybody's got their sights on Manning. So twofold. how good is he from what you hear down there? And then what do you hear about? I mean, it's still 2 years out, so there's still plenty of time for things to go right or wrong for anybody. But what do you hear about his recruiting?
So all right, so I'm not the guy that's the scout, right? Like I'm not going to look at Arch Manning and say, well, look at the footwork and the 3-step drop and the arm. Like, that's just not my thing. But I know a lot of people that do, and a lot of people that covered Peyton when he was at Newman, and they say Arch is the most developed of any of them at this stage. He's more developed at this stage than Peyton and Eli and his dad Cooper, who was a great player in his own right, as you and your audience know, but obviously had the injury situations. But I mean, the kid he's a sophomore in high school, but he's got everything aligned to be special. He'll be the number one player in the country when he's coming out. And the sort of feeling around here is probably a kid that leaves the state. There's not a strong feeling that he ends up in Oxford. Clemson is a name you hear a lot. Oklahoma, offenses like that where you can step in, play early, sling the ball around, throw for a bunch of yards. Places that have put quarterbacks in the NFL, like that's just what you hear. But I don't know. I mean, the thing that I'll credit that family with is they are in no way pressuring him. If anything, they're protecting him from interviews and the circus surrounding a potential recruitment as a 15-year-old. And Cooper's gone on the record saying, look, we're not going to steer him anywhere. Let him make his own decision. And I just as a father, and I know you're a dad too, like
for sure.
I just look, my brother wasn't an athlete, Neil, but he went to the University of Notre Dame. He's a really smart guy, rolled out of bed as a 7th grader, made a 27 on the ACT, was a all everything academia guy and got into Notre Dame and went. A lot of people here, well, the best and brightest need to stay home. Well, you've got a better opportunity. Go seek the opportunity that's best for you. And that's whether that's academics or athletics or whatever it is in life. So I do respect that tremendously about that family. They're going to let that kid make his decision when the time's right.
So let's talk about LSU a little bit. This team, this program. I'm far more interested really in the program than I am the game. And I know people are watching this on game day and they're getting geeked out. But at the end of the day, it's LSU. This is their last game. They're not going to a bowl. They've self-penalized themselves, and the program seems to be kind of in a weird spot. We talked about Pelini a little while ago. There's a weirdness. I know Ed did not have the best summer in the world with all of the social justice stuff that was going on. I think he kind of lost to the kids a little bit. Maybe he's kind of gotten them back. But where does kind of all of that stand? Where is this program today going, not into the Ole Miss game, but when this Ole Miss game's over and when they clean up the field and they turn off the lights tomorrow, when they get up and look at themselves in the mirror, where are they?
Well, tomorrow, look, this game is going to be Bo Pelini's last being LSU's defensive coordinator. I'm very confident saying that. I just can't imagine a scenario where he's back. If it's tomorrow or the next day or whenever that may be. The program has real issues, Neil. Like, there's no hiding that. And it started this summer. It started with their inability to handle the success, the spoils that came with winning a national championship. It wasn't it's the old Rocky cliche, but maybe they lost a little bit of the eye of the tiger. Mm-hmm. They enjoyed the spoils, which, God bless, it was a hell of a season. I probably would have also, but this summer with everything that happened with respect to George Floyd and social justice, protests all throughout our nation, riots in some places, that had an impact. And we're far enough removed now to where it feels like it's a little muted and people are a little numb to it. And regardless of what you feel about it, that's not relevant. It's what did the players feel about it? How did they interpret what happened? And how did they feel supported, or did they feel supported? And the answer is they didn't. And the LSU team had a march through campus to the university president's office, and Ed Ogeron wasn't a part of it. In Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Nick Saban was leading the march with this team. Another story that I'm sure isn't the story anywhere else, but was here is, Ed Ogeron went on Fox News and said, we love President Trump. We think he's doing a fantastic job. Well, I don't care what your politics are. And look, Ed supported a Democratic governor in Louisiana, John Bel Edwards. That's neither here nor there. It's more about having enough self-awareness to realize there's no reason to do that right now in this climate because of how that might be perceived, not only by your players, but by players' families, coaches on your staff. And we live in a soundbite world, and that was going to get regurgitated, and it did. And part of me understands, look, Sandra Smith's a Fox News anchor who ran track at LSU. And so obviously that LSU connection is why Ogeron was doing those interviews about college football during the COVID era. But that came up, and it didn't sit well. And then the season started, and there were opt-outs, and you lose to Mississippi State, and the snowball started rolling in the wrong direction, man, and it never got better. So people have asked me a lot, Neil, over Florida last week, hey, does this change anything? Do you keep Pelini? Does this fix it? No, you gave up 600 yards and 34 points. Like, if that's your standard, you're awful. So changes have to be made, and changes will be made. But I will say that winning that game changed the attitude around here. People started feeling good. If you beat Ole Miss on Saturday, you have a chance to finish 500. Not that that's good by any standards, but you can look around and say, damn, if you'd shown up defensively against Mississippi State and Missouri, you're 7-3. You're not that far.
Yeah.
You had a close road loss to A&M. Yeah, you lost to Alabama, and they are what they are. But you can make the case and then say, well, look at the recruiting class putting through. You're not that far off. Like that storyline can be built, and you have something you can sell to fans and to recruits. So they have sincere issues in this program, man, that they got to get ironed out, and that's going to be the charge this offseason, is fixing those things, because the talent's there, man. I've said, Neil, the biggest indictment on this team is going to come in April at the draft when you see how many guys on this team get picked, and it could approach double digits. I mean, you got that many draftable players on this roster, and you were staring at a sub-500 season, giving up 55 points to Alabama, the worst loss in the history of the Auburn series, give up 600 yards passing to a kid from Mississippi State who gets benched. I mean, Connor Bazelak from Missouri threw for 4 touchdowns against you. He's thrown for 5 on the season. 5 touchdown passes on the season, 4 of them against LSU. Like, it's just not the standard, man. You got major issues, and I think they realize that they're going to have to address them.
This USA Today story that came out a month or so ago, pretty damning read. It was a tough read. Is that going anywhere?
Oh, yeah. LSU's hired an independent firm to investigate, and they expect the investigation to be done around February. And it's been, USA Today is sort of spacing out their reports. It feels very similar to how Yahoo handled the Will Wade story. It was like every now and again when you think it might be cool, and boom, they drop another one. And so in some respects, it feels like USA Today is regurgitating the same story multiple times in an era where you need to drive clicks and impressions and all. But the story is what it is. And, the thing that I've told everybody, I've said to my audience with respect to, because we're talking about something that is serious in nature, but also legal in nature. I mean, you were talking about very serious, like legal allegations and potential ramifications where you're talking about potentially violating federal Title IX law, covering up sexual assault. You're talking about legit issues where, in our country, the burden of proof falls upon the accuser. We have not yet heard the accused side in this yet. So from that standpoint, I'm willing to say, let me hear what comes out in this report after a full investigation is done. Let me hear what those who have been accused, what they have to say, because no one has spoken on the record about it. But if what is being alleged is proven to be true, then there needs to be severe ramifications at every level. I'm talking from the university president, the Title IX office, athletic administration, the football program, the coaching staff, recruiting office, all of it. I mean, and you cannot allow this behavior on a college campus. You certainly can't condone it. And my goodness, if you were complicit in covering it up, are you any better than Art Briles at Baylor?
Well, you are Art Briles at that point.
That's my point. So it's like they've got to look. they're going to take their time. They're not going to be, brash in anything that they do. But let's see what comes of it in February, because depending on what comes of that, I mean, you could have massive turnover, university on down at LSU.
So we'll talk about the game for a minute. I did your show on Thursday night. You asked me about Ole Miss, and I said, look, Ole Miss is very consistent. They every game they score tons of points. They get lots of yards. They give up tons of points. They give up lots of yards. That's what they've done. Ole Miss plays track meets, and they win some of them, and they lose some of them. But my God, they're entertaining. I mean, that's the one thing I'll say for Ole Miss this year. They've played 8 games, and all 8 have been, from the Ole Miss perspective, quite entertaining. They blew out Vanderbilt. But everybody else has been a pretty close game, and it's been dramatic, and they've hung with everybody. They hung with Florida. They hung with Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
They played poorly in Fayetteville and lost. They beat Kentucky in overtime. They pulled away from South Carolina. They held on to beat Mississippi State. They've just played.
Should have beat Auburn.
Should have beat Auburn. Yeah, absolutely. That's great.
Did beat Auburn, actually.
Kind of did, yeah. Arkansas and Ole Miss beat Auburn, and
yes,
and it got kind of screwed. But that's the game. It's funny if you ask Kiffin, like if you kind of pick at him a little just to kind of feel what bothers him, it's the Auburn game bothers him. The Auburn game eats at him. Yeah, he knows Florida was better. He knows that they gave Alabama a run, but that Alabama would have just kept scoring. Arkansas, when you commit 7 turnovers, you're going to lose. And so that I don't think the fans get bothered by the Arkansas game because it's Arkansas. I don't think the Arkansas game bothers Kiffin that much. He looks at it and goes, "You play like that, you're going to get beat." It's the Auburn game that just eats him alive, no question.
Yeah. I've said so many times, in every sport, officials need to be held accountable. Meaning they should meet with the media after the game, if for nothing else, because you're owed an explanation as to why. And I'll never say one call won or lost a game for anybody. I mean, I believe in the butterfly effect. Something happens, everything else subsequently changes. But like when it's that critical, you've got to give an explanation. What did you see and why did you not fix this? Like everyone watching is owed that explanation. So anyway, I'll start on a rant on that. But yes, Auburn really was a sub 500 team this year.
Had to stop the play and look at it. You had to stop.
Yes.
The fact that they didn't even look at it is what it drives me crazy. It's not that they didn't look at it and go, God, just don't know. I would have been okay with that. Okay, fair enough. But you don't
know that someone's finger doesn't do this without being touched.
But you know what I mean. I mean, you have to
yes, I know.
You have to look at it. So I watched LSU against Florida. I thought LSU was going to get railroaded. They didn't. They showed up. They played really well. Florida didn't show up for whatever reason until it was a little too late. You talked about how kind of giving LSU some life a little bit. What do you expect from this LSU team on this final game of the year?
Yeah, and they're going to be healthier too, Neil. At least they'll have more numbers. Like they went to Florida with 54 available scholarship players. And over the course of the game, Derek Stingley doesn't play. Cordell Flott gets ejected for targeting. Your top 2 running backs get hurt and they don't finish the game. Elias Ricks at one point left. You had 2 offensive linemen get hurt. Like they were in the mid-40s of available players, which is kind of dangerous in the SEC. And they won that game. So they're going to be closer to whole, whatever that means, considering the opt-outs and transfers they've already had. But Neil, LSU's defense just stinks. They're just not good. Bo Pelini is, the book on Bo this year is that he's the last one in the building and the first one out. And it shows. He's just handing off responsibilities to other assistants and staffers. And it just shows. I don't think these kids want to play for him. I don't think that they have really tried to understand the concepts that he's trying to teach. And it's so evident. I mean, when you're in the 8th play-in date and you got defensive backs standing around doing this, looking at each other with their hands in the air. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, just what you just said about Ole Miss being every game's the same with track meets. Every game's the same defensively. It's just LSU can't stop anybody. So they're not going to stop Ole Miss. And I mean, I know Ole Miss has had the opt-outs this week, and I do think that affects them and could impact the game. I'll tell you, I think last week against Florida, I think Florida made a strategic decision, and they'll never acknowledge this or admit this publicly, but I think they made a strategic decision not to play Kyle Pitts. They figured, we can beat LSU without Kyle Pitts. Let's keep him healthy for SEC championship game. And that was devastating to him, Neil. They had 2 red zone possessions and came away with 3 points. LSU stuffed them on the goal line and then stopped them and held them for a 23-yard field goal. I don't know if Kyle Pitts definitively scores on those possessions, but I know this: they're throwing him the ball. Kyle Trask is going to target him. So I don't know if, I don't know if the opt-outs mean LSU's going to win the game, but it's naive to think it's not going to impact what Ole Miss is trying to do.
Oh, yeah, big time.
So, but look, man, I've seen Lane Kiffin call games for long enough to know, and I've seen this defense enough times to know, there are going to be Ole Miss dudes running free in the secondary without anybody within 20 yards. Like, there's going to be plays where Lane schemes it up, and he's going to run crosses and motions, and LSU ain't going to know who they're running with. And I just think on the flip side, Ole Miss can't stop LSU either. So limit turnovers, win special teams. I think LSU's got a chance to win a close game. I don't know that I'd pick them. I certainly wouldn't have picked them before the opt-outs, but I think maybe special teams is the pendulum that might swing this thing toward LSU.
Last thing, and you're a guy that knows the league really well. I think you look at this with a pretty objective eye. The last few years, Ole Miss has been boring. They were coming out of NCAA stuff. I mean, the Hugh Freeze thing was embarrassing. And Matt Luke worked his ass off. He was the first one in the building and the last one to leave. It just didn't work. It just didn't work. For whatever reasons, it just didn't work. When you look at Ole Miss right now with Lane Kiffin, completely different kind of coach, obviously, than Luke and Freeze. When you look at Ole Miss with Kiffin, what do you see?
You and I don't know if you remember this, but the day of the SEC championship game, the day before, it was a Friday, you texted me and asked for an opinion because it looked like Lane was going to get hired.
Yeah.
And I told you then, and I believe it now, that Ole Miss could not have made a better hire. So from an LSU perspective, Neil, I'll tell you, I believe that every league needs its doormats, meaning, and that's going to come across way too harsh, but
the truth.
If you're LSU, here's the perspective. If you're LSU and every year you got to play Alabama, Auburn, Florida, Texas A&M in conference, man, you need Arkansas to be Arkansas. You need Mississippi State to be Mississippi State. You don't need Ole Miss winning Sugar Bowls. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
That's a problem. You don't need one more really hard game on your schedule. Lane Kiffin makes Ole Miss a really hard game on the schedule every year. And he don't even have a defense this year. And he don't even have players yet. Like, that's the kind of hire where you go, oh, God. Like, and, the guy I said earlier this week, because I know there's chat, I don't know if there's any truth to this or validity on your end of it, but, there's all this chatter about Lane and Auburn or whatever. For me, as an LSU fan guy, whatever you want to say, media member, the most terrifying words, Auburn head coach Lane Kiffin. I mean, if Lane were there with those resources, needle and nick, man, I think Auburn's right back, to where they were, beating Alabama and challenging for championships. And at Ole Miss, I don't know that Lane's ever going to get them to a point where he's going to win a national championship or compete for it. But do I think he could have 10-2 seasons and be in the New Year's Six? Hell yeah. And that's not a good feeling as an LSU guy.
And when you get to that place, when you're a 9-10 win program, you're going to have that year where you catch the break. It's the way it works,
Maybe, but I would say it's sort of Mississippi State 2014, right? The best team they'd ever had, they still couldn't beat Alabama and went 10-2, and then lost the Orange Bowl to Georgia Tech. I still think you have to win a championship, especially in this league. You have to have. If your roster isn't going to look like Alabama's 1-85 and Ole Miss's won't, it won't ever look like that.
I agree.
You and I know that. Okay. You can have a class of with the 2013 signing class where, man, you get Treadwell and you get all the you can have dudes, Kimdichie, Tunsil, you can get all them guys, but it's not. But Bama's got 85 of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you've got to have the transcendent guy, and I don't know that you ever really count on that. Like that, you got to have the Johnny Manziel. But even still, Manziel's season at A&M that year, they were 10-2.
Yeah, they
You
lost.
know, they won a Cotton Bowl. It's
Yeah,
to get over that hump from like really good to Bama, Clemson, Ohio State is just, there's a special sauce there, man, that only a few have figured out.
Yeah, I think Ole Miss's ceiling is a lot higher than Mississippi State's from a program standpoint.
I agree.
I just think it is. But you're right. You've got to put 3 big-time recruiting classes together. You've got to have a transcendent quarterback, in all honesty. You've got to have – the question with Kiffin, and it'll come down to this, because I think he'll never have trouble recruiting offensive players. Kids look at Elijah Moore's numbers, and you look at Matt Corral's numbers, and guys go, sign me up. Because a lot of kids they don't have a college team. They want to go get me to the league, and they look at those numbers. The question with Kiffin's going to come down to, can he get those edge defensive players like LSU had an abundance last year, like Georgia has, like Alabama has, just climbing all over the roster. You've got to have those guys. And until he proves he can get those guys, I'm with you, you can't get there. But we'll see. Had a really good recruiting class in a year where you couldn't bring kids to campus. So, he's been successful, Matt, in making Ole Miss a fun story and a relevant story, and kids look at them and they're like, hey, they're having fun, and I like the uniforms and all that stuff. The next step is a hard one, but the first step is a viciously hard one, and he made it pretty well. So we'll see how it goes this afternoon in Tiger Stadium. As always, love talking to you. Really appreciate the time, and look forward to catching up with you in person sometime.
My pleasure. Thanks, Neil.
See you, buddy. That was Matt Moscona. It's 1:53, so about 37 minutes or so from Ole Miss at LSU. Ole Miss Dayton basketball. It is we're flipping in between. We flipped to the Northwestern game, but it's on commercial. It's like inside the 12-minute mark. Ole Miss, I think, is up 8, 12-4, I think is the score.
12-4 was last I saw. Ole Miss really, really playing defense right now, as they do.
They're an elite defensive team. I've written this a couple times already, and it's starting to already feel like a broken record on December the 19th. I'm a little worried about their offense. They just can't consistently score. Devontae Shuler's playing at a really high level. Romello White's a force on the inside. They're going to get stuff from KJ. They're going to get stuff from Luis. I'd like to see whether it's Austin Crowley, whether it's Matthew Morrell, whether it's Jarkel Joyner. I'd like to see somebody else emerge as a consistent scoring threat. Someone can make buckets.
It's too early, but what do we know as far as Joyner's ability in this league? I mean, obviously he's new in it, so I mean, where are we on that right now?
It's too early. He can score. I mean, he scores in transition. He's athletic.
NBC Sports Network.
Yeah, if you have DirecTV, it's 220. I don't know about any other deal.
Yeah.
Sammy Hunter knocked a 3 down. He's playing right now because Ole Miss has a little foul trouble with KJ and Romello.
I don't think they teed anybody up a minute ago, did they?
They either gave them both a tee or nobody a tee.
I think it was
nobody took shots.
Oh, good shot.
That was a good shot. It's defended. People make buckets.
3-point defense is a certain bit of luck.
Well, as long as you have a hand in the face and you're there, it's not getting a clean look. That's all you can do. This is the shot they have to make.
They just don't hit it.
Boy, that's Robert Allen's giving
It was a man play there from Robert Allen.
That was a man play. Total, just that was really
lazy there on the switch, and
that's really good offense too. Ran off of and yeah, exactly. He's not happy with the defense at the top.
Breeze coming back tomorrow. You think they're rushing him? What do you think?
Feels rushed.
Feels a little panicky over the seeding after they lost last week.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see, but I mean, Taysom Hill was not beating the Chiefs tomorrow. Michael Thomas is out. Frankly, I don't think the Saints are beating the Chiefs.
Matthew Morrell tried to go under that screen.
Did not work.
This is not high school anymore. No, sir. No, this team you're playing was a 1 seed last year before things got shut down. You no.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that.
No, this is no.
You're not in Kansas anymore, but
put your mouthpiece in. You have to go through that screen. No. Nope. And that poor film session tomorrow, God bless you, when he's got time to eat you. Ohio State leads Northwestern right now, 13:59 to go. It's 13-10 Ohio State. Texas A&M finishing off Tennessee. It's 31-13, 5:10 to go in the fourth quarter. The Aggies have the football as well, so they're finishing off perhaps the Jeremy Pruitt era in Knoxville, and then Oklahoma hanging on to a 24-14 lead over Iowa State. That game 10 minutes to go in the fourth. Thanks to Robert Mack for the first super chat of the day. It's a really nice one. Really appreciate that. He says, is Kiffin not set up for a few years? Corral next year, while Luke redshirts, then comes in and plays for 2 years, then Arch redshirts and then plays for 2 years. All right, look.
Dayton's on a 7-0 run, by the way.
14-13 Ole Miss.
Sorry, 9-0 run.
Look, he gets Matt Corral. I think he has a chance to make Matt Corral a first-round pick next year. And then after that, obviously, Matt leaves and goes to the NFL. And I'm a huge Luke Altmaier guy.
Yeah.
Big Luke Altmaier fan.
In a perfect world, that's the kind of thing that does happen.
This Arch Manning story, as it starts to get going, is going to be really interesting. It's Chase may disagree. I think if you made me bet today, I would bet that it's so close to 50-50 on whether Ole Miss can get Arch Manning that it's a razor's edge there. But I wouldn't be prepared. If you told me, would you be willing to go to 51% today? I would say no.
I think it's 50-50 today, but here's the deal. My opinion is it was 25-75 6 months ago.
Yeah.
So Ole Miss is moving in correct directions for Arch Manning, in my opinion. I think they're getting better set up as time goes on for it. Now, is that guaranteeing him? Hell no. But, yeah, I think the right mechanisms are in play there to try to move in a positive direction to get Arch Manning. And look, I mean, everybody's aware of how important that is. I mean, let's just be honest. If you don't get Arch Manning, you better have a hell of a quarterback in that class, and you better be winning.
I got to be careful how I do this, but I know for an absolute fact that it's very much on Lane Kiffin's mind. He's been at Ole Miss a year, and he knows it.
I couldn't find the cap I wanted this morning. I know I'm clashing a little bit. I was having a hard time finding a couple of my caps today.
Was that dude Column right there?
What did he do?
With the putback, I think that's who that was. Wow. Dipping deep into the bench today. Cole, thanks for the super chat. Says Luke's arm isn't Matt's. Ole Miss has been spoiled with strong arms. Where does Luke stack against Snead, Chad, Romero, Eli in regards to arm talent? I mean, I saw him play in person as a high school junior. And, I mean, he doesn't have Matt Corral's arm, but Matt Corral's got the best arm in the SEC. He's got a good arm. He's very accurate. A lot of charisma. He's savvy. That shot, that's still a good.
That wasn't.
That's a good
shot.
look. You don't mind that shot. I don't know that I'm prepared to compare anybody to Eli. I don't think that's fair. Just because Eli won 2 Super Bowls and
I've never seen Luke Altmaier play, so I don't know.
Yeah, he's good. I mean, he's got it. I can't remember all of it. Romero was one of the most talented high school players that ever came out of Mississippi. It's but Luke's way up there. Look, he's going to get an opportunity to come in and like next week, I think.
Yeah.
And get in a weight room and get stronger and get an opportunity to learn from Matt Corral a little bit. And Matt's the type that will be good to him. So I think is he a Bo Wallace arm talent before or after the injury? Before the injury, I don't know. After the injury, he's probably got a better arm.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean Bo was having to shot put balls at points in his career. Talked about that the other day. So commercial break in Dayton.
Ole Miss extended back out a little bit.
Someone do me a favor, if you would, in the thread. Tell me if there's a live stream.
For what?
For Ole Miss basketball.
Oh,
okay. Because we're going to turn to SEC Network here in just a little bit for Ole Miss LSU, and I need to.
Oh, because we don't know. Yeah, because it wouldn't be like on ESPN3, would it?
I don't think so. Because it's an NBC game.
Yeah, it's a Dayton game.
Yeah.
It's not an Ole Miss game.
If anybody finds that, though, that'd be awesome. Texas A&M, minute 19 to go, 31-13. Feels like the end today. Feels like Tennessee almost sabotaging itself.
Yeah, I think he's out.
I do too.
I do.
Do you or do you not think that's Hugh Freeze's job?
I think that's too strong, but Hugh legitimately has a really good chance at that job. Yes. If what I heard is true, there is push from both directions to at least really entertain that idea. I think there's a little more clearance that has to go on from a league office standpoint still.
Does the fact that they'll be under the NCAA microscope mean anything?
He was cleared.
That's a good point.
He doesn't have NCAA baggage.
Okay, I
mean, say what you will about that.
I found the game.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where was it?
It's NBCsports.com, and when I say that, let's see if I can stream it. You have to sign in with the username or email and password you have with your cable, satellite, or okay.
Can you do that?
I'm about to find out.
Okay.
I think so.
Kentucky is beating North Carolina 38-31 in basketball currently. BJ Boston has 12 points in the first half.
Looks like a big moment here for Northwestern.
Yeah, that extended. Not quick enough to do that slow developing stuff on Ohio State. I've not been overly impressed with Ohio State today.
Here's the question. Let's address it because it's going to come up all the time. All this stuff.
What?
Is Tennessee going to hire Hugh Freeze to have a better shot at Arch? No, that's not where this thought process is. I don't believe
that doesn't give him a better shot at Arch.
No,
Archie doesn't have something with Hugh Freeze.
No.
Hell, if anything, it might be a negative.
I'm going to believe Hugh Freeze getting an SEC job when I see it. If he does, good for him. It's good for us because it's more drama. And
there's going to be a lot of pressure on Tennessee, and we've seen that Tennessee will cave to pressure. That's my point. Not saying it's all the way going to happen, but is it more legitimate than any other search to this point for Hugh Freeze? Yeah, absolutely.
Tell you what, he better know what he's doing in terms of controlling a network. He better know what he's doing in terms of controlling his mouth, in terms of controlling his social media. His coaches. A lot of warning signs on Hugh Freeze.
10:42 to go. Ohio State still up 16-10. Northwestern putting a little drive together here.
That ball got tipped and still got to him. That's where I need two televisions in here.
You think that's an off-season acquisition?
Oh, it's definitely going to happen between now and next football season. Zero doubt. Ole Miss up 19-15, 7:06 and counting with the basketball first half in Dayton.
Halftime, Kentucky-Carolina. Kentucky up 4. Dayton cutting it to 2.
Kentucky's too talented to stay down for too long. The Boston kids.
Yeah, they're not going to suck.
No,
I mean,
the Boston kid's really good.
Ole Miss has not played well at all offensively so far today.
All right, I got that going. So solve that problem.
How far behind are you?
I'm behind. That's okay. Moving forward, we can flip during TV timeouts, and I'll be able to keep up somewhat. I was going to try to do something resembling observations, but I don't know what that'll be. Will says, on a scale of 1 to 10, how ready for a break are you, Neil and Chase? I'll put it this way. I would, if something happened and I had to cover a coaching search next week, I would have to take an hour and go collect my thoughts.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
I'm kind of up against the wall. Like I don't plan to cover the basketball game Tuesday.
I always miss football right when it ends for a minute.
Yeah.
And then kind of whatever, but it's kind of weird when it ends.
Of course, the weird thing is that there's going to be a bowl announcement, and then there's going to be a few days. Then they're going to have a week leading up to a bowl game. I mean, it's not like we're going to really get an extended break. They're going to play.
This thing has run all the way into the new year. So
they're going to play again in 12, 13 days.
Get somebody.
Yeah, somebody.
Does losing Elijah hurt their bowl location at all, potentially?
No, I don't think so. Not this year. Maybe in a normal year.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: those kinds of opt-outs, those are going to become the norm.
Yeah. They just typically happen after the bowl's announced.
I'm not far behind on this broadcast. This is not awful.
The TV's even about 25 seconds because I've got Dayton's stat broadcast up.
Oh, well, look at you.
The TV's a little slow.
Is that provided on the Ole Miss?
It is. Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you can get it off Ole Miss's. It is not password protected like some schools.
Yeah, Ole Miss password protects it.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah.
Is that the gym they play the first four in?
Uh-huh. Yeah. It's a pretty cool arena. It was actually.
Oh, you were up there for that. I forgot.
Yeah. That was it. BYU.
Yeah,
that was
actually big comeback against BYU.
That game totally changed my perception of the first four. I went from thinking it was a joke to like, oh, this is cool.
Well, especially when it's that game. You know what I mean? Like where it's two decent teams playing to want to get in. Like the play in for the 12 seed or whatever it is pretty neat. I like that.
Yeah,
that's a deal. It's fine.
The only thing I didn't like about it for Ole Miss's sake, or just in general, was the quick turnaround having to play on Thursday because they played on Tuesday. I think they should have waited and not had to play till Friday. They would have lost anyway. But the way it went down, it was almost ridiculously unfair. Not sure whether that was Rodriguez or Collum, but they both crashed the glass pretty hard. Breaking into their 2-1-2. You haven't seen a whole lot of that so far this year. It's some of the first time they've really shown it. They haven't really needed to use it. This was going to be the first challenge no matter what.
Bang.
Yeah, if you can make that, you make it 10 feet behind the line.
If they hit a 28-footer there, I mean, okay, go ahead.
Have at it. So about 22 minutes. We can open up the phone lines if you want to. I don't care.
Up to you. Kind of watching basketball, hanging out.
There's a shot for Devontae, 26-22. Ole Miss 4th, 29 to go, and counting Dayton with the basketball into the front court. So
Schuler now with 9 points in 14 minutes.
So who's got 2 fouls? Buffin?
Personal fouls. Romello does. Of the people on the floor right now, it's him. Well, let me go to visitor stats. Buffin and Romello with 2 fouls.
Okay.
Nobody else even has a foul except for Sammy Hunter has 1.
That's why we've seen some of Louis.
And Morrell has 1. Ole Miss is only at 6 fouls.
Okay. But 2 each for the 2 big guys. That's why we've seen some Hunter and
Yes.
and a little bit of Dude Collum.
Yeah, let's see. Romello White's only played 7 minutes. Buffin's played 4.
This was what haunted KJ throughout his career, just an inability to stay on the floor because of early fouls. When he's on the floor, he plays almost always really well.
Dayton only has 1 dude with 2. Ooh. Who's that?
It's Devontae. When Devontae's healthy, he's a bad boy. I almost said something different, but he's a bad dude. There wasn't a lot of room there.
Well,
he doesn't have an ounce of fear in him. He's had some foot injuries that have kind of haunted his career. You know, I almost hesitate to do this because the people who don't like Andy Kennedy get mad at any Andy Kennedy mention. Andy Kennedy, when Devontae Schuler was a freshman, said that Devontae would lead the league in scoring one year. He says he will lead the SEC in scoring before he leaves. Now, I don't know whether he'll actually do that, but Andy brought Devontae to Oxford to score points. And he can play. He's had some stuff, and when his father died, I think that truly impacted him.
Cost him a season. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he had the foot issue, and he probably tried to come back too soon. And there's a lot there.
Dayton has 0 bench points.
What's the rebound margin? I'll obviously pull this up in a little bit and be able to look at it, but feels like a whole bunch to not many.
20-8.
There you go.
Yeah, 20-8. Rebels with 20 boards so far. That's a hell of a number.
They're crashing it.
I have a hard time with that now.
And again, Dayton's a good team.
Ole Miss shooting 39% from the field, 45% from 3, and 67% from the line. Dayton shooting 47% from the field, 66% from three. Jesus. And 66% from the line.
Someone asked about Arch Manning sitting for 2 years. Listen, if he's as good as I hear he is from independent people who don't have connections to Ole Miss,
he's not sitting. No.
He's not sitting. I mean, the natural comparisons between he and his uncles, I mean, that's unavoidable. I don't even criticize the people who do it because duh. But when people talk about him being more savvy than Peyton at this same stage, I saw Peyton Manning play in high school.
How'd Newman do? How'd they finish?
I don't even know. When people talk about him being better than Eli, I just sometimes want to remind people how good Eli Manning was as a quarterback.
3:13 to go in the first half of the basketball game, so it'll run down to almost kickoff by the time we get started.
Yeah, about 20 minutes till game time. Looking for some. The second TV is going to happen. It's just got to. Oh, Iowa State pulled within 24-21, 5:15 to go in the fourth there. It's probably a final, I'm going to guess, in Knoxville. 16-10 Ohio State over Northwestern, 8:49 to go. It's a final in Knoxville, 34-13 Texas A&M beats the Volunteers, so Texas A&M now, I guess, 8-1.
Yep.
And Tennessee finishes the season 3-7. A&M 8-1, and watching developments around the country and hoping for some help. Oklahoma leads Iowa State 24-21, 5:15 to go in that one in Arlington. Just another block shot.
Newman lost in what I assume is the state finals. It says the 2020 All-State Sugar Bowl non-select prep classic.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know. They lost to Lafayette Christian Academy.
Okay. Tell you what, whoever is responsible, and I'm sure there's a combination of people, including Luis himself, for completely redoing Luis's body this year, kudos. He is strong right now. He always was super athletic, but he's added another level of strength to it.
Another block shot.
Yeah, he's a stud. He got that first step on him. 29-24 Ole Miss, 2:16 and counting to go in the first half.
Been kind of a long half.
Yeah, they started it. Yeah, it's about right. A little long. So we didn't finish talking about Drew Brees. I just get a little nervous about that level of injury. And, of course, I saw where Matthew Stafford's going to play tomorrow. Ooh, that's a big boy.
It felt like they just said, hey, it's a must-win.
I guess so.
I mean, and playing the Chiefs anywhere with anybody is not really a must-win, but I understand. I mean, the Packers are not losing two more times, so if you lose again, you have lost the one seed.
Siprep says he looks like you, Neil. I got to tell you, if I looked like that, I would be sitting here shirtless doing the show.
Luis?
Yeah.
Go to the grocery store and just not wear a shirt?
I just wouldn't wear clothes. I mean, I'd wear what was required to not be arrested. Whew.
Yard work and stuff, though, no chance. You're just like,
no.
You're just like hanging out in that point.
Yard work, I'm out there in a Speedo.
Mowing the grass.
Yeah, just, hey. Walking the dogs. Just, yeah, whatever. Final minute to go. Ole Miss up 7 at Dayton. Really a strong half of defensive basketball for the Rebels. Offense has been sort of so-so, but defensively, this is a performance.
Yeah. Offense, a little something to be desired, but
boy. And they got to get it fixed now. I mean, we can't laugh it off the whole year. I mean, SEC play starts in
a couple weeks.
12 days?
Yeah.
Or 10 days. 10 days. They play Alabama on the 29th. I mean, so you got to figure this out. I mean, you've got to find a secondary scorer and a third scorer, and you've got to find people who can make buckets that aren't named Devontae Shuler. It's a real thing. But defense is going to give you a chance to win every game, and I mean literally every game. There's not one game in the league.
It doesn't take nights off.
No. And this is his kind of team. I mean, there it is again. And you're getting it from all 5 spots. That's Devontae dialed in on defense. Everybody's dialed in on defense.
He was fouled there.
Yeah, he got fouled in the open court. A frustration foul, and I don't blame him. John Moses says White adds a skill set to the front court that Ole Miss hasn't seen since the Murphy, Holloway, Reggie Buckner days. Yeah. And
they didn't even see it then.
And I would argue he's significantly better offensively than either of those guys. Now, Murphy had a skill set, but Murphy was 6'7". And frankly, probably wasn't 6'7". A big-time hustle play. And they're winning 50-50 balls. They're doing a lot right. Robert Allen's given them a lot. They were prepared to redshirt him. They didn't think that – they did not believe when they signed him that he would be able to help them this year. Pretty good evaluation job by Levi Watkins and Wincase and Ronnie Hamilton, because those guys were big believers in Robert Allen playing at this level. I think they thought he would need a year, but he clearly doesn't. Final seconds of this half. Then we'll get you ready for football.
6, 5, 4. Gonna get a final shot and miss it.
So 31-24, Ole Miss at the half over Dayton. So we'll keep you up on that as well.
Yeah, Brian Scott Rippey just tweeted, Remy Martin's very good, but Bobby Hurley not giving Romello White enough touches to stay seems foolish.
That's what I said.
It's fair.
We were in here during one of the things, and I said, how do you let a guy like that get away? So, really good half of defensive basketball.
Also, here's the thing, too, with Ole Miss. They didn't even come home between middle. They've played 5 games in a week, essentially now, a little over a week. I mean, they're basically a week and a half. They played every other day for the most part for 10 days. The legs seem okay so far. They don't look overly tired so far through a half.
Well, they have depth because they don't have Hadim C, and I assume Hadim's deal is something COVID related. They don't have.
Oh, I forgot. I didn't even thought about it.
He's not there, and they've been able to kind of work through that. You've seen some minutes from Robert Allen that we talked about. Sammy Hunter's giving him a pretty big bucket today. Ohio State's headed to the playoff to get absolutely mauled by Alabama.
You don't think they're going to run for 295 yards on 25 carries against Alabama?
No,
not so much.
Hey, thanks, Cole. He says, cheers, everyone. Just thankful we're not watching a buffoon throw tantrums in a booth while a future first-rounder sits on the bench. LFG. That's a good point. Actually, I don't think the future first-rounder would be on the bench right now. I think he'd be in Eugene.
They could use him.
They were going to take him.
Yeah.
I mean,
they were fine with it. They were good.
In fairness to Mario Cristobal, he didn't turn him down.
And it was Oregon.
He was heading to Oregon.
That was the spot.
Matt's denied that, sort of, which is fine. It's fine. I'm sure Oregon tampered in the way that everyone tampers, and Matt's probably protecting them as well, so it's all good.
Rich Rod's got him a podcast now.
Saw that.
Yeah. The Hard Edge, is that correct? For some reason, I think that's the name.
Isn't that what he used to say? We want to play with a hard edge.
Is that right?
And they got mad at me. I'm the reason that they stopped doing the video because I filmed the offensive line drill when he was talking about thumb up your ass and stuff. Remember that?
That's right.
And they got, well, why'd you film that? I said, because you told us we could film one session of practice. And I went and filmed that session. That was, I didn't do anything wrong. Well, we'd like for you to take it down. But why? Why am I taking it down?
I forgot about that.
Well, because it's not really what you want me to take it down because you think it makes you look bad. I followed your rules and I filmed it. So when I wouldn't take it down, that was the last of our.
That was it.
That was the last of our video access for the entire year.
And we've had those multiple times throughout the last decade or so. The one day where one guy follows the rules and everybody still gets pissed off and shuts things down.
Big Reb says JRP to slot. Tweets make it look so.
Well, the tweets have been making it look so all year.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no new.
Listen, we'll all see together. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll find out in 15 minutes.
They've had 3 weeks. Because I suspect they've known for 3 weeks that Elijah was.
I do feel like something will be different today. I'm not saying it's JRP, but I don't think we're in a situation where he's just going to run it out there with the guys that are down the depth chart. Iowa State, within 3. I don't know who has the ball or if the game's over, but
Oklahoma has the football, 2:11 to go. Yeah, 2:11 to go. Oklahoma leads with the football, 24-21.
Mm-hmm.
Iowa State on its way to a cover, though, which is what's most important. I'm sure that's going to comfort the people in Ames.
Very important, yes.
Yeah. Jay Robertson gives us a super chat. Thank you, sir. Really appreciate that. Very much. I know we've said this a lot, and we got a game and post game, but considering where I thought we were in the middle of August to be where we are today, we're really grateful. This is a Christmas season that I've enjoyed a lot. And there were times in August that I thought about the Christmas season.
That could be a pretty rough holiday.
I thought it could be a really rough holiday, and it hasn't been. So thanks to all of you for being with us. I mean, we're just sitting here watching sports with you at 2:22 in the afternoon, an Ole Miss basketball game at the half, an Ole Miss football game 10 minutes or so from kick. Yeah, and 252 of you are hanging out with us. Eric says, thank you for the super chat, first of all. He says, thanks for a wonderful football season. Seems like so long ago we worked on a setup at the studio. Yeah, a lot of this, man, is not possible without you. You did a ton for us. Jupiter Security Systems, get in touch with them if you need some help with your setup or your computers or monitoring or whatever, avoiding viruses, whatnot. That's the place to go. Eric is good people, and we're indebted to him for his help. So Oklahoma gets a field goal chase. It's 27-21, 2:01 to go in the fourth.
They're going to get it back.
So they're going to get a shot. Yep. Boy, what a big win for Iowa State that would be.
In Oklahoma, they're not a playoff team. They're not one of the top couple best teams in the country, but they are better on defense. Grinch has done a good job there.
Mm-hmm.
They've found themselves a little compared to what that start of that year looked like. Spencer Rattler looked frankly rattled a little early on. I mean, it took a little while. It's been a good coaching job in Norman by Lincoln Riley and his staff this year.
And you got to give Matt Campbell a ton of credit. What he's built in Ames, Iowa, should excite people at smaller Power 5 schools all over the country. They have an identity.
God, he wants that Lafayette game back.
Oh, that was Arkansas State.
I thought Arkansas State beat Kansas State.
Oh, maybe so.
Same day.
They lost to ULL.
Yeah, it was ULL. So a little better than Arkansas State.
But they have 2 losses, right? Iowa State?
Oh, do they have 2?
Yeah, for some reason I think that.
Oh, yeah, they are. They do have 2.
Joseph Eubanks, thank you, sir. He says, thanks, guys, for doing this all year.
Texas, right? Did Texas beat them? Or did they come back and
they
beat
beat Texas.
They did? Okay.
He says, it's been awesome coverage. Thank you, Joseph. Really appreciate it. This is something I suspect this is the way we'll do this in the future. We got to find someone to be on site to cover some stuff when being on site matters again. This year, frankly, it just didn't matter. Everything's by Zoom. There's a lot of people that are like, I think it's a bad idea, and I didn't. It was kind of my decision that no, we're not going to do that. And we had an intern lined up that was going to do some on-site stuff for us at home games, and then he got another job. And so we just said, you know what, we're not going to scramble. We're going to do what we're doing. John, thank you for the super chat. It says thanks for all y'all do. Hope you'll do the bowl game. We will absolutely do the bowl game.
Yeah, 100%.
100%. Whenever that is. I don't know if it's New Year's Eve or if it's January the 2nd or I don't know. We'll see. We'll know tomorrow. Might know late tonight. But
you think so?
Maybe. Probably tomorrow, though. I think the league's going to need a little time to sort it out. And I don't think there's going to be favoritism done.
Oklahoma State is the other loss for Iowa State.
Yeah.
But they still would have had a very real shot to get in with only one loss.
They probably would be in.
Yeah.
2:30 to go in the Big Ten game. It's 22-10 Ohio State. They're going to hold on and beat Northwestern. It's 27-21, a minute 50 to go according to my clock here. Yeah, and Travis makes a good point. You know, it was 2008, not that long ago. Was it 2008? Yeah, Jevin Sneed had the huge game in Baton Rouge.
Yeah. 2008.
What a game that was. He had a second half where just one throw, two throws, three throws, four throws.
He had the 3-throw sequence there where it was like, holy shit.
Holy shit, wow.
Yeah.
Dropping dimes.
After we thought he might have been hurt then in the first half, he kind of banged his shoulder up a little bit.
The other thing I remember about that game was kind of a precursor for what was to come for Mississippi State.
Oh, that's right.
Those LSU quarterbacks were getting a beating.
Yeah.
Parade Jerry was – it was not fair.
At the end, well, I mean, LSU completely lost their composure. They were trying to pick fights during the kneel downs there toward the end of the game.
Yeah. Well, I told you this. I mean, I grew up in Louisiana, grew up watching LSU football. I'd never seen an LSU team demolished at the line of scrimmage like that team was. Yeah, Pete says that team by the season's end probably could have won the Natty if they'd made a playoff. They would have been in the mix. They were that good. No doubt about that. That team was phenomenal at the end. They destroyed LSU, destroyed ULM, destroyed Mississippi State, and then beat a really good Texas Tech team in the Cotton Bowl, and they were impressive throughout. Yeah, Jordan Jefferson got just. I very rarely watch a game and kind of feel bad for a team, and I felt bad for that team. I felt bad for Mississippi State's quarterbacks at the end. It took bravery to keep going out there. About 2:27, so we're getting closer and closer, to the final regular season game of the year in Baton Rouge, and we'll be with you guys throughout. We'll have our watch party, and then at Pete will join us in the second quarter, and we'll go from there. BWL says, what do you all think about the uniform swap from red to powder? What it tells you is that the players wanted to wear powder.
Yeah, sure.
It's simple as that. And Lame's like, okay.
Yeah, barring something I'm not aware of, that sounds like absolutely is what it is.
I mean, unless the red jerseys got dried and shrunk or something. I mean, I'm being facetious. The players wanted to wear powder.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and look, the end of a season when your team's played hard, in a year like this one when they've had
We'll give them what they want.
Swabs and more swabs, and then another swab, and you've had to wear a mask on sidelines, and you've had
seriously 30-something swabs this season.
Yeah, cancellations, and you've had all that stuff. If the players want to wear powder blue, by God, break out the powder blue. I will tell you this: watching the Chargers and stuff the other night, Ole Miss should get a white. No, they're not doing it all the time. They should get a white helmet with the powder blue script, the current powder blue top, and a white pant with the powder blue stripe.
Oh, no, that'd be good.
And just embrace it.
That'd be really nice.
That's what they need to do.
Tigers taking the field, a couple minutes away from that one starting, it looks like.
You didn't interview for the ULM job today. Sammy says you interviewed for the ULM coaching job, did you?
I was on the phone with LSU with Louisiana people, but it was not.
All right.
It was not the ULM head coaching position.
This could get ugly.
Yeah.
I can't seem to get a lot of traction. I get some followers that make me think that I've got a shot at the gig. Yeah, and then I can't quite get to the next level. They talked about a lot of people for the job, and they haven't talked about me yet.
Yeah.
Curious to see when this Tennessee news breaks. All right, well, here we go. Thank you for joining us for Scoreboard Business. Don't forget The Rogue. It's therogue.com. They're in 4450 I-55 North in Jackson. Check them out. Tell Luke and the people that you heard about The Rogue on our show. We would appreciate that.
Just flipping over. Yeah, we're just flipping over, right? I mean,
Yeah. I thought you were telling me to flip the channel.
No,
I was like, it's flipped. Oh, Taylor's on the call. I should have called Taylor this week. And a reminder before we get started, if you are on our stream and you're not a rebelgrove.com subscriber, today would be a ideal day to subscribe. You can get, between now and 9 a.m. tomorrow, you can get a subscription to rebelgrove.com for just $24. $2 a month for your first year of rebelgrove.com. So if you've been on the fence about whether to sign up, couldn't quite pull the trigger, today would be a really good day to do that. Just go to olemiss.rivals.com and enter promo code RebelGrove24, RebelGrove24, and pretty simple. Sorry, it's got a funny text. That's fantastic. Does a yearly membership make us more money? Not. It's kind of tit for tat. We have some of our bonus structure is the more annuals, the better, but it's all good. If you'd rather do monthly, do monthly. We'd love to have you annually, but it's all good. So here we go. Kickoff from Baton Rouge, Ole Miss to kick off to LSU. LSU, I don't know if they won and deferred or what the deal is, but LSU's going to get it first as we get started here on a Saturday in Baton Rouge. I do like the powder blue jersey.
It is weird. The only
good
negative
look.
at all is you just are so used to the same color schemes in this game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're so used to Ole Miss wearing the red home or away against LSU. Ooh.
Oh, nice play by A.J. Finley. So it'll be a quick third and about 7, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe 8. Oh, I'll time it up. 14:09, 14:08, 14:07, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 14 minutes, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52. Oh, nice. Nice initial series. In case you're not watching, I'll keep you guys up to date as best I can on basketball. It's 33-24, Ole Miss, 19:06 to go and counting in Dayton. Dayton has the basketball. 33-27, Dayton hits a 3 with 18:59 to go.
First foul on Schuler.
Ooh, he boomed that.
Good God.
Goodness gracious.
Who's got the kicks now?
That was Ontario Drummond.
Okay.
So Ole Miss takes over at its own 25, 13:31 to go.
Because in addition to wide receiver, they also lost a punt returner.
Yeah. Elijah did a lot of stuff. Oh, that's
They're
not
going to
good.
start very, very, very deep. Pretty sure the officials are letting them play. But neither team, only 13 total fouls called in the first half. Dayton and Ole Miss.
I mean, as long as you're consistent, it's all good.
Oh, yeah. So Braylon getting Elijah's spot on
He
that
was
first-
not down. He was not down. I don't think his knee went down. I don't think his butt went down. I think he landed on an LSU player.
Let's look at it again.
No, he's down.
knee
He's
down.
Down. Never mind.
Knee down.
Good acting job.
Oh, I mean, give it a shot just in case. You know what I mean? That's a good point. Good credit to the referees for not blowing it dead there just in case.
No, it's what
I
you're
mean,
trying to get him to.
continuation, let it play.
You can come back and fix it. Probably a hold on the edge is my guess.
$14 and $119.
Who's that? Is that Kelly?
Casey Kelly.
Yeah.
I'll be damned. Well, Matt said there'd be guys running free at times just because it's a Blue Pelini defense. Marcus Thomas is active?
Yes, they activated him today. Touchdown.
Touchdown. Hell of a catch by Braylon Sanders. Basketball 36-32 with 15-something to go.
15:08 to go. Ole Miss leads 36-32. Dayton hanging in there.
Well, there's a start for Ole Miss, a 3 and out and a score.
I think I'd give Jeff Lebby and Clement and Randy Clement and Lane Kiffin kind of whatever the hell they wanted.
Just go ahead. Sounds good. Partial break with football. Flip over to basketball for 1 second. Yeah, again, 36-32, 15-10 to go in the second half. Ole Miss again shooting 40% from the field, Dayton at 44%. Devontae Shuler leading the Rebels with 12 points. And really a pretty consistent effort after that. Rodriguez with 5, Joyner with 5, Allen with 4. Chapman and Crutcher with 15 and 11 for Dayton. Two guys really keeping the Flyers in this thing. Ole Miss outscoring Dayton 9-0 on the bench, 14-12 in the paint. Then that rebound deficit still really big in the Rebels' favor right now, 26-13 on the glass. So Ole Miss doubling up Dayton on the glass. Braylon's had that kind of ability. I mean, you look even back to early in his career, he had that really good catch down the sideline against Texas Tech. I mean, he's pulled that kind of thing out a pretty good bit. Doing smoked wings from Moe's today. The kick is right now for time-up purposes. (39-35) in basketball. Rebels leading the Flyers with 13:56 to go.
What'd I miss?
A kickoff.
Oh, good.
Comes up. It went out the end zone, or into the end zone. Rebels brought blitz there.
Yeah, didn't get home. I thought for a minute they had a shot to get there, but LSU did a pretty good job of blitz pickup. No, it's coming back.
Missouri up 7-0 on Mississippi State, scoring on their first possession.
What a shot. That's one team that wants it versus one team that wants to go home. Unfortunately for State, I think they're going to have to play a bowl game.
That'll be one they don't really celebrate, I think. It's just the play.
Dayton hanging in there. And one opportunity. Dayton down 4. 13-11 to go with the free throw to come.
They hit it and got another one, 41-40 now.
Oh, so I'm way behind.
LSU now moving with some tempo. This kid's pretty dang poised for year one.
Well, you can tell he's got some
Yeah.
DNA going his way. His dad was a good quarterback.
Made money for a long time.
Yeah.
Do we know who all did not play for LSU today?
There's a long list. I've seen some of it, but no, I don't. I can't recite it off the top of my head.
Significant, though.
Yeah. Mississippi State's wearing all black today.
Oh, fitting.
Funeral.
Ooh.
Boy, A.J. Finley having
Broke
a
it
heck
up,
of a
though.
first
Gotta
quarter.
stop. LSU, you go right here?
I mean, I don't know that it matters, but probably not. They've got a good punter who's capable of pinning them down.
As you said.
He's good. No, AJ's played really well. He's had a good year, especially a good second half of the season.
That's a lot of their improvement. He's gotten better. They've gotten a lot out of Joe and Jordan. I mean, it's okay at times.
Otis Reese has given him another player.
Oh, hell. I should look and see what the weather situation might be. By the way, Dayton has its first lead, 42-41, with 12:06 to go.
Looking for weather. In Baton Rouge right now, that's Oxford. .68 right now in Baton Rouge and partly cloudy. We've got 32% chance of rain at 4, 40% at 5, 62 at 6. So they've kind of backed it up a little bit. I'll pull up a radar in a little while.
Giants starting Colt McCoy tomorrow over Daniel Jones.
Jones did not look ready last week.
No.
He did not look comfortable at all.
Pitt's back for Florida today.
Yeah, T.I., we always get Pete in the second quarter. I've not talked to Pete, but I assume that he knows we're going to call. And if not, that's my fault because I should have touched base. But it's been a week, Pete. I mean, T.I. It's been a week. Western Kentucky beating Alabama in men's basketball 67-62.
Bama has not looked very good so far.
Well, and Rick Stansbury just kind of keeping things under control
Hey,
there.
look,
Everybody wants to go
it's a
to.
great recruiter. He gets
Everybody
guys
wants
into
to play
Bowling
at Bowling
Green.
Green. You've been to the Chili's in Bowling Green. I mean, it is so nice. I mean,
Kind of close to Louisville and Lexington. It's awesome,
Yeah.
awesome area.
I mean, they got an Outback there.
Thinking top 100 players. I mean, Western Kentucky really what comes to mind.
Yeah. A lot of wind at Tiger Stadium. Did you see that? Those flags were moving.
Thomas was trying to decide whether to let him go or hold him right there. Couldn't really make his mind up.
Yeah. Good to see him out there, though.
Oh, man. So we get Clemson Notre Dame at 3.
Yeah, San Jose State at 3:15, I think.
Okay. Overall, pretty smart there. Just get out of the end zone and call it a day.
I mean, if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. And that's why you punt when you have a punter that good.
Yeah. You'll get it back same spot. Early in his career, Corral probably throws to throw one back into the middle there, just trying to see if he can make something happen.
There's no question he does.
One step and kick. Really poor coverage right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that was
Wasn't a great kick because he had to get rid
No.
of it so fast. Turf Monster got him. Otherwise, he might be in the end zone.
LSU starts at the 31. Going blitz and coming. LSU kind of ran right into it. Credit to the announcers here for not trying to pub the SEC championship game as this clash of the Titans tonight. It's going to be some close game. I mean,
Cole
in all
Kubelik's
honesty,
Cole Kubelik's a no-nonsense guy.
Yeah. A lot of groups that go, oh, man, you just never know. I mean, come on, man. There are 2 series. Ole Miss has not done anything weird at all on offense. It's been just down the depth chart players.
No surprise.
Ohio State almost certainly has punched its ticket into the playoff.
Yeah.
It's a good no call.
Oh, yeah. I didn't miss anything on this basketball thing. They've gone to like 10 ads in a row here.
Dayton up 44-41, 10:40 to go.
Okay. It's like ad central.
Again, didn't get home, but pretty bad throw there by Johnson, so LSU will send the kicker out. Couldn't decide if it was miscommunication or nothing or what. He kind of just threw it behind him into the ground.
I mean, this is either the longest TV break ever, or
You got an issue?
or my computer's gone to some weird deal. Here we go. I was about to give up.
Ole Miss calling a timeout on field goal defense there.
Yeah, I figured it out. Nick, who was it? Yeah, Matthew. I got it. Thank you, though.
I missed this in the pregame. Sammy giving us a pretty good stat. LSU, into the final week of SEC play, LSU has the least amount of shutout quarters of anybody in the league and has allowed the most amount of 30-yard plus scoring plays in the league. They've allowed 11 this season. Vanderbilt has allowed 10.
Ole Miss's inability to make buckets is starting to hurt them here. They're getting looks and missing shots.
Still down 3.
Staying in
10-2.
defensively, but man.
I'm saying, like, any type of efficient offense.
Luis
you're at
Rodriguez
10
down
right now.
hard. Ooh. I think he just landed on an elbow, and it's a funny bone, but that was scary. I think that's what it was, but man. Yeah, he's okay.
Mississippi State's long snapper has scored a touchdown as Missouri muffed a punt, and apparently the state long snapper has scored.
Should write a book about that.
Yeah. Tyler Horka says that's the type of play that changes ball games.
Damn right.
Go get them, Bulldogs. He's pretty automatic. Had a hunch that was going
He
through.
doesn't miss many. Some of his stuff that he said this week about the text.
That was pretty good.
Muschamp
Yeah.
texted and said, "Don't worry about anything."
So he texted Pruitt and told him to quit telling everybody he was going to Auburn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Garantano apparently has entered the transfer portal.
I bet he has.
He's out.
Yeah.
We'll sync you up on the kick. Tell you where we are and you guys are. Ball is in the air right now. I did see Jack Abraham was transferring. I don't know.
Yeah, saw that.
Jimbo campaigning for his team in the college football playoff.
As he
after the
should.
game. Oh,
That's
yeah,
what he should
doubt.
do.
Yeah.
Probably going to fall on deaf ears, but
7 straight SEC wins. Some schools haven't even played 7 games. If you want to pick the best 4, we're one.
oh,
Telegraphed pick
yeah.
6 there.
I mean,
that
before
was
he even let
ugly.
it go, I thought, I hope nobody's there.
That was floated like crazy. The worst throw Matt's had in a long time.
Yeah, not sure I like that play call either. I'm sure it was a read, but that's what they're talking
Lane
about.
didn't like it.
That was not a. That was not the. I'd like to see it again. There's no way that was the read they intended.
Ole Miss 45, Dayton 44 with 8:48 to go.
Let's see what the route is. Ooh.
I mean, I think it was a lazy route, but I don't know that it would have mattered. I mean,
Yeah, it wasn't a great route, but it was an out.
Mingo definitely should have come back at it a little bit, but there was nothing he could have done there. That was really jumped.
Luis Rodriguez with the 3, 45-44. Ole Miss, 9 minutes to go in Dayton.
45 all now, 8:48. Dayton converts both free throws, 46-45 now. And there's no doubt Elijah is a huge part of this offense. I mean, there's an acclamation here no matter what. Well, stayed up 14-7 now.
I don't hate the all black. I mean, it's fine.
It looked better than I thought it was going to. It's all right.
Ole Miss is having personnel issues getting the right people on the field and stuff. You can tell there's frustration about that.
You going another timeout? No. Oh.
It's the most productive -2 you'll see in certain Eli Manning and the Super Bowl character to that. Oh, Ole Miss might get lucky and it hit the ground. TV timeout in Dayton. Ole Miss up 47-46, 7:43 to go. It'll be Ole Miss's ball. When they come back, Dayton commits a foul. Who's 83? It was a really good job of blocking in the open field. I hadn't seen Jerry and Ely on this possession. You wonder if something's up with him.
The offensive line is getting killed right now.
Well, he doesn't have his top two receivers, and you can tell it. And they're getting beat up front. Oof.
Got two of them there with only 4.
8 beat. Who's 64?
McIntyre?
I think that's right. He got beat.
Dayton 51, Ole Miss 49 with 6:19 to go.
Yeah, I'm way behind on mine. There it is.
Merlo White picks up another foul.
Is it 3 or 4?
I think it's 3 as long as it's all updated together where it should be. He's got 4 points and 7 boards in I don't know how many minutes. Dayton missed the free throw, so almost down 2 with 6:17 to go.
I'm about 13 seconds behind you. I think his knee was on the ground, too. Let's see.
He kept it up.
Oh, wow. How about that?
Buffin hits 1 of 2, 51-50 Dayton. Third and 10 here for the Tigers.
I think he's bringing a bunch right here, unless they drop out of it. Oh.
It did drop. Dayton has got fairly high. They're up to 50% up from the field, shooting 53% from 3 today, too. Up 53-50 with 5:47 to go. Defensive rebounding is pretty similar. It's only 22-17 in favor of Ole Miss, but offensive rebounds 13-1.
Oh, it's what's kept them in the game.
Second chance points almost up 10-2. Dayton still with no bench points.
Dayton up 3 on the line, 5:48 to go.
Up 1, 5:11 to go.
Oh, I'm way behind you.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Brad Johnson's son. The next one is a highly rated tight end that is looking at a multitude of schools.
Oh, really?
Including LSU and Florida.
Now Dayton's up 3, 4:58 to go. They've hit about 7 shots in a row. Just not much down the field for him right now without those 2 guys. It's pretty limited.
Ooh.
Pop there, wasn't it?
Ooh.
Dayton 56-54, 4:26 to go. area where Lane's liable to go for it if he doesn't use it.
Oh, yeah, this is 4 down territory.
A weird counter that just did nothing.
No.
They were hoping for major flow to that flood side, and it just didn't.
Leif says, just found my 3-year-old with my phone watching y'all's show. Y'all are big in the Paw Patrol demo. So what we've been going after. The younger, the better, but that's probably a little further than we meant to go.
Hey, those Nickelodeon shows beat a lot of other shows throughout the week. They're going to call roughing the passer or something down there, I would assume. Corral on the ground with.
They must have waylaid him.
He's still down, up now. Oh, they hit him on that. Still be LSU ball. They took him out on the return. Oh, good grief. Also a lesson for Matt to keep your head up on interceptions, though. Because, I mean, if that thing comes back at you at all, you are fair game at that point.
And standing over him could have been another one.
Oh, there's no doubt, yeah.
This is where that has to motivate you as a football team. I mean, you find out whether you're going to get a little angry as a club here. It's the end of a quarter in Baton Rouge. We'll get Pete on. Chase is going to handle a lot of this conversation with Pete as I try to get a little basketball content ready for you guys for rebelgrove.com.
Dayton has its largest lead of the day, 59-54 Flyers with 3:34 to go.
We use Skype with Pete.
I don't know, do we?
Yeah. Yep.
Hello.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Doing well. How about yourself?
We're good. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Hope you're having a great holiday season. Before we even get started, I want to tell you how much it's meant to us, how much we've appreciated, how much our listeners and viewers have appreciated it. You spending the second quarters all season long, it has certainly added a lot to our broadcast and to our knowledge of what's going on, and we really appreciate it.
I appreciate it. I've enjoyed doing it. It's been a fun little venture.
So, obviously, there's no Elijah Moore. There's no Kenny Yeboah, and the offense does not look nearly as comfortable as it has through the first 8 games of the season. How much of that is just those guys not being out there?
I do think that's obviously part of it. I mean, there's no way you take one of the most productive players in college football off the field and expect to kind of get the same results. And then, on top of that, I think you can see a little bit in the game plan already. There's a couple of things that Ole Miss was worried about. Is most of the runs so far have been outside, which is something we've seen because the middle of the offensive line isn't the strength of the offensive line. But outside of that, they haven't called the game any different. They've tried to take shots. They've tried to do a lot of things similarly. The protection hasn't necessarily been there.
Yeah, I mean, kind of please elaborate on that a little bit from a what you've seen standpoint. I mean, where are the biggest things that Ole Miss is missing right now without those two guys? I guess especially Elijah. I mean, because it looks like so much of the breakdown things are happening that we're not really sure how some plays are developing as they go.
Yeah, one thing is just in general is Elijah pretty much he commands too, right? And when he's not on the field and you don't have to play a safety over the top of him or you don't have to have a second defender there to help account for him. It allows the defense to play you a little bit more honest. So that's a factor as well. I think when you take him off the field, and then without Yeboah, it'll be interesting to see how they haven't run a ton of sets with the tight end attached right now. Mm-hmm. He's been wider, or they've had 4 receivers on the field. They haven't done a lot where they brought the tight end now, connected him with the offensive line, and so that's what you wonder is Yeboah wasn't the most devastating blocker, but athletically he gave him a lot in the passing game. So the question becomes, do they abandon any 11P run game that has the tight end attached? And do they try to do it all from more unconventional sets?
If they do that, what's the biggest challenge there? What does that really do from a game planning or the way things what way things come out?
If you're willing to run the quarterback and consistently run the quarterback, it's obviously doable. Because you're going to get a 6-man box most of the time from LSU, so you can only block 5 of them, right? So you read the 6th guy. But I don't think that's necessarily what they want to do at Corral. So what you end up having to do now is a lot of perimeter run game. The last third down we saw the we saw the little counter draw off of sprint action. We've seen them try to run some kind of inverted bash, as they call it, trying to get the backside on the edge because it's easier to block those overhang players than it is to block those interior players when the defense just has one more hat than you do.
Boy, this defense is awful.
LSU breaking free again, down to the 3. What do you see on that side of the ball?
The speed is just so much for Ole Miss. And LSU, look, there's no hiding it. They haven't been great this year. But just kind of like Ole Miss, they have grown into who they are a little bit. On the long run right there, Sonogo comes up and sets the edge and forces the ball back inside, which is what you want to do against that. It's just an outside zone stretch run play. But the end, I can't tell who it is, or it's actually 26. Looks like he might have been a linebacker down, just flat out gets reached. And at that point, you can't, there's just, you turn it back, but there's nobody to turn it back to. They're just outmanned right now.
That's not something that really can be fixed.
You can risk and you can gamble and try to, throw extra hats at the party and stuff, but that doesn't always work out well. I will say I do think Durkin has been more aggressive in this game early than he's been in maybe any game this season.
4th and goal.
He's shown some pressures here at the beginning of this game that normally he doesn't run until second half when he feels a little bit more desperate.
Got in that time. LSU on 4th and goal scores from the 6-inch line.
Almost lost the ball on the 3rd down.
So extra point away from 17-7 here. Obviously the pick 6, huge play there early on in the first half.
Yeah, and that was just, it was a bad read and a late throw. He saw the one-on-one, but the kid gave no cushion. Mingo didn't get him backpedaling out, and when you make that out throw, you've got to have a defender that either is in bad hip angle where he can't get his body around, or he's got to be in a bail technique. And the corner wasn't in a hurry to get out of there, and just squatted on the out route and nailed it.
A lot of people are commenting about offensive line issues in this game. What are you seeing up front with their ability to protect Corral, to open up some things?
Well, I think that the biggest thing is, Nick Broker's been fairly steady all season, and he's given up some pressures here early. BJ Ojolari, number 8 for LSU. He's from this area. He's from Marietta, Georgia, Marietta High School. Is a really good player. He's actually from the same high school as the tight end that everybody's been talking about. That looks like he's going to transfer. But he's a big athletic kid, and Ole Miss seems to be struggling with him right now. And the one thing about Pelini is he's going to bring pressure and he's going to move guys up front, and that's not going to slow down. Ole Miss likes to take shots down the field, and Corral likes to take shots down the field. And LSU trusts their speed and athleticism to run with Ole Miss, so they're willing to be aggressive. And Ole Miss is going to have to find ways to get the ball out of their hands in a hurry and complete some stuff in the underneath areas to try and force the linebackers to slow down on the pressure. And maybe, if Pelini feels like the linebackers need to be more involved in coverage, it in theory can help your protection.
A minute 3 to go in Dayton, by the way. Dayton leads Ole Miss 61-58. Ole Miss has had a look just then, missed a shot. Just hard to win basketball games when you shoot as badly as this team is shooting, and I think badly is the word.
Yeah, I think they just got it back, but they're down 3, 54 seconds to go, and not playing well. Schuler has now missed a 3 as well. 37 to go.
Yeah.
61-58.
Yeah, I've got it up here.
Ole Miss has missed 4 shots in a row with a chance to tie down 3. Romello White now picks up his 4th foul with 37 seconds left, and that will probably about do it. Did you watch any basketball today, Pete? Are you all on football?
I watched a little bit of the Ole Miss game earlier. I've been trying to watch Trey Sermon that had the big game from Ohio State is actually from the high school where I coach, Sprayberry High School in Georgia. I missed him by a year. He would have been a fun toy to play with.
That would have helped, wouldn't it? Yeah.
It would have been good for my resume probably, but he was leaving for Oklahoma as our staff was coming in. So I and my wife grew up 20 minutes from Ohio State Stadium. So we watched the Buckeyes earlier, and I've got a couple kids I used to coach that play for Clemson now. So I've got that game on one screen while I'm watching the Rebs on the other.
So I'm going to guess that your wife thinks that Ohio State, by God, belongs in the playoff.
Her father definitely does. I can tell you that. No, I do think so. It wasn't pretty what they did today.
Sorry.
And you can say what you want about the Big Ten's decision, and that was all a money decision to let them play in that game today. But, say what you want. They're down 22 guys today, including their best receiver. Justin Fields is hurt, and they find a way to win. Speaking of big plays.
Yeah, we're just getting back on football here. Jerry and Ely, 100 yards on a kickoff return for a touchdown. Ole Miss now 17-14 after the Luke Logan extra point. So both between the interception and the special teams, we're back to a 3-point game because that's basically two huge plays, 2 mistakes, and it's kind of back even a little bit.
Yeah, I was shocked he took that out of the end zone, but and I think LSU probably was too. But that's a nice job. Nice job, 83. I don't know who that is, but I think he got about 4 guys on that return.
Yeah, 83 had a really good block on a second down play that didn't amount to anything a little while ago, but it was an extremely physical play. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I think you're going to see an uptick in getting the ball. Look, Ely gets the ball all the time, But I think you're going to see them maybe trying to get him a little bit more involved in space in the passing game, and maybe the same with Parrish, because now that 8's gone, right, 9's the guy that can do it, man. And so, I think as much as they can, and look, they've tried to get him the ball. The drive earlier where Ole Miss gets pinned back on first down, they get him on the stretch play, and if they get any better block on the perimeter, it's probably a first down instead of a backed-up punt that gives them great field position.
Chase Rogers, 83.
Oh, okay. Well, he's had a hell of a game blocking. He's made several big blocks. What did you think of the recruiting class? Did you know enough about any of those guys to have any kind of an opinion? Or
yeah, I keep up with it as best I can. When I have time, I try to go watch a little bit. I know we signed the big offensive tackle from Gainesville, Georgia, from Gainesville High School. I saw him on film last year and was really impressed with him. So when they were able to pick him up earlier this year, I thought that was a nice commit. It was good to see him get signed. Defensively, it's been a while since Ole Miss has signed a defensive class with as much potential talent as they signed. I'm one of these guys that I've done it long enough to know that nobody's a sure thing, and that that sometimes those diamonds start to shine late. And so it's like everybody talks about that every coach feels good about their signing class on signing day, and maybe not Mike Leach based on his comments in the paper, but I think Ole Miss should feel good about where they are now. It's just the question of what do those guys actually look like when they get on campus. I mean, there's plenty of guys on this defense right now for Ole Miss that when they signed and coming out of high school look like promising prospects, and maybe just haven't developed for one reason or another. But I think the big thing to me is the length and the speed that they seem to have added at the second and third level defensively. I think that's probably what Ole Miss fans should be most excited about.
Yes, what stuck out to me just throughout the recruiting thing, it was obvious that they want to get, and I know this sounds like, well, obviously, but they want to get bigger. They want to be longer up front on offense. They want to have more size and mass up front on offense, and in the secondary, like you mentioned, and throughout defense, but especially in that secondary, they absolutely want to be a longer team.
They want to play this game defensively with three safeties on the field. It's what they want to do. It's what whether you're looking at what Durkin wants to do, or even what Partridge brings to the table from his time at Maryland, they're going to play with three safeties, and they need guys that are long and rangy and can be physical and get down in the box, but are still athletic enough to be able to play man to man and do some different things in coverage. And so I think that they were able to go out and get some guys that give them some freedom on that back end to do some of those things.
Ole Miss, I would extend the game in basketball a little bit here. Dayton turned the ball over on an inbound, and then Ole Miss gets a bucket, 63-62, and now they fouled Dayton with 27 seconds to go.
But even that bucket was dirty. I mean, nothing's clean offensively for them.
Dayton misses the first, so 63-62. Ole Miss will get it back down 1 or 2. As long as they get a rebound. Good. 27 seconds left. Ole Miss down 2. We're doing a little flipping back and forth.
Yeah, we're doing a little flip just to watch a possession. Even the TV's behind the.
Yeah, I might have enough time to actually get us. Joyner misses a jumper. They did not hold for last shot, and Dayton got the rebound. So okay. Dayton up 2 with 9 seconds to go. A quick forced jumper there when 27 to go. You shoot at 11.
Oh, yeah, you go ahead and take a shot because you want to give yourself an opportunity if you don't make it.
Extend it on out. What is the read there, Pete? Is it strictly told, hey, I mean, if it's kind of a line drive, if you got some room, what's Ely looking for to decide whether to take one out or not out of the end zone?
the ball flight definitely makes a difference. I mean, if you get, in theory, the other guy back there should be communicating with him, and some of it's feel. I mean, right? If you get the line drive, the ball's not up in the air, you're thinking, oh, let's go, and you're counting on your other guy to tell you, hey, chill, or, however you choose to communicate it. Because you need somebody to know, if they just pinned everything. And, earlier in the first quarter, the announcers, they made a comment about the wind. And that's one of the things, as much as the wind can affect passing game, it can affect kickoffs too. I mean, you see Ely obviously returns that one, and there's almost nobody there. It's almost like LSU's expecting the ball to be kicked middle of the field or even opposite hash, and it ends up where it does, which completely throws off your coverage. And then Ole Miss turns around, and it's a funky kick that gets fielded awkwardly, and then Ole Miss gets a great special teams tackle. But so that's the other thing. If that ball, if the wind starts pushing it, and your convoy man there realizes that you've got plenty of room to run, he's going to tell you, hey, you got time. And when you get that call, if you think you got it, you go.
Devontae Shuler misses a three on the last at the buzzer to kind of rims out a little bit. 65-62 Dayton final in Dayton. So the Rebels get outscored by 10 in the second half. Dayton hit 6 of their last 8 field goals, and Ole Miss does not have a field goal the last 2:56 of the game. So, the last 2:56. Yeah, the last 2:56 of the game. So there, Rebels lose their first one. Really, pretty poorly played second half. Still just couldn't get anything going offensively the entire game.
Lack of pass rush has obviously been an issue for Ole Miss all season, but LSU's not afraid. I mean, dialing up shots on 1st and 10 has not really been their MO this season, but they're not afraid of the pass rush, and I feel like they can consistently run it on this Ole Miss defense.
Yeah, it's the one thing that we were talking about in the pregame show. We're talking Matt Moscona. You can, and Lane knows this. Everybody at Ole Miss knows this. It's not that anybody's ignoring it. They're trying to address it, but you've got to get better on the edge. You've got to get better getting to the quarterback. You've got to become more disruptive defensively to have a chance to get where you want to get as a program.
Yeah, you do, and that's the thing is in the SEC, the game is won and lost on the line of scrimmage, and with athleticism on the line of scrimmage as much as anything. And right now, it's not that Ole Miss doesn't have some guys that are athletic, but the guys that are athletic are also undersized. And that's not a good combination, and they've just struggled to make that happen consistently on 3rd down, and they don't want to get too creative. They can't. They know that they're limited in the secondary, and they can't put their guys in a bind by bringing too much extra help.
LSU's throwing it. They've already thrown it 20 times today, but it's a lot of safe. It's a lot of stuff over the middle. I mean, they really do have a pretty conservative game plan for Johnson at this point. He's doing a damn good job. He's looked good so far in his action this season.
He's a good player. I mean, obviously his dad's accomplished. His uncle's accomplished. The family is kind of bred him for it. The high school he went to is not a big high school in Georgia. It's right outside of Athens. But they've had a string of really good players, and they're coached well. And so, he's a kid that, without looking it up, if I had to guess, he probably graduated early, showed up at LSU in January.
I think that's right.
And has had a good chance to pick up the system.
I think it's just his gig moving forward the rest of the time. Career,
it'll be interesting to see. He certainly hasn't done anything to hurt himself.
They've got Nussmeier's kid coming in this
do they?
Yeah, they've got just kind of become their thing. Go recruit
coaches' kids, players and coaches'
kids.
kids.
Players and coaches' kids at quarterback.
Clemson up 7-3 at the end of the first quarter. As of right now, State up on Mizzou now 24-10. Bulldogs showing a little life today.
You're right there on the last one. I mean, Ole Miss, they they bring a pretty traditional pressure. It's one that you see, 10 times a game in every game you watch, and they just don't get home. LSU's protected them with 6. They're not doing anything crazy with protection. And just from a Jimmy's and Joe's standpoint, Ole Miss can't get home.
Ole Miss has gotten off the field here, 4th and 8 for LSU, 8:19 left in the second quarter. Not sure what yard line things are on. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Looks like the rain starting to roll in there. Is that what that looks like? Little. Everybody looks a little damp.
Punts down at the 5, so Ole Miss gets it 95 yards from the end zone with 8:12 to go. LSU's been dang good on special teams, Pete. Certainly.
They are skilled
in their
special
kicking,
teams.
I guess. Let's say that.
Yeah, you're right. Other than the kick return, it'll be interesting to see what the weather does look like when it does fully roll in. I mean, say what you want. Ole Miss hasn't gotten a lot of pressure. They haven't necessarily been great at stopping the run. They've given up 10 points, and some of that's been on the short field, and the others the pick six. I mean, so it's not that they've been productive, but they haven't been maybe as awful as it may seem watching this. Sometimes watching paint dry doesn't mean it's bad defense, and if they can just continue to get some stops and get the freshman quarterback to make some mistakes, they really need to get the run game going. And Corral, I don't know if it's a matter of settling in because he's getting pressured so much.
So offensively, they get it back here, half the quarter to go. What are some of the what are kind of some of the adjustments in your opinion?
I don't know how many adjustments there are to make outside of maybe trying to do something different with your protection. Everything else, I mean, maybe you try to work some intermediate stuff and things to get the ball out of his hand. I wouldn't be shocked to see him try to move the pocket a little bit. And whether it's on some type of bootleg or sprint out, but get him going a little bit more on the run. That wouldn't surprise me. But some of that, again, is probably affected a little bit by the absence of Yeboah. Because so much of what they've done in the past has involved him when they do that kind of stuff. So how much do they trust these other guys to maybe handle, whether it's blocking on the edge or, some of the route stuff?
Who'd you like in the Clemson Notre Dame game today?
I think Notre Dame's a complete football team, but I thought going in that Clemson, particularly with Trevor Lawrence, I thought that they're so good at what they do, and defensively, Venables, if he's got all his guns, man, he's always going to be able to fire some things and do some things that are going to give you trouble. And look, both of these teams legitimately are probably belong in the top 4. I mean, they're Notre Dame is so good at the line of scrimmage. They've got, they're getting good quarterback play. They've got really good running backs. And they do some things that give you a lot of problems. And Clemson is just so athletic on both sides of the ball.
If Notre Dame finds a way to win this game, it will be fairly fascinating if the Clemson versus A&M for that 4th spot. Because A&M's in the same, they're both in the same boat. You know what I mean? They won all the games they were supposed to win, and had A&M played Alabama again, they'd have lost again. I mean, it's the same resume.
Well, yeah. Well, you're right. I have a hard time seeing them leaving Clemson out, right? Unless it's just a blowout. Because to me, you look for the quality of win, and I can't tell you Clemson's got a great quality win, but who's A&M's best win is Florida. After that, I don't really know what it looks like.
I mean, hell, is it Auburn after that?
Yeah.
Probably so.
North Carolina beats Kentucky in basketball 75-63 today. The Wildcats now 1-5 on the season.
Fire Calipari.
Hey, his plan's not working. Say what you will.
So, twice now Ole Miss has had the ball backed up to start a drive, and both times they've tried to read the end and get the ball out on the perimeter. The first time they take a loss when we just miss a block and Ely had the edge, and then they go speed option to Parrish and they get the hold. So I like what they're trying to do. Because they know that Ole Miss is better in the interior, or that LSU is better in the interior than Ole Miss's offensive line is. They just keep shooting themselves in the foot a little bit.
LSU didn't get the face mask, but that could have been a blow to the head, though. I know he's a runner at that point, but you've seen that called some going into the slide right there.
Especially against quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. Good stiff arm.
Yeah.
Again.
He's got to learn how to slide better. He's going to blow a knee out trying to slide.
Like I say, he's not getting calls, but his slides are so bad that he's like easing into them.
He's still got the gunslinger mentality. I don't think he wants to slide. He's been told to slide. And I think you kind of see that, what it looks like when he does it.
Yeah, just do one or the other, though. You know what I mean? Like, either slide or don't, but you're going to get yourself killed in this mid thing. That's a fumble.
Actually, it might be an interception.
Either way, yeah. They just cannot get any protection.
And there's clearly nothing coming open down the field.
No, everything looks like sandlot right now for Ole Miss on offense.
They invest so much time throughout the course of the season getting the ball for a good reason to the best player on the field, and then you get in a situation where he's not out there, and this is what it looks like. It's hard. Kiffin and Levy both, they do a great job of scheming things up for guys and scheming things up to attack guys, and you take the guys away, man. Life gets hard sometimes.
Turnover now 3-0 LSU without one. Ole Miss has 3 in the first half.
That was a drop.
Yeah, straight up drop. I'm not giving Corral much trouble over that turnover. I mean, he's running around trying to do everything by himself right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, the defensive lineman did a nice job of recognizing Boot and getting back over the top of it. Outside of that, I mean, that's just on the offensive lineman, and it's a hell of a play by the defender.
Getting a lot of kind of late contact stuff. I wouldn't be shocked by a couple penalties to try to settle it down here soon.
Worried about the game getting out of control.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of nothing terrible, but everything's going just a beat past the whistle a little right now. LSU certainly in field goal range.
Probably kicking here if you're LSU, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you want to get points out of that turnover.
Yeah, you have to. Especially when you've got a kid that can do it.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. No, yeah, they are.
I would have kicked there. But we'll see.
Yeah, and Ole Miss
is
going to have to burn a timeout.
You know,
that's it. Now, to me, that's inexcusable.
That's on coaching, that one. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
That's on defensive coaching, right, Pete?
Well, I got a little behind you guys at some point in the last couple of plays, so
okay.
I'm just coming up to the fourth down now. You know, yeah, I mean, so it's mesh. You know, they defended it 100 times against Mississippi State last week. They defended 100 times a week in practice because Ole Miss runs it. The pick six that Corral threw earlier was the same version of the same play. You know, when LSU chooses to stay tempo right there, as soon as they see Ole Miss getting ready to sub personnel, and Ole Miss starts trying to exchange right there, they just get lost. They never get set. The communication gets blown. And so what happens right there, and I think we talked a little bit about this in an earlier game, it may have been the state game, that corner on the backside can communicate one of two things. He's either going to say meg, which means man everywhere he goes, or mod, which means man over depth. So when that receiver releases at a depth that's under the linebacker, he's going to pass him off, and he's going to expect the linebacker to pick him up. So what happened right there is the corner clearly thought he was mod. He passed it off. The linebacker, however, dropped out underneath and didn't get the call and didn't go with him. So as a result, you catch the shallow just running completely free. I mean, you can call out on coaching all you want to right there. Bottom line is that was miscommunication by players and just poor execution. There's nothing Ole Miss did defensively right there that every college football team and every secondary in the country doesn't have built in, doesn't practice, doesn't work.
So at that point, it's either, hey, we've got a mistake. I mean, I guess you could call a timeout and bail it out, but it's on the players to get in that predicament to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe you call a timeout before the play starts when, you know, your other linebacker is trying to figure out whether or not he's supposed to be on the field.
Right.
You know? And so you just wish that that maybe you call the timeout there and let things get settled.
24-14 LSU, 4:50 to go now in the half. Corral 5 of 10, 87 yards, a touchdown and 3 picks. Max Johnson 11 of 24 for 149 and a score. Corral is Ole Miss's leading rusher by far right now. 5 carries, 51 yards with a long of 23. Rebels 13 carries for 70 yards as a team. LSU has run it 19 times for 91 yards from a play standpoint. LSU's had the ball a ton so far in the game. Ole Miss actually averaging more yards per play, but LSU has run 43 plays to Ole Miss's 23 plays so far today.
Yeah, and Ole Miss, Ole Miss hasn't relied on time of possession or total number of plays to win ball games at all, but they're going to have a hard time if LSU can continue to get short drives by the Ole Miss offense and run the ball the way that they have. It's not going to be a good second half, especially if the rain and wind picks up.
Because the way Ole Miss struggles so much interior offensive line, it's not like they could just settle it down and try to settle into a run game.
No, they really can't, and especially if they're not going to rely on their tight ends to be a big part of the run game, which is just something we haven't seen. So much of what they've tried to do has been out on the perimeter, and it's going to continue to be that way. I mean, that's where that's where.
How's that not get called a pick play? By the way, when you watch the replay, that's a pick. It's almost an egregious pick.
It's 100% how you teach it.
Okay.
The advantage right there for LSU is because there's not a trailer that's in the hip pocket of the receiver. You literally are picking the man that's on you, and that's not going to get called.
So obviously a huge possession here for Ole Miss, and starts it off with the big play to Ely. Ole Miss gets the football first in the second half, in the third quarter. I mean, a score here makes it a one-score game, and you get the ball back. I mean, you get a chance to kind of return serves. This is a big moment.
So on the replay, you can actually see the corner better. He is trying to run with him. And everybody's saying, definitely should have been a pick play. And it should have been. The DB did not help himself at all on that. But the fact that Ole Miss is missing a linebacker in the middle of the field there is really a big part of that. You saw at the end, Henry goes running out, and there's another guy trying to run on. It just leaves Ole Miss with no help for that corner.
This looks personnel based, but did you see much difference at all in Ole Miss just from a 3 weeks off standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, look, anytime you take that much time off, it's going to be hard to get going again. I mean, look, you look at Ohio State today.
What a catch.
I think anytime you take some time off, and it's hard to get in a rhythm. The other thing, and you guys may know the answer, I have no clue, is how long have they known that Moore and Yeboah were going to opt out of the game?
I think for at least a couple of weeks. I knew about it on Saturday and asked about it and was told that it wasn't. But, by the way, this replay that you'll see in a minute, Pete, of Henry Parrish's one-handed catch and run to the three is amazing.
I think
he got in.
Keeps getting slower.
Touchdown for Ole Miss with 3:07 to go.
They both might get possessions again in the first half.
Yeah, that was a great one-handed catch. That's the same play that Ole Miss started the drive on, just out of a different formation. They threw it to Ely. They've tried to run that play in several games and really haven't had a ton of success. That's twice now on this drive where they've hit it for solid gains. I think one thing on this drive is they've done a better job running the football too. And then obviously they had two big pass plays on the drive. But the offensive line looks to be settling in a little bit more in the run game. They're using the tight end now in the run game, and he's done a pretty good job. I mean, even right there on the touchdown, he did a pretty good job.
So Ole Miss back in it, 24-21. Probably left, like Jay said, way too much time on the clock.
I mean, there was no way to run it down, but yeah, it just is what it is.
Yeah, you take them when you can get them, especially, if you pop something that gets you down tight, you take it when you can get it.
Halftime in Starkville State, somewhere, but anyway, 24-10, 27-10, something like that. 27-10 Bulldogs over Missouri at the half.
Clemson's up 14-3.
Felt like their game today. Why do you think they switched jerseys, Pete?
That's a good question. I don't know. I saw Ken Crane's tweet, and I immediately thought to myself, I know Ken well enough to know that he wouldn't have tweeted out the wrong thing. He would have wanted permission before he did that. So I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know if I would be curious to know. I don't see. It's not like practicing in the indoor where you're like they did earlier in the season and trying to keep your guys dry or anything. So. And it's not like they came out and won and then switched it, before the game. So I don't know.
It was like LSU could kind of let its run dictate a little bit here, couldn't you? I mean, you got plenty of time, frankly. 3 minutes is an eternity in today's college football.
Yeah, I mean, if you're LSU, full allotment of timeouts and 3 minutes, there's no reason to do anything different than what you've been doing.
All the time in the world on this first play. He had a clean pocket for 3, 4, 5 seconds. I don't know how far behind you are, but you'll catch it in a second. LSU's receivers have left a lot to be desired today in this game. There's been some drops.
Yeah, they have. They, you lose as much talent as they lost at that position between the draft last year and opt-outs. But, you do to some degree expect those guys to just reload.
Because it's not like they don't have some 4-stars over there sitting around doing something.
Tons of them.
They've managed to land a few over the years.
Ole Miss down to 1 timeout, 2:41 to go. LSU still has all 3 of theirs.
I'll say this, the receivers have left a few plays out there, but Johnson hadn't missed. He's been pretty good. You can see why he was highly thought of. And I mean, there were games that I saw of his when he was in high school where it was legitimately not fair. Ole Miss is clearly having some issues with defensive personnel in this game. It's interesting. Just LSU's not going particularly fast, but the touchdown on the last drive, you have Ole Miss being confused about who's coming on and who's coming off, and then you get the timeout call right there because clearly they look up and they're a man short, and they ended up with Ryder Anderson at nose, and I don't think that's what they were wanting to do.
I think that's safe to say. They went in the recruiting deal and added some girth, some big bodies, and you can see why they need them. But they're just so small up front right now. I mean, Ryder Anderson right this moment lined up at nose tackle.
Yeah,
on a 3rd and 1.
Yeah, on a 3rd and 1, Ryder Anderson's loaded up at the nose. I mean, that's not his fault, but it's a reflection on the failure to recruit by the previous staff. It just is. They did not recruit well on the defensive side, and it shows.
Well, I'll tell you that I've talking to friends at Hutchinson Community College in Kansas, where Ole Miss just signed one of their defensive linemen. They speak extremely highly of the young man, and really just his path to get to Ole Miss, from what they were telling me, is interesting because he was a kid in high school that had the talent, and at first it was people they didn't think he was going to qualify. And then all of a sudden he qualifies late, and they were able to get him to Hutch eventually, and his kind of path since then, he's just skyrocketed. But it was encouraging listening to those guys talk about just the way he prepares, and then his athletic ability. I mean, because the guys that I'm talking to have been around high-level players, and they know what that looks like, right? They know what it like when a guy looks pretty and when a guy can actually take that pretty and actually apply it and play. And they really speak highly of him. So I'm excited to see what he looks like in red and blue next year.
Still just no pressure whatsoever. Johnson throws it away on 1st down, but there was no hands in the face. Nobody got any penetration at all. Just a stalemate at the line of scrimmage. 4-man rushes are just not getting home at all.
No, and they're not covering guys well enough in the back end that he wants to bring a bunch of people.
Yeah. Chance for Ole Miss here to at least hold it to a field goal. Going to be 3rd and 7, something like that. 8. They're going to call it 8. LSU using its first time out, so still have 2 left, 1:10 to go. Ole Miss could get a stop. You could force it and still get the ball back. Yes, Pete was talking about eye time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to pronounce his name, so I just figured I'd leave it off the table.
And I think they have big hopes for Jamon Gordon too. So there's a couple of those. They need those guys to step in and be able to contribute. Wayne doesn't look happy.
He looks pretty unhappy right now.
Yeah.
Body language not good. What is this percentage at LSU? That's not even 25. That's just people. What's their rule?
I think it's 25%.
They just didn't sell?
Probably not.
To have turned the ball over 3 times at this point, offensively, the fact that they have a chance to keep this a 1-score game going into half is huge.
4th and 2 right here. 1:04 to go for LSU. 4th and
kicking, aren't you?
4th and 2. I am. I'm kicking a field goal. I don't want to. I don't want Ole Miss to. I have a feeling they're going to go for it.
That as aggressive as they were the last drive, it paid off.
It appears they are going to go for it. Minute 4 to go.
It's not typically Ed's MO to this level. This is just not thinking the defense can stop you.
And it hasn't yet. Wow, wide open. Goodness gracious alive.
Brought blitz and just nobody home at all and still couldn't get even close to getting into his face. It's 2 fourth down conversions that have turned into touchdowns for LSU in the first half.
Yeah, I wish you could see the whole route there. It almost looked like one of the downfield rubs that a lot of teams were running off of play action, but I couldn't really see the whole thing. Yeah, so the motion right there, Ole Miss just flat out missed the communication. And when the guy that was on him, as soon as the motion started, left, and nobody picked him up, and that's just poor communication.
Big answer for LSU right there, for certain. 31 first half points. I know 7 was a pick 6, but wow.
Yeah, 10 off short field and 7 with a pick 6.
Pete's dog's not happy about the situation.
Not at all.
Is this a push for Lane if it's touchback, or are you going to you getting to halftime?
I think, the way Corral's played in the rain, I think most coaches would say do nothing, do no damage here. Try to get out of it, go to halftime, live with the situation, and regroup a little bit. But that hasn't necessarily been Kiffin's thing all season long. What you'd hate to do is go out and try to have him force something that's not there. I don't think they're going to take a knee, but I'd be a little bit surprised if they take a shot on first down.
So it is a touchback. Ole Miss will get it to the 25, 58 seconds to go, 1 timeout.
Even if you could just salvage and get a field goal out of this drive, it would be a success. But you got to be careful here. Ole Miss does get the ball coming out of the half, correct?
That's correct.
That is correct.
Ran 10 seconds off to throw a 1-yard pass there. Corral looked downfield twice and just nothing there.
Well, he wants to throw deep.
That's not going to be a first down.
He's a gunslinger by nature, man.
He didn't get far enough.
I think they're going to give it to him, though, Chase.
No. That's a good spot because he did not get there.
No, you're right. He did not get there. Broker seems to have settled in a little bit. They need to do a little bit better on the inside.
Did y'all get some kids signed at your high school, Pete?
In the early signing, we only have one. He's going to a small NAIA school in Iowa.
Oh.
So we hope to have a couple of more in February. We've got one offensive lineman that's got he's got some FCS offers right now. Has Army on the table, but I don't think that's what he's looking to do with his life. So.
Yeah, you got to be really committed to want to do that.
You do. We've got one there now that plays safety. I've had a couple that have played at the Naval Academy and a couple that have played at Air Force.
That is a terrible decision. Oh, wow, that's an awful decision.
My God.
Wow, that's as bad a decision as Matt Corral has made all year. That might be his worst play of the season. That's literally trying to force something that's
with
simply
23
not
seconds
there.
to go in the half too, when it does nothing.
Lack of awareness, nothing good can happen there. Just take the sack and wow.
That's the maturation that needs to happen for him moving forward. I honestly think that's part of the reason he wasn't on the field last year. I mean, I think Rodriguez fell in love with what Plumlee could do with his feet. But I think, the gunslinger mentality, there's such a fine line between awful decision making and, oh my God, how'd you do that? Right. And right there, that's clearly not what you want. And he's a kid, he's pressing. He knows he hasn't played a good game. He knows this is LSU Ole Miss and he wants to play well. And, the result right here is now going to be that you're going to go into half, most likely at a pretty sizable disadvantage that just a few minutes ago looked like it could have been a 3 or 6 point game.
Yeah, for sure. That was rough.
It'll be curious to see what the second half looks like. Yeah,
it looks like Kiffin's just kind of sitting there saying, basically, "Hey, calm down. We got to run the system. Got to do our thing, and you got to be smarter." Right here, you're trying to hold to a field goal, keep it at 2 scores, because if a touchdown obviously is 3, and I'm not sure 3 is surmountable with this defense. I'm not sure 2 is.
No. I think you're probably right there. Yeah, I mean, look, bottom line, if you hold them to a field goal, it's a win. I mean,
right.
Stop them one more play, probably.
It's a nice job by Reese on the second down there, not getting caught up in the eye candy. They tried to fake a screen out to the tailback that they motioned out and get him on a lot of people call it Fox. You go out, fake the screen, and then slip the guy down the sideline. He did a nice job there of being aggressive but still being under control where he could fit up the tight end and be a part of it.
Sam Williams makes a big play. They're going to force LSU into a kicking situation, so crisis somewhat averted right there. Not as bad as it could have been if LSU punches in a touchdown. It's going to be – this kid doesn't miss very often. It's probably going to be 34-21 LSU at the half. But this big play by Williams kind of keeps Ole Miss in the game heading into the third quarter.
Yeah, you can say what you want about the defense, and there's not a ton of good that you can point out. I mean, obviously the 2 touchdowns, the last 2 touchdowns have been pretty bad, especially the last one. But again, 4 turnovers, 1 that was a pick 6, and consistently being put on the short field. Again, not going to say they're doing a good job, but the fact that LSU doesn't already have 45 is a little bit of a victory for that defense.
Yeah, 4 turnovers. I mean,
LSU 34, Ole Miss 21 at the half. Pete, again, Merry Christmas to you and your family. Happy holidays, Happy New Year, and all of that. Hopefully we've got a bowl game ahead of us, and at that point we'll kind of get your thoughts on the season as a whole and where you think things are looking for the 2021 season. But until then, enjoy your family and enjoy the holidays, and thanks so much for being with us.
Sounds good, guys. To everybody out there, stay blessed, stay healthy, and have a great New Year.
Thanks, Pete.
Thanks, Pete. Guess I was a little premature with that. At first, it said halftime when I looked up.
Yeah, man.
I think we're going to be okay.
At the half, Corral 8 of 14, 131, 1-4. He has 7 rushes for 71 yards to lead the Rebels. Ole Miss 18 carries, 97 yards as a team with a touchdown. That one touchdown comes courtesy of Henry Parrish, 4 carries, 11 yards. Parrish also 27 yards receiving on 4 catches. Shows you the loss of Elijah and Yaboa. Ole Miss's pass catchers in this game: Parrish, Braylon, Casey Kelly, Jerry and Ely, and Jonathan Mingo to this point.
Hard to find a lot of any kind of AP stuff from Ole Miss Dayton basketball, for the record.
Really?
Yeah.
Romero just tweeted, I said this in my group text about 20 minutes ago. I like our O, but today it's not helping Matt. This O loves to go vertical. This isn't the game. We're not fast enough to run by these guys, and the OL can't hold up. These routes take too long. Give me a crossing route or two.
Yeah. Well, they've clearly got to go into the locker room here and revise the plan. I mean, simple as that. So halftime in Baton Rouge, LSU up 34-21. Not the best half of football in the world for the Ole Miss offense, but I expected some struggles, and there they were. And Max Johnson, 16 of 32, 218 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks for LSU. Matt Corral with, I think, 4 interceptions in the first half. So that's a bit of a disaster for him. So Ole Miss goes into the locker room, down 13. They'll get the ball back to start the second half. So Lane Kiffin points out this team hasn't played in 3 weeks, talks about the sidelines being disorganized, which they were, and then says the obvious, that they're fortunate to even be in the game right now. This could easily be a lot worse than it is. So Ole Miss down 13, headed to the half. I'm putting together some basketball stuff at rebelgrove.com, working on that. Get you some scores from around the country as well. Clemson leads Notre Dame 17-3. That game almost to the half. San Jose State leads Boise State 7-3 in the Mountain West Championship game. Alabama and Florida later tonight. Tulsa and Cincinnati later tonight as well. And in the SEC, Mississippi State leads Missouri 27-10 at the half. A Wow, that's kind of a surprising score. Earlier today, Texas A&M beat Tennessee 34-13. I don't know whether Snoop Connor opted out or not. I can tell you that been very strong rumblings that Snoop is entering the transfer portal after this game and is not going to stay inside the program. Listen, in today's college football, guys are not going to stick around 3-4 years and sort of wait their turn. It's not going to work that way. Guys are going to enter the portal quickly, and this one-time transfer thing is going to make it even more. And there will come a point where it'll correct itself a little bit because kids will see that kids don't have homes when they think they have homes and that they're walking away from scholarships. And it'll start to correct itself. But here for these next couple to 3 years, most coaches, most administrators expect chaos. They expect tons of transfers. They expect tons of kids to be unable to find a home, for it to get kind of ugly, for there to be a lot of tampering, a lot of poaching, a lot of those things, and then they expect it to settle down, but they think it's going to take 2 to 3 years. And kids like Snoop Connor, who went into the season thinking that he would be a starter, he's not the starter. The offense isn't really made for him, and he's probably looking for someplace that the offense is a little more made for him. There's a rumor about Southern Miss. I have no idea if that rumor is true or not, but I know of a couple of players that have already, including one that's on the field today, that have already been in conversations with other programs about leaving. This is happening everywhere. There are kids that played for other teams today that are looking to transfer to Ole Miss. All that stuff is happening. It's just football rosters are going to be more like college basketball rosters than ever before, at least for the next 2 to 3 years.
As it sort of settles and does whatever it's going to do to get into a rhythm. Yeah.
Some kids will see that, hey, it doesn't always work, and they'll be more hesitant. Right now they think, I'm going to enter the portal and I'm going to have 10 opportunities. I'm going to enter the portal and I can get recruiting done again, and now I can play right away.
He has a case.
He has a really good case. They went 8-1 in the SEC, and I don't have.
We're talking about A&M.
Yeah, and I have talking about Texas A&M. I'm sorry too. I have absolutely no problem with him campaigning for his kids.
He should be.
That's what he's supposed to be doing. He's getting paid to campaign for his kids.
He's doing all he can for his team, and he's talking to his constituents. Yeah, that is his job.
For the people that make fun of that, I'm like, no, you're.
It's why I got on Ross last couple weeks ago, because you weren't doing it. You're going, hey, no, we're just going to go try to play Ohio State. Damn it.
Go campaign.
Yeah.
College basketball coaches do it for 3 weeks at the end of every season. I mean, but back to the transfer thing. Ole Miss is going to benefit from it. Ole Miss is going to get hurt by it. That's just the way it's going to be. Kids are going
for pretty much every team in the country.
Kids are going to leave. They're going to leave earlier than you think they should leave. They're going to start looking at. They're going to start looking around for a home. Yeah, I don't mind opening the phone lines. What the hell?
Somebody asked.
Yeah. We'll take a call or two. There's the number. It's right up there. It's the Rafters Music and Food Hotline if you want to call. I'll take a call or two. We're not going to take a bunch, but we'll take a couple if you want to call. I mean, there's a player on the field today that I think is going to transfer to a Group of 5 program. And I think the Ole Miss staff knows it and is cool with it. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, Neil, this is Jake.
Hey, Jake, what's up?
Just watching this game, amazed we're remotely close. I have a feeling most of the calls during halftime are going to be about, do you put in John Rice Plumlee right now? And I'm sure you'll discuss that, but Kiffin's been tweeting before this game about putting John Rice Plumlee in, and I don't think I get it because he's not on the field. So how do you square all this?
He likes John Rice as a person. John Rice kind of, in a good way, not in a bad way, kind of likes being in the middle of things. I mean, I've heard interactions from them in different places where John Rice is on Kiffin to get in the game all the time. I think it's almost a running joke now that John Rice messes with Kiffin. Hey, put me in. Because I think it was the week after the Vanderbilt game. They were somewhere, and he was going, hey, do this. And Lane, in a joking, playful manner, goes, Matt threw for 400 and whatever yards. Shut up. You know what I mean? But it's all in just kind of a thing.
Right.
I think it's become a running gag that everybody else does not necessarily see the backstory and some of the other stuff with it. But, yeah, he likes the guy, and they're just kind of messing around.
And this is
Got it.
This is going to come across the wrong way. No, Chase has not been demoted. This little thing does this sometimes. It's just one of those things. There's a lot going on this screen, and sometimes it's operator error. Kiffin likes to troll. He likes to troll opponents. He likes to troll media. He likes to troll a lot of people, and he likes to troll his own fan base some in a playful way, not in a bad way, but he knows the backstory on John Rice Plumlee, and he knows the fan obsession with John Rice Plumlee, and you know.
Yeah. Well, then onto this with you put John Rice Plumlee in, and then on the other side with Corral, I mean, this is seemingly another Arkansas game unless he can make a drastic change. Does this affect Corral's standing after next year potentially?
No.
Do you put that much stock in another one of these?
Nope.
Now, I'll put stock in if he does it next year 2 or 3 times, because then it's, hey, well, can we get through a season without this if
Right.
you're the NFL and the way you're talking at that point? But
no, I'm not playing Plumlee at quarterback right now. I'm sticking with Corral because that's what gives me a chance to win. And it's also, you're not going to win a championship moving next year with John Rice Plumlee at quarterback. If you win one, you're going to win it with Corral. And you're still recruiting Ty Simpson. You just signed Luke Altmaier. You're still recruiting Arch Manning. The message has to be, hey, look, this is the offense we're going to run. This is what we're going to do. You know, they haven't played in 3 weeks. People can call that an excuse, but they look like a team that doesn't have a lot of chemistry. And Elijah Moore's been a huge part of the offense all season. Kenny Yeboah's been a big part of the route tree all season. They're both gone. And so it's a challenge.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, appreciate you taking my call.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good day, y'all.
Appreciate you.
Notre Dame's in the playoff anyway, even with a loss.
Oh, yeah, Notre
They're in.
Dame's in. They're in. Hey, who's this?
Hey, this is David from Georgia.
Hey, David, what's up?
Now, I am so sick of this John Rice Plumlee playing quarterback crap. I swear to God, I want to pull my hair out. Look, John Rice Plumlee's had every opportunity to get on the field this year if he would move to another position, whether it be defensive back, slot, wide receiver, or anything. Look, guys, stop talking about it. It's ridiculous. John Rice cannot throw the football like Matt Corral can. I don't give a damn how long you try to teach him. It's just not going to happen.
I don't disagree.
Sorry, I just
No, go ahead.
I keep hearing the same damn thing every damn week when Corral makes a bad pass or an interception. Shut up. Sorry, every time I hear that crap, I just get pissed off.
We're letting you vent. We're letting you get it out.
Sorry, man. I just don't know what else to say. My dad says the same crap, and it just drives me up a freaking wall. Stop it. John Rice cannot play this position under a Lane Kiffin offense. Get off of it. Stop talking about it. It's not going to happen.
Thank you for the call.
So I just had to get that out. My bad.
No, you're good. You're good.
Get to another call.
You're good. You're good.
All right, man.
All right, bye.
Clemson is just wrecking Notre Dame at this point. I will say a huge blowout loss, and the committee probably does at least think about it, of doing something differently.
So I think this is Ed's brother.
State kicking the hell out of Missouri.
I know.
34-10
34-10, wow.
Jaquavius Marks just with a 1-yard touchdown run, 34-10.
Good for him.
I mean, I get it's Notre Dame, but if you get beat 41-10 or something, with Trevor Lawrence actually playing, I mean, you could get past for A&M, couldn't you?
Yeah. I mean, it's worth asking. I mean, I'm sure that I'm sure it's a question that Jimbo Fisher's asking. Hey, what's up? I mean, who knows? That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, good point here. We obviously knew it was a lot, but LSU 27 of the 34 points came off turnovers.
Yeah, it was as bad a half as Ole Miss could possibly have offensively. It was awful. Trying to load some basketball. Nobody cares, but people will be looking for it later, and then it won't be there, and they'll yell at me, "Where's my basketball coverage?"
How long do we? Oh, they're at the half too. Okay, we don't really have any other.
No, we're all right.
Yeah.
I was looking for calls, but no one had called. So.
This game didn't turn around. Jimbo, the SEC Coach of the Year?
Yeah. Yeah. Or
Saban. Or Saban. Obviously. Yeah.
I mean, I think Saban deserves a ton of credit. He just won't get it.
He has reached supposed to happen level. So
yeah, which is not particularly fair, but is what it is.
No, Henry Parrish is damn good. There's no doubt about that.
No, none. Yeah, they're having the debate now. It's kind of nonstop.
I feel something up with programming.
Yep.
Oklahoma ended up winning 27-21 for anybody who missed it. About to start second half soon.
Yeah.
Tulsa and Cincinnati at 7 o'clock tonight. Bearcats at least get a last chance to impress somebody. Feels like there's nothing they can do, but nonetheless. You must be a little behind, Presley, just now hearing our last caller. Replay is they scored 27 points off 4 Ole Miss turnovers. Max Johnson for LSU, 16 of 32, 218, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Rushing, LSU has rushed 23 times for 100 yards. And then, like we said, I mean, points off turnovers and just total plays. I mean, again, you look at total plays, LSU has run 22 more plays in the first half than Ole Miss. LSU at 55 plays, the Rebels at 33 plays. Ole Miss has 1 third down conversion and no fourth down conversions the whole game. LSU 3 for 12 on third down, but 3 for 3 on fourth down. So they've kept drives going 6 of 12 times when you, or 6 of 15 times when you count both those, but 12 drives. So let's see. Ely with 9 touches in the first half. He had 8 carries for 25 yards, not really getting much done on the ground, and then the 1 catch for 19 yards. Mingo has targets but no catches. Parrish, 4 catches, 27 yards. Braylon Sanders, 2 catches for 28 yards. And then Casey Kelly, the 1 catch for 57 yards. So people are looking for a stat box that really explains some of Ole Miss's issues other than the offensive line struggling inside to pass protect Matt Corral at all. It's that no one is catching passes. That really, really struggling with that Elijah and Yavoa as far as a primary target. There's the Woodshop Trophy, the Magnolia Bowl Trophy. Look at that brilliant work of burning into the wood there. Just phenomenal. Best trophy in sports. We need a replica copy here inside the Clark Ford studio. Could go right there where all those books are going. Well, sorry, it wouldn't have to replace the shelf because that thing's so big and damn heavy.
What are you talking about?
The Magnolia Bowl Trophy.
Oh.
They showed a picture.
Is that big enough? I don't think it's big enough.
No.
I mean,
Well, it would break it. Like it would have to replace it. We'd have to move that out and put that in.
Yeah, you're right.
We'll just hang shit on the trophy at that point. Sorry, excuse my language. All right.
All right, here we go. Second half. You want me to open a window in here? Are you hot? Are you okay?
I'm okay so far. I mean, I have short sleeves on. You've got the sleeves, so I intentionally kind of dressed for it.
That was smart.
It was raining when I got here. I had to walk in the rain a little bit, but
I'm trying to build a dome, but it's just not built yet.
You know. Huge drop there from Jerry and Ely. He was at least a 30-yard gain, and now it's 3rd and 12. It's thrown to the wrong shoulder, but you just got to catch that ball. He put it plenty of places to catch that. It's behind him, but you got to catch it.
Well, he's letting one go.
Picked again. it's an arm punt at that point, but
yeah, I mean,
I don't hate that in a vacuum.
Right.
It's just the overall situation that's the. This feels a little bit of a different position, kind of like that 2014 Arkansas game from a quarterback standpoint. Wide receivers are going to have to come in and play.
Yes.
Somebody's got to step up. There's just nobody right now getting separation from a wide receiver standpoint. I mean,
they're cleaning out the wide receiver room.
You've got issues at quarterback right now. You've got issues at the offensive line that's causing a lot of it, but the wide receivers are doing nothing to help. I mean, you talk about from the standpoint of breaking up balls instead of them getting picked, fighting for routes, or just creating separation to give Matt some viable targets. There's nothing out there right now whatsoever from a wide receiver standpoint.
No, Chase, they're going to clean the wide receiver room out. And it brings up – everyone keeps asking in the thread about Malik McClain. What happened with Malik McClain? What happened with Malik McClain? I don't exactly know. But you lost a 4-star recruit at wide receiver that you had committed on Monday because it got out that you were bringing in a JUCO kid that he didn't know about.
Mm-hmm.
That's the bottom line. How'd that happen? I don't know.
They told McClain they were signing a certain number, and they went over the number.
I can tell you that we had a story ready on Quay Davis on Monday. We were asked to kind of keep it under wraps, and we did. It didn't leak from our site. It didn't leak from us. And that's not blaming somebody else. I don't know where it leaked. But we were aware of it, which tells me that Malik McClain became aware of it as well. And it changed his plan. He went from signing on Wednesday to signing on Friday, and he ultimately flipped back to Florida State. And maybe it's possible that they would never have ended up at the same place.
Yeah. The two schools are recruiting both kids.
Yes. So they each got one. That happens.
Oh, my gosh. Poor tackling
It's turning into a beatdown a little bit.
Well, I mean, to the defense's credit, I don't think they've played awful today. I mean, it's short field after short field after short field after short field. And now it's pouring rain.
Got a little lucky there because that ball sailed on him some. Missouri's closed it to 34-18.
It'll be 37-21 in a minute.
No, Ben, I just finished my basketball stuff. I'm about to switch gears to writing about football. I'm trying to kind of mentally process what it is that I'm going to write. It's just to keep refreshing because I can't tell if y'all are frozen or just sitting really still. The comparison is going to get made to the Arkansas game earlier this season. Is it the same thing or is this different?
It's different from the standpoint of the Arkansas game was worse. Well, I mean, look, he made a couple bad decisions or awful decisions that are just as bad as the Arkansas game, but Arkansas wasn't getting pressure. He was just throwing into coverage all day. That is a huge difference as far as he was not reading the 8-man drops. He was just doing stupid stuff and looking back into places where Arkansas players were at. Here, at least half the time, he's evading sacks, getting out, and then trying to make too much happen. There's a difference there. I mean, this looks more like last year issue Matt Corral than the Arkansas game did. Arkansas, it was confusion and different things, and it was bad decision making in a different way. This is trying to hit the 8-run home run constantly right now. This is Matt knowing he's on the road behind, just force. But here's the catch: if he's a little more stationary, he's sacked like 12 times in this game. I mean, the offensive line is getting blown to hell right now.
Yeah, he's glad you said that because that's essentially what I was beginning to write.
Yeah, I mean, the line is giving him no chances. I mean, you can change quarterbacks, but if you do it, you're just playing backyard football because they can't block for Plumlee either. You're just running around.
Clemson up 24-3 early in the third. Boise State losing to San Jose State 10-3 midway through the second.
Be a huge, huge win for San Jose State.
Yeah, you don't think they'd get a little excited, do you? Oh, here we go. Oh, maybe not.
Plumlee's always out there. Guys.
The national media love affair is just I don't get it.
I'm really curious. This is not like at you, but Blue, do you think Plumlee should be the starting quarterback or that Corral shouldn't? Like, I'm really just asking. I'm just wondering, like, is it strictly about this game or do you think they're playing the wrong guy this year? Okay, you answered. You don't think Corral's the future? If that's the case, they don't have one.
Do you think Plumlee is? Because I think it's certainly possible that the quote future, the guy that wins a championship at Ole Miss, if the Lane Kiffin thing takes off and is a long-term thing, is
somebody who's not
Luke
on the roster
Altmaier
right now.
or Arch Manning.
Right.
But the bridge to that in this worst-case scenario is absolutely not John Rice Plumlee, and that has nothing – I'm not knocking John Rice, but he's not a past quarterback.
Right, yeah.
Blue Streak thinks Kincaid Dent is the future. Well, I'll say this. If I'm putting in another quarterback, I'm probably putting him in. But there's a reason he hasn't gotten on the field yet in 2 years. I'm with Dora's rule. I'm sticking with my guy.
For whatever it looks like for the game.
Yeah, because we got to learn. And sometimes learning experiences are not happy experiences. Kincaid Dent Grind was not highly rated. He was he was a high 3-star maybe?
3, I guess, yeah.
You know, he's good. He's a good player. He wasn't highly rated like Corral, for sure.
What are you laughing about?
Laughing at a tweet about Brendan Chapman said Ole Miss would sell more tickets if everybody had to give a kidney transplant. Yeah, don't lose sight of the fact that LSU's recruiting at a really high level.
They are. There's still some dudes.
That's angry Matt
That's
Corral.
kind of the help with sliding there, wasn't it?
I'm not sliding.
Yeah.
JM says LSU is still a better team than Ole Miss. Well, they're certainly a more talented team than Ole Miss. I mean, yes.
I mean, Ole Miss.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ole Miss is in year one of a rebuild or whatever you want to call it, and they're without one of the top 10 players in the country. I mean, that's
a hell of a throw right there. Tell you what, this kid,
he's good.
He's arrived.
Well, look, it's one of the reasons Snoop's out. I mean, let's.
Yeah, well, they raved about Parrish all offseason, and then
it hasn't been a secret.
No. There's a reason they didn't take a running back in this class. Oh. Hello. Go for 2, right?
I'm okay either way.
Yeah,
it's
I think I am too.
It's early. I can kick. The only reason I might go kick now or go for it or whatever, if the rain keeps getting worse, like does something like that affect my thought process? Plumlee on the field.
I was going to say, okay, I was with Corral.
Yeah.
So they've got some 2-point play here that they've been practicing. Boy, I mean, Henry Parrish. That looked like a elite 4-star / 5-star running back.
Yeah, I mean, Parrish is good. Not really sure whose fault it was. It was just stuff.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Chasing
He was
there
going
was
to.
weird.
He was going to throw it to Corral.
Yeah. I got that. Just bobbled by Plumlee. Now he would have had, but he would have had to have caught and thrown immediately. There was very little room for much there.
Henry Parrish does have some Kenny irons to him, Grind. I see what you're talking about there. He looks the part now. So 37-27 LSU over Ole Miss, midway through the third. Of course he's going to stick with this guy, Taylor. Need a turnover here at some point if you're going to really get back into it.
I mean, or just a stop. I mean, there's 23 minutes left in the game. But at some point, I mean, you can't trade and trade and trade and trade and trade.
Game clock 7:41, 7:40, 7:38.
I mean, just all day.
All right, we have a 3rd and 9 here, 3rd and 8 here. It's big opportunity, obviously.
5 seconds there with still no pressure.
7:25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. Thirteen, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Huh?
Got to stop.
Big stop. Hard to ask for a whole lot more right there. So Ole Miss takes over at its own 23, 24. Got a shot. You're welcome, Jen.
That's crazy. YouTube TV is behind us on satellite, then streaming to you guys, and that lag, so you're actually getting it. That's
No, Johnson's not better than Corral. No.
oh no.
No. Don't overreact. (13-3) San Jose State over Boise State. Clemson continues to lead Notre Dame 24-3 midway through the third.
Yeah, defense hasn't been bad today at all. Defense has actually been pretty good at times. I mean, behind the eight ball. Tisdale broke his arm against
Mississippi State
Yeah.
3 weeks ago.
Really good cut there.
Yeah, Ely and Parrish going to be held combined. (557, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50. Had several people asking us to time them up. Oh, is that me? 44, 43, 42, 41, 40.
41-18 State now over Missouri.
Oh, wow. Oh, I love that cut. Did you see that cut? Woo! I'm in love.
They've been pretty high on him for a while.
Well, woo! I'm gonna tell you what, 2 or 3 of those, and I'm getting a jersey. Goodness gracious!
He's not sliding anymore today.
Well, Matt doesn't have a lot of fear. Can we go back to Henry Parrish for just a minute? Because I'm in. Oh,
Those cuts are really good. I mean,
I'm having emotions right now. I love big time running backs. This kid's a stud. Not a bad idea. Got defended pretty well.
he was Kippen's first.
James
recruit.
says I have movement. Yeah, I felt something.
The day Kippen took the job, Parrish was the first guy they went and saw.
You know,
He was the first recruit.
You know the first trip in Mississippi they went to, right? He went to Starkville.
Did he?
To
Oh,
see
that's
Luke
right. wasn't it?
Altmaier.
Yeah, that's right. Four does not know the play. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Got it to Drummond. Ball game back on.
Goodness. A lot of football left tonight. Good throw.
Yeah.
Nice play. He missed it.
Helped out Ole Miss.
Oh.
Got that one. Yeah. Caden Costa was the kicker.
Yeah. Well, Alabama showed up. The SEC championship game is over.
They did show up.
It's over.
They're there.
What is an EE? Please tell me the kicker is an EE.
Early enrollee.
Oh, I don't know.
They're not going to kick him in the bowl game, though, guys. What happened now? Oh, LSU needs another short field.
I think it's on LSU.
Yeah. I'll give it to him in 25.
I might onside kick now. What the hell?
The thought.
Ball's wet. What the hell is that? A fire
It
extinguisher?
is literally a fire extinguisher.
That's great.
Yeah.
Why not?
Except when the smoke goes over the field in a minute. But otherwise, yeah, it's fantastic.
I saw the fans, what appeared to be fans, laughing, and then I realized those were cardboard cutouts.
Like a Home Alone episode. We're just
Yeah.
there.
Michael Jordan on a record player.
Yeah.
James says, "Stop it, Neil. You're drunk." I'm not yet. I will be later, but not yet. So it ends up being a 4-yard penalty.
Yep.
LSU takes over at its own 21. Killer Cam says, "I got to get a Hess jersey now." Good play by Katie Hill right there. Kiffin's coaching khakis are too big.
Oh, really?
For a guy who dresses to the T the way he does, getting off the bus,
Yeah.
his khakis on the field are
His actual field attire
yeah.
leaves a little to be desired. I mean, look, it's on the defensive backs to a point, but my God, it's
that's
5
not.
seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds.
As a former defensive back, I can't guard somebody for 9 seconds.
The lack of pressure just.
No, you can't cover that. It's too much. Oh, here we go. 3rd down and 11. Killicamp says this rushing 3 has to stop. And while I generally agree with him, and
Every
I do,
time they blitz,
the
they're getting killed.
they're not getting home on the blitz.
Yeah. They've blitzed on all those 4th downs.
So I agree with you, though. You're a little damned if you do and damned if you don't right now because you just. Now would be a really good time for interception number 1 if you're Ole Miss.
Still 3, only 3.
Got a little pressure though. Oh, he dropped it.
Dropped it. Wasn't going to have it anyway, but it took the chance to go for it out of the picture.
Where are they at the 30?
They're in field goal range.
The wet field, they're going to kick it. I was going to say with the wet field, I think about going for it. That was a hell of a throw.
Was a good throw. (24-3) Clemson over Notre Dame. 5 minutes.
50-yarder with a wet ball. I'd be watching for the fake.
God, though, you got to pick up 16 on the fake from where you're actually.
Yeah, I'd still be watching for it. I'm just telling you.
He got it.
He's automatic, isn't he? Son of a gun.
Oh, okay, yeah. Holy hell.
Credit there.
NFL kicker. Is it cold there too?
Coldest I've ever been was in December at a game in Baton Rouge.
Really?
Oh.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Down there?
2001. Dennis Jackson.
Are you in a December game in Baton Rouge?
9/11 pushed the game back.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The day Ole Miss played Vanderbilt.
Uh-huh. So cold that I went down and bought an LSU blanket and wrapped it around me.
Did you really?
I did. I couldn't survive it. Uh-oh.
Oh. Where's he at? Just got clipped.
Right leg. ankle.
Ankle's better than knee. Get him off the field. Figure it out. Travis.
I saw it.
Thing is, it really might be. Well, Henry Parrish, your show for the moment. All right, JM in English.
He says it's a distal ankle fracture.
Oh, fracture. That's what that meant? Okay.
That's what FX means.
Okay. Out for the game. Okay. Out for 2 weeks. Empty set, but LSU didn't. Yeah. Good job by Corral because OSU didn't spread out of it
Right.
to open up the draw there. They stayed in.
Still got 6.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Oh, 8 weeks. Okay.
So he thinks he broke it.
Way I'm interpreting.
Yeah.
I think I agree with all the national media. I do think Notre Dame is in very critical territory here. The last look being this bad. Didn't get it.
Yard short.
You can't go. You got to kick.
He's going for it.
31-3 now. Clemson over Notre Dame.
See, I don't like this because you're going to burn a timeout if you're doing the stall thing.
But no, you just let it run out. Well, you're not, so it doesn't matter.
Got
You
it.
got it. Good grief.
Wow. That's why he has to wear those khakis because you got to have something. I mean, I love Blue Delta jeans.
We're a little tight, though.
I'm a big fan of Blue Delta jeans, but they're a little tight for that.
Near side option on. Ooh.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Blue Delta jeans. I'm wearing some right now, but goodness gracious alive.
Well, start the fourth quarter. Down 6.
Jeez.
It's a productive quarter there for the Rebels.
Denver says, I'm losing a year of my life on this game. Woo.
State Twitter is very angry with us with our Mississippi State Missouri Neil's picks. Apparently,
Oh, are they?
Because we missed it this week.
Oh.
I mean,
Well,
we've gotten it right a lot though, bud. This year,
you win some,
Hey,
you lose fewer.
didn't get those tweets against damn near anybody else.
Oh, they tweeting at you?
Well, I've tweeted you too. It's there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think you're called it a bald. I think they called you a bald-headed bitch.
You know, the whole bald-headed thing, that's hardly an insult at this point in my life. I mean, that's weak.
Yeah, I don't think Notre Dame's getting in, guys. I think it's.
Oh, I must have them blocked or muted. I have a lot of them muted.
I mean, the playoff does not want Notre Dame getting this done to them right now. Like, they want to date with Alabama next week. Come on.
Come on.
Like,
No. Who would watch? So, hey, and you know what? Ohio State was bad enough that you could drop them to 4.
That's my point. So you avoid the A&M
So
thing.
who's third? A&M?
You have to move A&M to 3. Ohio State at 4.
Clemson 2.
Clemson 2. Alabama 1. And you punish Ohio State for not playing as many games.
Or whatever.
By moving to 4. That's my point, though. Like, it all works out. I don't know. One of those state people who don't actually put their real names on anything. It's all
something dog.
Or whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
Junkyard dog.
12.
12.
It's always like a
Because
number
you
at
can't be
the
number
end.
7 because
Yeah.
they're 6 already.
Yeah, you wouldn't do an A&M Bama rematch. That's the point. You can move this thing around to make Alabama play Ohio State and play.
Yeah,
let
if there's a
Clemson
rematch,
play
they're in a
A&M.
title game. Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, a close loss to Notre Dame was easily in, but you're getting into territory where the voters go, I don't know.
Yeah. He's open. Touchdown.
You got it. Touchdown.
This game's drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. This game better not drop.
Sanders is hurt.
Oh, no. Sure is.
He caught it, but he's hurt. They're carrying him off the field. Could be cramped, but
Let's see.
I mean, a lot of legs
Can't
everywhere,
tell
but I
there.
don't know. Maybe the
His right ankle.
right ankle.
That's what it looked like to me. I think he broke it. Oh, someone says cramps. Oh, good. I could have sworn I saw the ankle bend the wrong way.
That's a good point. But I thought it was ankle, but I do understand that thought
Yeah,
at least.
I think he broke his ankle, Chase.
Yeah, it came down. I mean, it could be just a really bad sprain, obviously.
Could be, yeah,
I
sure.
mean,
And
they're pretty pliable to kind of move around.
I hope he's all right. I'm a big Braylon Sanders fan. Good dude. He is a deep threat.
So now Ole Miss is in a third string at the slot. and Ely hurt.
Yeah,
It's Danis, right?
I would think. JM says it's another fracture. That's what I thought too. His injury a year ago was a hamstring. Was that 2 years ago?
Braylon?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a hamstring. He couldn't get healthy.
Just kept popping up. To hold.
Crossing routes, just eating them alive.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like Ole Miss is going to have to get a turnover to win this football game.
Yeah, feels like it. Just to time you guys up, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41.
Ole Miss's defense is very tired right now.
Mm-hmm. They've been on the field a lot.
LSU ran over 50 plays in the first half.
Intercepted. There's your turnover, Chase. Is that Kedron Smith? Or was that Finley?
Okay. I didn't see a number.
It was Kedron.
Yeah.
Taylor said AJ, but it wasn't. Well, nice defense.
Oh. Now we'll see who's playing wide receiver, because hell if I know.
I'm feeding Henry Parrish here a little bit.
Going to run the ball a little bit
a
right
little
now.
bit. I mean,
if Plumlee knows the plays, you are getting into that territory where you just got to put somebody out there.
Yeah.
I mean, bodies are bodies at this point. I mean,
so I wouldn't think you're playing Ely if he's not 100%.
no, there's no
I
reason
mean,
to.
he's a big part of your program. I know this game matters and all that stuff, but Taylor says we got one of those 12-minute drives. I got to tell you, Taylor, through 9 games, I'm betting against the 9-minute drive or 12-minute drive. Hell, I'm betting against the 6-minute drive.
Yeah. If there's a 12, it's seconds, not minutes. I
Yeah.
promise.
Yeah.
It's.
Danis will catch the game winner and immediately enter the portal.
Oh, I just got the tweet I just got retweeted by Twist Dog now.
Oh,
There.
good. Twist Dog.
Yeah.
Please tell Twist Dog I said Merry Christmas.
Hope Twist Dog's doing well.
Twist Dog, I hope you're well. Hope Mrs. Twist Dog is doing well. Although I have a feeling Mrs. Twist Dog is mom.
Considering how undermanned they are, the defense really has not played bad tonight.
No, they've been okay.
Today, whatever. Ole Miss might need some of those mid-years on the bowl game just to fill out a roster.
Well, they fed Parrish.
Ooh. What do you got going on there? One of our producers has gotten a little upset here. Corral got it himself there. So.
People are at the wrong house for a Christmas party.
Oh. All they got here was a lab.
Gus and Rizzo were
they both up there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? We don't know you.
He caught that? How the hell?
Well, the throw was kind of...
Well, he underthrew him, but the ball got tipped by the defender, too, I think.
They're moving, so we don't know. Feels like draw, but...
I think Corral checked out of draw. No? Here's that play. Oh, it's a hell of a throw.
Yeah.
Oh,
God, it a cut.
Oh.
Rizzo thought it was Russ Buns.
Someone get me the Parrish jersey. Oh.
Yeah, a little coming out party today for 25. Okay.
Saying Ely didn't fracture his ankle standing on the sidelines. That's good. That's great.
Oh, God, what a game.
Oh, this game's so intoxicated.
This isn't a great example, though, of why college football is so popular, because it's just stupid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, so
like,
Ryan and I
you
talked
get
about
good
that.
players, but it's just stupid.
Ryan and I talked about that. I mean, it's what people love about college football. It's because, like, people that go, I don't like the NFL, I like college football. Okay, but that's not because of the football. Because the football in the NFL is better than football in college
Pros are
football.
better than amateurs.
Yeah,
yes.
of course, right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to, like, talk it down. I'm just saying this is insane.
You just get...
Because Ole Miss was on the cusp of getting run out of here.
And now LSU's all over their heels.
Well, LSU's just in a mess.
And frankly, not sure they give... Like, LSU's having to consider whether they give a crap right now.
But can we go back to Parrish for a minute? Because, woo. That's the best Ole Miss running back I've covered.
You think so?
Ole Miss hadn't had a running back who can do that.
Now, those cuts are...
No. I'm willing to die on this hill. And Dexter was a slot dude sort of guy. This is a pure
Pure
pro
running
style running back.
Yeah.
Did you see that cut on a wet field?
Freshman.
The second cut? Oh. Goodness gracious. That second cut. Now he's different than Ely. Well, I tell you what, T, if you're selling Parrish merch tonight, I hope you take Venmo. Goodness.
Josh Allen, what a throw. What are we watching over there? Who are we watching?
Josh Allen.
Oh, that's not NFL today, is there?
I don't know. Is there?
No.
Is there a Bills game?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't think so.
Yeah, Bills up 35-13 over the Broncos.
Didn't even know it was happening.
Panthers and Packers tonight? Hell, I didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get that he's not the starter, but natural ability here.
That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
that second cut, you cannot coach that.
son of
Ole Miss has 180 yards on the ground in the second half. Son of
I did see somebody say that Dawson Knox had scored earlier today. Okay, so
Did he?
that, yeah, that
Okay.
I thought it was a joke about something. Honestly, I didn't realize that game was even happening.
First and goal.
San Jose State just popping Boise State so far.
Yeah.
Nick Starkel's the quarterback at San Jose State.
I think so.
Huh.
No.
That's the problem.
This has been red zone issues.
The midline is so bad that they can't just fire out. Everybody goes, "Why aren't you doing this and doing this?" They can't get a push to do it.
All right, Parrish is back in. Enough of that other. He's out of bounds. It's a good call. Yeah, Leif, it's going to take you a minute to catch up, my man. This is field goal territory here, right? I mean, you're not going for two, or are you?
You want to get above the field goal, I would think, right? They got plenty of time.
To the 1.5.
I could go either way.
They're going for it.
I'd be all right with either.
Nope, they're kicking it. Nope, they're going for it. I stand corrected.
He changed his mind. The rain also does have an effect. I mean, you saw that last extra point. I mean, it looked like a high school extra point off Logan's foot.
Yeah. LSU calls timeout.
If nothing else, you made them burn another one. They're down to 1.
This game's more than three and a quarter hours old.
Yeah, that's the only thing I looked up and went, whoa. Carolina beating Kentucky by 12 today. That means they blitzed them in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think Kentucky was up at the break.
What are you running here?
Well, that's the thing. They can't run inside, and you have no wide receivers. So it's got to be something that gets Corral at least out on the edge to give him a chance, I feel like. Because when you do them with Matt, if nothing else, he will put his head down and give it a shot. Yeah, I think that played into it here, Sammy. That last, it's wet. The turf's not very good.
Yeah.
And
Phil Negro bad.
It was knuckleballed.
Jennifer says, I need a cigarette and I don't smoke.
I think I'd throw up if I had to smoke a cigarette.
I can't even imagine.
I mean,
I haven't had one in
probably
17 years.
I probably haven't had since college, I would assume.
Had,
maybe one or two, but probably not.
The 2003 NLCS, I did turn.
Did you really?
I did turn to tobacco.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Like game 6 and 7 or what?
Yeah, game 6. Bad night.
Lane's in quite the rain gear here.
It's pouring.
Yeah.
Got it.
Great, keeper. Okay, that official has to recognize and get the hell out of the way there. I mean,
I don't think he realized he had the ball.
I don't either.
By the way, 64 recovered it.
I think he was in anyway. I think Corral crossed the plane before that mattered. Oh, good God.
He had no idea, and he did score.
If that had been a fumble, that'd be the most Ole Miss LSU thing in the history of the world. I mean, like, just call it right there. I mean, because it's close.
He has no idea he has the ball.
Well, and Corral doesn't see him at all. I mean,
how could... Oh, let him take his mask off so he can breathe a little.
Because it's got to feel like you're a little waterboarded anyway. I mean, the way it's raining.
Yeah, right? Well, that's all that this game needed.
Oh, I have smoked cigars, but I will say, if I smoke a cigar, I can't drink it all because if I almost have like a worse hangover if I smoke a cigar when I drink. Like the next morning, I feel kind of weird.
I can't remember the last time I had a cigar. It's been ages. Do you go for 2 here?
I mean, not if I think my kicker's going to make the extra point.
Matt Corral's game's drunk.
Yeah, just okay. All good. Yeah, there's something about the cigar and alcohol together that just, the second worst hangover I've had in the last 10 to 12 years was oh yeah, I'm fine. Let's just go and have one more bourbon and smoke a cigar at the end of the night. And I mean, woke up the next morning and wanted nothing but fried rice.
Fried rice?
For some reason, it was fried rice. I mean, I just dead. The worst one was New Year's Eve Sugar Bowl, but that was the second worst.
Oh, please don't say the word overtime.
Yeah, I like fried rice well enough. It was just that was not what I was anticipating that morning.
Yeah, fried rice is good.
Usually not at 9 a.m. after you've had a long night, though.
No. Lane Kiffin knew that was a touchdown before they snapped the ball, by the way. He knew it was going to work. He turned around with his hands up.
He did. Whatever.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh. What's the flag? Are they calling?
I don't know.
I mean, is that 15 on Ole Miss for the hit?
I don't know. At least his head wasn't in it.
Oh. Maybe?
I can't tell. He kind of ducks into it, though.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ooh, goodness gracious.
It's hard to see.
Can't tell there. So he's coming down. No, that's not Target. Oh. It's not Jaquez. It's Baker coming from the side. Did he do it?
30.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no intent in the college. It either is or isn't.
I wish I could see that other angle again. Jones is face up.
Yeah, he's okay.
Baker's the one that I can't tell if his head goes down or not. Here we go.
That's
okay. So Baker is.
I do think Baker is.
I think Baker is leading with the
he's
crown
leading
of
with
his
his head for sure. It depends where he hits.
Leading with the crown of his head.
There's no protecting LSU here. You actually want Ole Miss to win the game. LSU's done for the
With
season.
Missouri losing like this, they
need
probably
Ole Miss to win.
They'd probably rather Ole Miss win. They could send Ole Miss to Orlando or Tampa.
Yeah. LSU's not going to a bowl game.
So you got to kick it again.
Yeah, I do think T.I. is correct here, too. That him getting hit lowered the LSU player into the targeting a little bit.
Yeah.
If that doesn't happen, it probably doesn't, whatever. But I think from the rule, it's the right call. I mean, it's
he lowered his head.
They've got to change these targeting rules.
Right.
Well, if you look, I mean, that's the break in this, is it was Zakarian, not Jacquez.
Jacquez.
Oh, it's a re-kick completely.
Yeah, offsetting. It's a re-kick, Travis, because they were offsetting penalties. There was a block in the back called on LSU.
It is a long game. That is very accurate. Going final in Starkville, 51-32. Bulldogs over Tigers. So Missouri falls to 5-4.
Those crossing routes are just something else.
Yeah.
You can't stop them.
It's crazy that we're considering who's in the playoff or whether Notre Dame can score mop-up touchdowns. Because it doesn't look as bad.
I've watched Notre Dame this year. I've watched Alabama this year. I can tell you who wins that game.
Ole Miss's defense is exhausted.
It's absolutely gassed.
Clemson has a targeting, and one of their starters is out for the
Half of the playoff.
Yeah. Of the game. They're up by 24 points.
He didn't get it. He didn't get it. He's short.
They'll go for it.
Oh, yeah, of course.
That's a better spot than I thought he had.
Did they give it to him?
No, but it's just, I mean, it's 2 inches. Oh, I'd want that looked at again then, because he did not get there. Who in the middle of the field is probably going to get the ball? Just a hunch.
Just a thought. LSU's about to burn another timeout.
Yeah. They're out. An amazing stat. Ole Miss has gotten to 4th downs how many ever times in this game? I mean, in the season. They've run a play on 4th down 19 times and kicked field goals 6.
Oh, wow.
He's in.
Yeah, he's in. Well, here we go. 2-point play.
Away. The good news is if it's a 2-point game, the odds of overtime went way down.
Matt Corral has 145 rushing yards.
I wonder what the school record is for a quarterback.
Probably something Devontae Kincaid said. It's my guess. Huh? I don't know.
Yeah, Corral has total yards, 375.
What's a tale of 2 games for him? A horrible game, followed by an amazing game.
380 yards and 4 touchdowns total. LSU 33 points off turnovers. Evan Ingram expected to play tomorrow for the Giants despite a calf injury. He was questionable on the injury list. Last 25 years, Notre Dame and BCS, New York's New Year's Six are college football playoff games over the last quarter century. Lost 41-9, lost 34-20, lost 41-14, lost 42-14, lost 44-28, lost 30-3.
.531, key thing here, LSU cannot stop the clock. If you can get some sort of a drive going, you can eat clock here. Although that's not what Ole Miss does well.
Yeah, that's not really
it's just not who it is.
It'll be a storyline if LSU kicks a field goal in the last 40 seconds because they did not run the clock. Why is the clock not running now?
What are they doing? Is there a penalty?
I don't know. Oh.
I thought the right tackle moved early. He was 17. I know I should know these things by now, but I don't.
Oh, it's like a 12.
Jaden
11.
Jackson.
Yeah.
See, this is not what they do. They could eat 34 seconds off this clock, but that's just not who they are. It's not what they do.
But they're in a weird thing from a time standpoint where, frankly, you almost are trying to play for the net. Like, you're almost another possession. You know what I mean?
In case they get it back. And, yeah.
Yeah, that's the weird deal here.
Although they're trying to eat clock now.
It's not what they do. See, I think there's too much time for this. I mean, LSU doesn't need more than a minute and a half, 2 minutes. If you can't get it into there,
and
then
all they
this
needs
is
a field goal, and half inside the 50, he's in his range.
Yeah, this is conservative and a mess, honestly.
Too conservative, yeah.
Now, I know they have no wide receivers.
They're down really thin. So you're down Moore, Yeboah, Ely, Sanders.
And that's it, but
that's a lot.
I mean, sure. Drummond, Mingo, and Jackson's.
And Jackson hadn't done anything all year.
Oh, she was coming.
Lane's going to call timeout.
Yeah. LSU's allowed more than 600 yards in 3 of their 10 games this season. Ole Miss has a chance to make that 4. They're at 529.
Ely Leif got an ankle rolled real bad at a minimum, and he has not been back out there. I would think he's done for the day. And then Braylon Sanders hurt an ankle as well, and he's out.
Ole Miss is in a weird, almost kind of 2-for-1 situation here because there's so much time left. I mean, LSU having one more possession is nothing.
Kelly, Jackson, and Drummond wide right. Mingo at the top of the screen left. And Parrish in the backfield with him.
LSU bringing 5 unless they pull out. They did. You'll never get that call, but it easily could have been a 15-yard penalty.
Could have been.
Right there.
Could have been. It was, yeah.
No, never mind. He actually flopped.
Yeah.
I didn't realize he did that. He did a good job. Oh, she's going to get it almost in field goal range. This waiting is actually the worst because now you're killing yourself.
Mm-hmm. Actually, a really good punt.
They need 20.
It was a hell of a punt. He almost got it over his head. Yeah, he needs 20 yards.
I mean, 20 to give it a shot. I mean, it's raining and it's.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
field's a mess.
Yeah. It's a spot where Ole Miss can't give that right now. You know what I mean? You almost got to play a little tighter and kind of go at them a little bit just to not allow that to nickel and dime you right here. Because they're playing for final kick now. Now they're bleeding the clock. Got it.
You got it. To the 46.
Yeah. Why is the clock not running? They've stopped it multiple times.
They had to move the chains.
Yeah. It's not called, but there was a hell of a hold on that right side.
And frankly, you're better off with them scoring right there.
Missed a hell of a hold on that right side.
On Sam Williams at the top, or
yeah, I mean bad. Oh, much better than tackling him on the 5.
Oh, for sure. Where they could melt the clock down to. We got about a minute and a half, 2 timeouts. You got to have a touchdown.
That's a good point. LSU should have gone for 2.
We should put him up 6.
And
then he misses an extra point. That's true.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I mean, that would have been heady for the receiver, but he wasn't thinking, hey, fall down on the 4 and see what happens. Well, if you either did or didn't, go.
Well, you got a minute 28 to go 65 yards. You got 2 timeouts.
And no wide receivers.
And it's Mingo and
Drummond,
and then a bunch of dudes. just as well. It's going to be a 1-yard gain and run clock.
Complete just
And a jailbreak up the middle. Safe to say Jaden's head to the portal.
Yeah.
Wasn't a great effort right there.
No.
Your pants are that white at this point for a reason. Boy, he's a gritty son of a bitch. The LSU 44, 1:09 to go, 2 timeouts. Yeah, and the refs are not calling holding. They're going to let it go.
I mean, I don't know if
At
that's a
4,
good thing.
It's not good or bad at this point. It's fine. Got to
gotta go, though.
Got to go make a play. Yep.
Got out of bounds.
Where is he? About the 32 or inside the 30? Oh, to the 28. Yeah, LSU is they're I'm not going to accuse them of faking, but they are gassed.
Yeah, look, Elijah's a good kid. He probably would like to help his team, but seeing that field out there, you got to think, whoa.
Yeah, come on.
Ooh.
I'm sure he's cheering right now. Probably watching us.
Yeah, I'm sure.
What's
Hey,
up, Elijah?
Hey.
Kenny?
Less likely to be watching us. I mean, it might be 1% and 0.5%, but less likely.
Yeah.
A lot of the national media just now clicking over. They were watching the end of Clemson
Oh,
Notre
good.
Dame for some reason. Now
Hey,
they're
Pat.
like, yeah. Hey. Wisconsin beat somebody. Who'd they play today?
They played a football game?
The Axe will stay in Madison. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, good for it. Good for the Axe.
You know, every Big Ten game has a trophy. 28-yard line.
Two timeouts, 46 seconds.
Wet turf favors the offense.
Got to take a timeout. Oh, you fumble. That's a tough way for that to end for Matt Corral. Ooh, he might be down, Chase. Let's see. I think it's out.
It's out.
I think it's out. I think the ball's out. It's out. That was right there. The ball's out. You know what we're going to be talking about tonight? We're going to talk about that possession where they slowed down and didn't just
that is
try
the
to do their thing.
Yes, it is. There's no doubt. The problem is the lack of receivers, though. That even when they have done something since Braylon went out of the game, it's been with Matt's feet and running and like just stuff. It's not Kiffin's offense at this point.
Yeah, Matt finishes with 160 yards running. It tells you everything.
Yeah, Matt ran for 158 and threw for 251.
All right, so it was a long game, 4 hours.
Yeah.
We'll switch gears here a little bit. Give us a second. We'll get Jeffrey right on in just a minute. We'll talk about the game. We'll take you guys' calls and kind of go from there. Give us 1 second to sort of catch our breath a little bit here. Let's see. I can't tell. Sometimes you can't tell on here whether it's set up or not, but I think it is. All right, so you want to get Jeffrey on here in a second, and we'll go ahead and launch into it?
Sure.
Okay. See if he's ready before I just randomly dial him. Give us just literally 1 minute. I'm going to get one or two things. We'll be right back. We'll put the bear up for 1 second. Hang tight. All right, welcome back. Sorry about that. Just had to kind of catch up for a second. We're going to get Jeffrey on, I think, via FaceTime. There he is.
Hey, give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to set up.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. You're
right.
good. So we'll have Jeffrey with us. We'll have Jeffrey with us in a second. Okay, he hung up, so I'll call him back in a second. We'll get him up in a second. We'll take your calls after that. Our bourbon of the week, which I suspect we need to get into some, is Jefferson's Ocean. It's a barrel pick from our friends at High Cotton. Our friend Neil Forbes made this possible throughout the year. Neil, thank you so much. It was really cool of you to do that for a bourbon of the week. So we'll talk about that a little bit. We'll take your calls. 6 days till Christmas. Ole Miss is going to go to a bowl, so it's okay.
Finishes regular season 4-5.
4-5. My guess is Gator, Music City, worst case Liberty, whatever.
just a couple things. We're getting Jeffrey. I mean, obviously that drive, like we said, was going to be the one that's talked about, not the last one, but the one where they slowed down and they sputtered. I didn't like the tempo of it. It wasn't necessarily the play calls because, like I said, they're so undermanned on offense right now. Pass blocking was as bad for one game as I've ever seen. I'll be amazed at the Pro Football Focus numbers tomorrow because I don't know how any offensive lineman has decent pass blocking numbers whatsoever. So you're undermanned, but the tempo, the way you slowed it down, the way you did whatever, and then look, it's kind of forgotten because of the comeback. And look, one hell of a gutsy comeback from Matt Corral and that team, defense, everybody. But so many turnovers in the first half, and really the one there toward halftime. That's the one you come back to that it just even in a half of bad turnovers, interceptions, and stupid things, one that was so elementary that by far was the worst decision of his career from a one throw standpoint.
Yeah.
So that's those are the things. Now in the saying a lot of the same things. Jeffrey.
Hello, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay,
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're good. Jeffrey Wright with 92.9 FM ESPN in Memphis, been joining us all season long after games. First of all, appreciate you doing that. Second of all, Merry Christmas to you and the family. Hope everybody has a wonderful holiday season. Appreciate you being with us.
Well, first off, happy to do it. And secondly, same to all of y'all. And I'm sure everyone watching and listening or wishing that had a different end, but I wish everyone of the Rebel Grove of the MPW Digital family the merriest of Christmases and happy holidays.
So what did you think of that next to last drive? Ole Miss up at the time 2, about 5.5 to go. LSU had no timeouts. They had burned all their timeouts. What did you think of the play calling, the decision to go slow for a team that doesn't go slow?
Yeah, I think that's the drive. I know, I'm sure the last drive will get some criticism just because of the way that it ended. I just thought, I know what he's thinking, which is if I get 2 first downs, it's over.
Yep.
But, for me, the biggest part is the reason why Ole Miss has success running the football the way that they do is the fact that they scheme you, they go fast, they get you misaligned. When you line up, their scheme itself is not all that intricate or that difficult. And so if you give them time to line up, I just thought that you weren't going to be able to run the football like they had been. And it's kind of the way that it played out. Also, you knew LSU was going to load the box and they were going to force you to run. And so that was the drive. I think if you could ask Kiffin, I think that's the drive he probably wants back. And, you can look at it several ways, but the turnovers are obviously going to be a big difference. But really, I thought despite all the turnovers, that was the drive that I just thought you had to keep running your offense. Like, I don't think that was a game that you were going to win by running out the clock. I think that's probably how I bottom line it.
And Chase makes a good point, and he did in the fourth quarter, that it's probably you probably call a different series there if you have Elijah Moore. Hell, if you have Braylon Sanders, if you have Jerry and Ely, it's the
cumulative effect. Like I said, I felt like it was like Jeffrey said, it was the tempo and the speed and the rhythm, not even necessarily the play calling. Like play calling was fine.
If you look at that last drive, I mean, you had walk-ons out at receiver.
It was duct tape.
They just didn't have SEC talent out there.
And still trying to just make it work. I mean, look, here's the thing too. Kiffin, I know he was an NFL coach a dozen years ago, or whatever it was, but in a lot of ways, he and Levy and some of these guys, I mean, they're still growing too. I mean, they're still making dumb mistakes and doing weird stuff. And, because like Kiffin is this all out thing, and then he slows down in this one situation. I mean, I think he's having to kind of figure out where those spots are where you do something that's not 100% all the time or you do whatever. I mean, I don't think he has a full grasp of maybe when he should be managing a game in some of those ways yet.
Well, and let's keep in mind here, not to interrupt you, Jeffrey, but
No, go ahead.
But LSU throws for 435 yards. LSU runs for 158 yards. Somewhere in their mind, they were also thinking, we might not be able to stop them again. We might just be out. We might not be able to stop them.
So of all the plays that I thought I would have done differently, I got what they were doing on that drive. I probably would have run my offense. I still think when they scored and kicked the extra point to make it an 8-point game, I said I would have gone for 2 there because
we talked about that.
I think if you get the chance to make it a 9-point game, I think it's a completely different set of circumstances because even if you miss it, Ed was going to kick the extra point. Like, I just don't think that. And so that would have been probably how I would have done it differently, but it still comes back to the same point that Neil's making. There was so much time on the clock, and you couldn't stop him.
Yeah, Keyshawn Butte, I think I'm saying his name correctly. I'm a Louisiana boy. I should get that right. 14 catches for 308 yards and 3 TDs today. Just crossing route after another, one after the other, one after the other. I mean, look, at the end of the day, and I realize Ole Miss wants to win this game badly. I realize this is a game that means a lot to Ole Miss fans. I get it. I completely get it. But at the end of the day, this team goes 4-5 in an all-SEC season, which means that had you played a regular year, they would have won at least
7-5. Probably.
At least. And they're going to the Music City or something, and we're all going, ooh, look at the momentum. And I don't think anybody should lose sight of that. That's just me. People are going to lose sight of it for a night. I think you'll wake up tomorrow, and assuming there's not some dramatic news about Lane Kiffin leaving or something, I think everyone's going to go, oh, you know what, this was a pretty good year. Because you know what? This was a pretty good year.
The biggest news of the week was what they did on Wednesday.
Yes.
100%.
In terms of how it matters for the program.
They went out and got 6 4-star defensive players. And that doesn't even include some of the JUCO kind of guys. They've got guys coming in through whether it be the transfer portal or whatnot that are going to come in that are really going to be able to help them defensively, and they need all the help they can get because defensively they just – I get the thread. I'm not criticizing it. People are like, fire Durkin, fire this guy, fire that guy.
You know what, though? I actually thought, I get it. They're always going to get blamed because of what the score was. I thought they played pretty well defensively.
Chase said that throughout the first half, and I think he's right. The defense kind of kept them in the game and stopped it from being a mauling in the first half when offensively they were bad.
Several field goals that if those turn into touchdowns, we're not even talking about this.
It was 33 points off turnovers.
They turned it over 6 times, guys. I don't know if you lose the turnover battle 5 times, I would imagine your win expectancy rate is somewhere close to 2% or lower.
Bracketing Butte would have been a move at some point. You allowed him to just kill you on crossing route after crossing route after crossing route all day long. I do get that. But when no matter what you do, you cannot get pressure on the quarterback. Your defensive line is not good at all as far as attacking the quarterback. And when you bring blitz, you still don't get to him. So at some point,
there was nothing.
What do you do?
It boils down to they're not good enough up front.
Yeah.
Like, they're just not. And
on both sides.
Like anything you do with that, when a quarterback, even a freshman, we saw tonight, guys, Max Johnson was pretty pedestrian. But when you have that much time and you have skill on the outside, and I think that was kind of the stark contrast to me. Look at how many opt-outs LSU has had. They still have a stockpile of talent.
Yep.
And then we saw with Ole Miss, they had 2 opt-outs. And you immediately go to, I mean, at one point, good for him, but guys, Chad Kelly's walk-on brother was catching passes.
Braylon Sanders' injury on that touchdown pass.
And Ely's injury.
Yeah, those were killers because it just takes –
you're out the top 4 skill position players on your team.
And so, there's 2 sides to Matt Corral, and I'm sitting here working on this column right now about Matt Corral and about the interceptions and stuff. But the second half of that game, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong. Please tell me if I'm being an idiot.
I thought he played awesome, and I
did too. And I think that's
where
you
look at the turn. The pick 6 was a bad one. There's no getting around it.
Awful.
He made a bad read. He got baited. He made a bad read, and then he compounded it with a bad throw. Pick 6. The 4th down interception, I thought that was interference, but whatever. That was a home run, attempt at a punt. You know what I mean? They were going for it on 4th down.
Yeah.
So you're turning it over no matter what. If it's incomplete, they get the ball 20 yards up the field.
Yeah.
And then the other one was I guess you could say just eat it. But I mean, that was like a fluke play where a guy reaches in as you're trying to throw. Normally that thing just gets batted down and somehow lands on a...
No, 2 were really, really dumb. It was that one at the end of the first half when...
Yes, that was a bad one.
It's a killer, and B, where's it going when you catch it?
Right.
The one in the second half, come on, 11. That's a one-on-one. He threw it up. Knock it down.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I can tell you this without outing people, but there are going to be changes in that wide receiver room that go well beyond Elijah Moore.
So you're telling me you don't think there's a chance that Kenny Yeboah and Elijah Moore come back?
Yeah, I'm telling you, yeah, they're not coming back, and they won't be alone in not coming back. There are multiple wide receivers that are going to be encouraged to leave / processed. It just is what it is. There were, and every program makes some, but there were evaluation mistakes on those guys, and there were a lot of hype around a bunch of those guys, and most of those guys just have not delivered, and their time's up.
Yeah, and hey guys, like I get it. It's there. If we want to talk about the morality of college football, that's to me that goes beyond a roster. Like, and it's big boy football, and I completely get it because in the end, I think if you're an Ole Miss fan, I think you'd rather see your coaching staff doing things that give your team the best chance to win. And it seems to me it was obvious this year you got an upgrade in terms of watching this staff, everything. Like, you have an SEC staff. You had big upgrades, and you now have I think you have a very, very competent in-game coach. Both sides of the ball, I think both coordinators are good, and now it's time to see what they could do with better players.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think they're going to play a bowl game and whatever, and we'll talk about it and we'll watch it. And I mean, if based on what I saw, it's going to be a difficult slog for Ole Miss in a bowl game. I don't care who they play, because you're not going to have Elijah Moore, you're not going to have Kenny Yeboah, you're not going to have Jerrion Ely in all likelihood. You're certainly not going to have Braylon Sanders if what I saw is what I saw. You're going to be.
Maybe Ely. I don't know. Ely's at first looked worse, but I don't. Heck,
and Ely didn't go into the locker room. He stayed on the sideline.
But no, I think you're 100%. And I mean, that's the other thing is, like Neil pointed out, like they're already thin, and then their only other probably SEC receiver is Sanders. He makes a unbelievably tough catch for a touchdown.
Big time play.
Like I understand, like it's football and it's emotional, and we of anyone know that this is a scoreboard business, but I think given the circumstances, the fact that they had the ball at the 27-yard line with 2 timeouts, like I think it was a minor miracle.
For the program, it was when you look back, yeah, there's no doubt it was a good day. I mean, that from that standpoint of, hey, all this crap happens, you're still right there. I mean, because LSU had a lot more talent on the field. I mean, I know they had tons of opt-outs, and Stingley wasn't out there, and Terrence Marshall wasn't either, but the depth showed in an unimaginable way right there. But Ole Miss Ole Miss has got to get better up front on defense. And then the middle of that offensive line
I know
has got
people
to
are going to point to statistics. They got to get better up front on offense too, guys.
That's what I'm saying.
Like their offensive line puts up good numbers, but we saw when they don't have the benefit of tempo and they don't have a scheme advantage, like they physically got overmatched today.
The offensive line was bad today.
They couldn't protect Corral.
Got beat all day. I mean, that's one of the things. Matt Corral's final numbers here. 15 of 27, 251 yards, 3 TDs, 5 picks, of course. But Matt Corral was the leading rusher, and by a long shot. 17 carries, 158 yards. You asked him to do everything, and he damn near did.
Let's also not forget, for the first time in my life, I saw a line judge get knocked out because he was attempting to spot the football of the running back, and Corral still had the football.
That's what I told Chase. He had no idea the ball was in Corral's hands.
Yeah, everyone was like, "What was he doing?" It's like he was spotting the ball. He thought the running back had it.
Had they lost the fumble there, it would have been the craziest thing I'd have ever seen.
The best play the offensive line made all game was the guy jumping on the football. Like I don't think it would have mattered, but that was the best play.
But you know what it did? That prevented them from going to replay.
Yes.
And reviewing it because it was really close. I think he scored anyway.
And I think because it's the ref's fault, they go, okay.
I think it's an inadvertent whistle, and I think you replay the down.
Oh,
I think it's a no play. Let's say
because you can't turn it over on a rail.
Or if he struck him before he broke the plane, I believe it is an inadvertent whistle, and they would have replayed the down.
So all in all, give this season a grade if you're grading Ole Miss. And I think you have to take it all into consideration.
Yeah. B plus.
Yeah.
I don't think it was an A because I don't think you had opportunity. I think you could have won more games.
You
than
blew
did.
3 games.
Could have beaten Arkansas, could have beaten Auburn, and could have beaten LSU.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and but yeah, B plus. And then I think they exceeded my expectations on the recruiting trail because I just thought it was going to be a very difficult year if you were a new staff. I mean, look across the board. Most of the new staffs, I believe, Ole Miss finished with the highest ranked class. Correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
You know, I don't think it's. I think they would have had to have. I think they would have had to finish above 500 for me to give them an A. But I think
here's where they do have to manage some games better and do some different things. They went one. You can make the argument that they went 1-3 in toss-ups because of the 3 we just mentioned, and they only really got Kentucky out of a toss-up.
Yeah, and
Mississippi State was not a toss-up, but it ended
because they were the better team, and they just kind of dictated
the game,
tempo.
yeah. But Kentucky was a toss-up. Sure, could have gotten a missed extra point, and might still be playing.
Games where they favored in because even the Arkansas game, they ended up the line closed for Arkansas. Today closed at a pick 'em, I believe.
They'd like to have Arkansas back.
That's the one.
They'd like to, and I think for Kiffin, he'd like to have Auburn back. They weren't beating Florida. They weren't beating Alabama. And look, LSU, for all the talk, is still an immensely talented roster. That
just beat Florida.
Yeah, so, this was – Ed Orgeron closed as well. Give him credit. God, they finished with wins over Arkansas, Florida, and Ole Miss to kind of silence things, to calm it down a little bit down there before the –
Also, shout-outs to Big Game, Big Brain, Bo Pelini. Maybe think about a spy on Matt Corral at some point. Maybe just a thought.
But it was going to be I don't know. I think B plus is the right grade. And
Chase, I mean, I don't want to.
I'll go.
I don't want to. I want to be as fair to both sides. I mean, obviously, I think very highly of Lane Kiffin as a football coach, but I don't think you can say it was. To me, it wasn't an A, but it was definitely better than
It's a B even.
It's fair.
Yeah. I can't give them the plus because they lost those 3 that they probably.
But if I'm an Ole Miss fan, I'm excited about August.
Well, no,
I gave
that's
them the
true.
plus
That's
because of what happened on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah. In fact, I was thinking just simply on field.
Yeah. And I just meant the whole year. It's been a year now.
Oh no, you give them recruiting too. Yeah, B plus. Yeah, 100%. That's exactly where I'm at.
No, I think you're right. If it's just the football season,
it's B minus or even B.
Yeah.
One or the other.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't pull off. I guess Kentucky was kind of an upset, but I mean, yeah. I mean, I just think that. I think in the end, there's also kind of why I tick it up is just I think so much of college football, especially from recruiting, from program, everything. I think momentum is massive, and I think that they did a good job of building momentum and kind of sustaining it for most of the season. Like that, we saw some, like Arkansas kind of fizzled at the end, but I still think Ole Miss still maintained momentum all year.
They played hard in all 9 games.
Yeah,
they didn't have a no-show from an effort, from a lethargic, from anything like that.
Hey, as of right now, and I'm betting in 3.5 hours it'll still be the same. They're the only team that played Alabama within 2 scores.
Sure. And Florida probably is not going to do it tonight. So,
yeah.
I mean, defensively, it's all about talent. I thought they got some good stuff out of some other guys. A.J. Finley ended up having a pretty good year. Jalen Jordan ended up having a pretty good year. Keydron Smith flashed at times.
For all the shifting and whatnot, like I thought those guys got better.
But man,
well, you got
up front.
You got to address it up front.
You got to get Taiwan Malone in February.
You got to get Taiwan Malone. The JUCO kids have to come in ready to go. You've got to have
and Gordon.
They've got to be able to play. You've got some of these guys that you brought in to help you off the edge. I think you've got to go look at this, and you've got to go, whether it's grad transfer or transfer market or you jump back into the recruiting deal. I think you've got to get somebody off the edge at linebacker.
Yes.
Their inability to even get to Johnson today with any regularity was a killer. I mean, the kid had all.
I mean, 5,
day.
6, 7 seconds.
Yeah, and that's been the case all season.
Middle pocket.
It's been the case all year. You go back to, Mac Jones, to Kyle Trask, to Felipe Franks, to Bo Nix, whoever you faced, man, those guys had time. They had time to get comfortable, to set up and throw. And in this league, you've got to be able to get guys uncomfortable and force them into mistakes. This was a defense that did not create turnovers all year. It's one of the reasons Kedron Smith's interception was potentially so big.
Yes. Because it felt like every turnover they got was like 3x.
Yeah. Well, as I said earlier before we got started, I really appreciate you doing this all season. It's been kind of an opportunity for people who don't know behind the scenes. While Jeffrey talks and Chase interviews, I'm typing up a column and trying to get ahead a little bit. So this is a huge help, and it's always good to get your insight. And like I told you earlier, Merry Christmas to you, to your wife, your family. Hope you guys have a great one. You're doing the red and black trucks out front for Christmas morning, like the commercial. Is that right? You've got
Yes, totally. Yeah, she has no idea, so she'll be thrilled.
Oh, that'll be great. Listen, she's going to want that black one instead of the red one, so you've got to figure out a way.
I always thought that commercial would be much better if they did the real commercial, which is not the woman wanting the truck. It's the woman yelling at her husband, "How the hell are we going to afford these car payments?"
Yeah, where she walks out and goes, "Wait, hold up. You just bought 2 brand new trucks?
Yeah.
What are those, $65,000 each?
Yeah.
I mean, where the hell are we going to?
No. But sweetie, I got a hell of a good deal. I don't know if you saw, but there was seasonal savings over at the GMC dealership, and they gave me close to employee pricing.
She's like, I got you a little. What was it? What did she give him? She gave him some sort of a music device or something.
She's like an iPad, whatever, like an iPhone or something like that. I think.
Yeah, she's like, that was $200. I mean, I'm worried about that.
Yes. Oh, now we're adding extra payments. Wonderful.
No. She called her attorney on the morning of the 26th. All right.
No. He has a ribbon. It's got a bow.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Bye. That's Jeffrey Wright, 92.9.
Ole Miss is after the bowl. If we play a normal schedule, Ole Miss opens in Atlanta against Louisville next season. We favored in that game.
And if I'm an Ole Miss fan, I'm excited about it.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah.
Go to Atlanta and hang out. You get Hugh in a few weeks in Liberty or Tennessee, whichever one he's at.
I'm looking if there's any photos yet. I'm just pulling one. We'll open up the phone lines in just a minute.
You got to pour your. Oh, you already have.
I already poured mine.
You knew how you liked it too.
And this is more my bourbon than it is yours because it's nice and smooth and it's not. I'm not getting burned early. Sometimes I want something that's a little stronger, but I like that for a. Hey, I'm going to drink and I don't want to be. I'm going to be here for a little while. I don't want to be asleep in an hour.
Grind, has your hopes for the Surge changed any since we talked to you on Thursday night? What are you thinking?
That's a good photo. Fans won't like it, but it's a good one.
Now, look, there is something to learning to close. Learning not to make all these decisions early that put you in behind such an 8 ball.
Sure, no doubt about it.
There's still tons of program progression that is necessary
doubt about
for Ole Miss. But like I said, all in all, when you look at it, you found a way to get it back. I mean, Matt Corral did a lot of really dumb stuff, but good God, he played his tail off tonight. I think that's where a lot of the emotion and people kind of get lost for the trees a little bit. Is they go, oh, he lost. No, Matt Corral did not lose tonight's game by himself. An LSU receiver caught 300 yards worth of balls tonight. Matt was asked to do a ton. Matt reminded me of and even more so because of the way he ran the football. But he reminded me tonight of when the Cowboys used to hate Tony Romo as their quarterback. When they'd lose these 45-41 games and go, God, see, he threw a touchdown. I mean, he threw an interception at the end that lost it. And you go, well, yeah, but he threw 6 touchdowns and he was trying to keep you in. You know what I mean? Like every drive you had to score and you had to do this and you had to do this. I mean, I think Look, and Matt learned from Arkansas. Got better. Fixed that type of thing. Tonight was not the same thing. Tonight was, hey, your offensive line's getting its tail kicked, and what are you going to do? How are you going to manage the game? How are you going to make plays? How are you going to make this thing work?
Oh, a weaker mental Matt Corral
just
folds tonight, and he didn't. He's got leadership for days. There's a lot to build on for him, and there's still a lot to learn. But he's still a guy that goes into next season very intriguing. There's a lot to play for. There's a lot to be excited about. All right, we'll open up phones.
I'm defending Romo. I think they wanted him out when they shouldn't have.
Yeah. Let's see.
TJ, that's a hot take. I appreciate the super chat. Rather be Ole Miss than any program in the SEC. Saban's on Father Time's time. Kirby and Mullen can't win the big game. LSU and UT about to face the wrath of the NCAA. Tough loss, but Kiffin is competing with ex-staff's players. LFG.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd go that far.
But as far as the rest,
I mean,
the West is pretty in flux right now. Now A&M's good.
Yeah, that's the one that I think people keep underdoing. They figured out who they are, and they line up and punch you in the mouth. And
I still think they're beatable. I don't think they're going to have this aura. You know what I mean? Like you should catch them on the right day.
But they have an identity, and they're going to show up.
But third in the West next year, wide open. Feel free.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's nobody.
Absolutely. I mean, Auburn's got a very good roster, but who knows who their coach is going to be, what they're going to look like, what that's going to translate to.
Ole Miss has as much program momentum as possible for a team that hasn't had a winner record since 2015.
I think what gets lost is how bad that team was a year ago. When Ole Miss played good teams last year, they had no chance.
Just got popped.
When Ole Miss played good teams this year, they had a chance. Ole Miss was competitive with Florida. Ole Miss scared Alabama in a way that no one else has scared Alabama since. Ole Miss played with Auburn in a game that Ole Miss probably should have won. And then Ole Miss just played a team that, look, and I'm not telling you that LSU is what LSU was a year ago because it's obviously not. But if you can't see the talent on LSU's defense compared to the talent on Ole Miss's defense, you're not being honest with yourself.
Yeah. I think I'm with you, Brian. I mean, A&M does lose a ton. They do have to kind of prove me wrong, prove me that they can do it again next year. But from sheer talent, they're recruiting well. They got a quarterback thing. We'll see what that looks like. But I do think, and it took me a long time to come around because I'm not an A&M fan by any stretch of the imagination. They do at least seem to have a path to solidifying them being better than they typically are being. I think that's at least fair at the very minimum, and then you kind of see where it goes. But no, nobody's going to, go. Nobody's going to go just run it up and go, hey, it's A&M. My God, we're scared. Let's not go show up at the gate today.
Caller, who do we have?
Hey, it's Mark. How y'all doing tonight?
Hey, Mark, what's up?
Oh, not too much. That was a tough one tonight.
The super chat is at $79.95. It has to get to 500 for those things, and y'all probably have about an hour and 15 minutes to do it. So that is where that stands. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Boys better get to work. So I got a question for y'all. I'm going to ask y'all a couple questions.
All right.
Kiffin calls it the 4-minute offense. I think we got it back with about 5.5, 5:45. LSU has no timeouts tonight. What's the goal when you step on the field at that point? What's the goal?
To finish the game, to put it away.
So how do you finish the game?
You pick up 2 to 3 first downs.
Yeah, you got to get a couple of first downs, and then you probably have it done.
Okay.
They jumped on. Yeah, you want to move the chains. They jumped on first down, so 1st and 15.
Yep.
And then they got 3 on second down. And then I don't think they got.
What's the goal? So when they get the ball 1st and 10 on the 25-yard line after the opening kickoff, what's the goal there?
When are you talking about?
It just means in general.
Oh.
Opening kickoff.
You want to go score.
1st and 10 on the 25-yard line after a touchback. What's the goal?
You want to go score.
And how do you go score?
Well, you throw the football. That's what we were talking about before we got started. I don't know if you were listening with Jeffrey.
You move the chains. Even Freeze talked about that. Kiffin talks about it too. But you move the chains and you stay ahead of the.
Yeah, I get it. I don't want to do the free shit because I'm not doing that tonight. I'm not doing Hugh Freeze. Hugh Freeze is nowhere. Hugh Freeze is not in Lane Kiffin's ballpark. So let's get that part straight. The second part is but they don't have their weapons. When you lose Forget even Elijah and Kenny. When you don't have Braylon Sanders and you don't have Jerrion Ely and you're getting mauled up front, and they got mauled up front. They couldn't protect. Yep. So when that's the case, I'm not defending the decision to go conservative. In fact, I'm criticizing it. But at the same time, I can see how you did that. I can see how you go, hey, look, man, we got to figure out whatever. And even the way it worked out, they got the ball back with a minute and a half, and they're at the LSU 25 when Corral fumbles.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have a shot there, but you're the best play in your playbook at that point is improvising with the quarterback. And when that's the best play in your playbook, it's not a good playbook.
This is not even just about tonight's game. I mean, Kiffin has talked in press conferences at least once. I feel like maybe two other times during the course of the year about having to get better at the quote unquote 4-minute offense.
Mm-hmm.
The question that I would have for him is, the offense that you run throughout the course of the game is successful. It's successful because it moves the chains. It's relatively efficient. It has explosive tendencies. So why would when you're in a position where you just have to get first downs, you have to do essentially what you've done throughout the game. Why would you change who you are at that point? I mean, part of the reason that our offense is as good as it is because of the tempo. Because of Kiffin's ability to get the defense into formations against our personnel that are advantageous for Ole Miss. So why would we go away from all of that at the most, at the highest leverage point of the game?
It's a great question, and it's the one that I'm sure they're asking themselves.
Yeah, the tempo is what gets me, because like Jeffrey said, he was exactly right. The tempo allows you to open up some of these lanes and mismatches in the run game and in the short passing game. That is such a staple of your offense. When you slow down, Ole Miss gets out of their own rhythm. They're just so unused to it that it kind of affects them a little bit. And you need those mismatches right then, because Ole Miss is not a team, especially tonight, that could just line up and run the football on you. I mean, there's no way in hell.
And it's odd to me because Kiffin is he's such an analytical guy. And it's like this is the one part of his coaching philosophy that remains entrenched in kind of just how you do it. Like when the clock's down.
He did not think his defense could stop LSU.
Well, the stats.
No, I mean
the stats support that assertion.
Say that. Hold on. Say that again. I couldn't understand that.
I said the stats support that. I mean, LSU rolled up 593 yards of offense. So that's safe to say that's a correct assessment. Look, at the end of the day, this whole thing is about, can you go out and get better recruits up front on both sides of the ball? Can you? Chase always makes fun of me, and back when we covered games in person, I was pretty anal about this. The first two series of every game, I didn't watch the ball. I watched nothing but the line of scrimmage. Nothing. And had I done that today, I would have been like, hey, man, Ole Miss is getting blown out.
Yeah, we got whipped up front. And it's interesting. LSU whipped Florida's offensive line last week, so it was not terribly surprising to see it happen again today. I did want to say a couple of things. I know I called to kind of gripe a little bit about the way the game went down at the end. First off, the reason I brought up Freeze earlier was not as some kind of comparison between the two. It's just as kind of a statement of continuity that good offensive coaches state the obvious, which is the best way to be successful is to move the chains, to gain first downs and move your way down the field.
Probably maybe the best NFL or college coach that does that 4 or 5 minute offense is Sean Payton with the Saints. And it's because they really establish the run game. They lean on the offensive line, and it's not necessarily what I like about Ole Miss is there's even a difference in not going tempo and slowing down. You know what I mean? They completely halted and slowed down. Peyton, some other college teams, maybe you're not just in this frenetic pace, but you're still going. Yeah. You're still constantly moving. You're just walking instead of running. I think that's the biggest thing, too, is, look, in the 4 or 5 minute offense, you've got to run the clock, because otherwise you're just putting way too many plays and way too many series together, and you need 5 first downs instead of 2. That's dumb. Analytically, that does not make any sense. You need 2 first downs. But there's a difference in telling your guys, hey, stop and stand still and waiting on the clock to get to 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. That was the problem for me, is that not only was not tempo, it got them completely out of sync. It took away any kind of mismatches as a line of scrimmage. And then when you're down all these players too, well, suddenly that just became a pretty combustible situation that wasn't going to work.
It's not your identity. And, I mean, Chase, you play golf. I mean, if you've got a good round going through 16 holes and then you try to say, okay, well, let's not screw it up these last 2 holes, there's a pretty good chance you're going to screw it up if you stop doing something that – or if you start doing something different than what you were doing before. So, but all in all, I'll say this: it's been a really solid year. It's been a super fun year. Wednesday was kind of a nice confirmation, I think, for a lot of us that think Kiffin is going to be really good. That he was able to put together a solid class under incredibly difficult circumstances.
Yep.
It would have been awesome to win tonight. Frustrating to lose the way we did. Really fortunate to be in the position to win at the end that we were. But y'all been awesome this year, man. Plugging it out for 6, 7, 8, probably 10 or 11 hours today, and to do it 8 other times. Hopefully we'll get to do it 13 or 14 times next year.
We're in hour number 11 right now, so thank you.
That was a long game, man.
It was, yeah, amen.
It was a long game.
It was a long game. Y'all be good.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you.
All right.
Phone lines did I put the number up? I didn't. I need to do that. I got a lot going on my computer right here, but we're good. So phone lines are open.
Alabama driving.
Imagine that.
To open the game.
Hey, who do we have?
Hey, this is Big Ben Law.
Hey, Big Ben. What's up?
Sounds like someone's having like Ben and Aaron Napier are having a party next door, so COVID is definitely not a big deal down here.
Oh, really?
Anyway. Yeah, I live nearby them.
I'm sure everyone's wearing their mask.
I don't know if it's them. It's someone nearby. Anyway.
Name dropping. So was it? You called the name drop.
Oh, I got a name drop.
I'm playing. Go ahead.
Anyway, I've read your column, Neil, and I already know your opinion on this, I think. But I'm kind of milled out over the last couple hours. But I fully believe that not having Elijah Moore and Kenny Yeboah changed the scoreboard.
Oh, well,
absolutely.
They win the game. Maybe going away.
So, I mean, like, he made the right decision for him, but I think the game still matters. It's a regular season game, and obviously it's raining. He could have gotten injured, and 2 Ole Miss players did get injured. But I just think there's a middle ground where we realize this is an important game to Ole Miss, and it might have been nice to have him out there. And I'll leave it kind of.
Well, and I get it, but I wonder what Elijah Moore thought tonight when he saw Braylon Sanders' ankle
get injured.
And let's hope that Braylon's okay. Let's hope it's not severe. Let's hope it's not a Laquan Treadwell type of injury. But what do you think Elijah thought?
I think he thought, I'm glad it's not my ankle. And, and I'm glad. And I feel sorry for Braylon because, personally, I remember when Braylon, from my time at Ole Miss. So it's just, that field was a swamp.
The field really did break down there kind of toward the end.
Oh, no, the SEC logo and the tiger eye was gone. Those pants, some people may have been mad that they weren't wearing gray pants, but they weren't white at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
But, that's past. I think really a lot of big story that really should come out of this game, too. I think something I noticed is Coach O is really not a good game manager there at the end. He burned a lot of timeouts. He didn't go for 2. People were talking about Kiffin on that last drive with the 4-minute offense. Coach Oak easily could have cost the game too, like Les Miles-esque.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if you get a couple of first downs, that's the story.
Yeah.
But they jumped on first down. It went from 1st and 10 to first and 15. That's a killer.
And yeah, no one was open. That's why crowd was running.
And that was the story of the whole fourth quarter for the most part. Nobody did get open.
He was running a lot, and there was nobody open, and he made a bunch of plays with his feet. When your quarterback runs for 160 yards, that's typically not a good thing.
And throws for 5 picks. That's a clear. if you can read a box score in baseball, you can read that box score and you see what was missing. So yeah, but like Jeffrey was saying earlier, it's definitely, I put it as a B- this year. I mean, obviously it'd be an A+. We win those 3 games. I'm upset, but tonight I'll get over it and I'll remember, hey, if we go to Music City Bowl, I can get off work and I can go to that one. That'd be nice.
Sure.
Does the basketball team have to keep teams under 60 to win? Is it that bad?
No, it's not that bad, but they're going to have to start scoring some points. They've got to find another shooter. Like today, Devontae, I wrote in observations. I think it was 4 for 16 from the field. When he's that, and that's going to happen here and there. When that happens, somebody else has to step up. And really today, nobody did, and that's kind of their problem, is that nobody steps up offensively yet. And it's still early; they got time, but they're a really good defensive team. But if they're going to achieve what they want to do, if they're going to get where they want to get, they're going to have to get significantly steadier on the defensive side, no doubt.
It seems to me they're missing that Terrence Davis, Brian Tyler guy that just takes over in the late second half and just drives to the basket. They're just missing.
Oh, they'd kill for a Terrence Davis or a Brian Tyree with this group where you had
say any shooter
where
just
you
pick
had
your
post
shooter.
presence.
Yeah,
right
that's what
now,
I'm
this
saying.
would be a Sweet 16 team, and it might still be, but they got to figure that out.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ben. Merry Christmas to you.
Alabama goes up 6-0. PAT pending.
Kind of feels like Alabama's going to win this.
It was a pretty dominant drive there. Najee Harris, 4 rushes, 30 yards, and a touchdown on the possession.
Who do you vote for Heisman? Is it Smith? Is he the best player, so he gets the vote?
I was not agreeing with you as much on Thursday when we were talking about it, but the more the time passes, I think I would vote for Devontae Smith. Yeah. I think I'm Devontae Smith.
Mac Jones.
I mean, I'm contemplating Jones too. I'll tell you, though.
Mac's had a hell of a year. It's a weird thing. There's a part of me that goes, well, and I shouldn't think like this. There's a part of me that goes, well, Devontae's going to win the Biletnikoff.
Mac's going to win the Maxwell.
Shouldn't Mac
or
win
the
something?
Davey O'Brien or something.
I think it's Smith. I'm almost positive it's Smith. There's a part of me that wonders, like, if Mac Jones throws for 6 touchdowns tonight, who is it? And I don't know.
Najee is going to get a lot of third-place votes. Second and third.
Yeah, and you could justify a first-place vote for Najee. He's a special back.
But they have a dominant offensive line.
I know.
And he has that quarterback and those wide receivers.
I know. Hey, who do we have? Who's this? Who's this?
This is Rodney.
Rodney?
Yes.
Hey, Rodney. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good.
We're lovely.
What you got?
The hand raised guys.
That's what this is. Yep.
Oh, well, that's tough tonight, fellas. But I think we'll be all right.
Yeah.
You excited for next year?
With the way Kiffin recruiting, can you hear me?
We hear you, Rodney.
Well, the way he's recruiting, I think we'll be all right. But I like that other fella. You need to keep your offense going. I like I said, I understand slowing down, trying to run the clock, but like Chase was saying, we can't get our matchups right if we just slow down to a crawl. And it seemed like our line just got whipped all night long.
Yeah,
it seemed like it because it did 100%.
What have you been doing today, Rodney? What has your day been like? You sound like you've been getting whipped all day long.
Just a long day, just sitting around the house, chilling.
Yeah. How much?
Drinking a little bit.
Yeah. How much? What have you been
watching
drinking?
A little ball.
Right. What have you been drinking?
Oh, I'm a Crown man myself.
Crown
Royal Apple.
the Crown Apple.
I love it.
Yeah.
Man, you drink that straight and it's not like water.
Are you on your second bottle?
No, I ain't got that far, but I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I can tell.
But y'all do a great job. One thing I have to say, I know you don't want to do the Hugh Freeze thing, and I love Kiffin now, but I think Hugh Freeze is a good coach. It seems like you don't like him for some reason.
He's a good coach.
He's a good coach.
Y'all have a good one. Howdy toddy.
Howdy toddy. Thanks.
We need that Kentucky fan to call in. I miss him.
Hey, who do we have?
Hey, this is Joey Edwards, Pelahatchie, Mississippi.
Hey, Joey. You don't have to you don't have to dox yourself after Rodney there. No.
Well, of course, that's why I don't use my real name.
What's going
Hey,
on?
but so I haven't been listening, but a question for y'all. Obviously, Chris Partridge is one of the big recruiters, and I see his value as co-defensive coordinator just from recruiting alone. And then on the other hand, you got DJ, who doesn't seem to be directly pulling in any sort of big recruits this past class, at least that I saw. So I was wondering if y'all knew off the top of your head, did DJ, what recruits, if any, was he responsible for, and is it worth keeping him around as a co-DC if he's not recruiting like Partridge is?
Well, rarely are coordinators big recruiters.
Partridge is coordinator in the sense that it gives him a title and a salary to go along with his recruiting chops.
Right. Mm-hmm. And so the way I look at it is DJ sort of brought in to guide Partridge a little bit, and if it doesn't work out in a year or two, then maybe you get rid of Durkin and promote Partridge to try to keep him. Is that the sense that y'all get, or do you think it's like a true, legit?
Well, some of the problem in that, I mean, look, Partridge, I'm sure, wants to keep moving up and whatever, but, I mean, his thing is recruiting. I mean, that's what he is. He's a dynamic, elite, top-of-the-line recruiter. You run into some issues sometimes when you give somebody coordinator responsibilities while they're also that big-time recruiter. I mean, to a different level and a different case, but I do think it's at least comparable. Look at what happened to Wesley McGriff. You know what I mean? I mean, he was known as kind of, they used to call him the elephant hunter and all this stuff back in the day. I mean, Wesley's a good recruiter, but he was relied on at Ole Miss this last time under Matt to be an elite recruiter and the defensive coordinator. And when that happens, frankly, you become a jack of all trades and you kind of become worse at both. And so I think you've got to be careful a little bit to do that. I think you're a coordinator or you're a recruiter for the most part, and maybe you can help out, maybe you can close, but you're not going to be the A1 recruiter on a staff and be the coordinator and do both effectively. It's gonna hurt your overall staff in a multitude of ways.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, guys. I'll let y'all get back to it.
Appreciate you, Joey. Thanks. Hey, who do we have? Hey, turn your device down.
I think that's just background noise.
Hello? So if you hear it pick up, turn your device down.
That was background noise. That wasn't a device.
He couldn't hear.
There was just a party going on.
He couldn't hear. Or she couldn't hear.
Yeah, why do you think it's a man?
I said or she.
Well, after you caught yourself. Your first inclination was that a man called.
That's true. Well, unfortunately, that's what we're used to here. Hey, who do we have?
It's Casey, guys. How y'all doing?
Casey, I'm good. How are you?
Not so good.
Oh, really? What's wrong?
The game was tough, but I haven't been watching. Some people may have brought this up already, but everybody's talking about that drive before the last one that we had, 5 minutes left or anything. When Sanders went down and he hurt his foot, I mean, I think that really changed, what we had options there.
Sure.
Because, I mean, who are the other receivers on the field other than Drummond that we know of?
Drummond, Mingo, Dennis Jackson, and Jaden Jackson.
Okay. And you could tell, like, Corral, he
didn't trust any of them.
I know we called 2 running plays. But, man, like, I thought that really limited it. And even me and my brother were watching, and I was saying, look, this issue right here, they're going to run the ball twice, and we're trying to kill the clock. But really, maybe they thought, we didn't have any. Because even the last drive that we drove down the field, I mean, Corral had to break a big run like a couple times, and then he threw a 50-50 ball to I think Drummond down the sideline that caught that?
Yes.
Actually, yeah, it actually was just a really good throw. Speaking of, Kyle
Yeah, it
Trask
was an
just
awesome throw. So it wasn't like we had the same personnel we had before. You know, we were marching down there. So it was kind of tough. But also, LSU found him a quarterback. I mean, I was really impressed with that kid. Like, it's surprising that he just now, the last 2 games, has, you know, they've kind of found him, I think.
He's good. He operates that thing. The thing is, though, while I agree, LSU ran for a ton of yards tonight, and he had all the time in the world with the dude running across the middle of the field. So, yeah, he was good. He managed it. They didn't ask him to do a ton, but I do wonder, the last 2 weeks, because Florida doesn't have a very good defense either, nobody's pressured him. Nobody's got any kind of heat on him. Nobody's forced him into some weird decisions, some uncomfortable arm angles, taking away the running game. Nobody's done anything to him to this point. So he's playing damn good for a freshman. Obviously, being who he is, he's got a lot of acumen. But I am curious what the ceiling is for him, at least in the current situation.
Yeah, he had a good arm, and thought he did some things that are good. And you know, we couldn't get any pressure. I don't know. We just can't get pressure. I mean, we just can't. And even when we try, we don't. I think we had, when we did get some, it obviously rattled him, so that was good. But
there's a reason. There's a reason you can't get pressure.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's.
I mean, it's the elephant in the room every single day, and fans don't want to talk about it because those are your guys wearing your laundry, and I get it, but they're not good.
Sure.
They're not good. They're not good enough to get the pressure.
Oh, they're not. And even when we sent people, you know, extra people blitzing there, lots of times it gets picked up. But you know, the last thing I want to say is, you know, I mean, obviously still excited about being a Rebel, and I think it's been a great year. You know, hopefully we'll keep some momentum getting up. And it just, you know, a couple things happened, but Corral, man, he really played well. At the end, I mean, I know he had some turnovers, but you know, I think people forget this is his first full year as a quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still really young, and he's been around forever, it seems like, but I mean, he's had a lot of games, so. And then still, Coach O, special ed, still cannot call a football game. Like, I thought for sure that he was going to give it to us there, but we couldn't go down there. But I thought he really mismanaged the game, but anyway. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all, and talk to y'all next time.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, who do we have?
Hello. How are y'all?
Who is this?
This is Spencer.
Spencer, it's been a while.
Oh my God, it's been forever. How are y'all doing?
We are good. Hope.
Do you only call after Ole Miss losses? What's up? I hadn't heard from you in like 4, 5, 6 games.
Well, listen, I saw the loss and I hated it. I really did. But I'm going to tell you something. Those boys played so hard. They were all wet out there. It was cold. And I'm so proud of how they played.
It was wet and cold, and they did play hard. You're right.
So, listen, I want to know what y'all think of the game. What y'all think of Coach Kiffin and the way he managed the game? Because I heard so much about how he mismanaged the game and he didn't call timeouts when he should have. And oh, my God, Matt Corral was so hot. I just watched him, and I thought, how can anyone criticize someone that looks that good in a uniform?
Were you bothered?
A lot of people said, okay,
were you bothered?
He threw so many of those touchdown passes back or something.
Well, I think
loved watching him play.
I think some of the criticism, Spencer, was at times early in the game, Matt was throwing it to the wrong color. He was throwing it to the white jerseys instead of the blue ones.
But didn't he look good doing that?
He did. He's
oh, my God. Did y'all see him?
Yeah.
He was sweaty, and he was – are y'all still there?
We're here.
Oh, sorry. He was sweaty, and he was wet, and it was cold out there. And I looked at him, and I thought, my God, that is a god of a quarterback.
Yep. Yeah.
And I thought if I were that center, I'd be so excited.
Well, they're in the shotgun, Spencer. They're not playing a tradition.
Oh, I know, but you know that center must be thinking, my God, I hate the shotgun.
I don't.
But anyway,
I don't think that's what
the point.
I doubt if that's what the center thinks. Yes, you do digress.
I digress. I did watch him, and I thought, my God, he looked so good out there.
Right.
And everybody's so complaining about the fact they lost. but I don't think they're seeing the forest through the trees, because if you look at it, look how good he looked. And I think that's what matters, is from a marketing perspective,
right.
Ole Miss looks so good.
Hey, what do you think of the? I
handsome-
know we talked about this, but the players decided to wear the powder blue uniforms instead of the traditional red on gray. Did you think that was a good, from a fashion standpoint? Do you think that was a good decision?
I did. I really did, because it took me back to the 80s. And I remember when Coach Billy Brewer, y'all remember Coach Billy Brewer?
Yes.
Y'all remember him?
Yeah.
I remember, because they wore the powder blue back then, and I thought Coach Billy, they called him the dog. And I thought, God, he's handsome. I remember that way back then, and it's like we went back to those days, and I was so happy to see that. And Jorge, my God, he loves the game.
How is Jorge doing?
Well, he's doing great. Now, he's still learning about football. He still doesn't quite understand the rules.
Right.
But I will tell you what he did notice. He noticed that our defensive line, really our offensive line, he kept saying they keep getting penetrated so deep.
Right. Be careful here, Spencer.
And I kept saying, you're right, Jorge. They are penetrated, and we keep getting sacked. And they kept getting corralled from behind. They catch him and throw down on him all their weight, and they kept catching him from behind. And I said, that's because they're getting penetrated.
Okay, all right.
Anything else, Spencer, before we move on to our next call?
I'm sorry, what? Are y'all okay? Y'all look so shocked.
Yeah,
I know a lot about football.
I think
we're out of time.
Yeah, I think
he's a soccer man,
Yeah.
and all they do is they kick that ball.
They kick the ball.
I'm going to tell you something.
Right.
Those boys, they were hot.
Right.
They were sweaty.
Right.
And they played a good game. And I just saw all that man on man.
Right. Spencer.
All that weight coming down on one person. I thought, my God.
Hey, Spencer.
Heaven.
Spencer.
Heaven.
Spencer, tell Jorge that we said Merry Christmas. Oh, goodness. Merry Christmas to Jorge and Spencer. And, yeah. Oh, all right. We got a call, thank God. Hey, who do we have?
It's Dr. Joe from Jackson and Kevin Fayard from River Rouge, Louisiana.
All right. So it's Joe and Kevin. Is that who we have?
Yeah, that's who we got.
Okay. How are you guys?
We're good. The first football question I have is, we had 14 turnovers between Arkansas and LSU. 50% of the season's turnovers in 2 games?
Yeah, that is correct.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Uh-oh. Oh, God.
Man, whoever number 0 is, he's not sure what state he's in right now.
Any flag there or none? All good?
Yeah, we're all good.
Sorry.
I was watching What's in the Glass tonight.
It's Jefferson's Ocean.
It's a barrel pick from High Cotton.
Yep.
Nice. Well, in the 23rd year of this rivalry, since I'm sitting with Kevin, my best LSU friend, I bet a bottle of bourbon on this. So he got a bottle of High Cotton's Maker's Mark private select barrel pick they did earlier this year.
Oh, well, good. You can drown your sorrows, I suppose, right?
He certainly can. And he can celebrate, and maybe I get a little bit of it. But yeah, this is I put this on the message board. This weekend means a lot for a lot of fans. We wish we could have been there in the stadium. It's the first time I have not been in the stadium since '95, and only the second since '86. So we left a drowned rat at the end of this one. But appreciate all the things y'all do. Have a great evening.
Same to you. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
That was a big hit right there. He got popped. Let's see. Got a call. Hey, who's this? Hello?
Yeah,
You there, fellas?
Oh, we're here.
Hey, guys, this is Jarrett in Long Beach.
Hey, Jarrett, what's up?
Oh, man. Had a better days, gentlemen. Had better days.
What did who won the Air Force Army game?
Air Force lost to Army on a 4th down play at the very end of the game. The final score was 10-7.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I will give them this, though. All the players for both teams suited up and played that game. So,
Yeah,
props to those young men.
A little different deal than SEC, but I get it. Yeah, I understand, and I understand the frustration of people. I also understand the decision that people make when they're going to be first round picks. I get it.
I do, and we discussed this on Thursday, and I will, and I don't want to talk about this exclusively, but I will push back a little bit on it being a different thing because. So all those young men, and I'm speaking for Air Force here because I didn't go to West Point, but all those young men who stepped out on the field for Air Force, every time you walk out on that field, on the football field, and I did the same thing when I played rugby for the academy, the reason you go to the Air Force Academy is because you want to be a pilot. And every time you step out there and risk getting concussion, you're putting that on the line. And that's 4 years of hell you went through that one play can take it away. So, granted, I get it. It's not millions of dollars, but it's a similar deal. And so, those guys.
It is, but it's not. I mean, I don't want to argue it all night, but it's not. I mean, Elijah Moore picked Ole Miss over Georgia because he thought it was the better path to the NFL.
Yeah, and that's fine. And again, like I said on Thursday, I would never. If my kid was Elijah Moore, I would tell him to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's not that I'm saying that he's a bad person or that it's wrong. My concern is that I just think the NCAA needs to do something to make it worth these kids' while to not do that in the future. They need to somehow make it. I don't know what the solution is. I'm not smart enough to figure that out, but somehow it needs to figure out, what are we going to do to keep these kids around for all the games? Because eventually, if they start opting out earlier and earlier and earlier, and more of the kids, then it's going to stop.
Well, I mean, I can tell you what's coming. What's coming is the first. I'm opting out of my junior year.
Right. Yeah. So, like you were saying the other night, like if you're not playing for an SEC championship, then it doesn't really matter. And then you can argue whether that's true or not. But if we're operating under that assumption, so like then. So I was watching the game with the A&M game with an A&M buddy of mine, and I was like, okay, so like if you lose to Alabama, it's a pretty safe to say that you're not going to Atlanta because Saban has only lost 2 SEC games like one time since he's been at Alabama, right? So I mean, let's say Kellen Mond had a first-round draft grade. He doesn't, but let's say he did.
Okay.
So after you lose to Alabama week 4, you're just going to opt out the rest of the season? I mean. That seems like kind of the right thing to do.
Yeah, no, I think that day's coming.
I mean, this all started even way back with Clowney. I mean, it was the first time this ever popped up on what do you do with the junior year? What do you do with whatever?
My solution. I've told you for a long time.
The players,
my solution is if you want to go pro after your sophomore year, go. If you want to go pro after your freshman year, go. I mean, that's.
Or just let them go straight from high school if the NFL feels like they're ready.
Well, they don't.
I mean, that's between them and the NFL, obviously. You know. But anyway, I don't want to dwell too much on that stuff. So I had a couple of other callers talked about it, man. Like Kiffin's really got to figure out this 4-minute offense situation.
He does. The bigger thing he's got to figure out is he's got to figure out how to get a better defense.
Well, yeah, because I think one I can't remember like you said it or a caller earlier said that he knew that his defense couldn't get a stop, which is true, except that he played like his defense could get a stop on that second to final drive.
Yeah, see, I don't think he did. I think he was trying to run the clock out, and that's why he slowed down too much and got too conservative. Was that he didn't want to go 3 and out quickly and then give it back?
Well, they also had that illegal procedure on first down. There's a big difference between 2nd and 12 and 2nd and 7. It's a big difference. That was a big penalty in that game.
Yeah, but he got the first down after that.
No, they didn't. They punted. On the next to last possession,
the final drive. I'm sorry, I was confused. I was mistaken.
Yeah.
You're talking about never mind. Disregard. So I just I feel like I think if he just runs his offense there, that's what gives you the best chance to win, right?
Yeah, it does. I'm interested to hear what he has to say about it. I mean, look, you commit 6 turnovers and you have a chance. There's a lot there. They hadn't played. There's just a lot. There's just a lot there, and I don't know. We can dissect it till we're purple, but it was. You dig a hole, you have 6 turnovers, you lose over the course of basically a week your top 4 offensive weapons, and you go ask your quarterback to win the game by himself, and he damn near does. And yet, on the other hand, he commits a lot of mistakes. And like Chase said, Trask missed him. There's a turnover at the end of the first half that cost 3 points. There was a pick 6 early. There was just a lot. So, it's like any other football game that lasts 4 hours. You can dissect it, and at the end of the day, there's this overriding thing that neither team could really stop the other team, and came down to a mistake here and there. And Ole Miss committed 6 turnovers. LSU committed 1. And if you tell me before a game that both teams are going to get 550 plus yards, and one's going to commit 6 turnovers and one's going to commit 1, and to say who's going to win, I'm going to say the team that committed the 1.
Oh yeah, definitely. Speaking of the game lasting 4 hours, the Air Force Army game kicked off 30 minutes prior to the Ole Miss game, and it was over halfway through the third quarter of the Ole Miss game.
Thank God for option offenses.
Yeah, I guess. So the last thing I'll say, guys, is what's the Army coach's name that calls in?
Coach Nuke.
Yeah.
Frank Nucaro.
Coach Nuke, just congrats to the Army team. That's good win for them, and looking forward to serving with some of those young officers. So
thanks, Jarrett. Merry Christmas to you.
All right, thanks. Merry Christmas, guys. Have a good night.
Pleasure.
You're right. The Mississippi State fans are triggered.
Oh, they're pumped
very
up
upset.
now. I mean,
he says, "I wonder what Scout Steve R. thinks of your uncouth comments." I don't care. Why would I care what Steve Robertson thinks about what I say? Think Steve Robertson cares about what I say?
Don't think he writes it down somewhere.
I think he probably does. Maybe he's going to write it in a book somewhere.
Yeah.
Hey, who do we have?
You didn't make the Rebin Villain or Stark Villain book?
I don't know if I made that one or not.
Jeff Brandon.
I'm sorry?
Jeff from Brandon.
Jeff,
hey, Jim, what's up?
Just kind of aggravated right now.
I understand.
I think we did a great job, but I guess my aggravation is on that next to the last drive. All we needed was a first down. I mean, what the heck? Why can't we get the first down and then run the clock out? They were out of timeout.
Well, you needed 3 first downs probably. There was still 5 minutes left.
Needed at least 2.
Yeah.
2. I'll go with 2.
I mean, depending on when you get them in the series, obviously.
Yeah, but I mean, why did we not? I know there were no crossing routes during the game. I don't know if that's in our route tree or not, but why did we not run any crossing routes? I mean, what's the deal with that? We had some times when there were no linebackers in the box. Really, they were all coming on a rush on the quarterback. If we'd had some crossing routes, maybe we could have got something there. But
I'd have to go back and look at that. I don't know. I can't. Watching it live, I can't sit here and.
It's not the main part of their offense, and like so, you've got second, maybe even third team wide receivers out there in multiple spots at that point, because that would be a lot of that is up to.
When you're getting beat up front, Chase, and you too, Jim. When you're getting beat up front, everything changes.
Yeah, and that was a big problem. I mean, I've never seen our offensive line anyway, get just bull rushed like that. It's been crazy.
Yeah, and that's what happened. They got beat up front.
One of the things I'm reading from the stream here too is talk about running draws, and look, Corral did get loose on the run game a lot, but I thought one of the corrections and one of the adjustments LSU made that made a lot of sense and worked was when Ole Miss got emptied, they still didn't go out wide with them. They still kind of stayed tucked in a little bit. They took away some of those lanes in the draw in the second half once Corral had been popping them. LSU, probably the best thing Pelini did all night was kind of adjusting to some of that.
Yeah, and I think you said the key word there in the second half. In the first half, I mean, granted, I'm watching it on the TV and I can see it, from a 30,000-foot view, but you were seeing that their defensive line's just coming after the quarterback. Why didn't we run some draws or some play actions or something to keep their defensive line, in check? And that way maybe we could have had a little bit of time to throw something downfield, but it just kind of aggravated me.
Yeah, I mean, look, it wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I think Lane has room to grow. I mean, I said that at the beginning of the show. I mean, I don't think he's not a finished product. I think he's adjusted and he's found his niche with a lot of the analytics and different things. But, I get that analytics are what they are over a large period of time and a large base statistically, and that, you've got to keep doing them and keep doing them. But I do think there's some tinkering as far as situationally and figuring out when the appropriate time is to bail on that, depending on what the probabilities are for you to win the game based on the situation.
Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying, and I agree. I mean, not a perfect game. I think there were some things we can improve on, but, all in all, I'll say over the course of the year, I'm very excited about where this program is headed. And I like the recruiting class. I like the defensive guys you got. I'm happy. I'm excited to be a part of it and ready to move on.
Thank you, sir. Merry Christmas to you and yours.
Merry Christmas, guys. Take care. I love what you do.
Thank you.
You all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Got to call them up somehow, some way. I'm waiting to see if the stuff's on the FTP. It's not there yet.
I do think you're right. I think we need new chairs.
Chairs?
They're a little.
Yeah. Well, I think, I've had a back issue.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it is because I'm in here working all day, and I don't think this chair is good for your lower back.
There's no mid-lower support much at all.
No.
I've kind of been moving around.
Yeah. So I found a really good chair, but it was like $700, and I was like,
feels high.
It felt high, yeah.
It feels high.
Hey, who do we have?
Hey, it's David from Georgia.
What's
I'm
up,
just
David?
curious, is everybody over this whole John Rice Plumlee's quarterback thing yet?
They weren't in the third quarter, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's amazing how that happens, isn't it? When your quarterback actually starts playing well, people stop being stupid. Sorry.
What's your what's the big what's your Christmas plans, David? What do you have planned? Are you Santa Claus? I mean, are presents the night before or Christmas morning?
Well, to be honest with you, I wish I could have a big Christmas, but I've been out of work since I got laid off via COVID.
Yeah.
In September, and we're having as best a Christmas as we can.
I understand.
So it is what it is. We'll get through it, and I'm gonna buy my kids Christmas after the new year because I got a feel like I have a job lined up right now. So
that's awesome.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
I got one daughter in college and another one getting ready to go, so I think they understand.
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
Where are they in school at?
Yeah.
Where are they at and where are they going?
I'm sorry?
Your daughters, where is one in college and where's the other one going?
My oldest daughter is going to Kennesaw State.
Okay, yeah.
And the other daughter doesn't quite know where she's going to go yet.
It's understandable.
Neil's dealt with that pretty well.
Say hello to Rebel Grove, Kira.
Who is that?
It's Rebel Grove. The guy's on the television right now.
Oh, hello.
Well,
hey, I just wanted to make sure everybody got this whole John Rice Plumlee out of their system. I love what you guys do, man. Keep it up. I absolutely love the watch party you guys do. So I really hope you guys can do it again next year as we go on our way to 10-2. Because I think Matt Corral is going to lead us to 10-2. So, but we'll see what happens next year. I can't wait. This is the first time I've really been excited for the next year since probably 2015. I mean, we got a great head coach. God forbid he leaves, but if he does, whatever, we can hire the defensive coordinator's name and keep Levy as the offensive coordinator.
But we'll see what happens.
I hope everything works out with the job, David. And we really appreciate it as always.
All right, brother. Hey, you guys have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I'll talk to you guys again soon.
Thank you, David. You too. Bye. Yeah, 700 felt like a lot for a chair.
Yeah.
But I got to do something because my back's starting to hurt, and Avery's in here going yoga. Avery's answer to everything is yoga.
I told you I've been doing that thing. I skip yoga every week. I can't do it.
And Avery knows. I mean, she's awesome, but yoga's hard. I did do Pilates. I did the Peloton. Peloton just added Pilates to its app.
Is that one harder or easier than the one I did the other day? Have you tried the one I did? Okay.
No, but I did.
Mine was on P90X3.
No, I've never done that. So I did Pilates the other day, and it was good. I just did a 15-minute Pilates.
This is 30, and it's pretty nonstop. Yeah. And I've done the yoga on P90X3 because it's only 30 minutes, not an hour and a half.
Yeah, hour and a half's brutal.
I feel okay about the 30 minutes. It's all right.
Hey, who do we have?
This is Ed from Macomb.
Ed?
Speaking of people that only call for losses.
It's been a minute, Ed, but how are you?
I tell you, I ain't good. Listen, I'm going to tell you what I saw out there. I saw a coach who's flirting with Auburn. That's what I saw. And I saw us get our asses beat by a shitty LSU team. And I tell you, Lane Kiffin ought to have his ass run out of town.
So you think Lane Kiffin was distracted by Auburn? Is that what you think?
Wait, what did you say?
You think Lane Kiffin was distracted by the Auburn job
The
today?
whole damn team was distracted by Auburn. Y'all watch what they did. They sat down there. He didn't prepare for that game. He got his ass beat by Coach O. Coach O knew what he's doing. Coach O prepped for that game. Coach O wasn't flirting with Auburn.
That's true. Coach O would have no chance at Auburn, as ironic as that might be.
Y'all sit there and worship at the feet of Lane Damn Kiffin. Lane Damn Kiffin ain't gonna be at Ole Miss long. That some bitch gonna be gone as soon as you can.
How long do you think Lane Kiffin will be at Ole Miss? What is your opinion, Ed?
As soon as he gets another damn job, that's all I'm gonna say.
Well, when do you
I tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised that stupid son bitch goes to Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
So hold on a minute. So he sucks, but he's going to be there so short a period of time. He's going to get another gig that's better. Help me.
That's what all I'm gonna tell y'all is he's sitting there flirting with Auburn. I wish he damn gone to Auburn because we got our asses kicked tonight. And I saw it. And y'all tell me something. Was that cause of the team, or was that cause of coaching?
They all work as one, Ed.
Yeah, that's all one, Ed. Everything is.
You win together and you lose together.
It's symbiotic, Ed. Hey, Ed, what is your Christmas looking like? What do you have planned?
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna get Arlene something.
Oh, have you not gotten her anything
yet?
yet?
As hell, I'm gonna put her on a damn diet. What I'm gonna do?
Ed, you don't.
She can't hear me, but I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get her some diet pills for a damn Christmas, so she's big as a damn house.
I'm gonna tell you. How are you gonna? Hold on, Ed. Hold on. Slow down. How are you gonna do that? How are you gonna give her diet pills without her knowing that you're giving her diet pills?
They're vitamins.
Oh God!
Everybody needs vitamins.
That's true.
Got this coronavirus going around. You say, hey, this ain't damn thing. They have to get that fight that coronavirus.
All right.
She's fat as hell, and I'm tired of. I tell y'all what, when a woman gets that big, it ain't no fun no more.
Y'all
don't know.
I'm sure you're a lovely creature, Ed. I bet she's so excited to be with you too.
Ed,
I mean, I bet.
Ed,
do
you have like a sculpted chest, or you washboard abs? What's going on?
Well, I ain't bad. I tell you that much. I don't look bad. I probably about 5'3", 220. I ain't bad looking either.
I bet that is hot.
I work up there at the plant.
All right.
Got a good job. Got benefits.
Yeah.
She's lucky. She's a damn lucky woman.
Yep.
That's all I can tell you is, hey, a lot of damn women I can have.
Yeah.
I ain't got to put up with her.
I bet.
Crap, I tell you.
I bet they are lined up, just waiting.
Hell yeah, they is. I tell you what, I got a lot of them up there like me, a lot. I got benefits.
Yeah.
And a damn good job.
Right.
I got an 8 to 5.
Yeah.
Shit, that goes a long damn way.
I bet it does.
Hey, this damn trailer, it ain't that old either.
How old is it?
About 3 years.
Yeah. That's good. That's fresh.
I just put on a little patio out there. I got I got my grill out there, and I got my little roof over it. It looks damn good too.
Hey Ed,
a lot of damn women, you know what they say? They say that man's got money, he got a good job, and I hear sitting here with this fat wife.
Hey
I
Ed,
get rid of her in a heartbeat.
have you guys talked about doing yoga together? We have a friend named
My
Avery.
friend?
Avery, who calls into our show a lot. She's a yoga instructor. She's big on yoga. She says yoga is really the solution to most of life's problems. So, do you guys do yoga together? Have you thought about that?
I don't even know what the hell y'all talking about. Yoga.
Yoga. Do you know how to Google? You should Google yoga, and then
It'll improve your flexibility.
It's going to improve your flexibility. It's going to
core strength.
Yeah.
Your mood even has a lot of mental benefits.
Yeah, your mood.
Not only Yoda I know is that one in Star Wars.
Yeah.
What y'all talking about?
No, yoga, not Yoda.
Yoda or yoga? What you
Yoga.
I have no idea.
Like Yogi the Bear, but an A instead of an I.
From one to Forest Fire?
Close.
Right,
I don't know
close.
what the hell y'all talking about.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sitting here. I'm talking about Coach Lane Damn Kiffin, not Yoda.
Right.
All right. Here's what I'm gonna tell y'all.
Sure.
I'm ready for his ass to get fired. That's what I'm ready for. He's been there a
coached
year.
9 games.
He sucks.
He's coached 9 games, Ed.
And he sucked his ass off for several of them. I don't even know how many. How many has he won?
He's won 4 of 4. He's won 4.
And how many has he lost?
5.
There you go.
So who? Hang on.
He lost one more than he won. Here's what I'm gonna tell y'all. Y'all can sit there and y'all can kiss his ass. That son bitch he's gonna end up at Auburn or Vanderbilt.
So you think? So wait. So he's no good, but you think Auburn's gonna hire him away? I don't. He's not going to Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt just hired a new coach. They hired Clark Lee from Notre Dame. So that's out for right now. So you're telling me that Lane Kiffin's so bad he's going to go to Auburn?
That's what I'm telling y'all. He's gonna sit there. He's gonna flirt with anybody's job that gonna come up. He ain't no telling where he's gonna go. Okay. All I'm telling y'all is
you just told us. You just told us that there was. Ed, you just told us there was telling. You said it was either Auburn or Vanderbilt. Now you're saying there's no telling, so I'm kind of confused.
Well, I can tell you he's going to end up y'all going to watch, he's going to end up his ass going to end up at Auburn, and we need to get Hugh Freeze back here and win some damn games.
You want Hugh Freeze back?
Hell yeah, I want him back.
I'll tell you what now.
He's the only damn good coach we done ever had other than Matt Luke.
Ed, listen.
Matt Luke was he was an Ole Miss fan. He was good. He was a damn good player. He knew what he was doing.
Hold on, player?
We quit on him early, and we hired this pretty boy who sits there with his little pretty pants and his pretty little shirt and his pretty little hat. And I can't.
Matt was a good player.
I keep hoping that somebody runs into him on the sideline, just takes him out.
Hey, Ed, before we go, listen, is Earlene good with her hands, like a massage? Is she good at just like calming things down? Can she give you a good back rub?
No, she whittles a little bit.
Whittles. Okay, well, just be careful if you get Hugh. If you get Hugh back, just remember I told you, be careful what you wish for.
No, he's good. He's gonna win. He's gonna win his game. Now listen, y'all sit there, y'all make fun of him all you want.
Yeah, hey.
I tell you what, I heard he won for Liberty. He found God.
Hey Ed, yeah.
He reconnected with Jesus.
He did. Hey, listen.
Who's gonna be Jesus? Who in this world is gonna be Jesus? Ain't nobody gonna be Jesus. Y'all sit there, y'all say what y'all gonna say.
Saban.
Jesus is gonna win football games.
That's true. Hey, listen, Ed. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to Earlene. Merry Christmas to everybody at the plant, and thanks for the call.
Well, Merry damn Christmas to y'all, and screw, hey, you tell Lane Kiffin to take that train out of town.
I'll tell him.
Absolutely.
We will tell him that Ed said to take the train out of town.
Out of town.
All right.
Damn
See
right.
ya.
And Christmas Day, enjoy the good stuff. Keystone Light. Make
Yeah,
sure you make sure you splurge a little
I'll
bit.
have myself another damn natural light right now.
All right. Good deal. Bye, Ed.
All right. All right.
I don't know. Lord help us.
Bill Simmons back when he was on page 2 or whatever at the very end of his base go, yep, these are my readers. There you go.
These are my people.
Yeah. Merry damn Christmas. We got a ball game, by the way.
I know.
Well, we sort of have a ball game.
Kinda. The Gators don't have enough defense to do anything.
There's no doubt who's winning the football game, is there?
No, it's much like the Ole Miss Alabama game. I mean, just kind of new.
Oh gosh. I guess everybody's watching. Is anybody watching anything else? Is it all Florida, Alabama out there? What are we doing?
FTP just got refreshed.
So Lane should be around soon.
Yeah. It's downloading now. I don't even know that we want to go back to Lane after Ed and Spencer. We've had some interesting calls tonight. We've been, as the kids would say, lit.
Lit.
I'm sorry, I didn't have Skype up. There we go. Here we go. Got it. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, you got Tucker, Memphis. How you doing?
Hey, Tucker. What's up, man?
I'm doing all right. Just watching the Florida-Alabama game.
We
for,
are.
as much as it will be a game.
We are watching as well.
Hey, Neil, Chase, question for both of y'all. Got my my NBA question for y'all. Hope y'all don't mind. If you were, can you win a championship with James Harden?
So far,
As your best, as the best player on the team.
who's your third best player?
Who's the guy from Tennessee? Harris, the Sixers. Who was it?
Oh, Tobias Harris?
Tobias Harris, that's right. Thank you, Neil.
Probably not.
I mean, he wants to get traded, I heard today. He wants to get traded to the 96 Bulls and the 2003 Yankees. Is that all right?
Yeah, I mean, look. I mean, I know. First of all, he's a great player.
He is.
And he's a great offensive player. He's a great scorer. But Harden's a different cat. And, Oklahoma City tried to give him everything he wanted, and it wasn't enough. Houston tried to give him everything that he wanted, and it wasn't enough. He keeps searching for something. Now he wants to go be the second or third wheel in Brooklyn, and that won't work either. So at some point, it's a Harden problem.
Well, they're talking about trading him to the Sixers, and I get it. I mean, if I was the Rockets, I would trade him for Harden for Simmons straight up, just to not to deal with them. But if Embiid would obviously act excited, for the first 20 games, and you think Embiid's going to love rebounding for him for
no
20 times a game?
No, the way that
he shoots 18 threes a game.
The way that offense is set up, it's set up to be electric in the regular season, and then it just doesn't work. And look, they got a bad break a couple of years ago when Chris Paul got hurt, right? When he pulled the hamstring, that was such a who knows what happens. Maybe they beat Golden State, maybe they win a title, and it's a completely different deal. But maybes are part of sports, and so he just they almost got beat by the Thunder. I
was rooting for it. It's a disgusting brand of basketball.
If Dennis Schroeder doesn't miss a layup that Dennis Schroeder makes 99 times out of 100, they lose to the Thunder in the first round. And the Thunder, God bless them, and we cheered for them, and Carson loved them, and we watched. But the Thunder were a really flawed team.
Sure.
And the Thunder almost beat Houston, so of course they got routed by the Lakers. It's not going to work. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I think if I'm Houston, obviously he's one of the top 5 to 10 best players in the league. You get rid of him. You hope to get. I mean, I'd do the Ben Simmons trade. Assuming that's on the table, I'd do that yesterday. But, you know, it's just I don't think you can win a title with him as your best player. I don't care who the third best player is on the team. He's going to shoot. Because it doesn't matter who the third best player is on the team because he's going to shoot the ball 30 times a game. So, I mean, I understand the question, but I just don't. I don't think he can be your best guy and win a title. But that's all I got, guys. I'm just happy we've got sports. I hope we can have full NBA arenas at some point during the season and full college football season next season. Y'all have a Merry Christmas and always enjoy the show.
You too,
Thanks,
Tucker. Thanks so much for the call. You want to try to hear from Kiffin here, see what he said? All right, let me see if I can't set that up.
You got to build a scene?
Yeah, I got to build a scene. Everybody just hang tight. I'm trying to bring you Lane Kiffin's post game. We haven't seen it. We're working on it, though.
We're learning, too.
Yeah, I got to go blank here, and then got to go pull it up. That's not good.
What happened?
I'm just still searching for it. Hold on. I'm going to go back to us for a minute and try to figure out where I put it. Everybody hang tight. We're going to try to figure out where I put that. Should be there. Maybe it is. Here we go. Yep. Okay. I found it. All right, here we go. Everybody hang tight. Where did I put that? Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, it is a tough one to handle. You know, in Tiger Stadium playing LSU, defending national champs, you know, had them on the ropes, obviously, and had them not just on the ropes, ahead and with the ball, went ahead. So, you know, make 2 first downs. They'd wasted all their timeouts. Make 2 first downs and win the game. And so it's really tough to deal with just because things were aligned so well. We discussed it all week. You know, we haven't played for 3 weeks, and I think you saw that early on. You know, we looked really rusty, especially after the first series on offense. And it's just frustrating these games because, you know, going, all right, hey, we're going to win 4 straight in 5 and 4 and beat LSU. And, you know, great start to, you know, this turnaround. And we don't finish it. We turn the ball over 6 times, you know, so usually if you turn the ball over 6 and you're -5, you know, you're not even in a discussion about being, let alone being ahead in the 4th quarter. So, and, you know, without Kenny and Elijah, our 2 most productive players, I think that, you know, you saw that. I think, you know, in the passing game, I would have expected, you know, us to have better numbers. That was their weakness. You know, they really struggled on defense in the back end. And so really a shame because we had them, and you're not going to get many opportunities like that. You're certainly not going to get opportunities where, you know, opt-outs, COVID, and a almost empty stadium in LSU. That ain't going to happen again. So just really frustrated. And so we're not really big on the guys played hard and we played 94 snaps of defense and all that stuff. Don't matter. We've been here too long now for that. We need to win games, and we didn't do that.
Start with Nick.
Lane, you talked about finishing. You've talked about it a lot this season. Is that something that can be taught to players, or do you think that's just kind of something innate?
I don't know. We talk about it, obviously, you know, but you just got to make the plays. We get manage situations better, too. You know, we wasted 2 timeouts in the first half on defense. We wasted 1 at the end there on offense, and, you know, like to pride ourselves that we don't do that, and we did. You know, they were out of timeouts, you know, in the 4th quarter. So, you know, had we not wasted that 1 timeout also, even after all the bad stuff that happened in the last turnover by Matt, you know, we still would have had 1 extra one to stop them. They would have had to punt the ball back to us. So just really frustrated, especially because we did come all the way back, down 16. We go on a 28-6 run, which was awesome. The energy, the sidelines, it was all great. It was all aligned to, you know, be a great great story and a great ending to the regular season. And, especially I thought it would have meant a lot to do that without Kenny, especially without Elijah, just to show guys stepping up. But we didn't finish it.
That drive with about 5.5 to go, kind of reminiscent of the Auburn game, just kind of what went through the coaching staff. What were you guys trying to do with that last drive there?
Yeah, you're right, Nick. Same thing I said. Felt just like the Auburn game, which is frustrated to come back, to take the lead, get the ball back with the lead, and you don't finish it. We waste a timeout, take a sack, false start. So just not really good looking football, which was very frustrating from the head coach.
Parrish Alford.
Lane, you mentioned rust. Is that what you thought was going on with Matt and the interceptions in the first half?
Yeah, I'm not making excuses, but I did feel like that, which I was nervous about, that we hadn't played for so long. Kind of like I think when we played Vanderbilt, they were in the same situation. I felt like that with them, missed tackles, timing, and also, not make excuses, Elijah not being there, and guys playing new spots. Mingo had to play inside, which, he really hadn't done. So I think Matt will be the first one to tell you he didn't play very well. Competed really hard. He probably was, an example of what our team was. We didn't execute really well, didn't do the right things at times, but, played really hard, competed really hard, tried to win, but, didn't do the other things right.
The running game looked like you had more success with it in the second half. What did you see there?
Well, we'd said, we got to wear these guys down and get the play count up. They were thin, I think Ed said 48 or something scholarship players is all they had. And so sometimes it happens, with tempo. It takes a while to get going, and we did do that and did start to run the ball really well in the second half. Matt, 158 yards rushing himself. So, and they were, trying to stop the pass game, obviously, with lighter boxes, and you got to run when they do that.
What has Henry Parrish done to kind of elevate himself and get more opportunities down the stretch?
Just makes plays when he goes in there, and has always done that in practice. And now we put him in games, makes the first guy miss almost all the time, and made a really good catch on the screenplay. So he's got a very bright future here.
All right, we'll go to Courtney.
Lane, just going into this season, obviously more complicated than any coach would probably have in their normal first year, but wrapping up the regular season, how do you kind of summarize your experience?
Well, I think up and down. We started slow in some areas, which no spring ball, first year staff, and then hit a run of playing really well and should have finished that off tonight with 4 straight wins. So it's been a crazy year, just like not playing in 3 weeks, and then all of a sudden playing down here. So just wish we could have finished on a better note for the players, especially the older guys. And it was there. We had all the chances to do it, and you're not going to get many chances like that. So just really unfortunate, and this one's gonna hurt for a while, especially because there's no more regular season games to go play. So figure out where we're going to a bowl game, which is great for our program to be in a bowl game. I think first time in 5 years. So I'm not really positive right now, but I guess there are some positives if you go back and look at the whole season.
Obviously, a bowl game's not going to happen for a couple more weeks. So how do you kind of not let rust affect your team again, trying to get a bowl win this year?
Well, I don't know where we're going in the dates, and some of these bowl games are coming up pretty quick. So I don't think it'll be it used to be like a month layoff. It's not going to be like that no matter what, because I think the furthest one out would be the second. So we'll just, figure out the best plan.
All right, one more question. We'll go to Tyler.
Lane, obviously, Matt Corral had 4 first-half turnovers. What did you tell him in the locker room, if anything?
Well, we talked more throughout, the first half, just about decision-making. And I didn't think we put him in the best situation a few times, like the pick on 3rd down. We didn't have a real good play call versus press across the board. And it was getting ready to change. Clock was running down. So I don't think we did a great job as a staff today.
That's Lane Kiffin, Ole Miss head coach. I don't think we did a very good job as a staff today.
Yeah. Kind of key quote there at the end, right?
That one resonates.
Yeah.
It's one to put in your back pocket and remember.
Yeah, I mean, nothing I didn't really expect from Lane there. Clearly one that they could and should have won, and
yeah,
let go.
This one bothers him as much as
Auburn.
Yeah. I'm of the opinion that Arkansas doesn't bother him as much as it bothers fans because he's like, well, we just didn't do some things. I sort of understand some things about what happened there. Trying to get someone. We need to call our friend Nick Kokenauer of Blue Delta, about to do
Blake
that.
Kokenauer?
What did I say?
Nick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was
combine them into one.
Well, I was reading something someone sent me about another Nick, so. Let's see. Do that here in a second. Trying to remember how I did that with him. I think FaceTime audio.
Yeah, I think so.
Neil, Chase, good evening.
Blake, how are you?
I'm doing mighty fine. How about you, gentlemen?
We are good.
Hanging in.
We're kind of wrapping up here a fairly long day of podcasting. We're in hour number 12 here on the MPW Digital Network.
I know I speak for everyone watching now and everybody in general. Sure, do appreciate everything you guys have done this season. It's made it quite enjoyable to follow football season along with you guys.
Well, it's very nice, Blake. We really appreciate it. We appreciate all that you guys have done to be a part of it as well. Oh, that's almost a pick, but it was just an incompletion. That was Alabama up 21-10. I'm sure you're watching as well, Blake. It's
yes, sir.
The Gators are
trying to hang in.
Gators are trying. They're trying.
So who? I mean, who is Alabama and Clemson going to wax here? Who do y'all have in those last two spots?
Oh, it's going to be Ohio
State's
State.
going to get in,
and then I don't know. I don't know if it's Notre Dame. I don't know if it's A&M. I don't know if it's Cincinnati. If Cincinnati has a super impressive game
I just don't know how
tonight.
they jump.
Yeah, I don't either.
It feels like A&M or Notre Dame. My money's still on Notre Dame, but I do think that loss today is just a killer because of how bad it was.
Yeah, and nobody wants to watch a rematch. I mean, it seems like the last 8 seasons, all we've gotten is just more of the same, more of the same. So I'd love to see Cincinnati or A&M for the fresh blood, but
yeah,
the thing is, you're getting the A&M
TV
Bama
money at this
rematch
point.
too,
So
because you could move. We said this during the thing. You can move Ohio State to the 4, and move A&M to the 3, and that way Bama plays Ohio State and Clemson plays A&M.
I suppose that's why we tune in to find out. You know.
Yeah, so we'll see.
So what's going on at Blue Delta Jeans? I know it's not too late to order a gift card.
It sure is not. No, we're making a strong run to the holidays. We've been very fortunate. Neil, I mentioned to you the other day, we've had a lot of those holiday gift packages go out the door. We actually ended up having to get Mr. Wright Thompson to sign some more of them for us. So, certainly have appreciated all the familiar names and faces that we've seen purchase some of those here the last couple of weeks. And like you mentioned, until Monday, you can go on the site or come in the store, order a gift card package, and we'll get it to you in time for Christmas. So not too late to do that, and certainly would love to help wrap up any last minute Christmas shopping anybody's got going on.
So we started. Throughout the course of the year, we've done the powder blues, which I've got on right now. We've done the
duck canvas.
The duck canvas. I did the camouflage, which
the camouflage
are freaking awesome.
They grow on me every time.
What was it, Thanksgiving? I saw you on them.
I did. I had them on Thanksgiving. In the picture that I took with my 3 kids, and those are great. I like those a little more every single time, and I liked them a lot the first time. They're more versatile than people think, and so I got the boot cut. That was not
a state game.
Yeah,
we had Camo
Seems
earlier.
like three years ago now.
You were wearing kind of a brown gold, and I had the cream.
Yeah, we've put a good, or at least tried to put a good selection of stuff on you guys this season. Y'all are our most high profile models that we have out there. So appreciate you guys modeling them for us.
We're the most high profile models you have that do YouTube on Saturday nights.
Yes,
that is 100% a fact.
I am the most high profile model, age 50, bald headed, on a
YouTube stream.
On a YouTube stream covering Ole Miss football in 2020. That is true. Number one.
Well, hey, we'll get the trophy out to you. You can put it on the shelf behind you.
That's a lot of engraving, but that'd be great. Can you make it look like the woodshop trophy, like the Magnolia Bowl trophy? Because that would be awesome.
Well, I don't know if you've got enough vertical height on your bookshelf there, but we could probably get something worked out for you.
Well, we can create some space. We have to reinforce.
I'd love to have a replica of the Magnolia Bowl trophy behind us.
So
oh my
good.
God, please!
Oh, that
somebody
would be
out
awesome.
there,
That would be
please
so awesome.
replicate the Magnolia Bowl.
I would put
trophy
it
for us.
right there.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, all some Oxford high school seniors got to do is get in woodshop class next spring.
Make at least a B minus on it.
We can let Oxford, South Panola, Lafayette, and Water Valley compete. Who can make the best replica of the woodshop bowl? I mean, the Magnolia Bowl trophy.
Well, good deal. Chase, did you catch any of Tiger and Charlie today?
I haven't recorded to watch at some point today or tomorrow. I actually did go to the effort to record it, but I saw highlights, but I've intentionally not turned it on or really followed it since then. I know what they shot. I know he made an eagle on his own ball on 2 or 3, but that's all I've really seen.
Well, I know you've seen it. The internet's loved it today. I caught a little bit of it. It's a sight to behold. The kid can swing.
It's that. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, just the consumption of an 11-year-old like this kind of bothers me, but I'm still fascinated like anybody else.
Well, Archie Manning and Charlie Woods, we got some good sports coming up here the next couple of years.
Amen.
So are we modeling one last time, or are we
absolutely
going to save
the
people?
Absolutely.
Right,
I know you mentioned it a minute ago, but with with the team wearing powder blue and this being the last regular season, I wanted to make sure everybody got to see the powder blue on you one more time too, Neil. So
all right,
love show them off there.
So I've got my daughter Campbell in here of the Butcher versus Spin Instructor. Campbell, I actually think this is the first week in a long time you're losing to Greg. I know it's very disappointing. I'm sure you're devastated.
I feel like it's wrapped, though. Probably clinched.
Yeah, she's got a huge lead. So we'll do this now. So there's the camera.
Neil in his red sweater, his powder blue.
It's festive.
Bring the Rebels to victory today. Here's the powder blue thing.
Yeah, Neil, he's wearing the powder blue Genos. They work very well with golf as well. I've played golf in my pair of powder blue. They work in that just as well as anything else. Frankly, it's probably the most functional. Blake, you would agree, probably the most functional pair that I have, as far as just no matter what it is, they fit, they flow, they don't wrinkle very much. They'll do about whatever you want them to do.
Yeah, those Genos. I've been with Blue Delta for over 4 years now, I guess, and I've been hardcore on our denim for a long time. But the Genos, ever since we brought them on this summer, I got a pair made just so I could have them to sample, and I haven't taken them off since. I really do love them. They're great. Like you mentioned, it's a nice cotton pant, but it doesn't wrinkle. And they're comfortable. They're stretchy. They're lightweight enough that they breathe when you need them to. But I've been wearing them, here in the winter, and they suffice for that as well. So yeah, you're right. They're a ton of utility to them and just super comfortable. We've got 12 colors of them. You can check out on the site at bluedeltajeans.com, or you can visit our store there in Oxford. But various shades of blue, gray, greens. We've got some stones, some khakis. We've got a lot of good colors in that, so we can put something on pretty much anybody, including a pair of maroon pants if that catches anyone's fancy. So
perfect. Well, hope let's see. I guess we'll get a bowl game here in a couple weeks, so we'll see what we have for that one. Probably Music City, Gator is my guess. One of those two is kind of the way it's leaning, but nonetheless, as we said, Blake, thanks every week. We really appreciate you and all you guys, and we'll do it again when the Rebels go bowling.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys, and we'll look forward to seeing you here in a couple weeks.
Perfect, Blake.
Merry
Thank
Christmas,
you.
Blake. Thanks.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, you guys.
12 hours later.
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah, JG up to $505 of super chats right now. That's amazing.
He has a coaching search going on.
He does have a coaching search. God forbid that we do.
Yeah, I'm good this time.
Yeah.
It's all right. I have no desire. Alabama 21, Florida 10, 4:05 to go, second quarter for that one. So, anyway.
Yep.
LSU 53, Ole Miss 48, the final score. Rebels close the regular season 4-5, but they will go bowling in year one under Lane Kiffin. So, thanks to everybody for the day today, the time in the stream, hanging out with us during the game. It's really been a lot of fun. Like Neil said,
Yep.
we'll really do a lot of thank yous and different things throughout the course of the bowl game, and we all get together again. But for the regular season, just appreciate Blake and Blue Delta, Visit Oxford, everybody, the Rogue that takes part in this, as well as our callers every week. Pete,
Absolutely.
Jeffrey, people that kind of make this this engine go as we have completed a regular season. Neil didn't believe it in August, but we have played a regular season
You
of
didn't
SEC.
either.
I went and played golf and ignored everybody for a week.
know.
SEC football, college football, we got this thing done.
Yeah,
So,
Big Ben says any word on bowls. We'll know tomorrow.
Yeah,
All
it feels Music City or Gator.
Yeah, it'll all come out tomorrow. We'll get that to you. No 10 thoughts tomorrow. I don't have it in. I don't have it in me. There's a basketball observations up. I have a column up. I'll get the videos up to you as well on rebelgrove.com. We have a flash sale till tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
It's a great gift. Rebel Grove 24 is the code. If you've been on the shelf about whether you want to do it, this is $2 a month. Give it a shot for a year. I think you'll love it. We think you'll love it. Ole Miss is heading in the right direction, in our opinion. And so we'll have a lot of stuff for you. So, yeah, I mean, Alabama's about to rout.
28-10 Alabama.
Najee Harris again.
Hope you enjoyed the rest of the game tonight, and we will be back with a normal podcast on, I don't know, next week.
Yeah.
We'll let you know.
Probably
it's
not
not going to be a full week for damn sure. But
No,
we'll
we
let
might
you know.
we might do one somewhere that wraps up where they're going to a bowl or whatnot, and then we'll.
You'll probably get one show this week, so we'll
Yeah,
tell you
that's
what it
probably
is. Go to Rebel Grove in the meantime, and we'll talk to you again very, very soon. Thanks, guys.
Sleigh bells ring.